Welcome and good morning, gamers, to another exciting day of Pokemon TCG action here at Full Grip Games. We are back with another $3,000 cash event. Today's event going to also feature the newest cards from the Destined Rivals Pokemon TCG expansion, but will be played in the Gym Leader Challenge format. It is a grassroots fan-run format where you can only play one of each card except basic energy in your deck. It is a monotype format, so like a gym leader, you must pick one type of Pokemon to run in your deck, and there are no rule box cards allowed in Gym Leader Challenge format. So some of the underused cards that don't get to shine in standard format really get to make a name for themselves in Gym Leader Challenge format, which is what I know many of us are looking forward to seeing today. Riley, welcome back. Happy to have you here. How you doing, man?
I'm doing so well. And Gym Leaders, we have an awesome, exciting day ahead. No EXs, no Radiants, no rule boxes. Lots of fun ahead. And round one is shortly going to be underway here. Andrew, I know you're also excited to see what types emerge at the top of the meta here in Destined Rivals. The colorless energies bands are also now in effect as compared to our Journey Together tournament.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see how the meta shakes up, both with the new cards and the new bands.
Double colorless energy and twin energy no longer legal for play in Gym Leader Challenge format. There are 12 cards on the ban list for Gym Leader Challenge format, but you can play every card from black and white through the most recent expansion, Destined Rivals. And we're going to see that take place in round one today. We've got Benjamin Peacock on the right versus Spence Baton on the left. Spence notably made top 8 at the last Gym Leader Challenge event with his Dragon Box deck. And it looks like, Riley, he is running it back with the Dragons again here today.
That's right. With that Tatsugiri start, we'll be able to attract customers and boost up the consistency of Spencer's basic Dragon Box deck. At least that's what I'm presuming he's playing, as that was his deck of choice for the top 8 at the last tournament. Ben playing a classic Psychic deck, one of the premier types here in Gym Leader Challenge, and certainly one that we're expecting to see a lot of today. We're seeing Spencer go in off that initial deck search and likely prioritizing one of his big basic dragon Pokemon. At the previous tournament, Spencer only played basic dragon Pokemon, not a single evolution in his deck.
No evolutions, Riley. This version of Dragobox is basics only. And, when you don't have to evolve your Pokemon, you can afford to do some pretty neat things in your deck. There's a lot of space in this deck dedicated to item cards to help get things moving explosively. We may see cards like Max Elixir get played, which you don't usually see in Gym Leader Challenge format because a lot of attackers are evolved Pokemon, and you don't always play enough basic energy in your deck for Max Elixir to hit reliably. But this deck is all about turboing energy into play and swinging with big dragon Pokemon. And one of the most notorious dragon attackers in the Pokemon TCG right now, not just in Gym Leader Challenge format, but also in standard format for our standard 3K yesterday. This Raging Bolt really was a card that saw a ton of play.
Yeah.
And also is a mainstay in Gym Leader Challenge. That Thunderburst Storm attack, arguably even stronger in Gym Leader Challenge format than it is in standard, because there are a lot of Pokemon that see play that have just 60 hit points that evolve, and Thunderburst Storm can easily lay waste to those, and then ramping up to 90 damage snipe for 3, incredibly good. And of course, 130 damage for 3 is just very respectable damage output.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Like 130 for 3 is totally acceptable on a basic Pokemon. 100%. That's a really solid amount of damage to do for that amount of energy in Gym Leader Challenge. So it's clear that Raging Bolt is a card we'll expect to see plenty of in both Gym Leader Challenge and Standard for the months ahead. Spencer using that Guzma and Hala, grabbing out a tool card. I think he used it for the full effects, so we'll have access to a Stadium and Special Energy. We'll see what he chooses to grab. Of course, one of the premier special energy in these Dragon decks is going to be that double Dragon energy from the X and Y era, providing 2 energy of any type to a Dragon type Pokemon. Extremely, extremely powerful.
Another thing that I love about Spence's decks is that he has swagged all his cards out with some Sharpie customizations.
Yes.
Since Gym Leader Challenge is a grassroots fan-run format, all of these types of things are allowed, and I think that's just so fun. It used to be official that in the Pokemon TCG, you used to be able to play with signed cards. They actually used to allow that in the early days at official tournaments. Somewhere along the line, that no longer became a thing where you could play with, signed or modified cards in any kind of way. But honestly, in Gym Leader Challenge, like, why not put a pair of sunglasses on your, on your Pokemon? Like, I think I saw one of Spence's Pokemon had a pair of sunglasses.
Sure.
On it. Like,
yeah.
Why not give one of your Pokemon a pair of sunglasses? Why not have your friends,
Yeah, I
sign
think quite
your
a few
cards?
of his cards are signed by his friends too, which is pretty fun.
It is fun, and in Gym Leader Challenge format, it's always encouraged to allow players to be able to play with whatever official print of card they want to play with. So long as it's an officially printed card, whether it's a World Championship version of the card or a foreign version of the card that's a different language, all versions of Gym Leader Challenge cards are encouraged to be allowed for play at Gym Leader Challenge tournaments. Now, obviously, as the kind of governing body for the Gym Leader Challenge ban list and the guy who makes the rules, I could make that suggestion, but of course I cannot enforce it. I cannot enforce it at other people's tournaments and how they write, but that is the creator's suggestion.
Yeah.
Is that tournament organizers always allow players to express themselves with their decks and have fun with the versions of cards that they play. And it just makes things a lot more fun for a fan run format. That's some would say a more casual format. And, it is a casual format because it's not a format that, you could compete to win $10,000 at a regionals or whatever. But I think, Riley, as we've seen, Gym Leader Challenge players take their decks, their builds, and their gameplay extremely seriously. These guys are not messing around, and there is $1,000 up for the winner today.
I was gonna say, yeah, you might not be able to compete for $10,000, but there is $1,000 on the line for first place, Andrew. So very respectable prize pool here at Full Grip Games for this Gym Leader Challenge 3K.
Exactly, and this is actually the largest prize pool that has ever been offered for a Gym Leader Challenge tournament. in years past, we hosted one tournament where there was $2,500 of prizes up for grabs for the top finishers, but this $3,000 cash prize pool put up by Full Grip Games in Akron, Ohio, is the largest cash prize pool ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge event anywhere in the entire world. So really excited to see how players do today and what kind of strategies we see rise to the top.
Now, we didn't talk too much about Ben's turn, just a little bit of a setup turn, but I see on the bench one of the most key cards in the Psychic decks right now, and that's the Iron Boulder that we have on screen here. Iron Boulder, with a massive 140 hit points for a basic Pokemon, can for 2 energy do 170 damage, knocking out almost everything in the Gym Leader Challenge format. The only caveat is you have to match hand sizes with your opponents, so a little bit of trickery taking place there, but that damage output is unmistakably good, and then HP threshold is hard to match as well for a basic. So super key card, and we'll see many Psychic decks today, I imagine, leveraging Iron Boulder as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, Iron Boulder is, I think, one of the most hyped cards going into today's event, Riley. Just incredible damage output to energy cost ratio, healthy 140 hit points, and that low maintenance attack. All you have to do is match the hand size, which is a challenge, right? It's a little mini game that you have to play while you're playing the game, which is fun, but it is a very negotiable attack and a card that I expect to see get a lot of traction in today's event. Now, Raging Bolt making its way into the active spot. I think we're going to see a Thunderburst Storm.
Yeah, unfortunately, Spencer did grab the Silent Lab off that Guzman Hollow, which got Iono'd to the bottom of the deck on Ben's previous turn.
Ooh,
so, what the
that
heck,
Mr. Mime.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so there's Mr. Mime with its bench barrier ability, which prevents snipe damage from the Raging Bolt, but Spence has got the Hex Maniac to turn off abilities and can use Thunderburst Storm for knockout anyway.
Yes, very powerful. And if you're Spencer, you have a litany of options you can choose from with that 90 damage snipe on the Thunderburst Storm, opting ultimately for the not to deny the energy acceleration. But there's still Inkay. There's still Kirlia, so lots of really powerful support Pokemon in play for Ben right now. And I imagine Spencer on a future turn is going to be eyeing up getting that Silent Lab out to continue the sniping. Now, Spencer did forget to take his prize card, so we're going to get that resolved quickly here. There we go.
Spence.
And all is well. And that is key, as we see that Benjamin does have the teammates in his hand. So because one of his Pokemon was knocked out, he does have access to that incredibly powerful supporter card. Teammates saw a lot of light in Standard. It was a very popular card. And I feel like the power level of Teammates is even further in Gym Leader Challenge, where you have all these one-off cards. Being able to pick and choose which of them you want to add to your hand is just so powerful.
Riley, you want to know a crazy story?
What's that?
Worlds 2015. I got 9th place with my Night March deck. A single prize deck. And you know what card I didn't play in my Night March deck?
You didn't play Teammates in that deck?
That just seems obscene, right?
Oh my
I did
word.
not play Teammates in my deck. Now, my good friend Jimmy Pendarvis, R.I.P. Jimmy, he played Teammates in his Night March deck. He top 32 that World Championships. I bubbled out of top 8 at 9th, but was playing Colress instead of Teammates.
Colress and Night March?
Yeah, dude. I was like, whoa, what's the point of getting 2 cards if I could shuffle draw 10?
No. You're not shuffle drawing 10 with Night March.
Yeah. Oh, well, there was enough shame in EX that you usually were, actually.
That's fair.
Yeah, you go. Sometimes you shame it twice on the first turn of the game.
But even then, I feel like you'd rather research than Colress anyway.
Well, you played 4 of those.
Yeah.
So
with your VS Seekers and stuff,
I know,
you have
I know.
access to your research.
I know. Well, it also helped with the Seismitoad matchup. Listen, yeah. So
I had Teammates that helps more in the Seismitoad, man.
What if your guy gets knocked out from poison,
dude?
What if? All right. So I didn't play Teammates in my Worlds deck, but Teammates I mean, is a card I've fallen in love with over the course of the last 10 years. It's just such a good card for Gym Leader Challenge format. I mean, you think of that card in standard format, right, where you might only have a few options in a game to play a card like Teammates, since Pokemon give up more than one prize card when they get knocked out. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, there are no rule box cards allowed. So for the most part, only one prize is taken when a knockout is taken. There are a couple of ways that you can take multiple prizes at the same
key
time.
Exceptions.
Yes, but for the most part, by and large, prizes are taken a single prize at a time, which means that you're going to have sometimes 5 opportunities to activate Teammates throughout a game, which is a lot of times to play Teammates. And a lot of times, all you need is just a little 2-card combination in order to launch a powerful attack the following turn. But we see Ben Peacock's having a little bit of a tough time getting his board rolling against this Dragon deck.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Hex Maniac not only gave Spencer the benefit of being able to snipe through the bench barrier, but it also turned off cards like that Kirlia, preventing Ben from drawing more cards on his turn.
Yeah, that was a big hex for sure. Early on, I mean, with the bench barrier, being able to stunt Ben's setup while also taking a key knockout. We do see that Spence is also playing with the Avery.
Oh, that is tough.
This is like a 1-2 punch, Riley, just straight to the gut.
Yeah, Avery discarding down Benjamin's bench down to only 3 Pokemon. And the tough spot when you're playing these sort of bench barrier Pokemon and you get hit with a card like Avery is you really want to keep that bench barrier, but that means you effectively only have 2 practical bench Pokemon that you're allowed to preserve.
Exactly.
And one of your critical support Pokemon is also in the active spot anyway. That just adds insult to injury. But Spencer further draws the Silent Lab.
Dude.
And is now going to be able to snipe that Kirlia.
You couldn't craft a better sequence of turns from Spence here.
I don't think you could.
I mean,
So
the
good.
Hex knockout into the Avery Silent Lab knockout. This is absurd.
Yeah, it's just picking apart Benjamin's board before he has the chance to get fully online. And that is what this Dragon basic deck is looking to do. Just get super aggressive and put the pressure on before these other more evolution based decks have a chance to get going.
And that is exactly what this deck's trying to do. You can tell, I mean, Spence committing the luxurious cape to that active Raging Bolt, saying this Raging Bolt now has 230 hit points.
I know my win con.
Yep. And I am just going to bully your board. 90 damage to the bench Kirlia for a knockout with Silent Lab turning off Ben's bench barrier, Mr. Mime. And what's crazy is, like, if Ben knew that the bench barrier, Mr. Mime, was just going to get turned off by Silent Lab, you sack it with the Avery.
Yeah, but then Spencer could keep the Silent Lab and preserve it for another turn when perhaps Mr. Mime re-enters play. It's just so tough. And this is one of the really challenging parts of dealing with Avery when you have a bench barrier Pokemon in play. You know, what do you decide to keep?
Yeah, this has been a total onslaught from Spence getting going. If there's one kind of glimmer of hope, it's that Spencer didn't get an extra energy down this next turn.
Yeah, actually discarded an energy off the mysterious treasure that was used to get that Dredagon.
Well, I know he has, I think, a Mela in hand, or I think I saw a Mela at some point in Spence's. Yeah, he's got a Mela in hand. So getting the fire energy into the discard pile, I think, was intentional. Just saying, like, all right, if a knockout does get taken, my Mela's live. And, even if my hand gets disrupted or whatever, having a fire down just always makes that Mela a live card. So does feel pretty good. Also makes cards like Raihan live as well.
That's true. Although, if a knockout's taken on something other than the Raging Bolt, then you're probably okay not using Bella and would have been fine just attaching for turn.
That's for sure. All right, here comes some resistance from Ben. We've got the Iron Boulder making its way into the active spot. Dimension Valley, one of the strongest stadium cards in all of Gym Leader Challenge formats, enabling this attack for just 1 energy. Dimension Valley makes it so that all Psychic Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless less. I mean, every type of deck in GLC would would kill to have
I think
this
so.
stadium.
One of the
Yeah.
most powerful stadium cards really ever I can think of.
It's so nuts, right? It's not an energy acceleration stadium. But it kind of is. It's just so good. Somehow it's like even better than the fire one. What is it? Magma Basin?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like even better than Magma Basin.
Yeah, really the only downside is that it only reduces the colorless energy costs and not like a psychic energy cost, but still so good. And we see the Iron Boulder swing in. Unfortunately, that luxurious cape making that Raging Bolt able to tank a hit and potentially able to retaliate now. It's going to take a lot of energy to knock out the Iron Boulder with the Thunderburst Storm. It took 5 energy to KO that 140 HP behemoth.
And notably, yeah, that second attack, Dragon Headbutt on Raging Bolt, is 10 damage short.
Is 10 damage short, Andrew. So what does Spencer do here? It's not really super valuable to poke the boulder when you have your Drudagon potentially ready to go for the following turn. You'd really love to see something like a Boss's Orders on an Inkay. That would be really strong.
At this point, I mean, you kind of see it. This Drago box deck is kind of like the Gym Leader Challenge equivalent of the Raging Bolt standard deck.
Oh my gosh, he's eyeing up the Hex. Does he have it?
No shot.
Oh,
Versus
no.
Seeker, Hex Maniac.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely crazy, Riley. I mean, the Avery into the Hex.
The Hex into the Avery. Into the Hex.
Into the Hex, dude. Just absolutely crazy. I mean, Spence's deck is just doing everything that he wants right now. And
look at Ben's board. Obviously, there's that really powerful Iron Boulder in the active, but he's got a lone Mr. Mime on his bench. As 3 turns in a row, his critical support Pokemon have been picked out of play by Thunderburst Storm.
yeah, this is crazy. I mean, now Spence going to just 3 prizes remaining. And as I was saying before that second Hex play, oh my God. Like, this deck really is the equivalent of like your Raging Bolt deck in Standard. I mean, it even plays the Raging Bolt still. But it is a deck that is trying to be low to the ground, efficient, and wants to bully decks off the board before they have a chance to really set up. This Dragon deck does kind of have a capped damage output of about 160. It doesn't have, the crazy support Pokemon in play that allow you to like fill your hand to 5 cards or go tutor whatever you want out of the deck. The lone support Pokemon is really just that Tatsugiri, which can attract customers.
Regidrago has a support ability.
Yeah, Regidrago does fill the hand of 4 when it's in the active spot, and that is not nothing. I mean, that definitely that ability gets relied on quite a bit in this Dragon deck, but it doesn't have some of the most explosive support abilities in Gym Leader Challenge format. But
Definitely.
What it does have is some really solid attacking options.
And it does have that Turbo Blaze as well.
Yes, it's true.
We see that Reshiram promoted to the active spot, allowing Spence to accelerate an additional fire energy onto one of his Pokemon if he has access to one. And we also see Spence has that Double Dragon in hand, just turn after turn, has the exact combo pieces that he needs to keep this train going. We'll be able to retaliate with that Drudagon, which will do enough damage at 160 to knock out this Iron Boulder and remove that problematic attacker from play.
Yeah, and man, this is such a cool Reshiram to see played. This card is printed in Roaring Skies. I mean, 2015. Such a old card. I mean, that's a 10-year-old card. This card is in 5th grade, dude. If this card were a human being, it would be 10.
That's one way to think about it.
That is how I think about it, man. It's crazy.
But here's the Mela too.
Yeah, it's a cool card, and so long as you got enough fire energy to warrant playing it in your deck, it allows you to get an extra fire energy into play. Perfect for this big basic Dragon deck that Spence is running.
All right, just repeatedly bumping Ben's or his own stadiums this time, swapping between his. A lot of stadium cards. in
Lost
Spencer's
City?
deck. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, this
Oh
is
my
disgusting.
god. Lost City, Riley.
And honestly, I don't see a route for Ben with his Iron Boulder going to the Lost Zone.
Oh my god, Riley. Lost City is just... This game has been an absolute clinic from the Dragon deck so far. I mean, everything that Spence has wanted, he's got. He's drawn all his cards in the right order. And then finally, kind of like the dagger, the knife, sending that Iron Boulder, which is one of the most important cards in the Psychic deck, pumping out that consistent damage for low energy cost. Oh my gosh, just getting absolutely smoked, sent to the Lost Zone with Lost City. Crazy. But now, Ben, not going down without a fight. I mean, Spence still has 2 prizes left, and we see Ben did have an enhanced hammer to boot that double dragon energy off of the Drudagon.
Which is nice. Not nothing. Although, yeah, in Gym Leader Challenge, when you can only play those singleton cards, like you're saying, Andrew, Lost City is so impactful that completely removes any out to an Iron Boulder for the rest of this game.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And I mean, notice how many stadiums Spencer is playing in his deck. It feels like every turn of the game he's been able to, control the board in some way with a different stadium card, be it Silent Lab or maybe the Stormy Mountains to go get a dragon Pokemon. And now we've got the Lost City to boot primary attackers to the Lost Zone. And Ben has got to be reeling from that. Even after the 2 prize take on the luxurious caped Raging Bolt, it's still just not enough at this point.
And imagine, too, if there's a deck that doesn't play Bench Barrier, right? And being able to Lost City snipe those critical support Pokemon with your Raging Bolt early in the game, remove cards that are key engine pieces for these decks completely out of the equation before they have a chance to even use them.
Yeah, it is pretty ridiculous, I have to say. This has been a very convincing round for Spence and his dragon build. We do see Ben is able to play Tulip though and get a little bit more established again. Okay, we've got Ralts back, we've got Inkay back. Mewtwo's got an energy on it. Mewtwo is one of the strongest attackers in the Psychic deck, and it could do 180 damage if the opponent has 3 or less prize cards remaining, which is certainly the case at this point in the game. So that limit break could come into play. And then with Wobbuffet active, the Bide Barricade ability is activated. So it means that Spence is not going to have access to his abilities.
Yeah, and we do see that Double Dragon discard off the Enhanced Hammer is pretty impactful. Spencer would have been able to launch another attack for a KO if he still had access to that Double Dragon, but is now forced to attach and pass under that Bide Barricade.
And Curlia finally gets to use its refinement ability. Oh,
and
my
Malamar
God.
too.
Yeah, dude. It's like how long this game's been going on for 25 minutes, and Ben has been locked out of his abilities and support Pokemon the entire time. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Really tough spot. And Ben, I think, eyeing up
he's got
Guzma in his hand, which is a way to both switch his Wobbuffet out of the active and take a targeted knockout on the bench.
Could Lost City. The Reshiram's an interesting point. At this point, I'm going for the Drago.
Yeah, the Lost City being in play is an interesting factor here. I don't really think the Reshiram's going to get a ton of value from this point onwards, besides the fact that it has a float stone on it.
Yes. And at this point in the game, if I'm Ben, I really want to chase the energy, I think. It's just kind of where I'm at. You got to make a comeback. You got to force Spence to miss. That's what kind of you're hoping to do, right? Because you've got 3 prizes left to Spence's 2. If Spence could just go and knock out 2 more Pokemon, right? Which is going to require that he has a fire energy and maybe 2 more energy for the Regidrago, and then that's it. That's also assuming that Ben is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with each of these 2 dragon Pokemon that comes up over the course of the next 2 turns. So we'll have to see about that as well. And
notably, Ben's attacker lines are going to get progressively thinner if the Lost City remains in play.
That's for sure. Yeah. What card is that there? Can you tell?
I think it's Crispin.
Is that Crispin?
Yeah.
Is that a modded Crispin?
No,
it is.
It's like
it's
the
a
alt
secret.
art Crispin.
It is the alt art, but he's got a cigarette that he's smoking.
Oh, well. Don't do that, kids.
Yeah, Crispin is in the kitchen.
That's bad for you.
Yeah, but he's definitely got a cig.
Definitely got a sig. Crispin, setting a bad example.
Yes. I see. Yes.
Well, off of this Crispin, being able to grab 2 more energy and accelerate them into play. And here's the interesting thing about basic attackers is it's like a twofold boost to consistency, right? Not only do you not have to evolve your key attackers or support Pokemon for that matter, but it also gives you so much more space. So you're more consistent because you can just slam them down on the board right away. And you can fill your deck with more consistency cards like Crispin, like your special energy searches, like your special charges to refill your double dragon energies back to the deck, or the crazy items that we saw Spencer play last time, like Bicycle, that are so rarely seen in GLC.
Right. Like, notice that the way that Spencer's deck is built, there are not a lot of draw supporters in this deck, if any, really. I mean, barely any. I think we've seen like Avery was like maybe the only draw supporter that Spencer's played so far.
As well. He discarded it though.
Mm-hmm. Right. So like not a lot of draw supporters being played. Kind of just saying like I can Guzman Hala, and then I can do things like Mela, Raihan, and Crispin.
Yeah, with a lot of item-based support as
exactly, with item-based support, Bicycle to kind of like fill the hand. You've got Regidrago to fill the hand. All right. Refinement, discarding the Hex.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if Hex is going to get a ton of value at this point in the game. But Ben has used their VS Seeker, so unlikely we'll see this Hex come into play on these final turns of the game.
No, I mean, you certainly want Iono or N to try and disrupt the hand as much as possible. It's tough because, as you said, one of the only support abilities in this deck is that Regidrago Dragon's Horde ability, which can fill your hand to 4. We do see Ben going for the Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball is going to grab Gallade.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed N or Iono if you're looking for it.
Yep, Gallade's got that Buddy Catch ability, which is a guaranteed N or Iono. So that's surely what Ben was digging for. He's got it. And if there is no N or Iono in the deck, Riley.
Well, look at that, Andrew. N is in those prize cards revealed off the town map. And Iono was played on the first turn of the game. So both of those cards are actually accounted for. Spencer even knows that. All that information is public knowledge. That's one of the downsides of playing town map, is that you reveal what you don't have access to your opponent.
Right. So I guess the only disruption option that Ben has available is Marnie, but deciding that he might not be able to get the...
Yeah, maybe can't afford to use a card like Marnie right now. Just needs to get energy in play with something like a Raihan.
Right.
This Gallade is a bulky attacker, but 160 is still enough for Regidrago to take a knockout if it's able to attack this turn.
Unless there's a luxurious cape or something, but it looks like Ben is needing to go, just needing to go for the energy off of the Raihan. I still think I would have preferred to see, I guess, right? Because you need to accelerate 3 energy. So you need the Malamar Psychic Recharge, you need the Attach from Hand, and you need the Raihan in order to attack with Gallade. I think I would have preferred to see just Mimikyu get in there for the attack. I was thinking
Mimikyu as well.
And then Marnie to set the hand to 4, because Spence has got a big hand. I mean, it's like 7 or 8 cards. Setting it to 4 is not nothing. And the fact that, Regidrago, it's got the Dragon's Horde anyway, so, even if you Iono or N here, you're still setting to about a 4-card hand.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't feel that bad. I think Marnie would have been the preferable play here, because the difference between Mimikyu having 70 hit points and Gallade having 160 is meaningless, because the next attacker is Regidrago.
And it's doing 160.
It's doing 160, right.
Yeah.
Ben, respectably going to take this down to a 2-prize game, though.
And that Druddigon does technically need to go to the Lost Zone, though I suspect that won't be a factor. And
it is not.
Yeah, there it is. That's Guzma for game. Very impressive showing by Spencer. Ben, of course, putting up a good fight, brought it down to those final couple prize cards, but honestly, I think that's one of the benefits of the Luxurious Cape in this deck is, yeah, your opponent gets to take the 2 prizes, but that extra turn of sniping just really takes the legs out from under decks like this.
It really does, and that's why it's worth it to put a card like Luxurious Cape on that Raging Bolt to start the game, because the pressure that Raging Bolt is emitting is worth the 2 prizes that it eventually will give up. And we saw by the time Ben was finally able to establish and get his board the way he wanted, I mean, Spence had already taken multiple prizes, had energy on board, had a really good hand size, and even a 2 for 2 can definitely be worth it if those 2 knockouts are specific targeted support Pokemon. We saw, I mean, it got to a point where Ben had to use Tulip to get like his whole deck out of the discard pile.
Yeah.
I mean, all of his dudes were down. And then with the Avery to boot, I mean, just putting so much pressure on. A card like Avery or Parallel City in Gym Leader Challenge format just allows you to make those kinds of plays where you take out like 3 Pokemon at a time. You play Avery, you have to discard 2 Pokemon from your bench, and then you knock out the active. That's like a -3 from someone's board.
Yes, it is. It is. It's huge.
Combined with like the Raging Bolt, being able to handpick who you knock out on your opponent's side of the board, you can kind of really see the vision of this Dragon Box deck come to fruition. I think that game there was an absolute clinic of what this deck wants to do.
Absolutely, Andrew. Absolutely. Really impressive stuff by Spencer to start off our tournament. And if all our games look that cool, I think we're going to have a really fun day, Andrew.
I agree, Riley. I think we're in for a treat if we get to see some more action-packed matches like that one. Yeah, that was hype. Shout out to the Cardboard Warriors Discord and community. They are an online Discord community where they share deck lists and they run webcam tournaments online, and they do some testing on the Twin Leaf fan run platform as well. And they're just they're really into building decks and
dedicated to the cause,
dedicated to the craft. Yes, for sure. Spence is one of those guys from the Cardboard Warriors community, so shout out to them. And also, big shout out to the Cardboard Warriors guys for just the resource that they are to the Gym Leader Challenge community, having the website that hosts a ton of user created deck lists and things like that. And they got meta breakdowns and win percentages and, kind of all that stuff that you get in standard format from like a limitless, type resource.
Definitely a good comparison.
Yeah. It's like Cardboard Warriors just kind of like the fan run website doing that for Gym Leader Challenge format. So definitely a really important resource for the Pokemon TCG community. Now, Spence, very good deck builder. I mean, we've seen he's been one of the players that has really helped pioneer this Drago Box deck. I think one of his friends, Lee, also from the Cardboard Warriors community, is here as well, probably also playing the Dragon Box deck. I know it's like one of his favorite
it's looking
decks.
Pretty impressive, Andrew.
Lee and Spence are kind of like, 2 deck building masterminds that I definitely got a lot of respect for. They've put a ton of work into this Drago Box deck to get it, operating as smooth as possible. And it's a really unique build. I mean, if you haven't taken a look at the list, I definitely recommend it. They post their lists on the Cardboard Warriors website, and along with like updates. And it's cool because it tracks the updates that have been made to like a user's deck like over periods of time, so you can see what like their most recent edits have been, like what cards they've taken out, what cards they've put in.
See their thought process.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. Definitely. But actually, there is another one of their concoctions that I am actually really hype on for this event, and I have been doing a lot of propaganda with the local Full Grip Games league goers to try and push this deck that they refer to as Cursed Kiss, and I think it's really good. It's my favorite way to play Psychic right now, which I consider to be one of the strongest decks in Gym Leader Challenge format. I'm hoping that we get to see some of this Cursed Kiss archetype today. I know I've convinced my friend Alex Holtz to play it. I think one of our Tricky Gym moderators, Connor, is going to be playing it. I'm not sure if Ben Moore's dedicated to it. There's maybe a few other players have been convinced to run the Cursed Kiss.
So walk us through the Kiss, Andrew. What is the Cursed Kiss?
The Cursed Kiss. Okay, the Cursed Kiss. It is a deck that uses Iron Boulder. I mean, it's a Boulder deck, right?
It's a Psychic deck, of course.
It's a Psychic deck. There's Boulder, there's Wobbuffet, there's Mimikyu. Those are like the three main attackers, right? Yeah, come on. We're doing that stuff. But then it's also got 3 Stage 2 Pokemon in it. So those 3 Stage 2 Pokemon are going to be, Gallade with the Curlia, obviously. Very good. It's like every Psychic deck.
That's the 4th member of the Psychic Core.
The Psychic Core, right? But then you've got Togekiss and Dusknoir. And Dusknoir, you obviously know from Standard format. If you're familiar with Standard format, it's got the Cursed Blast ability, which allows you to place 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon at the cost of knocking it out. But that can give you incredible board control over what your opponent is doing. I mean, we saw how powerful it is being able to pick off your opponent's bench Pokemon.
Right, and we were just saying with the Luxurious Cape that sometimes it's worth it to give up an extra prize for the sake of that board control.
Exactly. So you can use Dusknoir to gain board control, but then the third Stage 2 you play is Togekiss, and it's the Togekiss with the ability that allows you to take an additional prize. Well, you have to flip a coin. Every time you knock out your opponent's active Pokemon, you flip a coin. Every time. And if it's heads, you take 2 prizes when you knock out that Pokemon. So the idea of the Cursed Kiss deck is that you set up Togekiss, and every time you take a knockout with Iron Boulder, you got a 50-50 shot of taking 2, which is just really, really broken.
And yeah, taking extra prizes, some of the best cards in GLC, some of those powerful cards we've seen over the history of GLC are the ones that can surge you ahead in the prize race. So obviously, the Togekiss is not going to be 100% consistent, right?
No.
It's not going to be 100% consistent. That Wonder Kiss, you do need to flip a coin. But the thought process, and I bought into this personally, the thought process is you're setting it up. You don't need every single game for Togekiss to go off even, right? So that's not necessarily defining your game plan. But in the games where you do hit it over the course of one of those couple of knockouts, you can steal games you maybe would have lost. You can surge ahead in prize race and set up your board more aggressively. You can just sweep games out that you didn't even deserve to win because you flip heads a couple times in a row. Those things are just incremental difference makers, right? And maybe it boosts your win percentage by 10%, let's say. But that's huge. That's substantial.
It's huge. It's huge, Riley. If you flip, say the thing is if you flip 1 heads with Togekiss, and you're kind of just trading back and forth with your opponent, first of all, you're just playing a really solid core. You've got, the Iron Boulder, you've got the Gallade, you've got Mimikyu, you've got Wobbuffet. It's a really solid core. Like, those are just really good cards. Any type would love to have that set of core cards to play with. Not to mention with Dimension Valley, where you're like, your guy can attack for 1 energy. But then you add Togekiss into the mix, where it's like half the time I'm taking a bonus prize card every time I take a knockout. And this is an attack. This is an attacker.
The Togekiss can attack.
Yes, for 2 energy in a Dimension Valley, you could do 140, or 3 colorless energy any other time.
It's totally acceptable for an attack as well. It's not just a pure bench sitter. You can get in with it if you need to. 140 damage, I mean, that's exactly enough to KO an Iron Boulder, for example. Super relevant damage threshold.
It really is, and the fact that it combos with Dimension Valley too just means you're only ever an attachment from hand and a Psychic Recharge with Malamar away from potentially, slinging off 140 damage to Togekiss on a turn that maybe you can't match hand sizes with Iron Boulder. And then the craziest thing about Togekiss, right? Because it all starts to come, it sounds pretty good, but then it all starts to come together when you realize that you can use Dusknoir to knock out the active Pokemon with its Curse Blast ability, and it triggers Wonder Kiss.
Yes.
So
it doesn't need to be an attack, folks, as long as it's the active Pokemon being knocked out. No matter how that happens, it triggers the ability. So can potentially many, many times over the course of a game proc this ability, even if you don't get it up for a couple turns.
Exactly. So I'm really into the Cursed Kiss version of the deck now. It's got all of my favorite assets of the Psychic deck in it. I'm a big believer in Dusknoir. I've felt like that card needed to be in Psychic for a long time because of the board control that it gives you.
Yes.
But I'm also a huge fan of Gallade, and I'm like not really willing to compromise that. I'm like, all right, I need those 2 cards in this deck. I'm a big fan of Iron Boulder. That's been like my favorite Psychic attacker lately just because of how low maintenance it is.
Makes sense.
And he's got 140 hit points. He could get out the gates quick. He could close out games at the end of the game. I mean, he's that dude, right? He could get out turn 1. Dude. He can get out of the game in the end of the game. He's that guy. And then you pair it with like Mimikyu, who's like, Mimikyu is like your Drudagon from the Dragon deck, right? Yeah. He's like the kind of guy who sits on the bench, and it's like if you need to clap back, you know, you can kind of just go Mimikyu, go, and he'll copy whatever they did and probably do a respectable amount of damage. He can also do wacky things like clear a special waves Wailord by himself. Attacks that do like way too much damage, Mimikyu can copy and just like make you feel silly about it.
Yeah, the one bummer with Mimikyu is that the attacks are like super conditional. Sometimes they don't work right with Mimikyu, but I find there's enough like versatile. Almost every deck's going to have some kind of generically versatile, powerful attack that you can copy.
Exactly. And that's why you play the Boulder, right? You can attack with the Boulder. You can attack with Gallade. You can attack with Togekiss. You can attack with Dusknoir. Dusknoir does 150 for 3. So like all of the guys can attack, really. But at the end of the day, you're trying to trigger Togekiss with that Wonder Kiss ability. Hence the name Cursed from the Cursed Blast. Kiss from the Wonder Kiss, Curse Kiss. That is a Spence and Lee cardboard warrior special, and I'm bought in. I'm not playing 100%. I'm not playing like 100% their list. I've started tweaking things on my own because we do have our different opinions in deck building. But
as
like,
you will.
Conceptually, though, I think the trio of like the Gallade, the Togekiss, and the Dusknoir together in a very low maintenance Psychic deck is like a very powerful option for decks to have. Another cool thing that this Curse Kiss deck can do is you can use Dusknoir to Curse Blast the active. Say you're up against like a Wailord or something like that. Just got a lot of hit points, something huge, right? You're up against a Torterra, just something with 190 hit points, something with more HP than you can take care of with Iron Boulder, right? You can use Dusknoir to Curse Blast, put 13 damage counters on it, and then you could bring up Wobbuffet and finish it off. And this little there's so many little cool plays, right, that you can do.
Yeah.
Where you are problem solving in the middle of the match, figuring out how you're going to be able to take this knockout that you otherwise wouldn't be able to take. But it's nuts because you can take this knockout with Wobbuffet, the Psychic Assault attack, right?
So
10 damage
good.
plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on your opponent's active Pokemon. You Curse Blast, put 13 damage counters on that Pokemon. Then you Psychic Assault and you're doing 140 damage, 130 plus 140. Like you're at 270. Anything. That's anything in GLC, right? And to boot, Wobbuffet's got the buy barricade ability. So when you take a knockout with Wobbuffet, you are ability locking your opponent for that upcoming turn.
Yeah, I mean, Psychic is just incredible. It has so many powerful, extremely strong abilities and attacks alike. Honestly, Psychic has so many powerful abilities and attacks that it somewhat comes down to what do I cut out of my list? And that's like the core of building a good Psychic GLC list is what thoughtful cuts are you making from this excellent lineup of Pokemon. There's so many powerful support Pokemon. You can't fit them all and still make your deck function at the optimal level.
Yeah, I think just looking through the card pool from Black and White onwards, it's very clear what the game designer's favorite type is.
Before Black and White, dude.
Yes, it's the purple cards, dude. Yeah. They have always...
I would say ever since Ruby Sapphire,
yes.
Psychic's been the favorite type.
Yes, Psychic has been the favorite type for a long time. Historically, you look at all the coolest, most powerful cards with the best abilities, and by and large, most of them are purple. And it's in Gym Leader Challenge format, thankfully, the format's still balanced, even though Psychic has this vast pool of cards to choose from. The singleton nature of Gym Leader Challenge helps to kind of level that out a little bit. Even though Psychic's got a lot of really good cards, you can still only play one.
Well, it's also interesting too because even though Psychic has all these really good options, you can only fit so many. Mm-hmm. And as long as every type has enough acceptable options, they can still compete toe for toe match with Psychic. You know what
Right,
I'm saying?
because it's not like decks are 150 cards.
Yeah,
if they
you can
were,
only
then
fit so
Psychic
many.
would win. You know,
Yeah,
every
you can
time.
only fit so many. Yeah, Psychic probably does have like 150 viable cards, but you can only fit 60.
Yeah.
And so if Grass can fit its 60 best cards and Psychic can only fit its 60 best, so it still kind of like evens out in the end.
It does.
But it's certainly interesting, like the wealth of options that Psychic has.
And that's, I think, the big difference with Psychic is that there are more ways to play the Psychic Gym Leader Challenge deck than there are any other deck. I think one of the closest seconds is probably Water, just because of the crazy amount of support that you have in
Water
the water.
does get a lot of support.
In the water pool, you can play it with Rain Dance, you can play it without Rain Dance, you can play. There's like control water builds. There's just a lot of different stuff you could do with water. There's a lot of different stuff you could do with the Psychic pool as well. You could play ability lock Psychic, you could play item lock Psychic. There's a lot of really cool stuff you could do with the Psychic deck. But this week I'm on the Curse Kiss engine. I'm on the Curse Kiss thing.
And I like the Curse Kiss concept even more, knowing that Psychic is like a popular archetype right now, right? Because when you're going into those mirror matches, being able to get an incremental edge through something like a Togekiss that would maybe flip a mirror match where normally you'd just be trading exactly back and forth is such a big deal, right? So really cool, the Togekiss addition to the deck. And Andrew, I know you're really on the Psychic propaganda train, but we also shared a lot of propaganda yesterday about the new fighting editions from Destined Rivals. One of the few really impactful cards from Destined Rivals for GLC is the Rockets Tyranitar with its Sandstream ability. Very reminiscent of the Tyranitar Ampharos Rock Lock deck from the 2006 era. Spreading damage onto those basic Pokemon. You combo that with the Hitmon combo, and all of a sudden, nothing is safe. Nothing is safe, Andrew. Everything is being barraged by damage counters.
Riley, I've been looking for a new Gym Leader Challenge deck to be completely obsessed and bought into. Since Amazing Raikou got banned.
I was going to say,
right?
Since Lightning, I feel like you've been dealing with that.
Yeah, since Amazing Raikou got banned, I know like Spread Lightning's pretty good with the Electivire. It's a good deck. But it's not the same, okay? I love the Amazing Raikou. I love doing that. But the card, it doesn't really jive with the format anymore, so I had to go. And I've been existentially lost in Gym Leader Challenge format, trying to find that next deck that really gets me going. And I've been talking about for weeks that I have wanted to fall in love with some Team Rocket Pokemon from this set. Like, God, You're telling me the Team Rocket set comes out?
Standard or GLC, anywhere.
You're telling me the Team Rocket set comes out and they all suck? All of them?
Very nearly.
Yes, very nearly. They do almost all suck. But, ladies and gentlemen, I actually didn't stream this week's Gym Leader Challenge event at Full Grip Games on Thursday night, which I usually do every Thursday night starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. GLC League night at Full Grip Games. You should tune in. Wednesdays is standard, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. But I didn't stream those this week in preparation for our marathon doubleheader that we had coming up this weekend. I played, which is rare for me. Usually I cast, so I don't get to play. And I won our first GLC League night with Destined Rivals cards legal. I went 4-0 with Team Rocket's Tyranitar Hitmon combo, and I am super high on this deck now.
Defeating multiple Psychic decks on the way.
Two Psychic decks I beat. One of them had Bench Barrier in it. But that's where Team Rocket's Tyranitar is really good, because you can actually chip away at those Bench Barrier Pokemon, like Mr. Mime we saw Ben Peacock playing. You can set up Tyranitar, put it in the active spot. Sandstream is pinging 2 damage counters to those Pokemon between turns. And we saw yesterday how impactful Frostlass could be, pinging 1 damage counter to Pokemon with abilities.
Twice as good.
Dude, and in a deck like against Spence's Dragobox deck, there wasn't any attackers in Spence's Dragobox deck that were doing 180 damage to Tyranitar. But Tyranitar is pinging 2 damage counters to those Pokemon between turns. So if it lives for 1 turn, that's 4 damage counters back and forth. And then I pass one more time. That's 6 damage counters to everything. Right? It's obscene. It really adds up very fast. And you combo that with the Hitmon combo, which is a really funny kind of archetype from Team Up and Unbroken Bonds, actually. You got the Hitmonchan. It's got this hit and run attack for 1 fighting energy. It was actually like a playable deck in expanded format for a little while.
It was.
Like, super funny. You would like hit and run into Wobbuffet.
It doesn't even look like it would be good, but it was.
Like this card was played in expanded format, folks.
Like the peak of expanded power before we lost expanded.
Like this card was played in expanded format, which is like obscene, right? But it was just this like low maintenance hit and run. You'd play like Shrine of Punishment, you play Wobbuffet, and then you hit and run into whoever, right? You could hit and run into Tyranitar if you wanted to, spread some extra damage counters. But then you've also got the Hitmonlee, right? And the Hitmonlee has also got a cool attack. It's got the special combo. So if you attacked with Hitmonchan the turn previous, then special combo does 90 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So like you're kind of doing this like chipping thing. You're hitting with Hitmonchan. You're picking something off with Hitmonlee, and we saw how good doing 90 damage to the bench could be.
Yeah,
with the Dragon deck last
this
game.
Is for 1 energy.
Yeah, this is for 1 energy. The only cost you have to use Hitmonchan the turn previous. So your deck is built to be able to do that. Go Hitmonchan, then Hitmonlee. You got lots of basic search, and then the dagger is the Hitmontop from Unbroken Bonds with the finishing combo, Riley. It does 60 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon for 1 energy, but you have to chain it, right? You have to do the Hitmonchan, then the Hitmonlee in order, then you Hitmontop. So it's telegraphed, but there are other things you can be doing while you're trying to get the combo going. While you're getting the combo going, you're also setting up Rocket's Tyranitar so that anytime one of your Hitmon combo guys gets knocked out, you promote Tyranitar and spread 20 with the Sandstream, then you retreat into the next piece of the combo. That's like the dream setup that you have. And
it's an interesting quirk of the way the Tyranitar ability works, right?
Yeah.
Because you always need a Pokemon in the active. Like by the rules, there will always be something in the active.
Yes.
So the moment something gets knocked out is when Tyranitar gets promoted, which means during checkup, it is still active at that point, even though the knockout just happened.
And even though you didn't attack with it that turn or pass with it in the active that turn, like it's like, the promote, the fact that the Tyranitar works on promote is like what makes the deck work.
Yes.
And you play both Floatstone and Big Air Balloon.
Yeah.
Both options to give that Tyranitar free retreat. And you never try to attack with the Tyranitar. You're just using it for that Sandstream ability, which really ties this whole combo deck together. And there are so many cool things that you could do while you have Tyranitar active. It's something that I'm just like really excited about in Gym Leader Challenge right now. Something that I think is really fun. You get to play not only Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Hitmontop, you've also got the baby Tyrogue.
That's right. Yeah, they're junior.
So Tyrogue has got free retreat. So obviously jives really well with like the whole strategy because you could always just like promote Tyrogue who has free retreat. You could start Tyrogue and retreat in Hitmonchan very easily. You can just hit and run into Tyrogue if you're poking with Hitmonchan turn 1 and then just pivot into Hitmonlee the following turn. Or if you've got Tyranitar in the active spot, okay, you can pass with Tyranitar the active spot, Sandstream to hit all of your opponent's Pokemon for 2 while also attempting Bratty Kick.
Yes.
Flip a coin, if heads, put 3 damage counters.
50 snipe.
And that's huge because you could take out support Pokemon with 50. Like there are guys that will get KO'd if you hit this.
Especially on the way back, I'm thinking of like a Mr. Mime, for example.
Oh, for sure. This is 70. One of your best plays against bench barrier.
Yeah.
Is to go Tyranitar the active, attempt Bratty Kick.
Yeah.
Like we're doing that to like try and get that guy out of there, right?
So good. Yeah, and Tyranitar is beefy too, so it really is able to survive many hits and stay in the active for that full turn.
Exactly.
Well. Like even Iron Boulder doesn't get up to that 180 damage threshold without some modifier.
And then like I said, the Tyranitar in my list is never meant to attack. So you are really just doing the Hitmon combo thing, and then you've got the Tyranitar to spread 20s. But then you also just play Okie Dokie because this guy is nuts, right?
He is nuts.
He's just nuts.
He is nuts.
Kind of like Iron Boulder in the Psychic deck. If you just get a Fighting Energy and like an Aurora Energy or a Rainbow Energy or a Blend Energy, just any of those energies that provide both Fighting and Darkness Energy at the same time, get that onto Okie Dokie, and then you're using Good Punch for 170 damage.
Yeah, which is great.
And he's got 230 hit points with the Adrena Power ability. It's like this is like your guy if you need to just like
230 HP basic that gives up a single prize.
Yeah. if you just need to like go a big guy, because sometimes the spread strategy is like, okay, it's not working for whatever reason. Like I just need to go big and just start slamming dudes, and that's what Okie Dokie can do that. So I'm really excited about the Rockets Tyranitar build. I've been trying to like pump it into the airwaves on like Twitter and Blue Sky and all of that because I want people to play it this weekend, because I think it is the coolest new archetype from Destined Rivals. It really
has potential. Right?
It does have potential. I've never had, honestly, the tournament that I played this past Thursday with the fighting Rocket Snorlax deck was the most fun I've had playing Gym Leader Challenge in a while. It was really a good time. Like, it was cool watching the wing conditions kind of come together, using the Sandstream ability. The Pupitar also has like an explosive evolution attack, so like you can actually just get Pupitar into play, and then it does 30 for 1, and you get to search your deck for Tyranitar and evolve it, right? So then you're doing 30 for 1, which actually turns into 50 if they're a basic, because then you're getting to Tyranitar and spread 20s, right?
Yeah.
So like there's all this synergy and all this really cool stuff that you can do with the deck. And all the guys attack for like 1 energy, except for Okie Dokie attacks for 2. But like it's Okie Dokie's so big, you can kind of just at some point slap 1 energy on Okie Dokie throughout the game, and then you're like, all right, then he's 1 energy away from 170. So it's really fun. There is, I would say, another archetype though.
Well, I think we might want to pause, Andrew, and see what new archetypes are on the table, because round 2 is about to start here at the Full Grip Games GLC 3K. So we'll pop over to the table and see what's going on.
Yes, thank you, Riley, for paying attention.
Look at this wonderful tournament hall, packed full of GLC fans.
Oh, you absolutely love to see this, Riley. This is just a fantastic turnout for today's Gym Leader Challenge 3K, the largest prize pool ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge event. And we've got Tony versus Sarah. What a treat. And no, Tony was saying that he was going to play the Fire deck with the new Blaziken, but it looks like he is maybe wimped out on that and sent water instead.
We have Tony with water, and on the left we have Sarah with a spicy grass build, according to Natalie. So be interested to see what constitutes the spice in this build.
Yeah, and we've got Sarah Wilson on the left. She's from the Cleveland area. It's always nice to see her come down and join us for these bigger tournaments, and also a big fan of Gym Leader Challenge. So always lovely to see Sarah in attendance. Anthony is one of our more, I'd say, more regular standard players for Full Grip Games Full Grip Games League, but has recently been having a lot of fun with Gym Leader Challenge format. Even earned a colorless badge a few weeks ago. So let's get into rounds number 2, which is underway. We've got Sarah Wilson on the left versus Anthony Saya on the right. Let's get some hype going for these players. We've got water versus grass.
And here we go, off rip. Anthony having to read one of Sarah's cards. Indeed, you have the spicy build when your opponent has to read the very first card they see.
Yes, dude. And, there's more of that happens in Gym Leader Challenge than there is in standard format. Standard format just being a smaller card pool, right? It's like easier to kind of have a full picture of all the cards that might be played.
More controlled metagame.
Yeah, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, I'm not going to lie, Riley. I mean, I made this format, and I don't even know what some of these cards do.
That's fine, man. You can't be expected to know off the top of your head every single card in the expanded card pool. That's not fair to you.
I'm saying it's too many, right? Now, the Kartana does something to the effect of like if your opponent has exactly 4 prizes remaining.
Yeah, the Ultra Beast likes specific amounts of prizes. That's kind of their whole thing, I feel.
It definitely is. So that's like what the Kartana does. I'm pretty sure he's got free retreat. There's a Fomantis in play. Fomantis can evolve into Lurantis. Lurantis has got an ability that makes it so that
Sunny Day.
Yes, your grass type Pokemon's attacks do 20 more damage to the active. This is actually really cool. It looks like this is like the double hit grass deck, if I had to guess.
That's what I'm thinking when I see that Hoppip enter play. The Jumpluff, of course, can attack twice. When you have cards like that Lurantis as well, that's not just boosting your damage by 20. it's boosting it by 40, right? Because you're using 2 different attacks.
That's right, and that is the kind of gimmick of this entire deck. There are actually 2 Pokemon now in the grass type pool that have this kind of Sunny Day style ability. There's Lurantis and there's one more. Do you remember who it is?
Oh,
It's
gosh.
recent. It's a recent card that was released. Someone in chat
It's
knows.
not Cherim.
No, there's
I know it came out super recent. I can't remember the specific card for some reason.
Yeah, somebody in chat will know. But there's another one. There are 2 now that have the Sunny Day style ability. So it's Lilligant, yes. And they both boost your grass type Pokemon's attacks by 20. So with both Lurantis and Lilligant in the deck, you actually have the potential to boost your grass type Pokemon's attacks by 40.
And that's 80 if you're swinging twice. That's an insane damage modifier. Completely crazy stuff. So Sarah, definitely bringing out the spice. And also, you got Badoo, for example, Andrew. Item lock for free for 50 damage potentially. Yes, please.
Yeah, dude. See, it's all thought out, right? There's lots of cool stuff going on here. There's the Jumpluff as well. So there's the two double attackers. I'm thinking there's like the Jumpluff, and then there's also the was it like a Flapple or something, or an Apple?
Well, no, it's the
Apple guy.
It's the Diplin, isn't it?
It's Diplin. You're right. It is Diplin. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So Diplin. Yes. Diplin, and then there's Jumpluff. Yes. Those 2. They both have things that allow them to attack twice. And we see this the Skiploom is coming into play now. Skiploom has got an ability. I think it's Floral Path to the Sky or something.
Yeah. The old Lost March Skiploom.
Yep. And it makes it so that this is not the Lost March Skiploom. They're different. The Lost March one sends the 2 Pokemon to the Lost Zone and goes in search.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe it's not Floral Path to the Sky.
I think that is the Floral Path to the Sky.
That is that one. That is that. This one is a different one. It's got an ability where you attach a grass, then you get to go search for the Jumpluff and attack.
Okay, yes.
That's much better. Oh, with the muscle band!
It's over!
It's over! Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! Oh, that's it!
That was insane!
That's it! Boom, boom! What the heck? Just like that?
Oh my, with the muscle band on there.
You gotta be kidding me!
Oh, that was nuts. We couldn't even sort out all the different cards in this deck by the time we took a double KO. Crazy.
Riley, that was it. Fluffy Barrage, allowing Jumpluff to attack twice with its spinning tack. Oh my gosh,
this
dude.
This is the moment where I wish we could have the instant replay in slow-mo.
I know, dude.
Crazy stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely insane, Riley. Absolutely insane. I can't believe it. Let's take a look at that card that Sarah was able to win this match with. I mean, Anthony just, oof. Not
how
even
can you
able
expect
to
it,
set up the double knockout with Jumpluff. Oh my god.
That was so crazy, Andrew. Oh my word.
Dude.
I mean, that's one of the sells of a deck like this, though, is you can take double knockouts. We were just talking about the power of like these multi-prize exchanges, and Jumpluff can do that, right? And with the muscle band and just the one sunny day, that's already 100 for 1 energy twice. That's 200 damage for 1 energy, or 2 100 hits on 2 different Pokemon. You get another sunny day in play, that's 120. That's a super nice amount of damage to start KOing like big basic Pokemon.
Crazy, dude.
Very impressive stuff. I would have loved to see more of this build from Sarah, but honestly, getting that clip farm of the Fluffy Barrage instant win, I think that's worth it too.
Oh yeah, no, that was worth it for sure. You know, I'm not into YouTube shorts, but I'm gonna cut that one up into a short for sure. Yeah, we're gonna. That was beast mode for sure. You don't get to see that every day. That was cool. So let's
yeah, and the Skiploom, of course, was critical to that route there. We'll pop it up on screen in just a second. But with the Solar Evolution ability, Skiploom can evolve into Jumpluff the first turn it's in play by attaching an energy. So the fact that Sarah was able to, on turn 2, get this Skiploom out, evolve it with its ability, and then get the double attack off. I mean, that's so much pressure as well if you're able to hit that.
Dude, it was like, yeah, Sarah was like, okay, I've got a turn 1 Hoppip. Okay. Hoppip's got like 40 hit points. It's the little guy.
Yeah.
Like, it's so unassuming, right? A little goofball, like a little Hoppip, dude. Like, who is scared of a Hoppip? You're not shaking in your boots when you see a Hoppip, right? And then turn 2, that was the second turn of the game. Evolve into Skiploom, Solar Evolution. When you attach an energy card from your hand to this Pokemon, you get to search your deck for a card that evolves in this Pokemon and put it onto this Pokemon. To evolve it, Sarah was able to use that Solar Evolution ability to go get Jumpluff from Evolving Skies with the spinning attack. She had Muscle Band on the Jumpluff, right? So spinning attack was doing 80 damage. Then if you've got the Lurantis in play, it's actually doing 100 damage.
For 1 energy.
And with the Fluffy Barrage ability, this Pokemon can attack twice each turn. And if the first attack knocks out your opponent's active Pokemon, you can attack again after your opponent chooses a new active Pokemon. There were 2 Pokemon in play, both with less than 80 hit points. Boom, boom, game.
So crazy. So crazy.
Absolutely nuts, dude. Absolutely crazy. I've seen this deck attempted at League before, but I've never seen it work that smoothly. I mean, the turn 2 Jumpluff is like, but it's not that hard to get.
No, I mean, really, as long as you get a Hoppip, you have so many ways in Grass to find your evolution cards. So if you can get a Hoppip and a single energy, you got the Jumpluff at that point once you get the Skiploom. So it's really, can you find those damage modifiers to push you over the edge? 60 is not enough to KO many basic Pokemon. It is a relevant number, but you'd really prefer like 70 or 80 to get those really key knockouts. But a card like Muscle Band or a single Lurantis or a Lilligant, any of those damage modifiers is enough to get you over that key 70, 80 damage threshold. And once you start stacking them, your damage starts to get crazy.
Yeah, I do really think it's cool now that we're getting so far into like the expanded card pool now, right? Like there are so many cards to draw from in the expanded card pool that when new things get printed, right? Like this Lilligant from Journey Together with a Sunny Day ability. It's like, okay, now like an archetype that didn't really exist, like it kind of existed on the fringes, now is starting to really get more traction because now these double hit attacks like Jumpluffs, right? There are a lot of ways to boost that 60 damage. You've got Lilligant, Sunny Day ability from Journey Together, and you're playing it alongside the Jumpluff, which is from Evolving Skies. That was a Sword and Shield era card, right? And then you're playing it alongside the Sun and Moon era Lurantis promo, which is like, you know what, that's 2017. That's like 8 years old at this point, right? So like you're playing it alongside this Lurantis that like saw very fringe play during like the Sun and Moon block. And all of these pieces are coming together. You can also play it with the Diplin, which is from the Scarlet and Violet era, right? And it's like, wow, we've
so
got
many
this like,
different pieces
really
that synergize.
Cool deck that synergizes together, right? And the deeper that the Gym Leader Challenge card pool gets, the more kind of combinations that you're going to be able to see fit together. I mean, really, there are, like we said earlier, there are the most amount of ways to play Psychic because of the breadth of the Psychic card pool, like the playable Psychic cards. But other types are really starting to catch up as well. There are multiple ways to play Grass too. Yeah. This is one way to play Grass. There's a Grass control deck that players really like that plays this Blockade Executor, and it's got Item Lock, and then you've got Badoo as well. Badoo has been like a really cool new asset for Grass decks to have. Definitely, yeah. In the same way that it's a really cool asset for decks to have in standard format too, to slow down the pace of the game. And then of course you've got like Rillaboom and Cherrim, Grass Acceleration deck. Yeah. So a lot of different ways to play these decks. Really fun to see Sarah's Grass deck just pop off there. Even though it was a quick win, it was a cool one.
It was a cool one. A cool one. Well, we do have some information as well from Natalie about what the field is looking like, so we can spend a few minutes talking through that. Andrew, Psychic is far and away our most popular type here at the Gym Leader Challenge 3K, with 27 players on the Psychic deck. That is out of, I believe, 87 total.
Wow.
So yeah, very dominant showing from Psychic here. And behind Psychic, we have the colorless and water decks at 13 and 16 apiece. And then we start to trickle down towards that
His N is
second
dragon,
tier.
dude, right?
Oh yeah, you're right, dragon. Yeah, normal.
I was like, who is normal?
Sorry.
No is normal.
Dragon and water at 13 and 60, excuse me. And then dark, colorless, and grass and lightning at between 5 and 7 each. And then finally rounding us out, we have just the metal, the fires, like some of those less popular in the fightings.
Where's fighting, bro?
Right there.
3? All right, come on, fighting, come on. I know there's 27 Psychic players. You can do it.
You've proven it's possible
It is
to
possible.
beat the fighting v Psychic matchup, but your propaganda has clearly seeped
off.
its roots.
I
in the
know.
Psychic
I know.
sphere.
I was definitely doing some propo for Psychic this week and was trying to tell all the locals, like, yo, you guys got to play Psychic. You want to win this thing? And similarly, I was doing the colorless propo before the last one. I was like, you guys got to play colorless if you want to win this thing. Anybody wants to win that $1,000, you got to play colorless. Like, come on, it's way too broken, dude. Like, someone show off the broken colorless deck. And, Ben Morse did and won it all with the broken colorless deck. But now it seems like a lot of players are kind of going to the old faithful Psychic deck, especially with the twin and double colorless energy ban going into effect. Psychic, I think, is just like a comfort pick for a lot of players with like a shifting kind of the tectonic plates of the format shifting a little bit.
Yeah. It's super interesting to see how the meta develops over time. And, we were talking earlier before the show about how, decks have their seasons, right? Where they go in and out of favor based on cards that are released or metagame shifts or new bans. And that's normal. That's like part of a card game, right? Is that there's going to be implicitly ebbs and flows and the balance of the game and even just the popularity balance notwithstanding of certain archetypes. So Psychic is at the top of the game right now in the eyes of many players. We'll see if it can prevail here in the Full Grip Games 3K tournament. But regardless,
Making up almost 25, 30% of the field. That's crazy.
It might even be. Is that more than 30%? Or it's just around 30%?
It's just around 30%, right?
Yeah.
Dang, that's nuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, crazy. Colorless, I think like colorless and dark players, felt like, their archetypes got nerfed a little bit. I still think colorless is really good, but I think a lot of people were kind of scared to play colorless. It's
and
that effect that happens,
of them, which is like up with the tier 2 types.
It's the effect that happens after a ban. It always happens, right? Where like a ban happens and everyone's like, I can't play that. It's garbage. And then like players find out that it's actually not, and it's still really good, right? And that's kind of the effect that I think that the ban had on colorless and dark is people are like, I can't play it the way I used to. They're still really good. Like it'll all work out, right?
Yeah.
Especially with Psychic having this much representation, like dark kind of farms Psychic. So like could have been a good day for dark if you had
every day is a good day for dark if you're a believer.
That's what I'm saying. Could have been a really good day for dark players today. But Natalie also said apparently all 3 of the fighting decks are my Rockets Tyranitar build,
which is awesome.
Let's freaking go.
So let's see if one of those can prevail. We also do have Natalie graciously collected some data on what builds these Psychic decks are playing, because there are so many of them, and it's not fair to lump them all under one gigantic umbrella. We were just talking earlier about how Psychic has this vast card pool that allows it to flexibly choose how it wants to play.
Oh, this is good data, Riley.
Yeah, so of these 27 Psychic decks, just around half of them, 14, are playing a Xatu-focused build, so maxing out their energy acceleration. There's one Dragapult variant of Psychic. That Dragapult's a really nasty card if the coin flips can go your way. But speaking of coin flips, Togekiss, 6 players in the field of these 27 Psychics are rocking the Cursed Kiss variant.
Let's go, dude.
But there's a few more as well, right? We have Lost Zone, 1 player representing the Lost Zone, which is super cool.
Yeah.
1 control Psychic deck, 1 Ability Lock Garbodor focused deck, and 4 Psychic spread decks. So, I mean, you can see the proof is in the pudding. There's so many different ways you can play Psychic because there's just so many good Psychic cards.
There are, Riley, there are. And it seems like by far the most popular, it's funny, the most popular way to play Psychic is that Xatu build. There are 14 Xatu builds.
Now, twice as many as the next
I don't
most
like
popular.
Xatu. I don't even like Xatu. Like, Psychic's one of my favorite decks, but I don't like Xatu. I don't play that card in my Psychic deck. Never have. It's I think it's fine, you know. I'm just like I'd rather just play the Malabar builds and just kind of like rely on that.
Well, it's like one of those moments, right, where you have to decide like what your cuts are. You can try and squeeze it all, but maybe it doesn't all work out, or maybe, in my personal opinion, is discard pile based like effects are more reliable than hand based effects, kind of implicitly on the face of them. So even though Xatu has a higher ceiling of being able to draw you cards, like I personally think something like a Malamar is just always going to be more reliable energy acceleration. You can try and squeeze both, but then you're jamming your bench with all these different support Pokemon, which is not typically how the games are going to flow most optimally for you.
Yeah, Xatu is still really good. I got to give it credit. I don't know. I'm kind of the thing about Gym Leader Challenge, players get stuck in their ways too. They just do, you know. And sometimes it could be hard to like. To change your list. It's same with players get, I'm sure, with like their commander decks and things. It's like, well, I've kind of got my 60, you know, I kind of like really like the way that this flows. And it is just so difficult to fit all the cards you want into a deck that a lot of times you kind of have to just like take a hard line, like, I'm doing
you only got
this.
60 spots.
Yeah,
I'm
doing this with my 60 spots. No, I'm doing this with my 60 spots, and that's just going to be the end of it. There's something that I really enjoyed about the fighting deck that I played this past week, though, is that the fighting deck, there's like an obscene amount of space in the deck. And yeah, the reason is that there's not a lot of incredible fighting support Pokemon, right? So like
so frees up all the slots.
So you've got like pretty much all the cards you want to play, you can find room for them, right?
Yeah, because there's no good Pokemon to play, so you might as well play all the broken trainers.
Yeah. Now I know we talked a little bit about this yesterday. Grant Manley is here in the house. He got 9th place at the standard Destined Rivals event yesterday, played Golden Go. And Grant Manley is one of the most accomplished players in the room right now, I would have to say, in the tournament hall. And has a very successful history in the Pokemon TCG and a very successful history at our release weekend events.
Yes.
Has top cut a few of them, but most notably at the Fusion Strike release weekend doubleheader. He is the only player to ever win both the Standard and the Gym Leader Challenge event in the same weekend. He won the Standard event with Mew VMAX, I think, and then went on to win the Gym Leader Challenge event with his colorless control deck, which at the beginning of Gym Leader Challenge format, keep in mind this format is just a few years old. At the beginning of Gym Leader Challenge format, there was no ban list, right? It was like the exploratory stage of the format.
Sure.
Just let the players play, and by hosting tournaments, players will show up and try to break your format in half, right?
And Grant's the kind of guy who will do that.
And Grant loved that concept, right? Because Grant is a deck builder at heart. He loves the idea of just brewing a spicy deck for an event and things like that. And Gym Leader Challenge kind of gave him the opportunity to do that while also competing for some cash prizes. So Grant Manley is kind of the player who was able to prove to me that no bans made control too broken in the format, right?
Yeah, Pokemon, the expanded format has had this problem too, right? Where there's just so many incredible disruption cards, and I don't think they're really designed always with each other in mind, especially when you factor in like the really high-end cards like the Oranguru, for example, that allows infinite recursion so easily of 3 cards at a time with resource management. I mean, that's ridiculous. So Grant's the kind of guy who sees those opportunities and loves to jump on them to build the disgusting control decks.
Yeah, and Grant apparently brought another control deck here today, and he said that it's much more balanced. After talking to him yesterday, he's like, it's a much more balanced control deck, okay? But we'll have to see how his control deck operates. He says that so long as Hex Maniac is legal in the format, there is room for control to exploit it. And that is what he's trying. He said, as soon as it's like, if you ever ban Hex, the dream is dead. But so long as Hex exists, I will build the filthiest control deck you've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, there's just so many different ways to recur cards, to combo broken control items together alongside Hex Maniac. You really need that Hex, though, to prevent the crazy support abilities from breaking your locks, however that lock is constructed.
Now, we've got an exciting interview coming up. Sarah, who is playing the double hit Jump Bluff Brew, is going to come up here to talk to us a little bit about her deck and how she landed on that deck to pilot for today's Gym Leader Challenge event. We will be right back with Sarah in just a moment. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm here, joined by our round 2 winner, Sarah.
Hello.
And Sarah, you are playing a very unique deck today. You're 2-0, but you haven't played many turns of Pokemon. Tell us about your story. How did you come to play this deck, and what has happened in your tournament run so far?
I think I've played exactly 3 rounds of official matches.
3 turns?
3 turns, yes.
Oh my god, dude.
three turns. Because my first round, I donked my opponent. They just had a Clef out, 30 HP, and the hop-up that I'm playing has a move called Continuous Spin, and it deals 20 damage. You roll until you get a Tails and does 20 damage for each heads. And I rolled 2 heads, and I donked him. And then on stream, I was able to get Jump Fluff on turn 2, and I think it's called Spinning Attack. Yeah, Spinning Attacked, knocked out.
Forced to faint.
I didn't. There was nobody's actually dead. It was just knocked out. Knocked out the Sobble, knocked out the active Pokemon, the Snom, and that was it. But my favorite Pokemon is Lurantis.
Really?
Yes, it's one of my favorite Pokemon ever. I saw that they were making a sitting cutie for it, and I got really, really excited because there's no Lurantis merch. There's no official plushies, no nothing.
Wow.
I've looked everywhere, I haven't found anything, so I was very excited. And so this deck plays Lurantis in it because it plays the one that does all your fire and grass Pokemon deal 20 damage. It plays the Lilligant that says all your grass and fire Pokemon deal 20 extra damage. And I really like Lilligant too. She's very pretty. I really like Hisui and Lilligant as well. But I saw those and I wanted to play them together. And I really like Jump Fluff. It's very cute. And I really like the idea of just being able to power up a few of these double attacking Pokemon and just take either one big knockout or 2 smaller knockouts. So it was just very exciting. And I'm playing the Diplin that does the festival lead ability.
Right.
Where you play Festival Grounds, then it gets to attack twice with the Do the Wave attack. And then I think for other Pokemon, I'm playing the Kartana that has the free retreat cost.
And I think it attacks on a 4-prize turn or
yes,
something.
Yes, it deals.
3.
It does 10 damage for 1 energy, and then it deals 120 damage if you have exactly 4 prizes, it's pretty good. It's just an easy.
And if you're boosting it with the Lurantis or the
Muscle
Band, which we saw.
I was playing another game because me and my opponent in my first round, we played another game after the donketing happened.
That's nice.
Yeah, I wanted to play some more, and he wanted to play some more, so it was a lot of fun. But then I also play Hustle Belt in my deck, and I play Budew. And I was able to...
If you put a Rainbow Energy on it.
I do play Rainbow Energy. I play Rainbow Energy onto Budew, played Hustle Belt, and it was just start swinging for 80, taking knockouts.
With item lock.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's so nasty. It's so nasty. It's so fun though. I really like Budew too. Natalie loves Roserade. Natalie loves Roselia. I love Roserade a little bit more.
Really?
Yeah.
But you're both fans of the Budew line.
Yes. And so Badew's so cute. It's just such a charming little guy. And when I found out that they made this sick, nasty, down and dirty version of Budew, I was like,
I gotta play that.
I need to put this guy in my deck right now, expeditiously. But it's just a lot of fun. I usually play not weirder decks, but not super meta decks. I have a Alcremie deck that's around this plays all Rainbow Energy, and you just put a bunch of different types of energy on your deck, and you just do 200 plus damage for 2 energy.
Right.
Just whenever. I like to play Fairy.
I know you've been one of Fairy's biggest defenders since the beginning
Fairy.
of the format.
It's so bad, but I love playing Fairy. But I just like playing decks that are just around the Pokemon that I really like. So getting to play this deck that has Lurantis in it, which is top 3 favorite Pokemon. It's Lurantis, Salamence, and Sylveon. That's the top 3. So just getting to play that, I was yay!
Oh, well, that's so sweet.
I'm so excited. And I was I was shaking going into the game on stream because I was so nervous that I was gonna one, misplay really badly, or just somehow manage to embarrass myself, but I didn't.
No.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. Short and sweet.
Yeah, I was oh god, they're gonna have to talk for a really long time now because I was playing too fast. But it's a lot of fun. I played a few games with it, and I really, really like the deck.
That's amazing.
It's just
Sarah.
a blast.
Yeah, we're really excited that you've brought such a cool deck to the tournament today. And not only that, but we get to see it work on stream already. And knowing the backstory that Lurantis is one of your favorite Pokemon and that you really just love the way that all these Pokemon interact together in the deck, I think just makes it so much more enjoyable to watch. So I think I speak for a lot of us when we say we're going to be rooting for you today and hope you have a good tournament run.
Yay, thank you. I'm so excited.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here in the studio. We'll be right back with round number 3 after this short break. Make sure to let us know what deck you want to see on stream in the rounds ahead. We will be right back. All right, we are getting ready for the third round of today's Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash event here at Full Grip Games. Just got to speak with Sarah a little bit about her very funny run so far. Riley, apparently she has played like 3 turns of Pokemon so far and is 2-0.
Love it.
Yeah,
Love
with
it.
Grass.
Yeah, the aggro grass deck. Who knew?
Yeah, absolutely nuts. Apparently Donk DeCleffa round 1 with a Hoppip that has like a continuous tumble style attack. You flip 2 heads, she flipped 2 heads and 40 damage, and it was done. But then apparently they played a fun game, and she also won that and was able to start using Hustle Belt Badoo to do like item lock for 80. Yeah, with the rainbow energy to make it so that the Badoo could hustle belt.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and then, obviously we saw on stream one with just a couple of turns played thanks to Jump Bluff and its ability allowing it to hit twice. I also have received word that one of my Rockets Tyranitar fighting builds is 2-0 in the field today.
Yes.
Shout out to Joe Cornell, who is a legendary local player and also the co-star of last year's LAIC vlog. If you watched that, so my trip to Brazil, Joe was heavily featured in that video and also helped me to film it. So,
thank you, Joe.
Yeah, you may know Joe from that vlog specifically, and he is playing my Rockets Tyranitar fighting deck today and is 2-0 with it so far. Just beat John's fighting deck, or
it beat a psychic deck.
That's what I meant. Just beat John's.
Yes.
John's psychic deck,
which is a tough matchup, right? So
you would think
the fighting decks are climbing the ranks, Andrew. Hopefully, Joe is playing an opponent we haven't seen already on streams. That way we can slide him in here soon and see this fighting deck that you've been propagandizing in action, Andrew.
I would love to see that. I'm certainly rooting for the Rockets Tyranitar deck today. That if I could choose one deck to win the whole thing, it would be the Rockets Tyranitar
that would be
deck.
So
that
cool.
would be it.
That would be so
we
cool.
had a new card from Destined Rivals win yesterday's standard event, and
which was hype.
That was really hype, right? The Marnie's Grimsnarl deck took the whole thing home. Got the $1,000 cash prize. Today's Gym Leader Challenge event has the same prize pool as yesterday's standard event. So if we had another Rocket card or another card from Destined Rivals really play a profound role in today's victory as well, I mean, then I'd say the script is looking mighty fine here, Riley.
And according to Natalie, we do have a fire at 2-0 as well. The underappreciated types are showing up in these first few rounds here at Full Grip Games, Andrew.
Yes, and Fire was a deck that I really wanted to chat about briefly before we continue on with the tournament, because there's another really big key card that is playing a role in the new Fire builds. I don't know about this build that's 2-0 specifically, but like if you're playing Fire and you like Fire decks, we
got to talk about the new cards.
You got to talk about this new Blaziken. The new Blaziken, I think, is one of the strongest options for Fire decks in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's got this Inferno Kick Flurry attack, does 120 damage, and you discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. It also does 120 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Hello, Amazing Raikou. Is that you? You're a stage 2 Fire card now.
And you have to discard now? Come on, Raikou.
It's more balanced. There's a reason why Amazing Raikou was banned from Gym Leader Challenge format. It was a basic, right? And could get this attack powered off and recycled way too easily. But on a stage 2 card, with the drawback that you have to discard 2 energy, in the Fire pool nonetheless. I mean, this is a very balanced card for the format in the Fire card pool. So Blaziken, a really, really strong stage 2 attacker for Fire type decks. There's a lot of ways you can power this up. You can go counter energy. You could go reversal energy.
Welder.
You could go welder. You could go blacksmith is actually a card that sees more play in Fire decks than welder, which is kind of funny because it's sometimes hard to just get all this fire energy.
It is. And we were talking earlier about that with Xatu as well.
Exactly. Just getting the fire from the discard pile, it's like such a good effect. You just go blacksmith, attach, boom, there it is, right? And Blacksmith also jives really well because once you pull it off the attack once, then you could just
Blacksmith them back.
And you do it again, right? There's also the Burning Energy, which is a special energy when it gets discarded from a Fire Pokemon. It actually gets attached back, so like it makes it so you only have to discard 1, which is pretty cool. And And another big card for the fire decks from Destined Rivals, not just that Blaziken, but also the Rapidash with the Hurried Gate ability, 110 hit points, support Pokemon with the ability to once during a turn draw a card. Now that might not seem great, and you would say, Andrew, why in the world would I play this card in my Gym Leader Challenge deck? Drawing one card, there are cards that draw like up to 5. Why would I waste any space on a card that draws 1? Well, Cheddar, and I'm glad you asked. And the reason is because the Fire Pool also has the Magcargo as one of its most important support Pokemon. Magcargo from Celestial Storm.
Yeah, Magcargo with its Smooth Over ability allows you to take any card from your deck and put it directly on top of your deck. So the combination of the Magcargo with the Rapidash effectively allows you to tutor any card you would like from your deck into your hand. Now, Fire does have another draw option in the Salazzle, but the nice thing about the Rapidash is it's an unconditional draw. You don't have to worry about having an energy card, just a little bit more straightforward to keep drawing cards over the course of a game and get those smooth over targets added to your hand.
Exactly, yeah. So some really nice synergy there. Having to rely on having the fire energy for Salazzle, that could be limiting in some ways, but just, when you get Magcargo and Rapidash set up at the same time, it's basically like you have quick search.
Yeah.
You're like, every turn I'll just stack my deck, draw it, stack my deck, draw it. And you just kind of are getting whatever you want out of your deck and can allow you to pull off some really neat plays. So I think that the Rapidash is also a great add for the fire decks. One of the craziest things about Gym Leader Challenge is that like having a single retreat cost is also a huge deal. It's like a huge deal in GLC because of the fact that many decks are playing U-turn board.
Yeah, U-turn board, because of the fact it can't be traditionally discarded, it just is so versatile as a retreat aid tool. And so cards that can benefit from it and retreat for free while using your turn board will always have that like implicit extra value. So the fact it's a 1 retreat cost is pretty nice on the Rapidash. The attack underwhelming, and like you said, the ability might be traditionally underwhelming in another type, but because Fire is both lacking some of those draw options and it combos so smoothly with that Smooth Over Magcargo, Rapidash makes a lot of sense.
And you know what? This is like one of the themes of the decks that we've been talking about today, is this ability to do specifically 90 to a bench Pokemon.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I've been thinking that too.
You've got like the Raging Bolt, is so strong because it could do 60 or 90 to a bench Pokemon quite easily. In the fighting deck that I love so much, you got the Hitmonlee, which can do 90 damage to a bench Pokemon. And then in this new fire build, there's also the Ninetales from Obsidian Flames. Got the Ninetale Dance attack. Allows you to place 9 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. So it does have that limitation on it, but for 2 fire energy, getting to just place 9 damage counters on a bench Pokemon is really good. Notably, it is damage counters placed.
Yes, so I was going to comment on that too.
Bypasses those bench barrier abilities.
Yeah, the damage counters is really, really noteworthy. And you can snipe, for example, those bench barrier Pokemon, remove them from play, and be able then to do traditional damage on the following turn when you can't attack with Ninetales.
Right. So this card's got a lot of potential, and now we're starting to see pieces that kind of complement this Ninetales going in fire. We were talking before the stream. Who would have known that fire was going to be like a spread deck?
Yeah, when you think of fire cards like over the history of Pokemon TCG, what do you think of? You think of high energy costs, high damage. That's what I think of when I think of fire types. And certainly we've seen that style of fire exist in GLC over the years, but with new cards like the Ninetales, like the Enstar Manitan, like this new Blaziken, fire is kind of developing this almost like precision attack type of build where you can, with extreme care, get rid of your opponent's pieces and evolving Pokemon and support Pokemon on their bench with those like 90, 120 snipes.
Yeah, like now you have to think about it, right? Because it's like we had Ninetales, right? And that was kind of it. And the Ninetales was so good, it was kind of just getting played to whatever fire deck because just placing 9 onto a bench Pokemon is so good. We're just going to play that card,
it's
right?
Great for 2 energy.
Exactly. And that's kind of something that I feel like the fire deck kind of a little bit has struggled with in years past, is that it's trying to find its identity. Like, what does the fire pool do better than anything else, right? And it's one of those it just feels like a jack of all trades pool. It kind of feels like it's got a lot of different things going on. There are support options. There are really heavy hitters. There was like a spread option, but like none of them, they're not really all.
None of them are like best in class.
No, none of them are best in class. So it's kind of like the jack of all trades, master of none kind of situation, right? And that just is kind of the plague that Fire had kind of like lived with for a few years. And things are starting to change, though. There's been a lot of really good cards released for Fire over the course of the last year. You've got the Chi-Yu is kind of like the first piece that like needed to happen. Like you've got a revenge attacker that does 140 for 2. It also accelerates energy from the discard pile. That piece is like a really core component of like almost all Fire builds now. Every deck is going to run Chi-Yu because it's just a really efficient revenge attacker. Yeah, perfect. And then there was Pogo Charizard. The Pokemon Go Charizard was kind of like, was kind of like a thing that like was just kind of gluing the decks together, doubling up all the fire energy, making attacks a little bit easier to launch. But I'm actually not the biggest fan of the Pokemon Go Charizard, and I think that it's possible to build decks that forego the Pokemon Go Charizard now in favor of other things. We've got the new Skeledirge, relatively new Skeledirge, also a popular Pokemon for Fire-type builds, and it's basically got the same attack as Origin Form Palkia.
Yeah,
it's kind of nuts.
It does have the same attack.
It does a lot of damage. 180 hit points, could be tough to knock out. This is just like a really good low energy cost attack, so you don't actually need like Pokemon Go Charizard to power this thing up. Mm-hmm. It's quite easy to get that rolling with like a Raihan or a Mela, or the stadium that allows you to accelerate an energy from your discard pile.
Yeah, the Magma Basin,
Blacksmith. There's so many different options to accelerate energy. You don't really need to play an energy accelerator like your Emboar or your Charizard. It is crazy. It's like, okay, Fire has those. You've got all those. You've got all the different ways to accelerate energy. You've got supporters that accelerate energy, but like it's just missing kind of like a cohesive strategy. But the spread type stuff, I think, is starting to give Fire a little bit of an identity because you've got like this Blaziken. It's got a really powerful spread attack. The Ninetales has a really powerful spread attack. Those two kind of core components, like 120 to 2 and 90 to 1, like I can start to build a strategy around that, right?
Yeah. I think the one unfortunate thing these Fire decks are running into is how many of these like key attackers are potentially evolution Pokemon. You have a Ninetales, a Blaziken, Darmanitan. All of those evolve as a minimum of a stage 1, but the Blaziken's also a stage 2. So making all those different moving parts fit together. We talked about how hard it can be sometimes to make everything fit into like a Psychic deck, for example, because of all those evolution lines. And I could see similar challenges coming up for this sort of spread Fire strategy.
Right. And, N-Star Manitan, another piece. The Flame Bounty Cannon, 90 to 2, right? 9 of the active, 90 to a bench.
And it's a good attack in standard.
It is. It's a good attack, And I think it's true, right? Like so many decks just have like really broken big basic Pokemon, and Fire's like one of those archetypes that's just like, best we could do is Chi-Yu.
Got the Gouging Fire as well.
You do got the Gouging Fire, 170 for 3 if your opponent has, I think, 4 or less prizes. It's like a little bit easier to get moving than the Mewtwo, right? Yep. So that's good.
4 Fear is pretty generous, honestly, for effectively unconditional 170 from that point onward on a basic.
Exactly. All right, folks. That is enough yapping about the new cards and decks in Gym Leader Challenge formats. We have got round 3 coming right up, and it looks like, oh no, they are going to forego streaming Joe because he's playing against Spence again. We already had Spence on stream. So
what are the odds?
But I'm gonna be rooting for Joe in that matchup though, because that's a great matchup for the fighting deck. There's no bench barrier. They're all basics, so like it's a really good matchup. All you got to do is combo twice and you win.
All right, well, send your energy to Joe if you want to see him on stream next round.
Go Joe, beat Spence's Dragon deck, please. All right, and we've got a very familiar face if you are accustomed to watching our Thursday league nights here at the shop, or if you watched, wow, this is a finals rematch.
Oh, and they're getting started, Andrew, so you might want to head over to the table.
This is a finals rematch from our Journey Together Gym Leader Challenge 1K. We have got Ben Morse on the left with Psychic against Trevor Redding with his Water deck.
And so both of these players just played colorless at this previous Journey Together 3K here at Full Grip, and now both of them picking up entirely new types for the Destined Rivals event. I imagine the double colorless and twin bands played a factor in these players' decisions. And we see Ben yet again going with the tried and true popular archetype in Psychic. You know, this previous event, colorless was the most popular type by a wide margin. We're seeing the same thing with Psychic here. Ben says, I'm going to play the best deck at the highest level, and that's my way to win. I don't need to get fancy.
Yeah, why get fancy when you're, when you could just play the best deck and play it really well? Gym Leader Challenge is certainly a format that rewards like really solid play and routing, and both these players showing that their skill and familiarity with the format paying off in the early rounds of this tournament, as both players have quickly advanced to 2-0. If you watched our Gym Leader Challenge Journey Together event just about 7 weeks ago, a little less than 2 months ago, then you would have seen both Ben Morse and Trevor Redding meet in the finals of that event, with Ben Morse taking the win with his colorless deck. Both players switching it out now, and I'm stoked to see what kind of strategies they're going with. It does look like Trevor's maybe playing a sort of traditional water build, also going second, which is worth noting. So going to have the option to start off with a supporter card, and it looks like Trevor's hand is kind of bananas here, Riley. I mean, I'm seeing like Frostmoth in the hand already. There's a Sobble here, Timer Ball. Yeah. I mean, like
the Ball Guy opener, so strong.
Oh, yeah. Got crazy things.
Multiple evolutions in hand as well. And can use the Basculin with the Gather the Crew. Starting that Basculin is pretty much the optimal basic Pokemon to start with these water decks, being able to get more basics out of your deck and ready to evolve for these following turns. And I got to say, Andrew, Trevor going second. Look at Ben's board. 0 cards played on his first turn going first.
Yeah, nothing played there. Just a boulder pass. Doesn't feel great. This is the same kind of issues that we run into in standard format. Honestly, it's echoed in Gym Leader Challenge too, where if you do go first, you can't play a supporter card in your first turn. A lot of times it's just kind of like a bum start. And your opponent gets to kind of like pop off and do what they want to do on the first turn of the game going second, and then you need to start playing catch up if you went first, because now you could start playing supporters to get the ball rolling, so to speak. With that Gather the Crew attack, Trevor's filled up his board now, and Ben has got an Arvin to start to establish a board of his own with the Iron Boulder in the active spot. I do expect to see this Iron Boulder get a lot of play today. This is just one of the biggest, baddest basics in the formats. So efficient. It's crazy to think that like it's actually possible for Ben to just do 170 from this board state right now.
Yeah, he could with just a Dimension Valley and an energy. So long as he could match Trevor's hand size, he could start taking knockouts. Now, I suspect he doesn't have access to those resources, or he more than likely would have seen an energy attachment, for example, on his first turn.
Yeah.
But still, not completely out of the game. And here's the thing. When you see those sort of draw pass moments on the first turn going first, you typically have a good sense that, okay, my opponent probably has supporters in their hand that they can't play.
Exactly.
And we certainly see that with Ben going in with the Arvin and now the Buddy Buddy Poffin to start setting up his benched Pokemon, eyeing up that Mr. Mime to potentially avoid some spread damage here in the coming turns.
Yeah, let's talk about the high end of what Trevor can accomplish on his next turn. I mean, really, we see all those ball search cards, Timer Ball and Dive Ball, both in the hand, and can search out evolutions. I think there's
a research in there too.
Research and Frostmoth both in hand too.
Ugh.
Like, it's about to get nasty. I'm talking turn 2 Wailord coming into play.
Yeah, it's nasty. Definitely possible.
Yes, it is extremely possible. And And that's not something that we see all the time with the water builds. But, Frostmoth is just a card that can allow you to explode energy into play if you could just get them into your hand. Ice Dance says, as often as you like during your turn, you can attach a water energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon. And we see that Wailmer was selected as one of Trevor's bench Pokemon. He's also got Remoraid there. So 3 support Pokemon and Wailmer, right? You've got Remoraid, Sobble, Stomp. All those guys are there to try and support and get Wailord going.
Yes, definitely. And Trevor does have access to the timer ball. He searched off that ball guy. So, I mean, with a couple of heads on a timer ball plus the dive ball he has in his hand, we could really see an incredible turn 2 before even playing this research.
All right, timer ball. Let's go. You flip 2 coins, and then for each heads, double tails.
The much maligned timer ball. And this is why people aren't consistently fans of this card. You do have that 25% chance, Andrew, of completely whiffing.
You do, but it just be like that sometimes.
Yeah,
you miss all the shots you don't take.
Hey, 25% of the time you get 2 evolutions, right?
Yeah, 25% of the time it's also the most broken item card there is.
Yeah, so
miss all the shots you don't take, right? We still got dive ball and a research, so I fully expect Trevor to hit this attack with Wailord or be very close.
4 energy is kind of a lot.
It is, but you've got Drizzile, so if you find like 2 water and a Drizzile, but the thing that I think is going to be,
but you also need a retreat.
Is the retreat?
So you need 5 energy or 4 energy and like a U-turn board, for example, to get this Basculin out of the active. It seems like kind of a tall order off of just a research.
Yeah. Or you find Octillery and then draw more. I'm saying it's possible, dude.
It's definitely possible. But we'll need to see a good amount of useful pieces found off this research to make that possible.
Yes, it could just be one of those. I researched into a bunch of supporter cards. There's a letter.
There's a
There's
and
a vessel.
So that is 5 energy.
But there is nothing else.
But
that's okay because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's 5 energy in hand, Andrew. We got the combo.
This is it. There's nothing else. I was like, missed the Drizzile. You don't need the Drizzile if you just drew into everything, dude.
Gosh, and if I'm Ben here, I'm furious.
Oh yeah, dude. If I'm Ben, I am mad, dude. You're looking at the vessel letter and you're like, ain't no way, big dog, ain't no way.
And there's no way he has a 5th energy already in hand to get this attack off, right? That's what I would be thinking if I'm Ben.
I would say, like, surely it's a load up the Wailord and pass, right?
Yes, exactly. Like, okay, you got the 4 energy, but I'm still good this turn.
Like, definitely. He didn't sack that hard, right?
Well, little do you know, Ben, he did.
Oh, my God, dude. Here it comes. Wailord, 240 hit points. The gorgeous art rare from Journey Together. And the town
hand picking the prize
so that he could hand select a prize card. Octillery in the prizes.
That sounds like a nice one to take here. Hydro Pump for the knockout. And Wailord's monstrous 240 hit points is not easy for these psychic decks to really deal with effectively.
And we do see Trevor decided to take that Octillery off of the prize cards. Trevor wants to win this game as well after dropping the finals to Ben Morse.
Yeah, in very close match.
Very close final that came down to turns, right? In the finals of the Journey Together, Trevor has got to be feeling good about his board state right now against his finals opponent from the Journey Together 1K.
Yeah, and we were talking about how good Mimikyu could be for these emergency situations, but Andrew, Wailord is one of those cards that has conditions that Mimikyu is not very effective at fulfilling. Hydro Pump starts off at a mere 10 damage and does more for every water energy attached. Mimikyu will not be replicating that.
No, yeah. Mimikyu can really slay some large beasts in Gym Leader Challenge formats, but Hydro Pump is not an attack that Mimikyu can take advantage of because Mimikyu will never have enough water energy attached to it in order to,
if any,
deal any substantial damage back, right? So that is not going to be an appropriate answer to the Wailord. there actually is not a lot of great answers that the Psychic deck plays to this Wailord, which is one of the reasons that a lot of water decks are continuing to play this Wailord over the Special Waves Wailord, because it is harder to knock out.
Oh, and we do see Ben has the rare candy access to get his Gallade into play. Honestly, the rare candy Gallade, obviously, it's going to be powerful, right? To have instant access to that buddy catch. But I feel like the Psychic decks really enjoy when they have the opportunity to Kirlia for a handful of turns before they start using buddy catch, just to get the thinning, the draw engine going. So, of course, if this is what it's going to take for Ben to stay in this game, I think it makes total sense. Get that Gallade out and get churning.
But Ben does not have time, bro.
I know. No time, bro. There is no time. You're staring down this behemoth of a Wailord that's already doing 210 damage every attack with no drawbacks.
Yeah, 240 hit points. It's nuts.
It's nuts.
The turn 2 whale is like such an elusive thing in Gym Leader Challenge format.
Trevor made it look easy.
Trevor did just say, like, I'm a research, and here it is. Yeah. Yeah.
With that turn 1 ball guy plus the Basculin into turn 2, multiple evolutions, multiple energy search cards, and still has access to Drizzile if he needs it.
Now, I think that, Ben is kind of really trying to eye up how to route this turn here. And I think that Ben is certainly on the defensive, needs to figure out, like, how am I going to do damage control right now? Because he's in damage control mode. Because all Trevor needs is, like, a search card for Drizzile, and it's Boss Your Gallade dead, right? So, like, Drizzile and the Inteleon will allow Trevor to hand select the exact supporter that he wants out of the deck to target down whoever he wants to target down. So Ben is kind of reeling right now, saying, like, oh my God, I am going to start to get my whole board picked apart by a 240 hit point Wailord. And how can I possibly, like, make sense of this while also trying to build my board?
Yeah. And one of the downsides, of course, of these evolution attackers is they're extremely hard. You can't really chain them very viably, right? It's extremely difficult to back-to-back Wailord if one is knocked out. But Trevor's Wailord is not getting knocked out here, Andrew. It's just not happening.
No, and I think I agree with Ben's move here. I think Ben needs to just send the Wobbuffet to buy a little more time. It's absolutely what he's got to do. Wobbuffet, you just send it in the active so that Trevor can't use boss this next turn off of a Drizzile, right? Like, if he's just got the boss in hand, then you're bodied. But you got to hope that, maybe there is no boss. Also, it could be possible for Ben to actually launch an attack with the boulder.
Yeah, if he's able to swing with the boulder and then swing with the wob, that could be a route. Would need Dimension Valley or another attachment to do that. He has the energy in hand.
Yeah, and he did Xatu, so it was Xatu to power it up, and could it attach from hand? Has to figure out how to hand match. So, like, that's
one of the tricks. Yeah, you got to actually match that hand size.
And it is 3, I think.
Yeah, and Ben's hand is somewhat large right now, though he does have several different playables. That Wobbuffet can be played right down, no problem.
Yes, I think Ben's got the hand match. So this is about as good as it gets.
Oh, and Bench Barrier.
Yeah, Bench Barrier could be clutch because it can allow you to block any incoming Kyogre if Trevor's playing Kyogre, which could do 180 snipe to one of the bench Pokemon.
So honestly, if Ben's able to stage the immediate, like, 1-2 punch into the Wailord, that's about as good as he could be asking for in this situation, even though he had that rough opening. And here we go. He got it. Down to 3 cards. 170 damage on that Wailord. Wailord will, of course, respond with an immediate knockout on that Iron Boulder. Or if Trevor's feeling ambitious, he could do something like Boss's Orders that Gallade and start taking out the legs of this consistency engine, since Wobbuffet is not a factor this turn.
Top deck the Drizzile? Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, might as well use Abyssal Hand first, though. If you can save those Drizzile pieces, you'd rather do that.
And so Trevor's Whale has sustained some damage now. and he's got his pick of any option he wants out of his deck, thanks to Drizzyle's Shady Dealings ability.
What do you think Trevor might be considering targeting here? Would you go after one of those bench support Pokemon? Would you just respond to the boulder in the active? What's your long game in this matchup, Andrew?
You certainly have to get another attacker established. So I think that's got to be Trevor's, major game plan here. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to boss your Gallade," and then what? Like, you leave your board with like a Frostlass, and you get yourself into some super punishable territory there by kind of going overboard without establishing a board. So Trevor needs to do everything in his power to make sure that he's got a potent backup attacker ready to go.
What backup attackers does he have access to? Looking through the deck, I don't see many.
Oh, no, this could be, and that could be how Trevor is really like kind of found room for all the cards that he wants. Is like the secret to the deck might just be that it's kind of just whale, or maybe like, I don't know how many other, basic water attackers he's playing. I don't really see any here. Prize cards are just slightly off camera, so can't see those. He does have, there's Wishy-Washy in the discard pile, and Kyogre. Okay, so they're all in the discard. So he's probably got to play Nessa this turn.
Okay. Yeah, because you have to imagine that Ben is planning to go for the KO with Wobbuffet.
You have to expect that, right? Yeah. So this Nessa was pretty much necessary for
necessary.
Trevor. Necessary, yeah. For Trevor to play this turn, because all the rest of his attackers are really in the discard pile. Also, getting the Inteleon out of the discard pile and back into a potential playable zone is really good.
Now, one thing of note is because the Wobbuffet will also deactivate the Frostmoth, you need to accelerate energy into play on this attacker preemptively. You can't wait and do it this following turn under the assumption that Wobbuffet is going to hit the bench and start attacking.
I agree. Because you have to imagine, right, that Ben is going to do that 1-2 punch, finish things off with the...
maybe getting a Capacious Bucket here.
You can't. Just play them both, right? Oh, no. There's 3. He hit Vessel and Letter.
Yes.
And he's also playing Bucket. That is a really big thing for this list. I see a lot of water lists are playing 2.
And here we see it make the difference.
Yeah,
right?
This is everything.
It gave him the turn 2 attack and sets up this Kyogre for the next turn.
Yeah, he has just been able to shuttle this energy into play extremely fast. I think playing Letter, Vessel, and Bucket, that is proven to be a huge difference maker in Trevor's list so far, and also something unique. I don't see a lot of lists playing all 3 of those item search cards for the water energy. Another big inclusion in Trevor's list, I did see a Silent Lab floating around in there, which means he has the option to turn off these bench barrier Pokemon so that his Kyogre can target whoever he wants.
Notably, that also does turn off Wobbuffet, and it gives you access again to your evolution abilities, like the Octillery, like the Frostmoth, like the Inteleon.
Another prize taken with Wailord. Trevor, obviously playing very heads up here, is very aware of the fact that Ben could go and finish this whale off with Wobbuffet. Ben obviously hoping that by finishing the whale off with Wobbuffet and its Psychic Assault attack, that the ability lock from the Bide Barricade ability would do enough to be able to stunt Trevor's flow of attackers. But Trevor playing around that perfectly by preloading the Kyogre, saying, even if you take that knockout with Wobbuffet, I do have a guaranteed return knockout with Kyogre the following turn.
Definitely. So Ben, off the Raihan, getting a Psychic Energy by searching for it. And more than likely going to use Xatu to start to power through his deck and draw some more cards. And with the combination of the Raihan and the Psychic Energy from the Xatu, Ben will not only have fully powered up the Wobbuffet, but can also still attach for turn and get another Pokemon queued up and ready to go for the following turn.
That's right. And just the energy flow, really important in this deck. You do have energy acceleration, not nearly as much as the water deck has with Frostmoth, just being able to toss as many energies as you want into play. So you do have to be cautious about each energy attachment, where they go, and in how you route your attackers throughout the match.
Unfortunately, I don't think Ben hit another psychic energy, so gonna whiff that attach for turn. That would honestly have been super helpful to just keep up pace with his attachments.
Right.
Cards like the Gallade, for example, take 3 energy, which you could do in one turn with the combination of the Xatu and the Dimension Valley and an attachment for turn. But just having that 1 energy preloaded would have made that way easier.
A card that you really want to see played from Ben now, you really want to see a card like Avery or Parallel City get played. There is obviously there is a Basculin on the bench. It's like an easy discard, but the other 4 are cards you really want to keep, all of them, right? So you want to keep Octillery, you want to keep that Drizzile, you want to keep the Frostmoth, and having to sack either the Octillery or the Drizzile, that'd be a tough choice for Trevor to make. So, it would be nice if Ben could eventually find that card if he's playing it, to have an opportunity to lessen Trevor's setup, because Trevor is in a position where he's just extremely wide right now as the water deck and just kind of eating it up.
Yeah, definitely. And benching another 5th Pokemon with that Frigibax.
And Energy Retrieval. This is another interesting card.
And Lapras as well.
For the water deck. Playing both Energy Retrieval and Superior Energy Retrieval and the 3 cards to search the energy is almost playing this like, God, yeah.
Like a traditional Rain Dance deck.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that is a ton of energy search options, a ton of trainer-based energy search options, probably playing like a slightly lower count of actual energy in the deck with more opportunities to retrieve them via trainers.
I actually kind of prefer that kind of style myself when building decks. It's going to be more reliable over the course of a game just to have lots of different outs to your to multiple energy, right? The energy retrieval is a 2 energy conversion. The Capacious Bucket is a 2 energy conversion. Same with those Professor's Letters and Earthen Vessels. So I really like the style that Trevor's going for here. And the question is, no Silent Labs. So yeah, just taking the knockout on that Kyogre. And again, you can't use your Abyssal Hand or your Inteleon or anything fancy like that while under the effect of Bide Barricade. So pretty much limited to the cards he had in hand or were able to grab this past turn.
We see Trevor with some extremely good fundamentals, though. What did he do? He got a basic water energy onto the Drizzile. And what that says is I know my deck is going to enter a kind of like compromised board state this next turn. You successfully locked my abilities the previous turn with Wobbuffet. I had preloaded Dynamic Wave, so I was able to launch that attack. Unfortunately, because of your bench barrier, I couldn't target who I wanted, but we still got an attack launched. Now, what's compromising about the Dynamic Wave attack is that it returns those 3 energy to your hand. So it actually kind of lessens your board state.
Yeah.
While preserving energy. Having the energy just in play is better in a lot of ways because it just keeps them there in case your opponent decides to do something like Hex Maniac or whatever.
Totally.
But now with those energy returned to hand, right? It's like Trevor's understands that like if Ben were to take a knockout while playing Hex, he'd be out of an attack next turn. So like if Ben can stream that ability lock back-to-back turns with the Wob and then a Hex, that's going to be a potentially game-swinging play for Ben. So
and
Trevor
Ben is eyeing up the Wob again,
of
right?
course.
Immediately Night Stretchered for it.
Yes. So Ben, Trevor kind of understanding that ability lock is going to be a very powerful thing for Ben to do, is wanting to put a single water energy onto the Drizzile because then it's just 1 energy attachment and an evolution away from firing off an Aqua Bullet for 120, which notably does also knock out Wobbuffet.
Yeah, although, Andrew, there were a variety of energy in Trevor's hand. There was the Inteleon in his hand and even the Scoop Up Net, which would have been potentially useful if this Kyogre gets trapped here.
Yeah, look at that.
And now those are all on the bottom.
Floatstone, though.
Okay, yeah, Floatstone's another great out to retreat on this Kyogre.
Right,
if he needs
off
it.
the prize.
Oh, and Guzma
or off
there.
the Floatstone and Guzma. Guzma could get around a Wob. Floatstone could pivot the Kyogre out of the active. It's got a retreat cost of 3.
Is it just going to be a promote Wob and pass from Ben? I don't see a second attachment to even do the initial Psychic Assault for 10.
Oh yeah, this is looking pretty tough right now. I've got Buddy Catch, Tulip, but that's for next turn as the supporter's already been played.
Already played the Marnie, but nice thing is you can preempt those supporters into your hand if you have the luxury to do so. Okay, here we go. Energy Retrieval. So is able to poke for at least 10 with Psychic Assault. Wobbuffet, of course, doubles that damage plus a little bit more every turn. So it does eventually put on pressure, but it will take several turns of Psychic Assaults to knock out this Kyogre. And with nothing like a Duskull in play, no...
yeah, I like Ben's attaching to the... Yeah, get the energy on the Gallade. 10 damage doesn't matter.
Right, yeah. Yeah, realistically, I think that 10 would only matter if you have access to a Dusknoir on the following turn, because 10 plus that 130 would be enough to knock out the Kyogre. But in the absence of a Dusknoir, I don't think you're realistically going to Psychic Assault the 4 or so times that it's going to take to knock this out.
Right. So I like passing. I see that there's the Dimension Valley in Ben's hand as well. No need to play that. You're not really gaining anything by potentially sacking your only Dimension Valley to do 10. I mean, it's just you're
yeah, Dimension Valley for 10 is not it.
No, it's not it. So you got to ask yourself, these kinds of questions like, is this a valid use of the resource? And we see Trevor, not going for a Guzman play or anything like that, just saying, yeah, we can save that for later. Floatstone to the Kyogre, and let's Marnie.
Also, Trevor holding his own stadium. He had access to Brooklet Hill. Of course, couldn't use it this turn, but deciding to keep that in the deck to bump cards like Dimension Valley, like the Parallel City.
Exactly. We see Superior Energy Retrieval going to be live. Yeah.
There's only the 2 because he used that regular energy retrieval earlier.
So could attack with Inteleon, right? You Superior for the 2. You Evolution Incense for the Inteleon. You're wasting Inteleon. But to keep pace and go to 2 prizes, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, you go to 2 prizes. You have access to the Kyogre still for future turns, that you need to get those energies back somehow to make that work. And that Kyogre is knocking out anything the Psychic deck is throwing into the active spot as a minimum. So that brings you down to 1 prize. And all you need to do is find that last prize, Andrew, at that point.
I know, right?
So it's probably okay to just fail on the shading dealings in the interest of advancing the prize race.
Exactly. And I think that's the wager that Trevor is making. Inteleon is mostly known for its shady dealings ability. Obviously, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, you get to search your deck for 2 trainer cards, put them into your hand. Trevor unable to use that because of Wobbuffet's Bide Barricade ability. However, its Aqua Bullet attack, very underrated part of this card's arsenal, power level. Really, it does 120 damage for 2 and 20 damage to a bench Pokemon. Obviously, that doesn't work because of Mr. Mime's bench barrier, but 120 damage still for 2 on a 160 hit point Pokemon. That's just a really nice attack in a pinch. And as we've seen, Trevor preloaded that single water energy last turn, seeing this potential situation that might arise, and the exact situation came to fruition.
Absolutely, yeah. And has access to VS Seeker in hand, so plenty of potential supporter outs that Trevor could take advantage of. Could just draw cards by using a card like Professor's Research. Has creative options like Mallow and Lana to potentially take advantage of. So plenty of cool cards. Ben, of course, did preload a Pokemon himself. His Gallade is just 1 energy away now from taking a KO. The 160 damage on that Swirling Slice and the Gallade is perfect math to knock out this Inteleon. But the question is, so you promote Gallade if you're Ben, you take that knockout, you go down to 4 prizes remaining. But if Trevor responds with a knockout of his own, that's also your Gallade going down, right? Oh, but Hex. Shoo! Perfect turn to Hex from Ben, but doesn't have the 3rd energy.
Hex and passes?
Oh no.
Oh,
And now
my.
Hex actually turns off the Mr. Mime, so Trevor can actually Aqua Bullet to snipe.
Oh my gosh, so Ben just having to play a defensive Hex to try and save face this turn.
You don't love to see that. Trevor eyeing up the Green's Exploration, which is now actually active.
Wait, what?
Green's Exploration only works if you have no Pokemon in play with abilities. However, Hex Maniac, the way it works is it removes abilities effectively removes the ability section from your card. So
Yes.
Greens actually could be played right now under Hex.
That is so crazy. Green's Exploration, also a really interesting card in this water deck. I mean, a lot of water decks are not playing Green's Exploration. I mean, that is a really setup intensive card. Going for Colress instead. I mean, who doesn't like Shuffle Draw 9?
Yeah, Colress, of course, one of the strongest draw supporters ever printed. However, there is Dragon decks that are preying on folks who are using that Colress with the Kyurem. However, we see a nice big 9-card draw, refilling the hand from Trevor. Super powerful. Can get an attachment down if he so desires. It's unfortunate because I think Trevor would really love to just take the knockout and go to 1 prize remaining, but truth be told, I don't think he's going to complain too much about the way this game has panned out for him.
Yeah, no, Trevor has been really dominant in this match so far.
And the unfortunate thing for Ben here is you can't really go for Dusknoir at this point in the game. Your opponent's at 2 prizes left. If you blow up a Dusknoir, you just leave Trevor at 1 prize remaining with such a robust board setup. Have Octillery down. Have the Arctibax in play to get a Baxcalibur if you need it. Have the Frostmoth, but Parallel's big.
Yeah, it feels like it might be too late for this card, though.
Yeah. The only way I could see this Parallel really working out is if you could pair it with something like a counter catcher to knock out this Frostmoth.
Ooh,
But Trevor's saying,
wow.
I value having 2 energy accelerators, avoiding those counter catcher type of shenanigans over having my Kyogre on the bench.
Shoo, that is a crazy play. Discarding the Kyogre, and we're going to see how that
But here's the thing, Andrew.
pans out
This
for Trevor.
Gallade has 40 hit points left. So you don't need a crazy attack to take it out at this point. Honestly, just finding a Baxcalibur might be enough. You could attack with it.
My concern is mostly about the energy situation in Trevor's deck, right?
Yeah.
Because I know that I think energy retrieval's gone. I think that the Nessa has been played. I think that the Versus Seeker has been played.
Yeah.
Versus Seeker might have been played. And
I don't think the Verse Seeker was actually played yet.
Okay.
I think it was
but
married
the
away.
Superior has been played. So a lot of cards out of Trevor's deck have been played. And he just sacked like 3 energy to the discard pile. I did
Yeah.
not like that. I think I really wanted to see that Kyogre stick around because this is the one opportunity that Ben has. Like Trevor could miss. I guess there are 3 energy left in deck and a Night Stretcher.
Yeah,
But that is it.
he's only drawing 3 more cards off this Bird Keeper as well.
It's not a Bird Keeper. He's got a Tate and Liza.
Oh,
for
it's Tate and
5.
Liza. Okay, so 5 cards here. Actually, significantly better than 3.
But has to find 2 water. Like
find
Tate
2
and Liza.
water.
There are 3 water in this deck. He needs to find 2 right now, or else like what? Yep. Okay.
There's 2, and there's the VS Seeker as well. So
For Nessa, like okay, all right, dodged. Like we're fine.
yeah, and attacking with the Baxcalibur is really nice here as well because you still have the Frostmoth on the bench. You have the double energy accelerator action going on here. Ben can't. There's no real obvious targets for Ben to take out, and Trevor might even start to preemptively accelerate onto this Wishy-Washy. Debating. Played that Night Stretcher. Interesting.
I think well, here's the thing, right? You're looking at your board and you're like, all right, I'm going to 1 prize remaining, and in order to accelerate with Frostmoth, I need to have a Pokemon in the active that can retreat, right? And so Trevor is saying next turn, at best,
I'm going to Nessa for all the energy and just retreat the Frostmoth.
Exactly. Right. I could attach 1 energy from hand, 4 turn to Frostmoth, and then 3 accelerate to the bench. That makes an attack. So that is my kind of that is my outs to being able to attack next turn by using Frostmoth to accelerate. Because this Baxcalibur, you got to assume the worst, that it's getting knocked out.
And we'll see what attacker Ben lands on to take this knockout. Also notably completely locked out of Dusknoir at this point in the game. So the Duskull on the bench not really providing much value.
No, it's not. We do feel like, I mean, Trevor, this is one of those lists. It feels like Trevor's deck kind of has just enough resources to win a game.
That's okay.
That is okay. That's what I'm saying. So you just have to be careful, right? And so long as you're careful and cautious, I mean, that's how you min-max a deck, right?
Like, it is. It totally is.
The deck should have the exact amount of resources you need in order to win.
And how is Ben going to knock out this Baxcalibur? He almost needs the Iron Boulder to do it. Mimikyu is not going to be sufficient. We'll do 130 back, but 130 is not a knockout here, Andrew.
No, and this Baxcalibur needs to go down.
Okay, Tulip. Oh, it feels like it's going to be tough to get down to that 3 cards with what I'm seeing in Ben's hand.
Right. It's got Rope. I mean, you're probably going to end up... Tulip is up to 4, right? So you don't have to get all 4. It looks like, are we tuliping for just the Boulder? Because there's 2 energy in hand, but then you have to use the Xatu and you're going to draw 2, right?
Right. And
which is why I like Malamar more. But anyways.
Well, there is Malamar on the bench too.
Oh, there is Malamar, but you have to get rid of that Psychic in hand, I guess. So, yeah, that's fine. So it's like you're getting rid of the energy. Do you have to? I guess you could just use Malamar, and then you have to play Rope, and then that's it, right?
Yeah. But then Trevor just has the VS Seeker still available to him in hand.
But I don't think Guzma's been played, right?
Right, but if you're playing Rope, then Trevor can just promote something like the Frostmoth or the Wishy-Washy, still have that Baxcalibur ready to go, and dig with Octillery.
Boulder's got 130 hit points, though.
140, which is outside of the 130 from Buster Tail. But what I'm saying is, I presume Trevor has multiple Gust Outs still in his deck.
No, there's not multiple. It's definitely just Guzma.
Okay, well, even if it's just Guzma, right? Even if it's just Guzma, he's got a potential 5-card draw off this Octillery. Pretty powerful.
Now, this sucks for Ben, though, because in order to match hand sizes, he had to play the Escape Rope.
Exactly.
And now Trevor is just like, I promote my fat fish. Yes, the Wishy-Washy, who has 180 hit points, dude. The 180 hit point basic.
It's just above the threshold.
He stays in play.
That's actually even nice for the Guzma.
It's really nice. Trevor's got Quick Ball, Lapras, Versus Seeker all in hand. We know Tate and Liza's in the discard pile, but the Baxcalibur does not want to go. You see the Guzma is in there.
There's 5 cards. Can draw 4 of them?
Could draw 4.
Off the Octillery?
Trevor is almost guaranteed, but not quite.
Yeah. The thing is, like, even if he whiffs, he's probably fine.
He's probably fine, right? Because you're not wasting the Versus Seeker. So you don't really care.
I feel like Trevor's in a pretty good spot. Even the event where Guzma is that final card in deck.
And does he find it? There it is.
There it is. Okay. For a second, I thought maybe he whiffed it. And there we go. Trevor taking the win precisely with his water deck. Revenge for the finals at the last Full Grip Games Journey Together GLC event.
Oh, it's all come full circle, Riley. These two are at the top of their game in Gym Leader Challenge format. Trevor has been a longtime fan of GLC, a longtime innovator in the format as well, and now proving his merit and his flexibility as a Gym Leader Challenge pilot as well. Both of these players are stepping away from the deck that they reached the finals of the Journey Together 1K with, and now for the largest cash prize pool ever offered for a GLC event, playing different types that we haven't necessarily gotten to see them play a ton before. And Trevor showing his innovation and proficiency with this unique water build and toppling the Titan Ben Morse Journey Together champion in round 3.
Yeah, great stuff. Really entertaining game to watch from Trevor. And Ben is a tried and true Gym Leader Challenge player. I'm sure we'll see him continue to do well over the course of the day, despite this setback here in round 3.
Absolutely. We can see they look to be in good spirits, having fun, playing some Gym Leader Challenge. And, I'm sure these two are hoping that they'll get an opportunity to play again.
Maybe in the finals.
I think we've seen quite a few decks like really pop off so far in today's games. I mean, we saw the Dragon deck. It was Spence was just drawing absolute fire, just like flames just sparking out of his deck as he hits every single card that he wants in order, turn after turn, to topple Ben Peacock's Psychic deck. And then Game 2, seeing Sarah come in with the turn 2 jump bluff for a double knockout. I mean, all these strategies are different, right? We saw Dragon pop off. We've seen Grass pop off. And now getting to see Water pop off with the Wailord and really getting an aggressive start. It's been exciting to see the deck building techniques that players are using in order to get these really strong starts with their decks.
Yeah, absolutely. So many different options available in GLC, and so fun to see them all on display so far here in the first 3 rounds here at the 3K.
And you know what, Riley? There were 27 Psychic decks in the field today. I do feel like in a lot of ways, Psychic is kind of like the safe pick for today.
Yeah.
But it's lost twice on stream today.
Yes.
It's lost twice on stream. I think that kind of what's starting to happen with many of the Psychic builds is that there are too many options and players are trying to jam all of it into the deck together.
And it's just so much going on at that point
that it's not quite as fast. It's a tick slower, right?
Or less reliable.
Or a tick less reliable than decks that are really just honing in on trying to do one thing really well. Yeah. And I think that was what was really commendable about Trevor's list is that he kind of... No fluff. Very much honed in on getting every single card in the deck to jive with the strategy that I am trying to get going here so far. And it looks like Jesse Parker also is on the Togekiss train. Okay, and has given us a report that he is only 1 for 7 on Togekiss flips. And cost him his last round, so he's 2-1 now with the Togekiss Psychic deck.
You can still make it 2-1, Jesse.
The fact that you're 2-1 with 1 on 7 of your Togekiss flips
shows how good it is.
Shows how nuts that the deck is. And I think like so long as you keep your head on straight, do not tilt, bro. Your numbers will buff out. The way that math works, you're bound to roll 7 heads
over time. It'll all come together.
It'll all come. That's the way math. That's the way it works, bro.
Yeah. So for the game you lost, maybe you'll steal a crazy game.
That's
later.
what I'm saying, bro. Yeah. It's all gonna even out. Yeah. It's all the luck will buff out, dude. You just gotta do not tilt. Do not tilt. Head on straight. Do not tilt, bro.
So true, Andrew. So true.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. The next one's going to be heads, surely, dude. You'll probably flip 3 heads in a row and just be like, dang, that was the easiest game of Pokemon I ever played.
3 knockouts.
Like, that was easy.
Gosh, you remember that Articuno game from last time?
Dude, of course I do. Yeah.
Basically the same thing if you think about it, because that came down to coin flips too.
Exactly. Yeah, that was nuts for sure. I am really curious to see how Joe and Spence's game is going. Joe is playing the fighting deck. Spence has got the dragon deck. I really want to see a fighting deck on stream this weekend with the Rockets Tyranitar. That's a big hope of mine. But Psychic 0-2 on stream, dude. The most popular deck has not won on stream yet.
Is Psychic a fraud, folks?
We'll is only
it
have overhyped?
To wait and see. Yeah.
Did too many people put their eggs in the Psychic basket? You know?
There's only one way to find out, Andrew, and that's through more rounds of Gym Leader Challenge here at the Full Grip Games 3K. And I know we have tons of exciting rounds to come, starting with round 4, which we shouldn't be too far away from at this point. You know, we just hit time not that long ago in this previous round. So once we get some intel on what's going on, maybe we can slide Joe in for round 4. That would be really exciting to see that fighting deck in action. We'll have to see where his matchup versus Spence landed, but I am just so hyped to see where the chips fall, and it'd be so invigorating to see Psychic get taken down a peg as well.
I think so. I always love an upset, right?
Yeah,
and
we love an underdog story.
Love
here
an
at Full Grip.
underdog story for sure. So we'll be right back with round number 4 here at the Gym Leader Challenge, $3,000 cash event at Full Grip Games. After this quick break, hang tight. We'll be right back. Moving right along, folks, we are on to round number 4 at the Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash event at Full Grip Games in Akron, Ohio. And we have got some exciting new strategies that we're going to be debuting on stream in round 4 here. We've got Darkness and Fire. Both of these decks are 2-1 at the event, competing for a chance to make it to top 8. I think that some X and 2s are going to be able to make it into top 8 today.
I think so, yeah.
And, so these players can still afford one more loss and their routes to a top 8 finish. And one of the players that we have, Tony, is one of Fire's bravest soldiers. He has been a fan of the Fire Gym Leader Challenge deck since day one, a loyal Fire player, and apparently was 2-0 and just barely lost a 1-1 prize game against a water deck in one of his rounds, and is here trying to bounce back against Dylan Ryan, one of our locals here at Full Grip Games, with his Darkness deck. So this should be a really fun matchup to watch, and I'm curious to see how it goes, Riley.
Me too, Andrew. Let's jump on over the table and see what's going on. Now, you said that Tony is one of Fire's most loyal soldiers. To be honest, with the state of Fire over the history of GLC, I feel like you have to be a loyal soldier to roll up to a tournament with Fire. Tony, one of the proud 3 people in this event, rocking the Fire type. We'll have to see if Tony is playing some of those new Fire cards that we were talking about earlier today, or if he's playing some other Fire strategy that we weren't privy to.
I think that, Tony was watching some of the Fire GLC games getting played when I was trying out the Blaziken. I know he was in stream, was watching it, and was trying to figure out if the Ninetales was good. I know he was chatting in chat about that. Oh, we've got the Crisis Punch. Yes.
Okay, so as a minimum, we got Torchic and Crisis Punch. And let's jump right into it, Andrew. I'm super hyped to see Fire's most loyal soldier put together his game plan.
It looks like Dylan is going to be going first. Opens with the Spiritomb and has a Nest Ball and a Coughing. So we've got some pretty traditional Darkness fare showing up from Dylan. The Spiritomb is a very powerful attacker with the Anguish Cry attack. Does 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon, and then of course has the Building Spite ability, which allows you to place a damage counter on Spiritomb once during your turn. And then we also see Dylan has got the Coughing in his hand too, and Coughing evolves into the very powerful Galarian Wheezing with the neutralizing gas ability, to make it so as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent's Pokemon in play have no abilities. So some good options for Dylan already there in his hand. And then a Nest Ball, which he's playing now, can go to search out Purloin, which evolves into the Liepard with the trade ability. Allows you to discard a card from your hand and draw a card once during your turn. Great for turning through the deck, getting some draw power going.
Absolutely, Andrew. And Dark is one of the types that was affected by the recent double colorless and twin energy ban. Dark, of course, leveraging the red Banquet Guzzlord to take extra prizes. Again, we've talked earlier today about how powerful it is to take extra prizes with cards like Togekiss. Guzzlord is another route to do that. However, Guzzlord's attack is a little less impressive when you have the damage reduction of double turbo energy.
That's right. It's, dare I say, much more balanced.
Yeah, maybe, Andrew. Maybe. However, that certainly has impacted Dark's standing, as that was a capstone attacker in the dark type decks.
So we see no energy drop from Dylan, and Tony trying to weigh whether or not to commit a fire energy to the active Vulpix, and then decides to go with it. I like that because Ninetales, one of the premier early attackers in this fire deck, and you can see why. It's got the Nine-Tailed Dance attack, which places 9 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Drawback being, during your next turn, this Pokemon cannot attack.
Yeah, interesting choice as well. I noticed that Dylan didn't build Spite on his Spiritomb. Do you think that was intentional to dodge a knockout, or is that a mistake?
That dude missed his trigger for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't be forgetting that, Dylan.
Tony doesn't get too much else going, but it really is important to get those building Spites going. Imagine, Andrew, if you are at 2 damage counters this turn with the building
Vulpix.
Spite, that is a dead Vulpix in the active. 1 damage counter is going to be a little bit shy from taking those basic Pokemon knockouts.
Yeah, it looks like Tony's hand is kind of really bad, actually, off of the Marnie. But I think Dylan's supporter in hand is Marnie. So we're going to be just moving along. And Dylan, I'm sure, absolutely kicking himself for that missed building Spite on turn 1.
Yeah, making a huge difference here on turn 2. But so it goes. Yeah, you got to keep on top of your triggers. They really do matter. And I don't know if you feel this way, Andrew, but whenever Marnie or Iono or N or cards like that are super heavily played, whenever I have a bad hand, I'm like, it's fine. My opponent might just Marnie me anyway.
Dude, there's been formats where that's just the way it is. I mean, formats that I've played through where decks were playing like 4N, it was like,
yeah, you get end every turn.
You get an end like every other turn, dude. Like, even in formats with like Marnie, you weren't getting Marnied like every turn of the game. You just get Marnied like pretty often. But now, like in formats with N, it was like, oh yeah, dude, like the beginning of this game is going to be, we're either doing N or Juniper. It's either like,
right.
So the 50% shot, I'm getting a new hand. Yeah,
exactly. I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
So Tony getting the bailout here. His next hand isn't insanely good, but it has some moving parts to at least get a Ninetales attack.
It's got the Ninetales, right?
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly not a unplayable hand, as we see Dylan start to dig into his deck with the trade ability on that Liepard.
Yeah, and we see a piece that the Guzzlord is kind of utilizing now without access to twin and double colorless energy. Counter energy is a card that just is seeing a lot more play across the board. Like a much more fair double energy, only active when you're behind on prizes. So that counter energy could be a key piece to getting a Guzzlord launched. Let's see what Tony has got on his turn. Evolution Incense in hand. He's playing it immediately. Probably wants to find that Ninetales, if I had to guess.
I would wager so, Andrew.
But is it prized?
Is it?
No.
I feel like whenever a player does that specific motion, you know what I'm talking about, where you like clump the deck back together.
Reach the end of the deck and it wasn't there. All right, second scan, still not there. Yep. Okay, the Ninetales is in the prize cards, folks, and that is really not great. But, however, you go for Plan B here. Okay, there is an Evolution Incense in the hand. There's also a Mela in the hand.
There's an Evolution Incense being played.
Yes. And then there's also a Combuskin in the hand.
Yes.
Right? And there's a Mela in hand too. And fire on the active.
So you could preemptively grab a Blaziken, for example, and start powering that up on the bench, recognizing that the Ninetales route is no longer viable. Ninetales would have been super nice here. That 120 hit points would have avoided a knockout from the Spiritomb, for example, on this next turn without some further damage modifier. But sometimes you got to make those tough decisions, and Tony actually seems like he's making some tough decisions right now, getting rid of the Combuskin with that quick ball and searching the Reboot off the Evolution Incense.
That's signifying to me that the Blaziken's prize too.
Man.
Probably, right?
Yeah, some potentially rough prize
or else
cards.
you would just evolve that. Right, like instantly, I think, if the Blaziken was in the deck. So going and getting the Chi-Yu off of the quick ball. Chi-Yu is going to be one of the most flexible attackers for the fire deck, just being a basic Pokemon. I mean, there are so many fire attackers that are evolutions. Having a basic that can just pop out 140 damage on a whim is going to be very good. And getting a fire energy onto the Chi-Yu going to also be big for Tony because that just means that with a single Mela play, the Mega Fire of MVTAC will be live.
Yeah, could even retreat this Vulpix out of harm's way and use the Chi-Yu to reaccelerate an energy. The 50 damage on the Chi-Yu actually does threaten the Spiritomb, funnily enough, because it only has 60 hit points.
Yeah, Tony had a kind of a weird decision. Like, do I hit the Spiritomb and power it up more? No,
you don't do that, I don't think.
So the pass, I think, is the correct play with the Vulpix in the active. You don't actually want to touch the Spiritomb since the Spiritomb does do more damage for the amount of damage counters on it, thanks to its Anguish Cry attack.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of retreating and using the Chi-Yu just to reaccelerate the energy. Chi-Yu wouldn't be knocked out by Anguish Cry this following turn. But Tony might be saying, I would actually prefer this knockout to happen because I want to use this Mela.
I want to use the Mela, right? Get my card advantage back up and, kind of sack a prize that I don't care about. And then hopefully build up a board that is strong. So I think that's probably what he's saying here is like, yeah, go ahead. Just I got one card in hand. Just knock out my
my hand's dead.
Yeah, my head's dead, bro. And Tony loves the Libero Cinderace too. He's played that in every single one of his fire builds since like the beginning. And I have to agree. I mean, the Libero Cinderace card is like one of my favorite cards in the fire pool as well. So I love that that's something that he's...
an interesting play from Dylan, targeting down the Torchic. I don't know. Is it worth targeting the Torchic after you see the Combuskin get discarded there?
I think it's... Yeah, no. I don't think so. Probably not. But Tony has to make a correct route here. I think he doesn't have a fire in the discard pile, so he has to promote the Vulpix so that he can retreat.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's going to retreat into the Chi-Yu, then can play Mela, right? So that's what I expect him to do. And he sees that line, so that's good.
As a true fire warrior, he's not going to fall for such simple mistakes as that, Andrew.
No, yes. The fire needing to be in the discard pile for Mela, yes, that is a simple route to navigate. We've got Level Ball now in the hand, Air Balloon, Escape Ropes. Still like Tony's a little wanton for supporters, I would say.
I'd say so, yeah.
Not seeing, a ton.
Unfortunate, he just can't seem to quite get an engine going at this point. Chi-Yu, of course, will be able to take a knockout. But the downside of these revenge attacks, Andrew, is they're not super useful on back-to-back turns. So even though Dylan isn't threatening an immediate return KO from his current board state, it's not like Tony's got a lot going on for the following turn.
No, but I would counter that with saying, yeah, right. Like, but Dylan doesn't have anything. So it's like,
yeah, we're kind of getting, it seems like we're about to be in a little bit of a wet noodle fight for a couple turns.
And that's cool. I love that.
No, I like that too.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of the game.
That's where Pokemon really lives.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's like a calm before the storm, right? We're gonna have a couple turns of building back up, and then we jockey for position, and then we're back to slugging again.
Yeah.
So I think that Tony gonna tie it up here, gonna go to 5-5, and it's got the Raboot on the bench, it's got the Salandit on the bench too, it's got Air Balloon and Escape Rope, Fire Energy on the Salandit. It's interesting. I think I may have liked to see Magcargo off the top.
There's no slug mod.
No, he was thinking about getting the slug off of the level ball and decided not to. I think Tony's prizes this game are pretty horrendous.
Yeah, well, probably decided not to because Magcargo was prized.
Right.
And now ripping it off the prizes. Oh, man. Yeah, it seems like quite a few evolution lines are in Tony's prizes just based on the way this game has been flowing. Raihan, a great pickup from Dylan here. Potentially going to slow the pace of the game down with this Galarian Weezing.
Riley, when it's time to have a wet noodle fight, there's no better wet noodle than Galarian Weezing.
There's no noodle
wetter than Galarian Weezing, dude. Yeah, exactly. You just put this guy in the active spot, slow the game down, and just poison, right? And if your opponent doesn't move their active, it's You're doing 4 damage counters between turns. It can add up extraordinarily fast. 4, 8, then 12 going back in. I mean, that's just all for 1 energy while also locking abilities. It's the reason why this card sees so much play in Darkness decks. It is a great card to lean on when things start to get a little bit funny in the game. It's also very good early on, but as you see, Tony doesn't really have any abilities in play right now. So.
No, Tony hardly has anything in play right now, to be fair. But this does prevent Tony going for that Salandit. Kind of signals that Salazzle is incoming. Now, we know, seeing Tony's hand, that Salazzle is not incoming right now. But from Dylan's perspective, one of the ways that Tony could start to build up their board again would be through using the Roast Reveal on that Salandit.
Right. And, fortunately for Tony, if Tony does find that Salazzle, he's got the Escape Rope in hand, which can push the Galarian Weezing out of the active spot.
Yeah, one of the best outs to this Weezing is the Escape Rope.
And we've got the Severe Poison ability. I have Poison and Burn markers there.
They're definitely in there.
They're definitely in there, dude. Come on, just do a little looking. The Bulbasaur's cute. That's fine. That works. It actually has an attack on it that says poison. It has an attack on it that says poison. There is text on that coin that says poison.
Oh, okay. You can't be mad about that being used as a poison counter then. Come on, dude.
That's what I used as like my original poison marker when I was like first getting into the Pokemon TCG.
Okay, well, Nest Ball on top. It's going to allow a Slugma to now be benched. Unfortunately, it will still be at least a turn away from any sort of smooth over access.
Right, because like next turn you could rope and then smooth over. But like we said, Riley, I mean, we said wet noodle. We meant it.
Yeah, we did.
Yes. And here comes the retreat. You're not about to let that Chi-Yu die to poison. That's absurd. You can't have that. So you retreat it into the Salandit. And Salandit, I believe, has like a call for family type attack.
Yeah, can we double check that? Can we get our people on this? It seems potentially like a call for family type attack because Tony is searching his deck right now.
It is, but I'm wondering if it can search evolutions. No.
No, just regular
basic
call
Pokemon.
for family.
Yeah, basic Pokemon straight to the bench. So we're looking at either Gouging Fire or another. Yep, it's going to be Gouging Fire.
Yeah.
Hitting the bench.
Unfortunately, without any access to further draw, even if Tony goes for that Escape Rope and smooth over, he can't draw the card right now. It's just going to be sitting on top of his deck waiting for the following turn.
Trainer's Mail from Dylan finds Beast Ring. Not active yet because Tony has not taken...
Nor has Dylan.
No, 2 prizes. So Beast Ring, going to have to wait for another day. Beast Ring is just like a really cool card that Dark gets to play because it has a powerful Ultra Beast worth accelerating to in Guzzlord. If your opponent's on 3 or 4 prizes remaining, you get to search your deck for 2 energy, like Professor's Letter, but you also get to attach them straight to an Ultra Beast. So Dylan choosing the Professor's Letter off of Trainer's Mail to go get a couple more Darkness Energy. And, I mean, every Darkness Energy at this point that you get to attach to Guzzlord is a step closer to powering up that insanely powerful Red Banquet attack, which does 120 damage and takes bonus prizes when you take a knockout. So Dylan getting an energy to the Guzzlord and a Severe Poison for 4 damage counters.
There's a Boss's Orders. Well, technically it's a Lysander. Could be used to dodge that Weezing on 2 consecutive turns. Not half bad. Also opportunity to maybe use this Chi-Yu to re-accelerate energy or this Vulpix.
Okay, going for the rope this turn.
Here we
That's
go.
to stack with the Meg Cargo, right?
Yeah, so more than likely, I'm expecting Tony to promote the Chi-Yu, start to re-accelerate energy onto the board, and can smooth over something for next turn.
I really like this play from Tony, preserving the Lysander. I don't need to play that, right? But then you can use Smooth Over, and Chi-Yu has a really good first attack. It's one of the reasons that this card is just so good for Fire-type decks. The Flare Bringer attack allows you to grab 2 energy from your discard pile, attach them to one of your Pokemon. And that could be very good if Tony can accelerate those energy onto the Gouging Fire, because Gouging Fire's got the Blazing Charge attack, does 170 damage if your opponent has 4 or fewer prize cards remaining. Dylan kind of putting this Chi-Yu, or Tony putting this Chi-Yu into the active spot, saying, you may take this knockout, but if you do, I get to charge, up my Blazing Charge attack and do 170 damage, which would be enough to clear the Guzzlord.
Yeah.
With the Lysander in hand.
Yeah, and if you're able to use that attack on back-to-back turns, there's no like condition on it. You don't get restricted from attacking on the following turn or anything like that. So you could just keep on using that Burning Charge. And if Dylan doesn't have an immediate response, easily run away with the game.
Yeah, the Gouging Fire is one of the big bad basics that are, getting printed for. It seems like every single type is getting like the most broken big basics printed for it lately. And the Fire deck's big broken basic is definitely this Gouging Fire, 170 damage for 3. A condition, yes, but that's 2/3 of the game that you're hitting for 170. So like that's fine.
And some of the most important 2/3 of the game too, like
the ones that make the biggest difference.
When you're fighting your battles,
Right, the ones that make the biggest difference, yes. And then 100 is not like the worst. It's, so even if you happen to like lead it, 30 for 1 can certainly, get some things softened up. 100 for 3 otherwise. I mean, it's just all around good card, good stats on the card.
Dylan drawing a reset stamp off that Bird Keeper could use it to shuffle Tony's hand in. The benefit of that is that that Tony stacked a card to the top of his deck, and so you could deny potentially access to it. I don't think I would use it this turn, but it is an option available when you see your opponents go for those sorts of stacking strategies.
Exactly. I mean, you probably don't want to set your opponent to 5. I mean, you got to imagine like, okay, he's been dead drawing, but here it goes. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, I don't really agree with this play, but
yeah, I don't either. I understand the logic, right? That Tony stacked something that they want on the top of their deck, and maybe 5 random cards is better than the something they specifically selected.
I would wager to say the 5 random cards from the deck is absolutely better than the 1 card that Tony stacked.
Because Tony selected a card to get him 5 random cards.
Probably.
He did. It was Iono, I believe.
It was literally Iono, right? Like he's saying, I need way more than 1 card can provide. And that's facts, right? So,
yeah. And wow.
These are just way better. Yeah, you've got Teammates, you've got Evo Soda. Like if... I'm kind of gassed up if this is my, what I'm looking at. But the weird thing about all of this is that Teammates not procced. Evo Soda, yes, can go get Salazzle, but none of this can be played right now, or none of the abilities can be used right now because of that Galarian Wheezing neutralizing gas. And since, like we said, Gouging Fire only does a boosted damage if Dylan has 4 or less prize cards remaining. Dylan's still at 5, though the Chi-Yu is in danger of getting knocked out from poison, going back into Dylan's turn.
Yeah, it could always retreat it again, and this is one of the downsides of Galarian Wheezing as an attacker, is that you can kind of play around its damage. Only does 40 per tick, which adds up extremely fast, but if you retreat it off, for example, to heal that poison, then that's effectively a 40 damage attack, right?
Right.
Of course, that does snowball extremely quickly if something is stuck in the active spot. Tony could start swinging with Gouging Fire if he wanted, but that would mean that Dylan has the chance to proc severe poison on it.
Right. It's Gouging Fire does 2-hit KO the Wheezing. Could be decent just to kind of throw a big body up there and just say like, yeah, well, this thing's got to go, right? But Tony's saying, you know what, I actually kind of prefer...
I like this, actually.
Going behind a prize. Sure, poison my Vulpix, knock it out going into my turn, why don't you? Yeah,
I like that. Because really, it's achieving the same outcome as attacking with the Gouging Fire. Because if this gets knocked out, then Gouging Fire gets to still KO the Wheezing on the following turn.
On the same turn that it would have been.
Yeah,
right?
On the same turn tempo, but without having to take any severe poison damage.
Right. So I do think that play is definitely heads up. Tony's got a Flowstone in hand in case, like, he needs to retreat something.
Yeah, like a Boston and a Cargo or something.
Yeah, so he's got that option available as well. So he's not really in a terrible spot, just kind of throwing a a nothing attacker into the active. And
Guzzlord is getting powered up, though.
Yeah, slowly but surely, the Guzzlord is inching closer to that red Banquets.
And look at all those possible targets on Tony's board, Andrew. The Chi-Yu is softened up and ready to be banqueted. The Vulpix could be banqueted. The Salazzle, the Magcargo, all of these juicy Pokemon could be eaten up for 2 prizes apiece. And with something like a Fighting Fury belt, if Dylan plays that, you could dodge the damage from that Gouging Fire as well.
Okay, so is Dylan just going to do the severe poison? Looks like that is probably just the most sensible play, right? Yeah, just so sure, you're feeding it up, but I'll take it.
I wonder almost if it's better to recognize that Tony clearly wants something to be knocked out and play a little bit of game of chicken and just slowly power up your red Banquet and use that as your actual KO maneuver instead.
Right. Now, it's weird. Tony doesn't actually get to use this teammates. Don't play it, Tony. Don't play it, Tony.
All right, we're going to make sure that Tony doesn't play teammates.
Do not let Tony play this teammates. Stop.
Okay, we got it. All is well, folks.
Yes.
All is well.
All right, very good.
That said, Tony will be able to remove this Galarian Weezing finally from play with his activated Gouging Fire. Dylan now at that 4 prize card threshold, where Gouging Fire does 170 damage clean for these big one-hit KOs.
Absolutely. Now, if you're wondering why we had to stop that card from being played, it was because teammates only gets activated if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. And that phrase there, during your opponent's last turn, is the key kind of qualifier. And Poison takes KOs between turns, right?
Yes, during Pokemon Checkup.
Yes, so during Pokemon Checkup is not during the turn. It is a different stage of the turn, right? It's a different phase of the turn. So it's between turns. That's when Pokemon Checkup happens. So the teammates only activates if a Pokemon was knocked out during the turn. And so special conditions like Poison and Burn do not trigger teammates because they happen between turns.
So Dylan now does have access to Red Banquet, but Gouging Fire does have 130 hit points, so you'll either need some form of damage modifier to knock it out or to gust around it somehow. And look at that, Andrew. Discarding the B-String on your B-String turn because you've already attached manually so many times to your Guzzlord.
Yeah, man. Who needs it? Here's counter energy just to count as the 4th energy.
Yeah, the
attached.
Wet Noodle counter energy.
Yep. Dark Claw to get it over that 120 damage barrier. So we're up to 140, which is enough to clear that Gouging Fire's 130 hit points. And this Guzzlord is about to really advance the board state with the Red Banquet for 2 prizes, putting Dylan down to 2 prizes remaining. It's a third of the game here.
It's huge, Andrew. Tony does have the Libero Cinderace on the bench, which could be his most viable response here. This is the stage of the game, though, where you really want to start disrupting Dylan's hand, start bringing him down to 2, 1 card. Yeah, there's trade, but trade isn't always the kind of draw power you're looking for when you got those really low hand sizes.
Exactly. And I actually don't hate Dylan's board position. With the Cinderace already established, Cinderace can power itself up in one go very easily with the
Do you mean
Libero.
Dylan or Tony there?
Oh, I meant to say Tony.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't hate Tony's board state.
No, I don't either. Yeah, with the Cinderace.
Yeah, with the Cinderace, because he's got the Magcargo and the Salazzle built up. So what I'm saying is it is very viable for Tony to, eat this knockout. Yep, sure. So Dylan goes down to 2 prizes remaining. But Tony could very easily respond with a Cinderace for 190 damage and an Iono or an End to 2.
I agree, Andrew, and I would love to see if we can put those together. Do you have the Roast Reveal Salazzle plus the Smooth Over Magcargo? So the ability to search those cards out of your deck and make use of them is certainly there.
And it's like, I think you have to stack a hand disruptor.
The one thing, Andrew, is that the Libero ability only attaches the 2 fire energy. You need 3 for Flare Striker.
You just got to trust, dude.
And yeah, Tony only does have the 1 energy in hand. I think he's counting how many energy are in his deck. It's not a lot.
But there's Fire Crystal too. You just have to trust. You have to believe.
Yeah, this would be a really great time for something like a reset stamp. Unfortunately, I don't think Tony's playing it, because then you could stack something like the Teammates and get a reset stamp plus an energy and guarantee it. And we talked about how good Teammates was earlier. Putting together those super precise combos is one of the benefits of such a powerful card.
It is worth noting that Dylan's got the Zoroark on his bench. Zoroark with a foul play attack could go 1-for-1 with the Cinderace, copying that Flare Striker attack, doing 190 damage if Dylan can get the necessary energy onto it.
Takes 2 energy though.
Does take 2 energy, so you need a Dark Patch, or you would need Verseeker Raihan, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I think if Dylan's able to pull off the response to the Cinderace, it's going to be really hard for Tony to deal with that, since his Chi-Yu is already so softened up. Even if you use it to KO the Zoroark, you got that Hoopa sitting right there on the bench, ready to take a quick knockout against a weakened Pokemon.
And that's the thing. The Hoopa is going to be a good kind of cleanup hitter, but is not going to be able to deal enough damage to knock out the Cinderace. So Dylan is going to probably have to do something in order to...
We see the Teammates.
Was it the Teammates that was grabbed? So going for the guaranteed knockout with Cinderace over the risk of Iono plus the Baseman. The Basin and the counter energy, it looks like. Okay. Basin's good. But I wouldn't want to see Basin actually get really used on anybody right now, because I don't want to see the HP get decreased.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it really matters on the Cinderace.
No.
That much.
Oh, the counter energy could go on the Ho-Oh. He's got Ho-Oh in hand, so that's not bad. Could go there, though. You got to be really careful attacking with that Chi-Yu at this point.
There's Blaziken.
There's Blaziken and Ninetales. I know. It's like the 2 guys who I consider to be 2 of the best guys in the deck are both prized.
Yeah. Yeah, and Tony would have definitely been able to use them.
But this is Tony's like old school fire build. Like this is all the stuff that Tony like has been playing for eons. So he's kind of in his zone. Even the Ho-Oh, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite able.
Okay, and actually taking advantage of the Chi-Yu does 140? That does not knock it out, right? Is there something I'm missing? Doesn't Chi-Yu do 140? Chi-Yu 140, Guzzlord 150 hit points, right?
Oh man, well that's just game.
That is just game. It's not a knockout, right?
Yeah, well.
Dang it, Tony. No, Tony.
Unfortunate routing there. Honestly, I think that was a little too creative of a route anyway, because that's feeding up the next knockout to Tony. So even if this Chi-Yu does exactly what you're hoping for it to do, it gives Tony more time to power up his Zoroark. So, yeah, I think a little bit of a misplay there.
I think he overcooked, dude.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get a little too far ahead of the curve here, when we could have just spent some time, go in with the Cinderace. That was a guaranteed knockout, and a knockout that Dylan didn't have a response to.
No, right? I think you really wanted to go in with the Cinderace that turn. The Cinderace, I mean, 170 hit points, and so sad. Yeah, Chi-Yu is just 10 damage short of that knockout, and wasn't going to be able to take the KO. I think like there's just the kind of thing where you like look at you and you're like, oh, that's probably enough, and you're like, oh, Guzzlord's a basic, that's probably enough, right?
Yeah, I don't even like the Chi-Yu as the attacker of choice anyway, because the Hoopa had guaranteed knockout.
I know, right? And you just really don't want to allow. I don't like that route, right? Because if you if you attack with the Chi-Yu there, Hoopa gets a guaranteed knockout. So say all Dylan has to do is go energy to Zoroark, knock out the Chi-Yu with Hoopa.
Yeah, and then you're set up.
And then you're set up to win the game, where if you go, Tony then goes Cinderace, then Dylan goes copy Cinderace game, right? So I think the better route was for Tony to go and attack with the Cinderace that turn, and then the odds of Dylan being able to respond to that Cinderace were not very high, and it was possible that Tony would be able to then fire off a different attack the following turn to start to carve out like a victory.
Yeah, and even winding further back, I think it would have been better just to try and go for something like the N or the Iono, and try and bring Dylan down to that 2-card hand and hope you hit the fire energy there.
Right, I agree. I'm making that play personally. I know it's easy for me to say up here in the caster booth that I'm taking that risk, but I mean it. You kind of look at games like that where your opponent has just 2 prizes remaining to your 4, and you have to mount that much of a comeback.
Yeah,
that's a classic scenario that you encounter in the Pokemon TCG though, where it's I got to end and sweep, dude.
Yeah,
that's classic. That's Pokemon 101. We're back at that strategy's been a thing since Mewtwo X-Ball days. I'm going to put all my eggs onto this basket. I'm going to end you to a low hand size, and I am going to go boom, boom, boom game, right?
Yeah.
And that's the Cinderace could have done that.
Well, here's another interesting thing, Andrew. We were talking earlier today about Salazzle and Rapidash and how they work differently in this deck.
Yeah.
And I think we saw exactly the reasons players might consider a card like Rapidash here.
Rapidash would have been better.
Rapidash would have been better for just retrieving this card like an Iono, like the N, off of that smooth over, and still having access to the energy to fully go in with Cinderace. I mean, that I think is the best possible play for Tony, is to attack with Cinderace and to disrupt the hand. The unfortunate thing is he had no way to guarantee both of those things. He could get one piece, but toss away the other in the process.
Right. And it's he needed the fire energy to draw and for the attack.
Yeah.
And it's but he had the one. It's the reason.
And you were talking earlier about Welder, right? And the fact that Welder can sometimes be inconsistent in these fire decks. You don't always have energy sitting around in your hand ready to discard. You might need them to attach for turn. And there are lots of moments where I think Tony wished he would have had access to more energy.
Yeah. For sure. And Salazzle, it's enticing getting the 3 cards, but at the cost of one of your energy. Yeah, getting energy in the discard pile can sometimes be good. It does pair well with cards like Mela, Blacksmith, and the like. But I don't know. Sometimes the draw 1, it's not bad. Sometimes I just set up the Rapidash and I'm like, come on, every turn I'm plussing 1. It's and a zero cost, zero cost. I'm plussing 1 every turn. That's not bad, especially if you get it up early enough. And no one's gonna go knock it out because they're always gonna choose to make cargo instead. So you're always kind of fine just taking 1 extra card every single turn.
Yeah, and my experience with these sorts of conditional cards is, it's so frustrating because you also don't always have the condition to fulfill, right? You might not have an energy in hand, and then your Salazzle, it draws you 3 cards on the turns you have energy, but it doesn't do anything on the turns you don't. I think back to the 06 tournament that we played prior to the previous doubleheader weekend, where I was playing with those Magmars, right? And you don't always have an energy to discard with the Magmars, and it's so frustrating when you don't. You're just sitting there doing nothing.
No,
and so you kind of have both sides of that coin where you would love to do all of the things, but what is the most pragmatic thing turn over turn?
Right. I'm getting word from our judging staff that apparently Joe Cornell has won his last round. He did get paired against Spence actually in round 3 and lost to Dragon, which I consider to be a fantastic matchup for the Hitmoncombo Tyranitar deck. So things must have just gotten weird that game. It can happen. But then apparently redeemed himself by defeating a dragon in the last round. So Joe Cornell is 3-1 with the fighting Hitmoncombo deck, and Natalie said that she will put Joe Cornell on stream next round, no matter what.
Folks.
Yes,
we got it, folks. We'll bring Joe Cornell and the glorious Destined Rivals Tyranitar on stream. Perhaps one of the most impactful Destined Rivals cards on Gym Leader Challenge.
I know. And just think of if Tony didn't prize that Blaziken in that game, he probably just takes command of the game with Blaziken.
I mean, frankly, if Tony's entire prize cards were just shuffled back in and reestablished, his whole game plan would have been much better.
Yeah, honestly. He was doing pretty well considering the prize card situation in his game there.
And that's one of the risks, though, of singleton formats, right? Especially when you're playing higher end evolution lines, is each one of those pieces is susceptible to being prized.
Oh my goodness. The turn 1 Vulpix into the, my Ninetales is prized. Meg Cargo is prized. Oh, Blaziken is prized too. Man, right? And Blaziken is one of the most powerful new cards from Destined Rivals for Gym Leader Challenge format. So a card that we certainly would have liked to have seen in action, but unfortunately prizes are a part of the Pokemon TCG, core part of the game. So it is what it is. And, we still are waiting to see that first impactful card from Destined Rivals in today's Gym Leader Challenge tournament.
But we might next round.
Rocket's Tyranitar is on the way. I've been saying this. It is the best card from Destined Rivals by a lot in this format. Maybe Grass can play the Shaman. That's another.
But that's not as
one.
exciting.
No, he doesn't even attack. He's just on the bench. Important, but yeah, not really the fireworks that we're looking for from a new card from Destined Rivals. But Rocket's Tyranitar, I believe Sandstream could make a huge difference.
Yeah, 20 is so impactful.
Dude, it
adds up so fast.
It adds up really fast. Yeah, it just if you don't deal with the Tyranitar pronto, it's possible to. It could basically turn into. Think of it this way: if your opponent's Pokemon and play are all basics, if you fail to deal with the Tyranitar for one turn, that is 6 guaranteed damage counters on all of your Pokemon. If you failed once to deal with it in the active, to move it, push it, anything, right? That's boom, boom, boom. That's 6 to everything.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. So I'm loving it. I've decided, because I told you I was lost when the Amazing Raikou ban happened. I was lost and I didn't know what deck to fully bling out. Right. Well, I didn't know because I had a fully blinged out Amazing Raikou deck. I actually went as far as I had a fully Japanese Amazing Raikou Lightning GLC deck, and I had a fully blinged out English one. So I had 2 versions of my favorite deck because I liked it so much. But the format changes. So I was oh, well, what am I going to put all my bling in, right? Because all my bling always lives in my favorite deck.
Yeah. Right, of course.
Of course, right? So I didn't really know where to port all my bling to, but now I finally am yes, I'm going to fully bling out the Rocket's Tyranitar in my combo deck. Yes.
Fighting.
I know.
Fighting. What a storyline.
And I have the pre-release promo Tyranitar, which got the really cool Cosmo foil effect on it. Oh man, it looks great.
Mwah.
I know, dude. It looks so good. It looks so good. I could even put it in Team Rocket themed sleeves if I want to. Yeah, I've got these Team Rocket sleeves with the Dragon Shield clear outers. I'm gonna gaudy it all up and make it just absolutely nuts.
You're taking it serious.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it serious. Yeah. It really theme it out. Yeah, the Rocket sleeves with the Rocket's Tyranitar. Yeah, this is my Rockets Hitmonchan deck.
Yeah, I think so.
The dark Hitmonchan deck. Yes.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. So we are going to have 7 rounds today before we cut to a top 8, and you can feel how much quicker the day is moving along without the whole best of 3 thing. Just having single games. Rounds are 40 minutes. We have 1 less Swiss round today than we had yesterday. I think we have between 80 and 90 players for 87 for today's Gym Leader Challenge tournament. So 87 players here competing in Gym Leader Challenge formats for the largest prize pool ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge tournament. Still plenty of incredible games on the way. But with just 7 rounds, we might see some 5 and 2s be able to squeak into top 8.
Yeah, I think we might.
We might see, kind of
We saw all the X2s make it yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so we're going to see some 5.2s make it into cut. We should hopefully get a decent variety of decks, even though 27 or so players showed up with Psychic. I suspect that we're actually going to get probably a more diverse top 8 than our meta breakdown might have shown.
Yeah, based on what we're seeing so far, I mean, we've seen so many different types on the stream today.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, it hasn't just been a Psychic fest.
We've seen grass and water and dark and fire and Psychic, of course.
And we got fighting on the way.
And fighting on the way next round. Dragon as well.
Yeah.
So many popular and powerful types here in Gym Leader Challenge.
Absolutely, Riley. Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll be back with our 5th Swiss round after this. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Make sure to check out the sponsor, FullGripGames.com, for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, as well as DragonShield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyGym at checkout on DragonShield.com for 5% off your order. We'll be right back with round 5 after this. It's time for round number 5 here at the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash event. And we've got an exciting matchup coming your way. Finally, Riley.
Yes.
We get to see the new fighting deck featuring Rocket's Tyranitar. Right now, we have got Joe Cornell going to be piloting the deck against Andrew Haga.
Yeah.
Yep, in our round 5 matchup. This is fighting versus water. Both these players are 3-1.
Yeah, and as promised, folks, we got the Rockets Tyranitar fighting deck on stream for y'all, and this should be a really fun matchup. Well timed from Joe.
Definitely well timed. Thanks, Joe.
So I think this will be a really exciting, and it's our first opportunity to see on stream the power of the fighting deck that you've been propagandizing. I wonder what Joe's getting into at the table there with those really exaggerated hand motions.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm stoked to see this deck in action. Obviously, I'm stoked to see Joe pilot it. You know, my experience with the deck is exactly 4 games. I've played 4 games. I won all 4 of them.
But they were good games.
They were 4 games, and I won them all. Right. So,
Yeah.
So my high on this deck is very high right now as I kind of relive the glory of those 4 games that I played over and over again in my head. But
Now Joe's played as many as you have.
I know, and he's 3-1, and that's a pretty good record.
Oh, and starting the Hitmonchan too.
And going second.
Wow, what an excellent opener for Joe here. We'll see what Haga can put together. Andrew Haga's been playing for a long time. I previously had met him in Columbus when I lived in Ohio, back in like the Sun and Moon era, X and Y era. So long-time player of the game as well. He just really loves Pokemon cards. So I think this will be a game full of passion and joy as well.
Oh,
just 2
for
really,
sure.
really exciting, fun guys at the table.
Yeah, and this is water versus fighting. I think one of the big things is going to be did Andrew decide to bring a bench barrier Pokemon to the table?
Nobody's playing bench barrier.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's playing Manaphy, right?
Nobody wants to work anymore with their Manaphies.
That's what I'm saying. And so if Andrew does not play Manaphy, this matchup could get really out of could get really out of
strong
hand.
Energy too.
Yes, but the question is, does Joe actually have any other cards in the hand that get him? He's got an Ultra Ball, I see that. And Brooklyn Hill. All right. That's really all you need.
Yeah, I mean, Brooklet does benefit Andrew as well, of course, but I think you'll take that trade-off any day if it allows you to set up your board state. Look at all the smiles at the table. People are having a great time playing Gym Leader Challenge.
Yeah, they are. And you can see Joe is a belly searcher, as we see. He's got the, where is the deck? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we had a belly searcher yesterday as well. Happens. Let's get a look-see. Is that Larvitar I see? Yep, that Rocket's Larvitar getting brought to the front of the deck. I think that's a great first choice for Joe here, just trying to get that Tyranitar up as aggressively as possible. And frankly, for the content, you have to.
Yeah, there's teammates in the hand. I see that. I mean, ideally, you really want to... Let's see, does he have a supporter card or... Okay, he might be saying, I'm going to hit and run into Larvitar, and then turn 2, going to explosive evolution into Tyranitar.
He could do that. It also is an option if you want to leave the Hitmonchan active. So if you're worried about an aggressive pop-off turn, you can do that. Although with Haga's turn 1, I don't realistically see that happening.
No, yeah, I do like leaving the Hitmonchan active sometimes, but I think if Joe is just going for that really explosive turn with the Tyranitar next turn, that might be what he's trying to do. I think that Joe does need to kind of just focus on comboing here. The Tyranitar is sick. Obviously, we all want to see the Tyranitar, but you can just kind of like set the Tyranitar up in the background while you're doing a combo. And a lot of times with the Hitmon combo deck, I just want to go, turn 1, hit and run, turn 2, Hitmonlee, turn 3, Hitmon top. And then you can go explosive evolution into Tyranitar while you kind of like build for the next play.
Yeah. And here we go. We got the Drizzile for the rare candy. Baxcalibur added to hand as well. Are we going to see a crazy pop-off turn? Will Larvitar get punished?
I mean, Andrew would need a lot of energy in hand in order to make this happen. We did see Trevor.
I was going to say, Trevor pulled it off.
We did see Trevor kind of have that nutty play earlier in the day. Let's see. What does Andrew have in hand? Is there 4 energy? There's 2.
2 more. And bear in mind, there's already 1 on the Kyogre, but I think he's going to be 1 energy short.
I'm wondering, does Andrew know that he could play Brooklet?
Oh, that's a good point, Andrew. Yeah. Might not realize it.
Yeah.
Sometimes in these Gym Leader Challenge games, you can get these really niche scenarios where your stadiums benefit each other. But in this case, I don't think Haga realized that he had access to that Brooklet Hill. However, is able to charge up the Kyogre with its first attack and is ready to snipe.
Float Stone! Oh my god. All right, Joe got kind of bailed out by promoting this.
Here's the thing, though, Andrew. That Kyogre could snipe the next turn, and it is doing enough damage to KO the Tyranitar.
Which is why you need to not get the Tyranitar out right now, right? It's not the focus. Focus on what the deck does well. You got to go for the combo here. You really want to go get the Hitmonlee and then do Hitmonlee's attack to do 90 damage. You could put it onto the Baxcalibur. You could put it onto the Drizzile and knock out the Drizzile. I don't hate that because then you're keeping Andrew from using Intellion's shady dealings. But maybe the Hitmonlee is prized as we see Joe kind of reaching for some other plays right now.
Yeah, what do you think Joe's line is in the absence of a Hitmonlee? Is he just planning to explosive evolve?
I mean, he can, but he's got to really worry about that because 30 damage here is nice. He is going to get 50 damage actually after the Tyranitar evolves. But as you said, I mean, this Kyogre is ready to just knock out the Tyranitar instantly.
Yeah, and this is not the most impactful Tyranitar turn either, right? Haga now realizing that he has access to the Brooklet Hill, take advantage of that. But the Tyranitar only did effectively 20 damage with Sandstream.
Yeah.
And it's going to be knocked out before the next Pokemon checkup. So it won't rack up damage on this new basic Pokemon that Andrew's benching.
Exactly. Yeah, that is tough for sure. So Joe does have teammates, right? So I think that Joe probably needs to use teammates after this knockout and could use teammates to go presumably get the Hitmonlee out of the prizes. And then you hit and run again, and you say all right, I'm going to go with Hitmonlee next turn, and then I'm going to top, right? And then we try to just get the Tyranitar back online for later. I think that's probably fine. I mean, Joe's just kind of buying some time while he waits for the teammates to get procced. I don't really think he has any supporters in his hand other than the teammates.
I don't think so. I think we would have seen some of those get played if he could.
This is one of the benefits of this fighting deck is there aren't a lot of support Pokemon in the fighting deck, no. But the deck is extraordinarily low maintenance. I mean, like we said, all Joe had was Brooklet. I was oh yeah, he could play now. You just keep getting your basics out and you're kind of chilling. Now, Andrew's got Irida and Professor's Letter. Going to go search out a couple of water energies, can rain those into play. Another option that Joe has in his deck is TM Devolution. So after using Hitmontop, then everything on Andrew's board is going to be, oh my God, everything on Andrew's board is going to be able to get devolved, right?
Yeah.
So you really are playing the long haul here in the fighting deck. Joe's just got to kind of, make sure, keep your head on straight while you're here getting some pressure put on you by the Kyogre. Keep it together.
Yeah, I still kind of go back to the turn 1. I think it would have been better to just stay in the active probably with that Hitmonchan.
I agree.
And keep putting the pressure on either with the combo or by using the hit and run attack again.
Actually chooses to knock out the Ogie Dogie.
Wow. Yeah,
Tyranitar needs to ping. Tyranitar.
Ogie Dogie is a pretty big threat.
All the basics, all of them.
But like you said, Andrew, every time that Tyranitar survives a turn, it puts on a ton of damage pressure.
Bro, and I think this was a huge oversight by Andrew Maybe fearing the Ogie Dogie a little bit too much there. I mean, Ogie Dogie's obviously like a big bad attacker for sure, but he didn't have any energy on it.
Yeah, and now what Joe could do here is, and he does have access to teammates too.
Yeah, he does.
With the float stone, you can hit and run and get back into the Tyranitar and spread further damage. And I believe, how much HP is on that character? 140?
Yes.
140? Yeah,
that's
should
a knockout,
be enough,
dude.
Yeah, that's enough for a
knockout.
knockout and doing the 20 more pings onto all those benched Pokemon.
Yes, dude. And the float stone's already in hand for the Tyranitar.
Yeah, this is a pretty big turn. I really would have loved to see that Tyranitar get knocked out. Though I will say, if any deck has the ability to get the damage needed to KO Tyranitar several times, Water's probably that deck.
That's true. However, I think so long as Joe initiates this combo again, I think that we've seen that Andrew is not benching a Pokemon like Manaphy, right? So like,
I think, yeah, there's no
Manaphy in here, right? Which just opens the door like, oh my goodness, the route is so clear. If there's no Manaphy, you just go get the 60 to everything, and then everything starts to come together, right? With the Tyranitar. Keep in mind, Tyranitar is placing 4 damage counters on all of these guys over the course of that one turn that Andrew decided not to knock it out.
Yeah.
That's 4 damage counters on 3 guys. That's 120 damage of free damage getting sprinkled onto the board, right?
Yeah, Joe eyeing up the TM Devolution. I don't think it's quite the time to use that, although actually the rare candy is burned, Andrew.
Yes.
So you could TM Devo and just disrupt this turn. Unfortunately, the float stone is on the Tyranitar already.
I really don't want to see Joe go for the TM Devo. Just start the combo again. Don't overcook this.
I also feel like if you're going to do the TM Devo, you would want it with the Tyranitar and would have preferred to not attach the float stone.
I do, I kind of see Joe going for the Ogie Dogie back. I think he's got like maybe Rescue Stretcher. I just really hope that Joe does hit and run this turn. I think he is. I don't think like there's any other play, right? Like, don't Devo, dude. I know you want to. Just he's got 3 energy. I guess
I feel like the Devo is only good if the Tyranitar this turn if Tyranitar is active. I actually think it would be good if Tyranitar was active.
Yeah.
But you already attached the float stone. And I think it was attached to this turn as well.
It was, yes.
So you could have just held off on attaching that. DM Devo discards itself and had access to the float stone on a future turn. If that's the route. If you're just going in for the hit and run, then I guess all is well.
I don't know why Joe decided to get the Devo. Oh, now I do.
Yeah, but again, like if you're going to use unless you're planning just to burn it, but if you're planning to actually Devo, I would have much rather see it done with the Tyranitar.
Well, right, because you just gave your opponent Inteleon again.
Right.
There's no damage counter gets placed.
No damage counters this turn. There's no T-Tar in the active.
Right.
Yeah, and again, this turn would have been way better if the T-Tar was the one Devoing. Or, honestly, it would have been better, too, if you just hit and run and KO'd this active.
My really big problem... Yeah, I think this is pretty much the worst line that Joe could have taken here. I think that Joe really needed to hit and run to keep the combo going, or to... just keep the combo going. I think that it's so evident that Andrew is not playing bench barrier. You just need to get to that Hitmontop attack. You need to get to a point where, because right now you just gave Andrew Inteleon again with that Devo play. That's pretty much horrible.
That's like all that's basically all it did.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It did deny one turn of the Baxcalibur as well, but there's already a fully loaded Inteleon.
And Andrew could just retreat into Inteleon and attack with that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so really, and now your Devo's wasted, which I really don't like because it's one of your best options to deal with the Wailord when it comes out.
Yeah, I really don't understand the line there.
No, it was definitely overcooked. I don't like to see that. Now we've got Scoop Up Net is going to save the Kyogre, so the damage you were putting on board is now getting denied. You just need to stay the course with the Hitmon combo. Like, just trust in the combo. Just keep rinsing it, right? Just keep rinse, wash, repeat. If you can combo twice in a game, you will not lose that game. I can pretty much guarantee it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, here we are. So Hitmonchan and the strong energy attached to it are going to go down more than likely to the Inteleon and the Aqua Bullet.
Joe will get to promote Tyranitar, who's like not doing any damage now.
Yeah.
Because all those Pokemon are evolved up. It would have really been nice to get, like I said, David, if you just keep that Tyranitar active, that's 40 more damage onto 3 guys we would have seen.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
And then we've got an Inteleon Shady Dealings making its way into play now.
Now, if you're Andrew, what are you trying to grab off the Shady Dealings?
What am I trying to get off Shady Dealings? I mean, really, Andrew just needs to get, I think, I would say go get some energy to throw more energy in play, but you can't because you did get your guy devolved. I really didn't like that play from Joe. I think that was overcooking for sure. Kind of losing the plot a little bit. Andrew is getting those cards that are going to allow him to just flood the board with energy next turn. And at this point, if you look at kind of like how little damage Joe has accumulated on board, it's not enough, right? It's not enough damage considering now that Andrew's going to be up 2 prizes. There's still time. I mean, the deck, I really think the deck is just like kind of nuts. So like, there's still time, but Joe is going to have to stop messing around immediately.
I think so. And the Hitmonlee is not activated this turn because Hit and Run was not used on the previous turn. So even though Hitmonchan technically attacked, it was not adding to the combo here.
That's right. Tyranitar did get to spread 20 damage there with the Sand Stream. But I think like Joe just seeing like with the immediate evolving of the Arctibax, it's like, man, yeah, that wasn't worth it.
Yeah, the evolving of the Arctibax plus having a spare attacker ready to go that could respond to the hit. It'd be one thing. It still wouldn't be my favorite play, but if it really stunted an attack from Andrew and fully bought you a turn, maybe. But the fact that Andrew both got an attack off and the DM Devo didn't really do anything by itself, yeah, not loving it.
No, the hit and run into Tyranitar that turn would have been premier. I mean, you take the knockout on the Kyogre, you take a prize, you get more damage on the Remoraid and the Wailmer, and then you say, like, okay, next turn I'm doing 90 with Hitmonlee to something, which will, like, happen because there's no bench barrier. And then the following turn, I'm doing 60 to everything. Then you really want to Devo after you use Hitmontop. That is the time to use TM Devolution. You never Devo before Hitmontop. You don't try to use it to slow your opponent down. Just like keep swinging. That's really all you got to do is keep swinging. But, Joe's never played this deck before. He's probably a little lost in the sauce. And that's like understandable.
Yeah, there's complicated combos of plays to make with this deck, so it's one of those things that's easy to make mistakes. And plays like that, when you see your opponents use Rare Candy, it is really tempting to try and Devo them, especially in a format like Gym Leader Challenge, where you can only play the one of Rare Candy. You get to stunt them for a turn, potentially prevent them from evolving again. But very few Gym Leader Challenge decks are playing like 1-0-1 type of lines. Like they're always going to have that middle stage as an option.
Oh, we got the Tyrogue, but Silent Lab is in play. So
Silent Lab also notably turning off the Ogie Dogie.
You can't do this because of Silent Lab.
Oh, and Haga actually caught it.
Yeah.
So all is well. And I guess that's a pass for 20
this
damage.
Is really bad. Yeah, Joe is not. Oh, man, Joe, you got to be comboing, man. And then the Silent Lab in play with the Ogie Dogie getting built up on the bench also feels horrendous because the Ogie Dogie doesn't even have its 230 hit points right now.
Yeah, nor does this attack do the extra damage. The effect on the Ogie Dogie is entirely its ability.
Yes, dude. And now Andrew Haga has got the Baxcalibur back again. Joe's TM Devolution pretty much did nothing. And will be able to use his abilities to accelerate energy into play and and get things moving.
Yeah, I think at this point Haga runs away with the game, right? Like even if you get a full Hitmon combo from here, you're just gonna be short in terms of these key knockouts, and you don't have Devo anymore as an option. So unfortunately, with the combination of plays that we've seen, I don't really see a route for Joe to win this game anymore.
No, yeah, it's really starting to kind of run away from him. I mean, you're playing against a deck that does not play Manaphy. There's been no Manaphy shown. I think that Joe really needed to identify that this was a no Manaphy deck and just go straight for the combo. Say, I'm going to go Hitmonchan into Hitmonlee into Hitmontop, and I'm going to do it again. And that is what you're focusing 100% of your effort on. You kind of don't prioritize Tyranitar to be like a turn 1 thing, turn 2 thing. You know, Joe went for the Pupitar turn 1. Go for the Hitmonlee turn 1. Say, I'm going to get Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and we're going to do that. And then, and then in the background, like when you finally take a knockout and I get to go play teammates, that's when I that's when I go to start getting the cards I need to set up my Tyranitar, right? And Tyranitar is kind of the guy who's going to carry you through the end of the game with the Sandstream ability, really kind of making up those extra damage counters to make your math work. And then with Tyranitar and the Halucha with the Flying Entry ability, you've kind of got both of those to really fix the math with your scoop up net to really kind of close the game out. That's kind of like the master plan here. At the end of the game, you also save TM Devolution for the end of the game. Okay, I mean, a missed knockout.
Yeah, Andrew Haga did not have access to the 4th energy to use that Hydro Pump attack. So Joe is able to take his first prize of this game, and Tyranitar tanks a hit, which is, I mean, honestly, that's an ideal of a scenario as you'd be looking for.
Yeah, I'd say. No, Joe needs to go get Hitmonchan and, like, do the thing pronto.
Well, escape rope.
Joe did take a bonus knockout with Sandstream on the Clamperl, right? And that's a new card from the Destined Rival set.
Yeah, another new card. We haven't really talked about the Clamperl line.
No, the Clamperl is pretty cool. And Andrew's sending up the Whale. And Clamperl's got an ability, I think, that all of the energy attached to your water Pokemon gets sent back to hand instead of the discard pile when Pokemon get knocked out. So, neat little ability there.
Yeah, very cool. Silent Lab, of course, deactivating that anyway.
No, that's the evolution. I guess it's Huntail.
Sorry.
But Silent Lab is making it so that the Ogie Dogie is doing nothing right now. But notice how, like, how much better would the would the Ogie Dogie be?
Well, if there's no Silent Lab for
there's
one.
There's no Silent Lab in play, right?
And actually no relevant Pokemon for a prize. So
or if Devo was still in deck. That's what I was going to say. If Devo was still in deck. Because you could hit,
Yes. No super relevant Pokemon in the deck. I mean, the Ursaluna is nice for finishing off KOs.
Right.
But early in the game, we were theorizing that maybe something like the Hitmonlee or the Hitmontop was prized. It's just not the case.
I think Joe just didn't go for it, even though he should have. He should have just beelined straight for them.
Here we go, though. The Field Blower to get rid of that Silent Lab is very nice. Can actually leverage the Ogie Dogie.
That's for sure. That Ogie Dogie just glue up enormously. Now rocking 230 hit points thanks to the Aurora energy attached to it.
Does he have a fighting energy?
I think he does. Yes, okay. He's got one.
That's good.
Yes, the problem with this, of course, though, is that you are trying to. You're almost trying to play too much like a normal deck right now, and like you're trying to trade with like the Wailord, and that's just not going to go well. It's good. Joe's got this turn, good punch, 170 damage onto the board. Certainly, the Whale needs dealt with because, let's be honest, Joe's Devo is down. So, in order to eventually knock out this Wailord, there is going to need to be some sort of, large attack launched into it. So the good punch kind of needed to happen. Haga's got 4 prizes remaining. And I think if Joe bears down and says, I will start to use combo next turn, there is time to win this game.
If you start the combo next turn, you have enough time exactly to use Hitmontop, assuming Andrew takes a knockout every single turn.
Yes.
I don't think you close the game out with Hitmontop.
Let's see. How many prizes do I have left?
5.
I've not been updating this.
Yeah. Well, he only just took one this previous turn with Sandstream.
Yeah.
But he's at 5 prizes left. There's a knockout in weight on the Wailord. And that's, I mean, you could take one
I'm seeing
more.
like 4. Yeah. I'm seeing like 4 potential prizes.
Okay, so you can knock out the Wailord is one of them.
Yes.
You can 90 snipe something. That's 2. And the Hitmontop doesn't really clean up anything.
No, but you got the Halucha too and Scoop Up Net. You fix it.
I guess with Halucha you can fix the Octillery, so that's 3.
Well, yeah, and then Yep. You're gonna need to figure out a last one.
Yeah, you're gonna need to like hit something other than the Wailord with the Hitmonchan hit and run. I think that's part of it. And something other than the Wailord might come active naturally this turn. It doesn't seem like Andrew Haga has enough energy to deal with the Okidogi. Okidogi is quite tanky, so kind of hard to...
Wait, where's the last energy for this Wailord?
That's what I'm saying. He might have several energy prized. He did only get 1 off the Capacious Bucket that he used to initially power up the Wailord.
Capture energy. Dude, just attach the capture to the Wailord and go. Oh, it won't do enough.
Yeah, it still won't do enough.
4 is 210.
Yeah. Well, it's even less because it needs water energies.
You're right.
So it actually only be doing 160.
Wow.
So at that point, Aqua Bullet actually kind of is a better attack anyway. If you're not getting the 1-hit KO, you might as well spread.
All right. Yo, this game is getting it. We're really in the weeds here.
We really are in the weeds.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, we are in the weeds.
But
bro.
the fact we're so deep in the weeds makes me feel like if Joe routed the early game a little bit better, that he'd be in such a good spot.
Well, obviously. I've been saying this.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we're in the weeds after all of that.
I know, dude. I'm saying, like, if you just go straight combo, like, Joe could have comboed dang near twice by now. Which the whole board would be dead.
Yeah, that would have been insane for sure.
Right.
But honestly, I think this is like the ideal situation for Joe, is having like almost exactly Inteleon in the active to hit with Hitmonchan. Sounds great if I'm Joe.
Yes. It does sound great. I suspect we're going to see another good punch.
Why not?
Yeah. But, you know, hit and run. And at this point, you don't hit and run into Tyranitar. You just save the Tyranitar. It's got a Flowstone on it. You just are going to promote it after everything gets knocked out. That's what you're doing. That's what it's there for, right? Joe's got Cynthia for 6.
Yeah, there's a Level Ball in there.
We know the Hitmonchan is in the discard pile.
I think I see Clara.
Yo, the big air balloon. So sick. Just in case, bro.
Just in case.
Well, yeah, man. If that thing gets field blowered, you want to have it.
Yeah, or Lost Vacuum. You never know.
Oh, God.
Please.
Retreat? Paying boat? No, don't do that, Joe. Don't. It can't be worth it.
That's not worth it.
No, bro. To spread what? You're not spreading hardly anything.
And the T-Tar's already been weakened.
There. Oh, yeah. This plays better.
Came to our senses midway through that retreat.
Wait a minute. That would suck. Yeah. All right.
This is a wild one. All right. Andrew Haga going in. I actually don't see any water energy in the prizes, so maybe just spread his energy too thin.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a very strange series of whiffs for Andrew with the Wailord. That's for sure. Let's see. He's got the stability. I mean, Octillery, right? But no Inteleon.
Wailord cannot attack right now. It does take 4 energy.
It does take 4 energy, so we're going to need to see a 4th. We're getting the Frostmoth into play.
Sandstream doing 20 damage max right now.
I feel like I need to go give Joe a pep talk between rounds about like, listen, bro, you're still in this, okay? But you need to work on the combo. The combo top needs to be attacking every single game.
Hitmon combo for a reason.
Yes, it's mostly Hitmon combo with a sprinkling of Tyranitar and also Ogie Dogie, all right?
Yeah, I agree.
You need to be thinking from turn 1, start thinking about how I'm going to attack with Hitmontop.
What if we see another whiff, though?
Ain't no way, dude. Come on. You got to believe.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. There's teammates.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed anti-whiff technology there with the teammates.
Wait, dude.
What's that?
How many energy are in this deck?
Dude.
There's an energy.
A splash.
And the Mallow and Lana. There's a Mallow and Lana in there, which could be really scary for Joe to deal with.
And honestly, how is Joe even knocking this Wailord out at this point?
The Wailord's got, 210 damage on it?
On 190.
190?
It had a Sandstream and a good punch.
Okay. It's got one. Yeah, math is hard. Sorry. So it's got 50 hit points left. I mean, that's like a Hitmonchan and a Muscle Band.
The Hitmonchan has not been a key component of this game so far.
Almost has, but no. Did not. Do not promote that. No, Joe, no! No! Promote the Tyranitar. It's got a float stone. No!
Oh, well,
Joe.
20 damage. That's minus 20 right there on the Kyogre.
Yeah. No, it's the whole point, bro. No, Joe.
At least it's not like 4 basics in play. You know?
I know. But come on, man. This is why it's here.
Plus, it's the new card. Let's spotlight the new card.
I know, bro. Put the Tyranitar in the active. Let it do its thing, man. Let it do its thing. Bro, let it sand stream. That is how this deck is working. It finds Ball Guy off of the gear.
That doesn't sound very helpful.
No. Karina better.
Karina's definitely better here.
Yeah, you need to start.
Ideally get some sort of like rescue stretcher maybe, or night stretcher, and then you need to have an energy card too, which unfortunately Karina can only search you the one item. I don't know if I see an energy in hand right now. This has been a really bizarre game.
It has been extraordinarily bizarre.
Okay, Super Rod.
Super Rod and
Blood Moon.
potentially the Blood Moon.
Sure. What is the sequence here, Andrew?
Listen, man, we are so far removed from the light.
Honestly, though, if you can remove this Wailord, can Andrew continue to attack?
Yeah, I don't know. We're so far removed from the light, bro. Listen, we're on like turn, I don't know, 8, and Tyrogue hasn't, Hitmontop has not attacked yet.
Well, here we go. The buddies are going back in the deck. Gonna start Buddy blasting potentially. Yep, so this Pokemon back in. I don't know if Joe has a way to both get the Hitmonchan and attack with it this turn. If he could.
Okay.
If he could, that would be great.
And there's the muscle.
Muscle?
Do we have the energy? No, bro. There's no energy. What are we doing?
Well, then why are we committing all these resources?
Oh, it seems like Clara would have just been better.
Was Clara already in hand, or was it grabbed off the teammates?
I see
Or
Clara
no, it was,
right now.
No, yeah, Clara. It wasn't the teammates.
It was Karina got played.
Yeah. Wait, why wouldn't you, Clara?
I don't.
And now promoting the T-Tar.
I think Joe is too cooked.
I think he's way too lost in the sauce right now.
Oh, we got the Tyrogue play. All right, he gets
Sure.
to place 3 with the Tyrogue. Okay, this is hype though. And Tyranitar's active. So
I'm like extremely confused.
yeah, 20 damage Sandstream gets hit to the Kyogre. Could be 40 damage there. If Joe had promoted the Tyranitar after the You got to promote the
And honestly,
Tyranitar.
like that was the route, right?
I know.
Like if you are able to get something like that damage on the Kyogre, do the combo, that might be the way to get enough damage on board.
I know, man. I know, bro. I'm struggling here, dude.
I mean,
I'm struggling. Put me in, coach. Put me in. I want to get in so bad, dude. I'm having a hard time.
well, let's keep our heads high.
The Mallow
Joe's
and Lana.
learning the deck.
I know, dude. The Mallow and Lana is gonna be.
Ugh.
It's gonna be the clincher.
Oh man, yeah, I think that basically. Well, Joe could Clara to try and use the Blood Moon, but I think he's still an energy short of attacking with it. Because the Blood Moon would be able to finish off the Wailord, even if after a Mallow and Lana. Which I assume is what Andrew Haga is going for this turn. Potentially just choosing what resources to discard to fuel that Mallow and Lana. Actually doesn't have a way to retreat back into the Wailord if he uses Mallow and Lana now that I'm thinking about it. So I guess dodging that threat this turn and getting the Clamperl back. All right. Maybe getting that Huntail out in the future.
3 energy on to Kyogre.
Sure. Where are we going with this Kyogre? Just knock out the active? Honestly, none of Joe's Pokemon are that important to snipe at this point.
Leaving the Tyranitar.
Well, I gotta say, the Hitmonchan coming down with the muscle band preemptively did not work out
Did
for
not
Joe.
work out for Joe, no.
Oh man, any Clara in hand.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, man, if Joe had just been comboing.
All of these whiffs from Haga would have felt a million times worse if you're getting comboed on.
Oh, yeah, man.
As opposed to this situation we're in.
Right. Yeah, you
Night
just gotta be
Stretcher.
comboing. We haven't even seen a Hitmonlee attack, dude.
I mean, we've only seen even the Hitmonchan attack once.
I know, dude.
And it was on the first turn.
I know, man. I know. Joe, he's trying to think his way out of this one.
I'm trying to think my way out of this one.
Yeah, man.
Clara, well,
What if I talk to Joe and he's like, "Yeah, dude, I don't know. I'm 3-1 and I haven't
I've never comboed.
never comboed."
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about with this combo thing.
Yeah.
The Night Stretcher followed up by the Clara is crazy too.
Yeah.
But here we are. All right, so we're hit and running. The combo is getting activated.
Okay. And Tyranitar is placing more damage.
All right.
All right.
I think it's a little late on the combo.
Far too late.
I think it's a little late potentially. But maybe, Andrew, something crazy happens. Maybe is there a counter catcher in the list?
Guzma. It's got to be Guzma.
Like the
Frostlass.
Baxcalibur or the Frostmoth?
Yeah, the Frostmoth. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're kind of similar.
Yep. I know there's a Mallow and Lana like in Andrew's hand though, or like.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't even have to discard. You can just
No.
play it to retreat.
Really, this
Oh,
is
sure.
lights. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's been lights for a while, but like this is like really bad. Yeah.
The lights have been off.
Yeah, the lights have been flickering.
Yeah, I think, just use the Kyogre attack. Get the energy back in your hand as well. It's
Wait.
fully healed.
Oh, and retreated with the float stone.
Yeah, it has
Yep.
a float stone on the Wailord. Honestly, just ignore this Tyranitar. Like, who cares?
Going for the Hitmonlee, bruh.
Yeah. It's the only thing that Joe can really do is that Hitmonlee, so might as well get rid of it.
All right, knock it out of the Hitmonchan. That's fine.
Could we at least get a Hitmonlee kickoff?
Yeah, man. Joe,
Bring down this Wailord with the kick, I think.
Joe. If it could be Iono kick, no, you got the Octillery there. Still, Iono.
You could
kick.
Iono kick artillery.
Yep. You could Iono kick Octillery. That's true.
The Kyogre's stuck. Maybe this is the route, Andrew.
I'm saying, dude, there is a route still.
Yeah. So we got to Iono kick Octillery.
Oh, ball guy.
But ball guy, the supporter.
Well, there's the magma ball in there that gets you the fighting energy.
But
so he probably needs that to attack with Hitmonlee.
I mean, he might not have any other viable supporters.
Yeah.
But if Joe just saved the Night Stretcher this past turn and clawed for both the Hitmonchan and the energy.
Yes, there's some optimizations that need to occur. Yes,
Nest Ball for the top, maybe? Oh, Okie dokie. Okay. Please, show the kick.
Please, show kick, Joe.
Please kick him.
All the energy is going to go back to hand if he kicks. Yep. Now, I did get word, Sarah, who we showed off on stream round 2 with her double hit grass deck. We also got an interview with Sarah because she had a quick win in round 2. Sarah is apparently 4-1.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. The jump left deck. Looking strong. Just taking a lot of actions this turn. I gotta say. I feel like if you're not Ionoing, you literally can't win, though, because the Kyogre put all the energy back in the hand.
That's correct, Riley. There is nothing to save. Nothing to save Joe at this point.
I feel like Iono kick actually would be decent here, though, which is crazy.
Oh, I forgot I'm close up on Joe.
It's a little zoom out action here. And time was just called as well. So Joe's turn 0. I suspect this game will end on turn 1. Yeah, so let's get that kickoff. Boom. On Wailord.
Sure. Knock it out the Wailord, yep.
Get that energy back. And the Wailord back to hand too, actually.
I wonder if there's an interaction between the splash energy and the Huntail.
That sounds extremely complicated if it actually interacts. Does Huntail work on specials?
No.
Oh, well. So there's no interaction.
Why is the Wailord going back into the...
Because splash energy.
Yeah, here we go. And that'll do it.
That'll do it.
Final prize of the game.
Is he just going to ignore the Tyranitar again? That would be so sad.
That would be kind of hype, honestly. Yep.
Yeah, the bratty kick.
All right. Andrew,
what a game.
Andrew Haga victorious with his Wailord water deck. Joe Coronel falling to 3-2 with the Tyranitar Hitmon combo. That was, I think that Joe needs to get some reps in with the combo and put a little practice into the deck. And honestly, 3-2 so far, while very much still learning the deck. I would say, the deck is good.
And here's the thing: it's way easier to say this stuff from like our perspective. When you're new to a deck and you're trying to figure out the motions and go through the plays, it's hard. It's hard to be in those positions, especially with a precise like spread damage combo deck. I feel like spread decks are generally speaking just harder to route than traditional like KO the active sort of decks. So hopefully Joe is able to take some lessons learned from this game. Maybe he can still squeeze in at X and 2 with a 3-1 start.
Right,
I imagine he's on the higher end of resistance. So
yep.
And he's got some good players on his record right now. Andrew Haga, of course, going to 4-1. He has Spencer on his record as well.
Yep.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens for Joe. I think maybe after a quick pep talk and running through the lines again, maybe he'll feel invigorated going to the next rounds.
For sure. I'm gonna go give Joe a little hype talk. Okay, listen, we need a Rockets Tyranitar in top 8. You need to win out, dude, and that means comboing I want to see Hitmonchan into Hitmonlee into Hitmontop. Then you can Tyranitar. At some point while you're like doing all that and you got like random Rosas and teammates, use those to go set up your Tyranitar while you're still comboing. That's the
don't Devo.
Don't Diva. Oh, ew, don't do that. Anyways, we'll be right back with round number 6 after this quick break, folks. That was the end of the round. Time had just been called, so it'll be a short break before we are back with round 6 of 7. Just 7 Swiss rounds today before we cut to a top 8. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, folks, I gave Joe a little ring, a little pep talk, a little coaching. Is that collusion? I don't know, okay? It's just from one friend to another between rounds.
You're not like letting him know everyone's deck list.
No, but I gave him a little pep talk. Okay? And hopefully I told him he could still top 8 if he believes in his Tyranitar and goes for the combo more often.
And believes in his combo.
And believes in the combo. You got to believe in the combo. But we've got our round 6 coming right up here at the Full Grip Games GLC 3K with Lee Hoffman on the right versus Austin Charles on the left. Austin Charles is one of our standard regulars usually here at Full Grip Games League, but does dabble in Gym Leader Challenges, having quite a run here today with his Lightning spread deck is 4-0-1, so undefeated so far. And Lee Hoffman is one of the better Dragon Box players that I have ever seen in Gym Leader Challenge formats, and is definitely one of the pioneers of the big basic turbo dragon style decks that we've seen gain so much popularity in Gym Leader Challenge format. So Lee Hoffman with a record of 4-1 so far, and they are getting started, Riley. So let's get this match underway.
Let's, Andrew. And we see Austin starting one of his premier basic Pokemon, the Electabuzz, evolving into that Electivire that can spread 50 damage to every single Pokemon on the opponent's side of the board. That is one of the strongest individual spread attacks available in GLC. Slightly outdone by Hitmontop, but much easier to launch off as well. The Electivire doesn't require any prior comboing to use its attack.
That's right, Riley. That's right. Yes, Electivire's got the high voltage current, 50 damage to everything. And that is kind of the bread and butter of this Lightning spread deck, right? Turns out, the Hitmontop and the Hitmon combo, it does 60 to everything. That's very powerful attack. Electivire's 50 damage to everything, also extremely powerful. When you're doing that much damage to your opponent's board, just consider the fact that if your opponent has 6 Pokemon in play and no bench blocking abilities, then that's 300 damage to the board, dude.
Yeah.
That's literally 300 damage to the board with one attack. I mean, that kind of power level is obscene, and it's why this Lightning spread deck exists. You combine the spread potential of Electivire with that just board-crushing attack with the Regieleki, which has like some decent damage output straight to the active. 120 to the active and 40 to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. And that can really help clean things up. 50 plus 40, that's 90. You're taking out a lot of threats with that.
Yeah, it just ramps up extremely fast. So the fighting might have a higher top end potential with that Hitmontop, no pun intended. But the Lightning also has a huge array of other useful consistency Pokemon that help propel you along your journey. You have things like that Mareep that we see bench that can become a Dynamotor Flaffy, for example, to power up your attackers more easily turn over turn.
Yeah, Lee did go first in this game. I know we kind of hopped into the game right as things were getting going. Lee did not have much in that opening hand. And, this is one of the kind of pits of this build of the Dragon decks. Not a lot of supporters in the deck. So, you are kind of often just barely piecing things together as you go. It's worked out well for Lee so far. Is 4-1, obviously, so a lot of potential. But, with a low hand size and not a lot going on, Lee is 100% reliant on this Dragon's Horde to fill his hand with some useful cards.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, is that the Dragonium Z?
That is Dragonium Z, yes. So not going to be useful on the Regidrago. And Lee draws into some pretty terrible cards there off of the Dragon's Horde. Does not find anything he wants. He's got Mela in hand, but Mela not going to be activated as there's no fire energy in the discard pile, even if a knockout does get taken. But fortunately for Lee, I see an Iono in Austin's hand.
Yeah, it seems like Austin's debating whether or not to play it. Now, Austin we've seen him, I believe, at the last Gym Leader Challenge prize event here at Full Grip Games for Journey Together. And certainly we've seen this variant of Lightning over the course of these tournaments.
Yeah, Cole top 8'd it, the Journey Together one, with a very similar build.
Yeah, and the Morpeko seems to be so useful in so many matchups just for slowing the pace of the game, even with the Torment. If you look at the Regidrago, Torment does 20 damage, and one of your opponent's attacks will not be able to be used on this following turn. Regidrago only has one attack, Andrew. So with a Torment, Regidrago cannot attack if it stays in the active position.
That's right. And Lee actually using Field Blower to remove his own Draco DMC.
RIP.
Yeah, and did draw into Avery. So that is one of the few draw cards in his deck, which is great. It's going to force Austin to discard Pokemon from his bench, and then Lee gets to draw 3 cards. And we could actually see, Lee get moving now, maybe establish a couple other bench Pokemon, and we actually might have a game on our hands, which would be awesome. That's what I know what we're looking for here.
Yeah, we love games, Andrew.
I do love games, Riley. I do. Love it when I get to see a game. Adventure Bag, really cool item card that I think is actually getting better and better with like each successive set as the Pokemon Company continues to print like really strong tools into standard format. Adventure Bag is just one of those cards that reaps the benefits of that. It's an item card that searches your deck for 2 tools and puts them into your hand. And like, wow, there's so many different things that you can do with 2 item cards. You can go get TM Turbo Energize and Floatstone. You could go get TM Evolution and a Floatstone. I mean, just
Floatstone, definitely one of the premier tools of all time.
Floatstone is just like the GOAT, right?
Yeah, Floatstone might be the greatest tool of all time. TM Turbo Energize is a cool pickup here, though, and an interesting interaction here. Torment only prevents one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks from being useful, so the Regidrago can't use its traditional Giant Fangs for 160, but it could use the Turbo Energize attack if that TM comes down.
That's true. Regidrago might be able to make some use out of that, but yeah, not loving just these 2 Pokemon kind of being the guys right now. I really want to see somebody else. Was that grass was not attached this turn? No. Yeah, that was last turn. Yep. So here's the TM Turbo Energize.
Yeah, it just seems like that's what we're down to, Andrew.
And it's going to be a Turbo Energize onto the Drampa probably, but like
the attack on the Reshiram is horrible.
Yeah, it's like 110 for 4.
Something like that. Yeah, it's really bad.
It's really heinous, yeah. So Torment, choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks. They can't use that attack. Sure. You have to imagine that Dragon Fang was chosen. You can't
literally had to have been chosen.
Yeah, you cannot choose a future attack that Pokemon might gain. Like,
yeah. If you happen to gain access to Turbo Energize, I block that.
Yeah, I block that. That is not something you can do with Morpeko's Torment. And that TM Turbo Energize can allow the Regidrago to juice up the Drampa on the bench. Does feel kind of bad considering the Drampa already has 80 damage on it. It doesn't feel great to continue investing into Pokemon that are so heavily damaged already, especially against a spread deck. And I know Lee has got to be cognizant of that, right? Obviously did not bench the Reshiram. Usually that's a card that you just kind of like slam when you're playing the Drago box deck, right? Because you want that card in
so
play. Lee had the Floatstone too, right? Like he could have just gone Floatstone, Reshiram, but is clearly like thinking about which Pokemon he's committing to his bench and in what order. Against a spread deck, something that you often want to do is stagger your benchings.
Right. Reduce the amount of damage they can do turn over turn.
Right.
Yeah, you were talking about that 300 damage on the Electivire, Andrew. But if, for example, there's only an active Pokemon with no bench Pokemon, that's a 50 damage attack. And so on and so forth for every bench Pokemon from there. So every single time you're able to reduce the amount of spread being dealt by staggering your benched Pokemon, that's significantly reducing their overall damage output.
Exactly, yeah. So you want to like, the Electivire comes up, uses its attack, 50 to everything, but if you've only got 2 Pokemon to play, like I said, that attack extremely potent. If you've got 6 Pokemon to play, that's 300 damage to the board. But if you've only got 2 Pokemon to play, it's 100 damage. That's not hardly anything.
Yeah, there is kind of an interesting interplay, though, when you're playing around spread. For example, Lee's board is getting worn down slowly and could be vulnerable to something like that Regieleki with the Terra Spark attack.
That's right. And that would be the dangerous thing, right? With 80 damage on the 80 damage on the bench Drampa, it could certainly happen. 40 damage on the active already. Could certainly be a thing. And the more I play Gym Leader Challenge, the more I am starting to get into these kinds of Pokemon, like Morpeko with a Torment attack. In Fire, actually, I've been playing the Captivating Salsa Oricorio. Kind of fulfills a similar role. It drags up a bench Pokemon and confuses and burns it, right? So it's like it just one energy. It's a basic Pokemon. And it's just like, in your Fire spread deck, while you're trying to build up your spread attackers, just having a one energy guy who's annoying and slows the pace of the game down can make all the difference. So I'm kind of bought into the Morpeko now. I kind of get it more than I used to.
Well, I think especially for these spread-based strategies too, they really benefit from having time on their side to develop their boards more fully. And cards like Morpeko that can buy just a turn here or there, or in the middle of a game, surprisingly, that makes all the difference in chaining together these massive spread attacks. We see Leaf does find the Raging Bolt. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do for this turn, and it does look like he's attaching to the active, so potentially can this is Berserk now with the Drampa.
Yeah, that Drampa will take a knockout. It has an attack that does 70 damage, plus 70 more damage if you've got 2 or more different types of basic energy attached to it.
Dragon Arcana, sorry, not the Berserk one.
Yeah, Dragon Arcana has been the Drampa of choice. And the nice thing about this Drampa is that it's extremely energy flexible, which is something that most of the Dragon Pokemon are not, right?
Yeah, full colorless slate on the Drampa, whereas normally Dragons require 2 unique energy types as a minimum.
Now, Lee kind of takes a bite and is going to take the first prize of the game, something that Austin has kind of been waiting for with the counter energy on the Electivire. But again, just 3 Pokemon in play. However, there is some decent damage on board already. We've got 80 damage on the active Drampa. It will succumb to a Electivire attack. And then just 40 damage on the benched Regidrago, so that'll be up to 90, which will mean that has 40 hit points left. So one more attack from Regieleki will clean that up on the bench, and the completely clean Raging Bolt. Now you do kind of, I guess you don't have to. I don't think Lee had to bench that Raging Bolt this turn.
Not really a particular reason to.
No, because the one thing you'd be worried about is the Regieleki Terra Spark attack, but Terra Spark can't actually really be powered up this turn because the counter energy is already accounted for.
Yeah, I guess if the counter energy wasn't accounted for, you could lose to something like Escape Rope counter energy Terra Spark with a Raihan. But since we know the counter energy is locked down on that Electivire, not a play you necessarily have to be afraid of.
Exactly. So I think that Lee could have maybe pinched the Raging Bolt this turn, but I get it. Having 2 Pokemon down that are kind of damaged against spread deck is just a little bit of a hairy situation. You're kind of riding that line close, but maybe that's a way to deny 50 damage to the board, though, right?
Yeah, and every damage counts.
Definitely does. Austin's play to do High Voltage Current this turn feels so much worse if it's 2 Pokemon. That just feels horrendous, I'd say.
Yeah, it's doing 50% more damage because of that extra Pokemon in play.
It's I'd argue that the Raging Bolt being in play makes the attack worth performing.
Yeah.
Whereas the attack doesn't really feel worth performing without it.
Right. You probably just go for something like the Spark on the Morpeko.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Yeah. While you try to set up Dynamotor and go for a Regieleki play instead.
Yeah. Now Lee's board is pretty significantly softened up. The Regidrago has 90 damage on it, so at death's door at the moment, while the Raging Bolt beside it has 50 from that High Voltage Current, but that's a significantly more softened up Raging Bolt than a clean one.
Yeah, it looks like this is a 5-5 prize game. The thing about the Dragon deck is, I kind of equated it to Standard's Raging Bolt deck earlier in the day. This is the equivalent of Raging Bolt and a deck like I don't know, Grimmsnarl being tied on prizes early on, right? It's a situation that can just get really dicey for the Raging Bolt for the Dragon deck, right? Because you want to, ideally, you would have been attacking starting on turn 1 or 2, and then just continuing to put pressure on turn after turn after that. Instead, we've seen Austin was actually the one able to get some damage on board early, and now Austin's got a very strong looking board state, and Lee is kind of reeling, figuring out, what are my next attackers going to be? How do I deal with this lightning deck that's gaining an advanced board state?
Yeah. And Austin has several extra energy attachments on his board as well, so can always use the Zapdos, for example, on an off turn and still attach to something on the bench. You have the Morpeko that can Torment or Spark as potential options as well. So having both the element of board development and just general attachment development on his side. As we see Lee go for the Chorus's Tenacity, a super valuable card in these dragon decks for its ability to pluck double dragon energy straight out of your deck. An extremely powerful card for the dragons to take advantage of. Double dragon energy providing 2 energy of any type to a dragon type Pokemon. Dragon type's notorious for their multi-energy attack cost requirements that Double Dragon almost entirely circumnavigates.
It does. It is kind of the premier card in the Dragon decks. And it feels like a lot of decks kind of have that premier special card that no other deck really has access to. Double Dragon Energy is the special card in the Dragon deck. And Dimension Valley is kind of that special card in in the Psychic deck. It's cool because, since Gym Leader Challenge is a format where you have to play a single type of Pokemon, each deck kind of has their own, special sauce that no other deck really gets access to. Double Dragon Energy is certainly one of those cards in the Dragon pool. Accentuated even more so now that both Twin and Double Colorless Energy are no longer legal for play in the format. So even colorless decks don't have that kind of double energy, that uninhibited double energy effect that the Dragon Energy has. And check out that Drudagon. I think that's my signature, bro.
Yo.
I think that might be.
It does look like your signature.
That's me, bro. That's me 100%. Yo, let's go. I'm on stream.
So Giant Fan's taking the knockout there. And Lee does have that Double Dragon still in hand and can immediately power up the Drudagon for a following response KO in the event that this Regidrago is knocked out in the active position. Plus, Regidrago does have that Wishful Baton as well to pass energy back onto the bench and preserve those attachments.
Yeah, Wishful Baton's really cool. Really cool card in the deck. If Austin doesn't have Field Blower to remove it, then those energies will get passed back, really helping Lee to kind of stream attacks turn after turn.
Mm-hmm.
And this Dynamo's got free retreat, so that's nice. And you got to imagine that Austin's got to be looking for a Dynamotor Pokemon to get into play, right? I mean, there's not been an Electric or a Flaffy that's hit the board yet. That is this is a very important part of the strategy of the Lightning deck, and to not see those Pokemon evolved up into play.
Field Blower.
Field Blower, that could be big. And this thing is not gonna. This thing's only got 40 hit points left, so really not a big attack required. Muscle Band Morpeko will do it.
Yeah, you would love to Spark instead with Morpeko if you're gonna do this.
Right.
Preserve that Muscle Band, but you got to play to what you have, Andrew. You can't play to the theory of the game.
It's true.
Although I do see a VS Seeker in Austin's hands, so should be able to, going for the Iono. The Iono is actually a pretty decent option here, or Marnie as well. fairly similar. Actually,
They're the
identical.
exact same.
Identical in effect now that I'm looking at the prize counts.
Yes.
But either of those cards is really nice because we know that Lee has that double dragon energy in hand. So sending that to the bottom of the deck where maybe he won't be able to access it. Also losing one of his draw Pokemon in the Regidrago this turn.
It looks like Austin eyeing up a Super Rod is going to chuck the Electivire line and Mareep back into the deck so that maybe we can start to see some of these Dynamotor Pokemon get evolved up into play. The Dynamotor ability is, at this point, I mean,
it's a staple of lightning types at this point.
For as long as I've been playing the Pokemon TCG, which is since Noble Victories, which is when this guy was released, right? Dynamotor has been kind of a defining ability of lightning decks. I mean, we just saw Dynamotor was played in the Miraidon decks before Flaffy rotated out of format from Evolving Skies back in the day. Electric was played in almost all lightning decks during its time in the black and white era. And now we've got Electric coming back with the black and white reprint set, or the black and white, black flare, I don't know, something.
Black Bolt and White Flare.
There we go. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, with those sets.
Yeah, and exact reprint too.
Yes. So at this point, I mean, yeah, Dynamotor has been like kind of a defining recurring theme of lightning decks in the Pokemon TCG, and we finally see Austin's able to use Evo Soda, target that Dynamo, evolve it up into the Electric on the bench, and now Dynamotor is activated so that Austin can start getting some extra energy into play. And we see he's wasting no time with this.
Yeah,
he's also got Zebstrika online, and Zebstrika is one of the best consistency options in the Lightning pool of cards. It's got the Sprint ability, allows you to discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Quick Ball for the Regieleki. We've got ourselves Electabuzz and Sprint for a new hand of 4. And this Lightning deck is really starting to take shape now.
Absolutely, Andrew. And with the benefit of Dynamotor now on Austin's side, he'll be able to get an extra attachment every single turn. Unfortunately, I think whiffs the actual attachment for turn after all those cards seen, but still able to get his Regieleki that much closer to launching a Terra Spark.
Yeah, ties it back up at 4-4 prizes. Lee's got just 2 energyless Pokemon. I mean, you compare boards, right? 2 energyless Pokemon versus a fully developed Lightning board.
Yeah, it's tough, Andrew. And looking over at Lee's hand, I don't see anything that I think immediately gets him to an attack. Basically need double dragon energy at this point.
And the crazy thing is, like, one of the best consistency cards for this Dragon deck just kind of gets eaten alive by this Lightning Spread deck, the Tatsugiri, right? So you can't really rely on that Tatsugiri, right? Like, Tatsugiri is going to go down very easily, 70 hit points. That is just an attack from Regieleki and an attack from Electivire. You could also sprinkle, like, a Tapu Koko in there, and an attack from Electivire would also get it done. So no Tatsugiri. Usually we see the Tatsugiri down. Usually we see that Reshiram down. Notably, we saw Lee pass on benching that Reshiram earlier so that it wouldn't take any residual damage from these spread attacks. But now, Lee has been trying to stagger the rates that the Pokemon come into play, but we're also seeing the downside of doing that, right? In that it is really hard to have like a nicely developed board when you are staggering your Pokemon coming into play.
Absolutely, especially when you're being hit by cards like Iono or Marnie turn after turn.
Right, trying to build your hand up to have exactly what you want in it, and then also, I mean, Lee was kind of depending on that, the Wishful Baton, I think.
Yeah, the Wishful Baton being Field Blower away was actually a really big hit for Austin here. I mean, imagine if Lee had 3 more energy in play, could Revenge with the Drudagon, could start to go in with this Raging Bolt. Instead, 0 energy left in play. A 3 energy swing for 1 item card.
And off of the Arven, needing to go for that Max Elixir. Yeah. the Max Elixir, I mean, we could get an extra energy into play. Could be a revenge knockout situation.
Is it enough, though? Does Lee have another energy in hand?
It would have to have, like... the thing is, Max Elixir not only has to hit here, it would have to
It's
hit...
to be the precise type.
Yeah, it would have to hit exactly water or exactly fire. It has to hit exactly water because there is a fire in this hand. So, Max Elixir, do we find a water energy?
Oh, only 6 cards. I don't think Lee plays too many basic water energy.
Can he do it?
No, I don't think
No, is that one? That's something, isn't it? No?
so. Fighting?
It's a fighting energy, yes. See, and that's the thing is like none of these are worth accelerating. You got a fire, but there's already a fire in hand.
Yeah. And this is one of the challenges of these dragon type Pokemon, right? Is that they require such precise energy colors turn after turn. And it's hard to piece them exactly together every single turn you need an attacker, especially when your attackers are being wiped off the board clean.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Lee to come back from. I think that this is almost a point of no return, right? You're missing an attack, you're missing a beat, you're letting the lightning spread deck, which is a deck that wants to kind of like play from behind, actually just take the natural lead. It's really not where you want to be.
Can use the Reshiram's Turbo Blaze ability to get the other fire energy in play if you want.
Or you can just attach that from
That's
hand.
what I was about to say. You haven't even attached for
turn.
turn yet, so that's not particularly meaningful. But sure, yeah, we get that Turbo Blaze value.
Yeah, I'm using my Turbo Blaze, dude. Yeah. And then Lee, we see, has got Peony in hand, right? And it's like, oh man, Peony is like, you're going to use your supporter to discard your hand. You got no hand.
Yeah.
And then you get to go get 2 trainer cards from your deck. And it's like, you see how this deck is kind of playing.
You really want to have the Regidrago
when
you have Peony in hand. I guess for Lee, the Reshiram is the least important Pokemon in play right now. So having it in the active is just going to be the least impactful if it gets knocked out.
For sure. Yeah, Lee has just had a tough time developing a board in this match. And I think that
Terra Spark.
Yeah, Austin's got some good options ahead with a Dynamotor online, Sprint online. See the Green's Exploration in hand. Don't need that. You can just sprint that away. Hisuian Heavy Ball is fine. You can go get a Pokemon out of prizes. I think I see maybe Flaffy's prized. That's why you play 2, folks. So that you can still use Dynamotor even if you've prized one of your Dynamotor buddies.
And you don't need both up every game.
And then I think Austin trying to decide, like, do I sprint this energy away? Do I commit it? It looks like he is going to commit it. And then maybe he has Arven in hand and is also trying to weigh. Ooh, Guzma. Okay.
Interesting.
I don't mind this play. You're getting like a guaranteed attack with Zapdos, and then you can sprint.
And that is precise damage to take that knockout, too. 80 plus that 50 is 130 to KO that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, actually, Austin going to not sprint and just say, like, okay, well, maybe I value this card that's in my hand. And we'll just take that knockout with Zapdos. And we see Zapdos is just really good in the Lightning deck, kind of for the same reason that Fan Rotom's good in Standard, right?
Yeah.
It's like kind of the exact same thing.
Yeah, just an easy swing onto Evolving Basics or relatively decent damage for 1 energy. Very efficient card.
Extremely efficient. The kind of attacker that, like, Lightning's one of the decks that probably gets the most donks in Gym Leader Challenge format, and it's all because of Zapdos. Colorless is one of those decks too that can do it because of Fan Rotom. But when you just have those 1 energy attackers that can do 70 or 80, like, you could just end the game on turn 1. If you're going second, you get the turn 1 attack with Zapdos or Fan Rotom, game could just be over. Darkness has the option too, but Darkness typically just doesn't play as many switch cards as a Lightning deck does. Lightning usually has plenty of switch outs because of the fact that it runs that Dynamotor engine, making it so that you have to accelerate energy to the bench. So the switch outs really just jive with the deck as a whole. And when you have all those switch outs and, the free retreat pivots, the float stones, the U-turn boards, the actual copy of escape rope or switch. That means that your opportunity to attack with Zapdos turn 1 is just really high. So I'd say that Lightning probably gets more turn 1 wins than any other type in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's all because of Zapdos.
Okay, so Lee going in on the Peony, grabbing an energy retrieval and the luxurious cape can power up this Druddigon to massive HP numbers with that plus 100 hit points and guarantee the revenge attack by retrieving that water energy out of the discard pile. So Lee putting up a fight still, not out of it quite yet.
No damage on board.
No damage on board. The spread is not taking hold at this point in the game. Druddigon almost certainly going to take a hit as well with that luxurious cape. So could maybe buy Lee the turn or two he needs to get back in this game.
Yeah, and Druddigon, he's solid, right? He does the revenge doing 160 damage, obviously incredible for 2 energy. But then with the luxurious cape attachment, Lee is kind of saying like, all right, I'm going to back up this revenge with a Dragon Claw for 120, and 120 for 3 is fine. You're not going to play a card in your deck simply to do 120 for 3, but as like the secondary attack that doesn't have a requirement attached to it.
After you just survived a hit where you did 160.
Yes, it is a very serviceable follow-up to the 160 revenge. And Druddigon's attack is so useful. You very often will revenge KO and then follow it up with a Dragon Claw because it's just what you got. He's already up here, right? And Druddigon's got to go down swinging, right? Like, I'm not going to just revenge for 40 again. Let's just get that 120 going.
Yeah, you could torment the Dragon Claw if you really want to prevent that 120 from coming out. I have to imagine that's not the most desirable play on Austin's radar right now. Potentially eyeing up a Terra Spark instead. Could poke with Zapdos for 80. Lots of different options that Austin has available, especially when you have that Dynamotor in play. It gives you a lot of flexibility for what attacker you want to use turn after turn.
It's got to be Terra Spark this turn. You got the 2 energy there. Don't let your opponent boss it. Just do it. You're here.
I'm with you.
Yeah, get that 160 damage on the board, right? Now Terra Spark is obviously better if your opponent has more bench Pokemon, but Lee has been playing around that, right? Has been tempting to play around that, really limiting his board, really limiting the amount of Pokemon he has in play, and doing it so that he can put himself in this kind of favorable position against the spread attackers, right? You've got the Regieleki does 120 damage plus 40 damage to 2 bench Pokemon, but Lee doesn't have 2 bench Pokemon. So instead of doing a combined 200 damage to the board, this Regielecky's only doing 160. And that adds up. As we saw earlier, Lee only had 3 Pokemon in play when Regieleki first attacked. Instead of doing, 300 damage to the board, we only saw it do 150 damage to the board. So
here we go. Terra Spark, 120 the active, and 40 to the benched Reshiram. Druddigon with the luxurious cape still has plenty of HP to spare. We'll see how Austin routes taking this 2-hit knockout. And I'm sure Lee would be stoked if it turns into a 3-hit KO.
Absolutely. That's like the dream, right? If you can go 3 turns for 2 prizes, that would be exceptional.
Yeah, that's like exactly the kind of trade that Lee really wants to come back into this game after Austin was able to take that early lead.
But, the 2 prize potential sack from the caped Druddigon, and keep in mind, Lee just had to play Peony last turn to discard his entire hand.
And didn't get like a follow-up supporter or anything. Just got the cards necessary to attack. So only has cards drawn for turn plus prizes.
Right. And if Austin can back up this attack with Regieleki with potentially another attack next turn to finish off the Druddigon, that's gonna be really close to just kind of sealing the game away. However, the Druddigon's got 120 hit points, got 100 hit points left.
Yeah, it's not easy to do just like an easy 100.
No, I mean the muscle band's already down, so Zapdos
Yeah.
muscle band isn't an answer. But
Like
the
electric
electric
power,
power
yeah.
is still live, right? So I'm thinking like Zapdos E-Power just takes it out.
I think so too. I wouldn't have minded if Austin just started powering up something else with the Dyna Motor. I mean, Zapdos, you can always power it up with one attachment. Maybe slam an energy onto the Electabuzz. You could Torment for a turn if you need to get that 20 extra damage in as well. Torment will prevent the Dragon Claw from coming back out. And then going with Zapdos the following turn. Is that an N off the top for Austin? That's honestly pretty decent here. Let's draw a few more cards. Disrupt Lee's hand. Though Lee's did not indicate his hand was anything particularly useful over the last few turns after using that Peony. So don't know if the N was totally necessary, but you always like to reset your opponent's hand if you get the opportunity. Austin, of course, will be looking for that E-Power to take those 2 prizes on the Druddigon, and with only the 90 hit points left on that Reshiram, Austin's probably feeling pretty comfortable to close out this game if he can take this knockout.
And let's see, does he find it?
Enhanced Hammer. Stormy Mountains is interesting. That is useful for Lee as well. Searches Lightning or Dragon type Pokemon.
And we've got Mareep coming down onto the bench. And keep in mind, Austin still has that sprint available to dig even deeper. Would really hate to have this Druddigon live for 3 turns.
Ooh,
Counter
the
catcher.
Speed Lightning is nice as well. Just get that little bit of extra dig. Enhanced Hammer, of course, is a useful card in this matchup, but this deep into the game, I don't think you're particularly concerned about it. Taking this knockout is way more valuable.
Right. And then Austin, does Lee have 3 or 2 prizes remaining?
I think it's 3. Can maybe switch to the other view if you want to confirm.
Oh yeah, I can. That's right. I have the 2.
Oh, it's like hard to see.
Bro, it might be 2.
Can't really tell. The Reshram's in the way.
Yeah, I think it's 2, dude.
Did we forget to mark a prize?
I might have forgotten to mark a prize. Yeah, so I'm gonna fix that now.
Okay, well, Electric Power was found, and so Austin going down to 1 prize remaining.
Yo, hype. Okay, Zapdos knockout, Electropower, and this game is on a razor's edge.
It really is, Andrew. But does Lee have any way to even attack? Can't quite make out all the cards in his hand. I think I see a Fire Energy in there. A Rescue Stretcher.
Right. I mean, but like, yeah, does Lee actually have a follow-up to this?
Yeah, he really wants that Double Dragon energy, I feel. Having lost that to the Marnie earlier this game was a huge bummer. And even if he gets an attacker down, can he pivot out of the active?
We're getting word across the tournament. Apparently, Fran just beat Alex Holtz in a Psychic Mirror to advance to 5-1. 2 water players ID'd at 4-1. The 2 5-0s also ID'd Brooke with Psychic again.
Brooke.
And Spence with Dragon again.
Yeah, we see some type loyalists succeeding again in the Gym Leader Challenge events.
Trevor just defeated Craig to go on to 5-1 as well. So Craig is playing Psychic. Trevor was able to overcome the Psychic matchup with his water deck again. It looks like we're going to have a good spread of decks making their way into top 8.
Way better spread than the initial meta report.
I'm telling you, Psychic was overhyped, dude.
Yeah, or maybe the lists were under refined, Andrew. Maybe they weren't enough kissers.
Yeah, maybe there wasn't enough Togekiss. I know.
And,
all right, Lee just has to pass.
Has
not
to
even pass.
An attachment.
No. All right, and Austin with the draw power of Zebstrika, double Dynamotor, you have to imagine can put something together here.
Does he even have a way to do 90 though to KO this?
No. So we're going to see maybe a retreat.
You could spark this turn with more Pekko.
I see Spence is in the chat now. Spence, I have been hyping the Cursed Kiss deck. I think it's so good. I've been trying to get people to play
into the
it.
Cursed Kiss.
Yeah, I'm super bought into the Cursed Kiss. I think my list is a little different than yours, as we talked about in the Discord, but the concept of the Cursed Kiss, I'm super bought into it now.
Okay, well, yeah, Austin has no way to take a knockout this turn. But Spark is not a bad attack in this spot either.
Yeah, Hex Spark is fine.
Yeah, I don't really see a way that Lee mounts a comeback from this position.
No, yeah, things are looking really tough for Lee. He's got like Guzmahala. That's not probably going to do it. Floatstone's already down. Air Balloon's already down. Right?
Oh,
those are like the two pivoter.
Yeah, Reshiram really wants one of those.
Yeah, he does. That's right.
So Guzmahala could get you that double dragon energy, but without the way to retreat the Reshiram. Yeah, that's the concession.
Is it. So Austin Charles advancing to 5-0-1, undefeated so far. The Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge, 3K Destined Rivals event. Lee falling just short with the Dragon deck. Really tried to control the amount of Pokemon he had in play on his board there so that he wouldn't succumb to the spread power of Austin's Lightning Spread deck. But Austin just showed that the Lightning deck can kind of just go toe-to-toe with attackers that don't have that much HP. The Dragon basics are not the bulkiest Pokemon in the world. And Lightning really doesn't have a hard time doing about 120 damage.
Right. Specifically 120 is kind of the traditional damage cap for Lightning with that Terra Spark attack. You combo that with just 20 damage here or there for something like a Flying Flip or a Muscle Band or an Electro Power, and you're one-hit KOing these Dragon types. Well played by Lee, of course. And truthfully, I think even if he went wide on his bench, like, his board was not giving him the support he needed, regardless. And look at all these players, Andrew.
I know.
Here
It's
for
so
Gym Leader
exciting
Challenge.
to see, dude. It's so exciting to see. Players getting hyped as they ascend the ranks of the tournament, get closer and closer to securing a top 8 berth. We've got Brooke, who we see there in the center, is back with her Psychic deck and is looking to make another top 8 run, it seems like. And Trevor, also 5-1 with his Water deck, is really putting on a show and saying this is how you build Hydro Pump Water.
Yeah.
In the summer of 2025, this is how you do it. Thanks, Trevor. I was having a hard time, actually. So, like, my Water deck was
appreciate your advice.
Yes, my Water deck was having a super big existential crisis, and thank God we've got a deck brewer on the case, figuring it out.
Yeah, and I gotta say, we see a lot of repeat faces lining up for this top 8, Andrew, between the Journey Together event and this one. So many familiar names in this top cut.
And that's the thing, Riley. Gym Leader Challenge is a format that really rewards practice. I mean, it really rewards practice. It really rewards the amount of time you've put into the card pool that you're playing with.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to pick up a Gym Leader Challenge deck that you've never played before and play it flawlessly and turn out results with it. I mean, as we kind of saw with Joe earlier, who picked up the fighting deck for the first time ever today and is like trying to figure out his routes on the fly.
Right.
It is not the easiest thing to do. And to be able to kind of like be a player who has played hundreds and hundreds of Gym Leader Challenge games and to be able to like route your games skillfully in a tournament setting, you're going to see those players who have the most reps and the most practice and the best decks really rise to the top tournament after tournament, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, and why is that, right? It's because, especially in a singleton expanded based format, you have not only such a wide card pool, but so much game by game variance for how your game needs to flow and look. And some of that you can have just naturally through intuition, but some of that is just learned, right?
Oh, for sure.
I know when this card is prized that this is my route, and I know when I draw this opening hand, this is my route instead. And being able to put those together in such a complex set of cards is what really differentiates the best Gym Leader Challenge players. You compare that to something like Standard, and I'm not saying that one has more or less skill than the other, but Standard has a lot more, you're playing 4-ofs all the time, and you're looking for very consistent engines and game-by-game actions, less of that like on-the-fly routing.
Yeah, and that's something that like kind of scratches my gaming itch about Gym Leader Challenge. Is like I like the kind of like figuring it out as you go and just using good fundamentals and intuition to kind of figure out situations that you've never seen before. When everybody gets kind of dropped in those similar kinds of pools, I feel like I'm the kind of player that can excel in those situations because of the amount of time that I've put into the game, the amount of cards that I know, and the expanded card pool, right? It feels good to get to use those skills that I've developed over a long period of time. And I, as we've seen here, there's just so much brewing that happens in the Gym Leader Challenge community with the different decks and so much expression with the different cards that players play. Sarah right now is 4-1-1, I think, and or maybe something like that, maybe 4-1-1. With her grass deck, and she just wanted to play it because it had like a lot of her favorite Pokemon in it, which is like really cool to see. Spence and Lee are both playing, I think, very similar, if not identical, Dragon Box decks. But we kind of saw
definitely similar.
We saw the high end of like Spence's, game with the Dragon Box deck in round 1. And then I think with Lee, we saw like a kind of like more rocky
saw the weaknesses,
end.
Yeah.
We saw the weaknesses of the Dragon Box deck, right? And Lee by no means had a terrible showing with the deck. I mean, still brought it down to a couple prizes. Was still like had some potential win-outs there towards the end, despite the fact that nothing really seemed to be going well.
Right. Yeah. Really, nothing was working out for him turn after turn, but still managed to bring it down to just 2-ish prizes left. And yeah, even though Austin had the more dominant showing in that match, the potential of the Dragon deck is clearly still there.
100%. Now, one of the biggest stories to come out of this tournament so far is the success of Water. Water is doing quite well with multiple Water decks looking like they're making a run at top 8. Something worth noting about Water has consistently been one of the most played decks at our major cash.
Fan favorite for sure.
Yes, one of the most played decks consistently at the Gym Leader Challenge cash events. However, it has never cracked a finals, okay? So this could be Water's first time to make a finals. Water has also never won any of them, despite being a deck that's like consistently showing up in top 8. I feel like it shows up in like almost every top 8.
Yeah, Water's been a fan favorite, I feel like, since the inception of GLC. It has such a solid consistency engine, has that energy acceleration. The Hydro Pump format of deck is a long beloved fan favorite in the Pokemon TCG, harkening back to the base set days of the game with Blastoise and Rain Dance. So it makes sense in my mind that Water's always been a popular archetype, and you have Abyssal Hand Octillery for that extra engine support. Yeah, never able to quite close. I think we see now players really optimizing their Water list further, and like we talked about earlier, Andrew, knowing the cards to cut as well, understanding you can't have it all. Even though there's all sorts of awesome and appealing cards that you can play in your deck, not all of them are going to be winners. Not all of them can make your 60.
It's true, Riley. There's some really tough cuts to be made, and it's going to be really cool to see the lists when they come out. The lists from this top 8 of this tournament when they finally get posted, to see how decks have evolved since our last major cash event. I mean, really, with the remodel happening here at Full Grip Games, there was like a little bit of a time that we had to take off. A couple of years we had to take off of producing these major events, but now we are back in full force, hosting these major cash events every set release, and it's going to give the Gym Leader Challenge community and the Gym Leader Challenge format a chance to like really continue maturing and
For sure.
developing, right? As players share lists, travel out to the event, really continue refining their decks. I mean, like Grant showed up here with like another control brew, and Grant was like formative in developing colorless control early on in the format. Trevor was a very formative player in developing colorless, attacking colorless early on in the format. And we're talking like pre-Snorlax, like ancient technology, pre-Archeops, like ancient colorless technology, like back in the day, bro. Yeah. So like it's really cool to see the format continue to grow and develop, and I think that these cash tournaments really kind of bring out the best in the deck building and the performances and get to put a lot of skill on display. So
Absolutely.
Stoked to see how our final Swiss round goes, folks. One more Swiss round until we cut to top 8. We've got round 7 coming up shortly. Players are getting called to their seats now. We will be right back with round 7 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Our final Swiss round is on the way. final Swiss round is getting underway here at the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash Destined Rivals release weekend events. And Riley, these players are competing for a chance at that $3,000 prize pool. $1,000 you're taking home if you win the whole thing. $700 for second place. And the rest of the prize money divided up amongst the top 8 finishers. I mean, really a lot to be excited about if you're sitting here on the feature match in the final Swiss round looking for a top 8 berth.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, Andrew, the pride of being the top gym leader in one of the premier Gym Leader Challenge events here at Full Grip Games.
Absolutely. It is really exciting to be on the cusp of top 8. This is a classic win and in situation, Riley. Classic win and in situation. We have got Tyrese Heptig on the left with Water versus Auto Shaw on the right with Water. A Water mirror match, and the winner will get to move on to top 8 guaranteed, as a record of 5-1-1 will do it, and a record of 5-0-2 will also do it. Otto has not dropped a game yet, not dropped a set yet, I should say.
They're single game sets, so.
Yes. Otto has that's you're right.
So
this
both
is not
are true.
standard. Yes. Otto has not dropped a game yet, but does have 2 ties. And Tyrese also with 4 wins, 1 loss, and a tie. This is anyone's game. I mean, it's really going to come down to who sets up better, who is able to maybe make the most of Hex Maniac on key turns, who is going to be able to leverage their Wailord the best. These are the things that I want to see in this match.
Absolutely, Andrew. And Water has really aggregated at the top of this tournament today. Water showing up big time after having, relatively speaking, middling finishes relative to its representation in some of our prior Full Grip Games release weekend tournaments. Cool to see Water show up after a long history of being one of the most popular types in Gym Leader Challenge. And it feels like folks are finally getting comfortable with how Water builds should be looking and what Pokemon are worth including and which ones maybe are worth putting to the side.
It's true. And, the Wailord was legal for the Journey Together 1K. And I think we did see one Water deck did top 8 the Journey Together 1K, but now players, as they've had some time to continue refining their Water lists, so we're seeing Water really start to excel and perform with, in this tournament setting. With this Wailord, the Hydro Pump Wailord. I haven't really seen any of the special waves Wailord decks today. It does seem like most of the decks that we're seeing are this Hydro Pump Wailord from Journey Together. 240 hit points and the ability to Hydro Pump for 210 damage for 4 water energy. Just an absolute behemoth of a Pokemon.
Yeah.
But Otto with the Guzma and Hala, this could signify that Otto might be playing a special waves Wailord list.
Yeah, I thought I maybe saw this as Titan when he was palming through his deck, but I couldn't clock it for certain. Let's see what he chooses to grab here and what his game plan looks like. Floatstone. We were just talking last round about how Floatstone is perhaps the best tool card Pokemon trading card game. A Brooklet Hill to go alongside it. And what will that special energy card be? It's a wash energy. It might indeed be the special whales, Andrew.
I'm thinking it is, Riley. You really don't play Guzma and Hala in your deck unless you're playing enough special energy to warrant it. And there's only one reason you would do that, and it's if you're playing the other Wailord. Wailord from Silver Tempest with the special wave attack. If this Pokemon has any special energy attached to it, the attack does 120 damage plus 120 more damage. That's 240 damage for 4 energy. This Wailord has a tiny 200 hit points compared to the 240 from the Journey Together one, but has the jumbo-sized ability, which makes it so the Pokemon takes 30 less damage from attacks. So very similar bulk to the Journey Together. Yeah, comparable bulk. And
better if you're being 2-hit KO'd.
Yes, better if you're being 2-hit KO'd. And the idea of this water build is that you are using special energy to help launch your big Pokemon's attacks. You've got Satitan with the special horn attack, which does 140 damage plus 80 damage. If you have a special energy attached, that's 220 damage for 3, which is incredible damage output. 180 hit points, stage 1 Pokemon. Hooray. I mean, it's like Whale, it's like Whale Jr., right? I mean, like, he's like Whale's best friend.
He is Whale's best friend. Now, I will say, Andrew, as you're going between those Wailords, something I noticed is Special Wave does do that 240 damage, but with the jumbo-sized ability, the Special Wave Wailord still is a comparable bulk level when using Hydro Pump, requiring 5 water energy attached to get the one-hit knockout. So we do see the Special Waves Whale is slightly more efficient at knocking out its counterpart.
I'm actually really stoked that we've got 2 different
Yeah,
whale
it's cool.
builds here.
It's cool.
This is a really cool mirror match to have for our 7th Swiss round today. Both these players will guarantee a spot in top 8 if they are able to come out on top. Both these players have a different water strategy completely. You're going to see some similar players. Obviously, both decks will feature Inteleon. Okay, like obviously. Like I don't think you're building a water deck without the Inteleon line. The Shady Dealings ability is just too freaking good. But we also see that Tyrese playing kind of a traditional Octillery in his water deck with the Abyssal Hand ability, which makes it so that you draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand. But then we see that Otto is playing the Swampert, right? And Swampert has the Power Draw ability. It's a stage 2 Pokemon, but you discard a card from your hand and then and draw 3 cards from your deck.
We're getting word that based on the current standings, looking unlikely for 5-2s to sneak in. Big contrast compared to yesterday where every X2 made it in.
That's ridiculous. I mean, really, because there was more ties.
Yeah, the ties make a huge difference in those match point thresholds for sure.
That's
Playing
crazy.
a best of 1 in 40 minutes is significantly more generous than best of 3 in 50, even with the differences in the formats. So it makes sense that there'd be less ties overall, but a pretty substantial match point swing in terms of that top cut requirement.
That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like, X2s may not end up making top 8 at this event. There's 87 players here for this event, but for standard yesterday, there was 129 players, and all the X2s made top 8, which is that's just kind of crazy, right?
It may have also been a byproduct of like the size of the event relative to the round threshold.
That's right.
Because I think with 129, you just cross over that threshold
into the 8th round.
And when you're at the lower end of the round threshold is when you have the most generous match point requirements.
That makes sense.
Ooh, and Avery, a nice play by Otto this turn to trim down Tyrese's bench to 3 Pokemon. We'll see what he chooses to discard. There's just nothing that feels good to discard when water gets hit with those.
It's funny how the contrasts continue. Tyrese has got the Alolan Vulpix with the Beacon attack in the active. Otto's got Basculin with the Gather the Crew attack, which puts Pokemon instantly to the bench. Alolan Vulpix puts those Pokemon, from the deck to the hand. So
better for evolutions versus basics. What is that beacon art that you had on screen? I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh no, man.
Is that from like a blister pack or something?
Yeah, it's just the one I got.
Okay.
But yeah, this is not the one I'm familiar with.
I feel like the one Tyrese has is the one I think of when I think of beacon.
Well, yeah, because that's the set art.
Yeah, it's also the Toys R Us promo art.
It is
the one I use.
I don't even know where you would find this artword. It says it's got like an alternate stamp on it. That alternate stamp. I don't really know where it comes from.
If anyone knows, let us know.
Yeah, where
does this Vulpix come from?
Yeah, where the heck did this Vulpix come from? I don't know. Where did I find it? I don't know, man. It was from a blister, apparently.
Okay, yeah. It looks like a blister art. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. It looks like a blister art.
Yeah, 3-pack blister, yeah.
Okay, well, we see Otto advancing his board with his stage 1s. Got that Marsh Tomp into play now. getting ready for some power draws potentially on the next turn with a Swampert evolution. But here's the weakness of Gather the Crew as compared to Beacon. It doesn't really do anything after you've already filled your bench, whereas Beacon can continue to search out your evolutions.
It's true, right? And Beacon also can like notably go get Drizzile so that you can use Shady Dealings. I think the biggest issue with Tyrese's board right now is there's no energy accelerators to be found, right? It's like
There's not
troubling.
really much anything on his board besides support.
Yeah, a little troubling. Thankfully, Avery got played. Sure, okay, that is definitely a setback. But Tyrese has an opportunity now with the Shady Dealings ability to go search out a key trainer from his deck. It looks like Buddy Poffin. Yep, will help to. Well, did the Avery help?
Well, I don't know if you could really say it helped. It got rid of a Whalmer, which is pretty impactful, but the Snom and the Frigibacks are, of course, going to be good pickups. And if he gets Avery'd again with something like a VS Seeker, he's going to have another crossroad of challenging decisions.
Oh, yeah, that would be pain. Yeah, Avery is just one of those cards that I feel like you kind of have to play. Not in every single deck, but you kind of have to play in like your decks that can't really adequately use Parallel City. I really like having Avery as an option to kind of attack the board. It's a draw card that also attacks your opponent's board. And
yeah, it's just a good utility.
Really good utility. Really good way to kind of like nerf what your opponent's doing, especially in a deck that can kind of tutor it out when you want to with Drizzile. You could just say like, oh, okay, this is going to like crush them if I play Avery on this turn and take a knockout. If you do something like Avery and then use Kyogre, right, to chase down whoever you want to knock out on your opponent's side of the board with the dynamic wave attack, those are the kinds of plays I love because you're just kind of eliminating so many threats from your opponent's board all at the same time.
Auto drawing a ball guy, so gonna grab several different ball cards. Dive Ball is an excellent option for these water decks. I imagine what he's ultimately aiming for is going to get that Swampert into play and start digging through his deck. Notably, Otto has not found very many attachments over these first few turns, so still a ways away from attacking with this Wailord.
Yeah, these two are not firing off with the speed that we saw Trevor with a turn 2 Wailord.
Definitely not that.
No. It's kind of neat. We see the Wishy-Washy on Tyrese's side of the board. Wishy-Washy's got an attack. It does 30 damage plus 30 more damage for each energy attached to it, but then it only has 30 hit points. But then it's got an ability, if it's got at least 3 energy attached to it, it gets 150 more HP. So it becomes a Pokemon with 180 hit points.
Yeah, so it's an alternative Hydro Pumper. One weakness, though, of playing cards like that is their HP can be massively reduced with a card like Hexmaniac.
Or Silent Lab, right?
Yeah.
And that's cool. We get to see Swampert hit the board. Swampert has kind of been gaining traction in water lists lately, especially in these Special Waves Wailord decks, as you often get like a really kind of like weird big hand, and it gets to a point where Octillery just stops drawing you cards, right? As we can see, I mean, look at the size of Otto's
Octillery
hand, right?
would not be drawing hit cards for Otto here.
No, and it's like the Special Waves Wailord deck can play like a control deck where you just kind of want to have these really big hands, and Swampert helps to facilitate that by just digging into the deck every single turn, 3 cards deep, really strong. Obviously, it can be tough to set the Swampert up, and it's a stage 2 Pokemon, but with cards like Irida, you can just Irida for Rare Candy Swampert, and then you're moving. That's 3 cards a turn. Every turn, add that on top of other supporters that you're playing that have maybe other effects, like you could Hex and draw cards at the same time. You can Iono yourself to a low hand size, but then draw cards afterwards. You could Guzma and draw cards at the same time. It's just very useful ability to have in play. And I tackle this thing sometimes. 80 damage plus 20 more damage times the amount of water energy attached to this Pokemon. It's 140 for 3 water. That's not bad. And that is serviceable. 160 hit points. I mean, yeah, it's like a older card from Celestial Storm, but you can just see the power creep of the Pokemon TCG has not affected the non-rule box cards nearly as much as the rule box cards. I mean, this card from Celestial Storm like still plays very nicely with like the modern cards being released today.
Yeah, the power creep slowed down significantly on the stage 2 Pokemon in particular, I feel like, as compared to some of the insane like
The basics,
multi-prize Pokemon. And the basics.
The basics non-rule box Pokemon have been getting power creeped like out the wazoo lately.
Yeah, and I feel like it's almost like the stage 2s just play by a different set of rules.
They just do, right? Yeah. I think there's a 240 hit point stage 1 Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG, but there are no single prize stage 2 Pokemon with that much HP.
Isn't that weird?
I find it weird.
I find it
like
weird.
You're telling me there's no big guy that like should have like there's no non-rule box big guy that just like should have that much HP.
I almost feel like at this point, the current state of the game, like stage 2s should have 200 HP.
I've been
more
saying this for years.
on the single prizers.
I'm saying the single prize stage 2 Pokemon should have 250 hit points. I've been saying this for a long time.
Yeah, like why are they still less than a basic EX?
I don't know why they're less than a basic EX. It didn't always used to be that way, but it is what it is,
That's what it is. Yeah, the EXs, I mean, you think back to the original EX era, were also just closer in general in power to the non-EX equivalents, often only having like 20 or 30 more hit points. Usually having more impressive attacks, I will say. But, that was a trade-off. You had a similar amount of HP and still give up the extra prize as a cost for how powerful the Pokemon were.
All right, Riley. Time to wake up. First prize of our round 7 is going to get drawn. Wishy-washy coming into the active.
Yeah, taking the knockout on that Basculin. Ultimately not a super impactful knockout in terms of board state, but good to get those early prizes. And now this Wishy-washy, since it's fully loaded up, does have that 150 bonus hit points. So very tanky up in the active position. Auto going in with an Irida as well. Could potentially promote this Articuno this turn. Articuno, very useful for preventing your opponent from targeting your special whales or your Titan with cards like Boss's Orders or Guzma, safeguarding them on the bench.
Now, it is nice that Tyrese does have not only Frostmoth, but also Arctibax in play, because we see Otto snapping back after that KO with an Irida for Intellion Countercatcher, and you have to imagine that Otto's going to be able to piece together everything that he needs to pick off exactly the Pokemon he wants to knock out this upcoming turn. Now, something that I do want to point out, usually you want to power draw before you play supporter for turn. I think like Otto kind of locked his supporter in by playing Irida, but then decided to power draw. But usually you want to gain as much knowledge as possible before playing something that you can't really like undo, like a supporter for turn, right?
Because you could always draw. I mean, off a power draw, you could have drawn both Countercatcher and Intellion.
Right. And then you're like, okay, well, now I've got a different option, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or what if you drew into like cards that would allow you to make a Hex Maniac play? That would have been pretty cool. You could imagine you go Hex Maniac and then like knock out the Wishy-washy with Articuno, because that thing will only have 30 hit points. Like that's kind of nuts. So it's those kinds of things you got to keep an eye out for. Also, with the fact that Tyrese had no energy like in play other than his energy on the Wishy-washy, could have been a prime turn for Hex Maniac. You just don't want to close yourself off to those options before you've drawn all your cards for turn. Yeah,
and Hex would have been really nice here too, since the Wishy-washy would go down to that 30 HP and it would turn off all the acceleration on Tyrese's side. So nice to be aware of what those plays may be.
Now we do see Articuno taking a knockout with the Cold Cyclone attack. 70 damage, 2 water energy, and you move 2 energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon. The reason this Articuno is seeing play in Otto's deck, not because Cold Cyclone is like this broken attack. It's actually just kind of fine. It's like a kind of a fine attack. It does charge up your bench guys. It does an okay amount of damage. It's okay. But Blizzard Veil, I mean, this is why the card's here. Because it reads, as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, whenever your opponent plays a supporter card from their hand, prevent all effects that card does to your bench water Pokemon. So it makes it so that your benched Wailord, Wailmer, I guess if it's not evolved up yet, or your Citadel are not going to be targeted with Guzma or Boss's orders, which is a very, key and potent play that you'll see in the Pokemon TCG and Gym Leader Challenge format. It's kind of stuff that happens all the time.
Okay. Wishy-washy going to clap back on this Articuno. It's a Titan ready to go. 180 hit points like you're saying, Andrew. But Kyogre is pretty good at dealing 180 damage if you can compile those 4 energy cards into your hand.
Something worth noting, I mean, the Kyogre here, Dynamic Wave, right? Like if Tyrese were able to find the energy needed to like power up this Kyogre could take out the Wailmer.
Or the Titan.
Or the Titan before they have a chance to get moving. I think the Wailmer is probably like slightly scarier. 180 hit points on the Titan, that's as big as it gets. So like that's fine.
Let's
deal with that, right? But like the 200 with the jumbo sized ability from Wailord, I'm not trying to see that.
Yeah, the Wailmer isn't as immediately of a threat. This Titan is just an attachment away from swinging for knockouts. But the Wailord is, of course, going to be a bigger threat in the long term. So just weighing whether you want to avoid those immediate threats or the long-term game of preventing that Wailord from coming out.
And Tyrese got a schooling shot for knockouts with the Wishy-Washy. This Wishy-Washy getting a lot of mileage right now. It's group power ability, giving it 180 hit points. Not too shabby. And now Otto has got shady dealings of his own.
Could this be the time for Hex? You have Titan ready to go.
This would be like, and I said at the beginning of the match, right? Like this matchup could very easily come down to like who pulls off the awesome Hex play, right? You're trading back and forth. You've got your water guys. You're definitely reliant on abilities.
Guzma, the pickup.
I'm not sure that there's anything that I like love knocking out with Guzma on Ty's side of the board.
Artillery could be nice. You could target the Drizzile to deny Inteleon. But I have to agree. I feel like Hex is more impactful this turn.
100%.
Maybe Hex is prized?
Could be. I don't know that I saw it in the deck.
Because you're certainly playing Hex.
Hex is definitely in this deck. 100%. All right, Guzma going to target down the Arctibax.
Interesting. I don't know if I fully understand this choice of line, but does have Lost City in hand.
Ooh. Well, is this...
And the helmet. The helmet, dude.
The helmet. The special energy got attached. That's a big deal. You got the wash energy attached to the Titan and a big knockout, sending the Arctibax to the Lost Zone. Well,
never to be seen again.
You have to imagine now if the Frostmoth gets sent to the Lost Zone, that could get dicey.
That could get really dicey, Andrew. And we did see Tyrese burned multiple stadiums over the last couple of turns. They played their own Chaotic Swell and followed it up with their own Brooklet Hill.
To bump it
and draw more cards with Artillery. Tyrese may be hurting for more outs to bump this Lost City. And if it stays in play, their board could be picked down really fast.
Oh, yeah. This could get really hectic. I mean, the pot helmet on the Titan, this thing's got 210 HP effectively now. I mean, not actually. It has 180 hit points, but it takes 30 less damage from attacks. So 210 damage would have to be dealt.
Effective HP is an appropriate term, I feel like.
You would have to deal 210 damage in order to knock out this thing this turn. And that's not going to be the easiest thing to do. The Wishy-Washy is doing, 369, 120 damage. It's not even close right now. Irida is going to be the supportive return from Tyrese. And what can he grab out of the deck that's going to bail him out? I mean, Octillery is getting the promote.
Inteleon could be found to get more trainers. So maybe get an Inteleon plus an item card. A Field Blower would be useful here.
Field Blower, you definitely want a couple more energy onto the Wishy-Washy. And I have to imagine that that's why the Octillery got promoted, right?
Yeah, the energies I feel like need to be moved away from this Octillery to make this Wishy-Washy get big enough.
Yeah, the water energy on Octillery is not great. I think the problem with Tyrese's board is that Frostlass is the energy accelerator that needs to be used. That's what I meant. Frostmoth is the energy accelerator that needs to be used, but Frostmoth only accelerates to the bench, and Tyrese does not have a good Pokemon to promote. So Octillery is getting the promote, who has a retreat cost of 2.
Yeah, could have attached the previous turn to the Drizzile and still had a retreat out, but only for 1 energy. Maybe afraid of the Octillery getting trapped, but there are multiple Pokemon with hefty retreat costs on this board anyway.
All right, Rope will make it so that these
yeah, but that Wailord is not going down this turn. I can tell you that.
No, it's not, Riley. I mean, pretty much guaranteed. Do you just promote the Wishy-Washy and say, I'll poke the Wailord? That feels bad.
That does feel bad, Andrew.
I mean, that's probably a game-losing route.
And frankly, even without the Lost City, knocking out the Frostmoth removes it from play for at least 2 turns.
And there's not really enough energy on Tyrese's board to threaten the giant water Pokemon that Otto has right now. And it's 120 damage coming out from Schooling Shot, decreased by 30 because of Wailord's jumbo-sized ability.
I think we're going to see a Guzma again.
Could see a Guzma again. If you see something like a Mallow and Lana here, like that just feels really bad for Tyrese as well.
I think I prefer the offensive play over the defensive play in this situation. I mean, removing that Frostmoth pretty much guarantees that Tyrese is not taking a knockout this next turn.
Yeah, Guzma is probably just correct. We see the Verse Seeker for Guzma coming out. So yeah, target down that Frostmoth. It's going down.
Here we go. Special Whales getting in there.
Yep, it's a Titan Town, dude. The special horn, special waves, so many special attacks.
So many special attacks indeed, Andrew. Special Horn going to knock out this Frostmoth. And, ooh, Rough Seas is a nice inclusion. Start to heal that damage off. So get the best of both worlds, Andrew. You're healing up and knocking out the benched Pokemon.
Yes.
And with the attachment potentially coming down on the Wailord, just getting ever closer to the Special Whale being fully powered up itself. This feels tough if you're Tyrese.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be really difficult to come back from, to the point where I don't know if it is a surmountable
maybe going for a Confuse Ray angle.
Board position. Yeah, Lapras does have the Confuse Ray attack. I mean, could confuse this thing. But as it is right now, Tyrese does not have the firepower on board to deal with the giant Titan or Wailord.
Marnie just doesn't feel good enough.
No, there's like a random energy stranded on the Octillery, which is unfortunate. The Lapras, the Kyogre, they have 0 energy attached to them. It's really not what you're looking for.
And 4 cards plus a power draw is frankly a lot of draw. And is that the Mallow and Lana in Otto's hand?
Yes, it is.
So Confusion won't even do anything this turn.
No, it won't. You can see how like you Marnied and then Octillery for 1, right? You see why people are starting to play the power draw. It's like a lot of times you're just getting more cards off the power draw turn after turn. If Octillery guaranteed you 3 cards every turn, then we would just play Octillery. But there's times where in the water deck your hand's just kind of jammed and you just need to continue turning. The power draw ability is certainly better at that. It's just a little harder to set up. But in a deck like Tyrese's, where you need to set up your other support Pokemon, like your Baxcalibur or your Frostmoth in order to play the game, then you can't really afford to use the rare candy to go into the Swampert, because you need to use the rare candy to go into Baxcalibur.
And we see Tyrese opting to shuffle back the Staryu. I really don't think the Starmie is going to be a factor at this point in the game. I almost would have preferred the deck to be that much thinner of the one card.
And you do get to choose up to...
Actually, Rescue Stretcher might be required.
Oh, yeah, Rescue Stretcher is required. Yes. Never mind. I thought it was a rod.
So there's the Frostmoth line that's in there. Is there? Maybe it was the only other Pokemon in the discard pile?
I think so, because the Baxcalibur is yeeted.
There's the Vulpix in there. Probably don't want the Vulpix. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Maybe that was just the best third choice.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Otto here, though, has an embarrassment of riches. Tyrese didn't even get the Confuse Ray off, whiffed the energy.
It wouldn't have done anything either because of Wash Energy, Riley.
Oh my gosh, Wash Energy too. Yeah, this is a wash, it feels like.
Prevents all effects of attacks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that's the Titan is kind of invincible right now.
It is kind of invincible right now.
Yeah, dude, he can't be touched.
You're right. Yeah, well... And there was like multi-layered.
Ooh, and the Hex Maniac with a knockout.
Yeah, Hex honestly doesn't feel that impactful this turn, to be honest.
No, it's like your
just opponent's barely drawing. They don't have
hit when you're down. Getting hit when you're down.
Yeah,
for
just
sure.
Kicking someone on the ground.
Yeah,
I think it probably would have been better to save Hex in the event that they bench a new Snom to prevent any Frostmoth stuff. Because that's really the only way Tyrese could dream of a comeback.
Yeah, it is starting to slip away, as you can see. Just the board presence of the Wailord and the Satitan, the lack of energy accelerator in play. You kind of got some like the Hail Mary Guzma play going on right now.
A classic we all know and love. the Hail Mary Guzma
play. Like, maybe I can stick this thing for a little while with my Wishy-Washy.
Unfortunately, that will not work. And actually, all that damage could be healed if Otto wants.
There's a Mallow and Lana in hand.
No, honestly, you might even just want to save the resources that you discard and just play it as is for the
Switch. Yeah,
I think that's totally fine.
I agree. Otto's got 2 prizes remaining. At this point, you just make sure you're not going to lose the game, right? So, don't deck out. You have 3 cards. Like I said, don't deck out. Don't deck out.
The potential's there.
Yeah, I know. There's a rod in hand. So, but yeah, don't deck out. We've got Ordinary Rod, 2 energy, 2 Pokemon back into the deck. Bastia Legion. Might as well chuck some water energy in if there's any in the discard pile.
I don't know if there are any.
There's not. But it does beef up your deck a little bit. 5 cards, probably cooler than 3,
5's better than 3.
It is. What if your opponent just slams the Belelba and Bryson Man and then you're like, whoa,
True.
I guess I lose, dude.
Yeah, plus now
after all that
you could power draw next turn without decking out.
Yeah.
Now, even with the draw for turn included.
Looks like Mallow Alana is going to heal this thing.
I think it's fine to not heal, but
if one of the cards is Enhanced Tamer, don't like Raihan going, but that's fine.
Yeah, I don't mean, what are you searching with Raihan at this point?
Yeah, it's true.
You have access to your whole deck, so.
Right, and to be honest, Tyrese might not take another knockout. This Wishy-Washy is going down, so.
This might be a clean sweep with the Satitan.
Yeah, as soon as the Satitan and the Wailord got established, it became very tough for Tyrese to really find footing in this match. The Wishy-Washy was a fine attacker early on, but as the game has worn on, the Wishy-Washy has just not been keeping up as far as that damage output is concerned. And with Tyrese not having any energy accelerators in play, I think that
teammates feels like it seals the deal.
Yeah. You can kind of take one last look at the deck, be like, nope, I don't think it's there. There's no lines. And I would expect to see the concession coming any moment, as there's just not really anything Tyrese can do to come back 4 prizes.
Yeah,
and that's it. GG's, and we are going to see Otto Shaw advance to the top 8 of your Gym Leader Challenge 3K event with the Special Waves Wailord deck. Congratulations to Ty on a solid run with his Hydro Pump water deck.
Yeah.
And Riley, that is the 7th Swiss round here today. That is our final Swiss round as players are going to start to figure out if they were lucky enough to be one of the ones who made top 8.
Lots of money on the line in this top 8, Andrew. So I know our players are going to be eager to find out where the cards fall in this one. I'm excited to see the Special Whales make it in a top 8, Andrew. I think it's a really cool deck. And man, that's a Titan, and those Wailord cards are just so beefy and so powerful.
Yeah, the Special Waves deck has certainly been a favorite of players in the last year or so, really. I mean, it's been doing quite well and is one of people's favorite ways to build water. I mean, Hydro Pump is popular for sure, but the Special Waves has been, if not the most popular, maybe the second most popular way to play water. It is a very tough deck to compete against. There we go. Some hype fans. Let's go. The fan cam. That's what I'm saying, dude. The fan cam's going crazy. I think Sarah may have just had a tough loss there at the end. Sarah playing against Ben Morse. Yep. Might have been a tough loss there. I think I saw Heather go over and console her. So maybe didn't have things go exactly the way that she had wanted in that final round against Ben, but she should be proud of herself. She had a solid day regardless.
And any of the players who made it to these upper echelons in these final rounds should feel proud. This is a very competitive Gym Leader Challenge event. Lots on the line for these players. Everyone's giving it their all, of course.
Absolutely, yes.
Look how excited everyone is to be on camera.
Congratulations to Otto. With
yeah.
Let's go. Big dubs. Big dubs for Otto and the crew. We see Brooke is there. Look,
let's take a peek-see.
Playing against Fran. Brooke and
Enhance.
Fran both playing Psychic.
Zoom, enhance. Okay. This one looks close, folks.
Fran's got 4 prizes left to Brooke's. Gotta have 1.
If it's being covered by that deck box,
that's why it has to be 1.
It has to be 1.
Yeah. Yeah. There's not really any space there for more than 1 prize, Riley.
I don't think so, Andrew.
It has been a awesome day for Gym Leader Challenge content today. We've seen some incredible games. I think we're going to have a pretty decent spread of decks in top 8, considering a third of the field was Psychic. We're going to see a really decent spread in top 8. I think Psychic was a little overhyped in this current format.
You propagandized Psychic in this format.
It was overhyped by me.
As long as you're taking like some amount of culpability.
All of our locals at Full Grip were already on Psychic before I started talking about Togekiss. They just changed the way they were going to play it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I didn't get anybody to convert to Psychic.
You're part of the problem. Like, maybe the Togekiss thing was so bad that it bombed Psychic out when it was actually good.
Maybe I was part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I tried to get everybody to stop playing Psychic and actually play the best Gym Leader Challenge deck in format, which is the Rockets Tyranitar deck.
Yes.
That was a late game surge, though. I only realized on Thursday how broken the Hitmon combo Rockets Tyranitar deck was, so I only had 1 day to really work and try to get people to
only
switch.
cooked for a day.
Yeah. I only got to try and get people to play the Rockets Tyranitar deck for a solid 24 hours.
Not enough
marination. People already had their decks. It is what it is. But I do think that the Rockets Tyranitar deck, I think that deck is a powerhouse. I do think it's going to be a very real deck in formats to come.
I'll tell you what, if Joe went for the combo on stream, he would have wiped the floor with his opponent.
I know, dude. It would not have been close. I know. But It's the way it goes sometimes.
So the potential's there. That's all I'm saying. No shame about that particular game, but the potential is there clearly.
The potential was definitely there, dude. The potential was definitely there. Anyways, we are going to be preparing for the top 8 of the Gym Leader Challenge 3K event here at Full Grip Games. Riley and I are going to get our list of top 8 finishers, the decks that made top 8, and give you the reports on how everything is shaking down. First, we're going to go take a quick break so that I can go downstairs and figure out what's going on so that I can report it back to you all. We're going to take a quick break before we get started with top 8, folks. Thank you so much for being here today. Again, make sure to check out fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, as well as dragonshield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. Riley and I will be right back with our top 8 match in just a few minutes. Hang tight. All right, folks. We are getting set up now for the top 8 of the largest cash pool ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge event here at the Destined Rivals Release Weekend tournament at Full Grip Games. $3,000 on the line to be divided up amongst 8 players who qualified for the top 8 of this event, whittled down from 87 participants. We've got some familiar faces in top 8. One player who top 8'd yesterday and is back at it again with another top 8 today. I know that Brooke top 8'd last Journey Together GLC 1K, now back again with another top 8 appearance with her Psychic deck, and just a lot of good stories coming out of this top 8. A lot of great players as well.
Great stories for sure, Andrew. So up on stream here, we're going to be featuring 2 of those players that we just mentioned. Lion Chen on the left. You may recognize him from his performance yesterday in the standard event. And on the right, we have Brooke English, who had top 8'd the previous release weekend tournament here at Full Grip with her Psychic deck. Brooke is going to be staying on that Psychic train here, and Lion bringing a very interesting colorless control deck that we're very excited to see.
I had heard, oh my gosh, I just got done talking to a bunch of people who have played in the event. A lot of my friends kind of finished 5-0 or 5-2, right? And a lot of players had played against a control deck today, and that was nuts, right? Because I think there were 2 of them in the field. There was Grant and Lion. Lion ended up making top 8, and what a treat. I actually have absolutely no idea how colorless control plays in Gym Leader Challenge right now. So, like, I want to see, because I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting to see, and you have to imagine that Lion is coming into this top cut with a method against the Psychic decks, right? Psychic was such a high proportion of the field here. It's not really justifiable to go into a tournament like this without having a clear game plan against Psychic.
Now, it is going to be important for us to know what the time constraints are.
Yeah, we are likely going to have some slightly different Top Cut rules as compared to our standard tournament, just because Gym Leader Challenger games do take that little bit longer typically. We saw that in the best of 1 Swiss as well, where we leveraged a 40-minute timer as opposed to something like 30 minutes. So I think previously we did 90 minutes for Top Cut.
I want to say it's an hour and a half. That would be my guess. 90 minutes. Yep. And just got confirmation. This is going to be a 90-minute top cuts plus 3 turns, best of 3 situations. So there's going to be a ton of opportunity for these 2 players to get to show off their skills, show off what their decks can do in this top 8 round. And we see Lion starting off with a mulligan there with his colorless control deck. Quickly, before we get started, Riley, do we have the top 8 breakdown of what we got here today? What types of decks, what players?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've already hit on Brooke and Lion with their colorless and Psychic decks respectively. We have Ashton with his own Psychic deck. Austin Charles, who we saw on stream earlier today with his Lightning Spread deck. Chucky Davis with a traditional Hydro Pump water deck. Trevor, who also we saw earlier today with that Hydro Pump water deck. Otto Shaw with his Special Wave water deck. And finally, Spencer making top 8 again with his Dragon deck, playing only a handful of basic Pokemon. So water, definitely the plurality here of our top 8. I think 3 different water decks making it into top cut, which is very impressive showing. Yeah, 3 water, 2 Psychic, 1 electric, 1 Dragon, and the colorless control.
I mean, Riley, that sounds like a great spread of decks to me.
It does. Water actually is the really disproportionately represented deck here today. It was one of the more popular decks in the field, but definitely not like half of the field.
Psychic was like a third of
Yeah.
the field, and to have a third of the field played Psychic and a quarter of top 8 is Psychic. So it definitely
That
didn't.
seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it didn't convert as hard as it was represented. I think Psychic was a comfort pick for a lot of players today, but it didn't rise to the top and absolutely dominates like you would expect a deck that's like 30% of the field to do.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people are coming into a tournament like this prepared for Psychic, as we imagine Lion probably is, as we start off this round.
Look at this, Riley. Turn 1 of top 8 underway. Brooke English going first. Opens the battle VIP pass. Gym Leader Challenge is a singleton format. You can only play one of each card that's not a basic energy in your deck. To open Battle VIP Pass as a one-of card in the first game of top 8, going first, that's as good as it gets. That is
quite literally
a feel-good situation there.
Absolutely. And just better Buddy Poffin at that point, right? You get access to 2 basic Pokemon just like Buddy Poffin, but not restricted by those hit points. Though I imagine you'll have similar targets on the first turn of the game that you're searching for.
And we see that Brooke has got Inkay. I think last time Brooke was playing like a Malamar Xatu deck. Iron Boulder was certainly a piece of it. I do think that Brooke was playing a Monkey Dory.
Yep.
And had some Darkness Energy and was able to use Monkey Dory to move damage counters over to the opponent's side of the board. With Giratina, whose Shadow Impact attack can knock out your own Pokemon, right?
Yeah, and we're seeing a similar looking build this go around. Brooke still playing both the Xatu and Malamar, has access to the Monkey Dory with 2 Darkness Energy. And with that Giratina, like you're saying, Andrew, can place those 40 damage counters on your own board with Shadow Impact that are ripe for Monkey Dory to transition over to the opponent's side.
Let's talk about Lion's List a little bit. Like I said, I kind of have no idea what a colorless control deck is going to be looking like. Obviously, one of the stars is going to be the Bunnelby from Primal Clash.
Yeah.
Bunnelby is your kind of recursion card.
Yeah, Bunnelby has been a staple ever since the removal of Resource Management Oranguru from the format. Lion is playing an Oranguru, but it's not Resource Management, as that is not allowed anymore. Some other feature cards in Lion's List. You have a pretty robust draw engine with the Chinchino. You have the Pidgeotto line in there as well. And the newer inclusion in this colorless control is going to be that Ursaluna line, Andrew.
Oh, okay. Is the Ursaluna line... What is it's got an ability, right? What does it do? Let me take a look.
It's the Ursaluna from Astral Radiance. I believe it has a junk hunt type effect.
Yes.
We'll get that on screen here in just a moment.
Pete Hunt.
Yep. Yeah, so very similar to junk hunt, but it is better in the fact that you can put 2 of any cards from your discard pile into your hand on the Ursaluna. So not restricted to items. Or even trainers can put energy or supporters into your hand as well. Or even Pokemon. So that Pete Hunt will almost certainly be a key factor in this match here.
We see Lion starting off with one of the best consistency cards in the formats, Fan Rotom. We haven't seen a colorless all day. And you know what? I love this because colorless won our Journey Together Gym Leader Challenge 1K. Obviously, just playing some very strong cards. The Hops cards, playing the Snorlax, all of that. Really taking advantage of Double Colorless and Twin Energy, right? Double Colorless and Twin Energy are actually banned from Gym Leader Challenge now. So now colorless decks have to reinvent themselves. And we see Lion doing that successfully, carving his way to a top 8 playoff with a colorless build. We haven't seen a colorless build like this in a long time.
No, we haven't, Andrew. And I'll be really interested to see how this specific matchup plays out. Just looking at Lion's list here, It's got a lot of interesting inclusions. I'm trying to see like what the specific method of control is, right? Because there's a couple different ways that you can execute these sorts of strategies in Pokemon. You can, for example, go for more of a tanking route with a wall Pokemon. Ursaluna does have 180 hit points, and we just saw the max potion go into Lion's hands. So we could, for example, just Pete Hunt over and over for a max potion and use recycle energy to keep that flowing. You could trap something active. We have a Belelba and Bryson in the deck as well to mill your opponent out of the game. And there's just so many options that you have to imagine. There's all sorts of creative routes that you can put together with these sorts of control decks.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, Fan Rotom, why are you so small? You have to, there's a lot of different routes you can take with the control deck. And the thing about a control deck in Gym Leader Challenge format is you're trying to account for a lot, right? It's a very wide card pool that is playable in Gym Leader Challenge. And you got all cards from black and white onwards that are legal for play, except for those cards that have a rule box. So lots of playable options. And how do you account for all of that? How do you account for a huge card pool like that when building your control deck? And I think the thing that we're seeing, just taking a cursory glance at Lion's list, is that there are just a lot of different ways to respond to what your opponent is doing. And that's the kind of marquee strategy of the control decks, is that you have cards like Ursaluna and Bunnelby that allow you to recur cards from your discard pile, right? So Ursaluna, Pete Hunt, 2 cards from your discard pile in your hand. You've got the Bunnelby with the Burrow attack, discards the top card of your opponent's deck, or Rototiller, shuffle card from your discard pile into your deck. And then with the Omega Barrage trait, this Bunnelby can attack twice. So you can either put 2 cards from your discard pile back into your deck, or discard the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. Very good for a mill strategy. I mean,
extremely powerful.
Pretty much exactly what a mill deck would want. And so you play these, thin lines of cards that are going to be extremely effective against whatever your opponent is cooking up, and then you recur them over and over again.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Totally agree, Andrew. And the thing is, even though so many Gym Leader Challenge decks play very differently, the key to playing a control archetype like this is identifying common weaknesses between those decks. For example, Lion plays the Galar Mine in his deck, which increases the retreat cost of Pokemon. And with cards like Countercatcher, there's quite a few support Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge, Andrew, that don't really deal significant amounts of damage. And if you can stick one of those in the active position while you Pete Hunt with an Ursaluna, you can quickly take the game completely under your control. Aptly named.
Yeah, we see that Lion has got Pidgeotto into play with the Airmail ability. Once during your turn, you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck and put one of them into your hand, put the other one on the bottom of your deck. Sound familiar, Riley? We got to see this a lot yesterday.
Yeah. Recon Directive is the modern iteration on this ability. But Airmail Pidgeotto was a staple in control decks back when it was first released. That 60 hit points also allows it to be easily searchable off of cards like the Fan Rotom that we see here.
Yeah, the late Jimmy Pendarvis actually helped to pioneer the Pidgeotto control deck that his friend Isaiah ended up top 8ing the World Championships with. I forget what year. I want to say it was 2019.
It was 2019.
2019, yep. In 2019, Isaiah Williams top 8 at the World Championships with a Pidgeotto control deck that my good friend Jimmy Pendarvis said he built entirely by himself in a room alone and then graciously shared with his testing partners.
Which is the most Jimmy thing possible.
We've got a really solid board presence now over on Lion's side with both the Pidgeotto in play, can use its Airmail ability, but then we've also got the Chinchino with the Make Do ability, right? So you've got both of those now, and that's That's really going to help you get through the deck. And then Rare Candy Ursaluna. Well, hello. Ursaluna's here too.
And Ursaluna with 180 hit points is pretty difficult for Brooke to knock out in one hit. Brooke's damage seems to be capped out at around 170 with that Iron Boulder. Would need something like that Monkey Dory to come into play to really close out that final damage. And if you can't one-hit KO the Ursaluna, then you're vulnerable to things like Chain Max Potions.
Yeah. Goodness. I mean, it gets to a point where you could just use that Pete Hunt over and over again, and you just chain Max Potion, and if your opponent doesn't have ways to continue to get around it, right?
Yeah.
Then you're just sitting there, and you get Pete Hunt Energy Max Potion. Pete Hunt Energy Max Potion. And you just sit there, and your opponent will eventually deck out, right?
And is that a second clay used? Oh
yes,
my goodness.
Dude.
The deck is being thinned incredibly quickly this game.
We see Lion is, tossing all the non-item cards to the discard pile. Clay allows you to discard, is it the top 7 or top 8 cards of the deck?
It's 7.
Yes, I should know this as I played against Jesse in our fighting challenge. Discard the top 7 cards of your deck. If any of those cards are items, put them into your hand. This card did used to be a little bit stronger when it was released than it is right now. Tool cards used to be items. So it used to also collect tool cards. Still a powerful card for these control decks, because in control decks, you want to just dig to the bottom of the deck as quickly as possible while not necessarily discarding your hand, right? So like a card like Research, you have to discard your hand, then draw 7. Whereas Clay just lets you get 7 deeper into the deck, and a control deck plays out of the discard pile and the hand.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter where the cards are. If they're in the discard pile, great, I can play them from there. If they're in the hand, great. I can play them from there. Yeah. So it doesn't. I just have to get deeper. The place I can't play them from is the deck. So I need to make the deck as small as possible, as quickly as possible. That is usually the control player's aim in the opening turns of any game.
Yes, absolutely. Especially with these sorts of styles of control decks. So we see Lion progressing very quickly with cards like Clay and filling up his hand with so many item cards. Brooke has a pretty decent setup of her own, though. Has a Malamar in play, a Xatu in play, a Kirlia as well. She's certainly not hurting for her engine to be up and running.
No, her engine is there. I mean, it's established, right? You've got the... Oh, dude, get out of here, you stupid
What is he doing?
fan.
Why is he so small?
Dude? Why is he so small? I mean, Brooke is completely set up and has, her 2 energy accelerators on board, the Malamar and the Xatu. Malamar with Psychic Recharge ability allows you to attach psychic energy from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon once during your turn. And then there's Xatu with the Clairvoyant Sensibility. You can accelerate an energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon, draw 2 cards. Kirlia helps you to turn through the deck with a Refinement ability. Also notably can evolve into Gallade, which then can use the Buddy Catch ability to search out whatever supporter card you want every turn of the match. Now, the issue here is that Malamar is a fatty, right? I mean, this guy, retreat cost of 2. If you're playing a control deck...
And 60 damage is not it.
No. If you're playing a control deck, your eyes are beelining straight for a card like Malamar. You're like, that is going to be the guy that I get stuck here in the active to win the game, right?
Yeah, and frankly, with Galar Mine, a lot of Pokemon become fatties. It's hard to retreat things like a Xatu under Galar Mine. You don't have access to U-turn board. It needs to be that float stone. You only get 1 float stone, though. And if that gets field to blow it away, then you start to have to go into your supporter lineup for how to retreat things out of the active with cards like this Bird Keeper that we see hit the discard.
Yeah, Bird Keeper is going to push that Wobbuffet into the active spot. It's got the Buy Barricade ability, making it so that Lion will not have access to his abilities so long as the Wobbuffet is in the active spot.
I don't know, Andrew, I feel like this approach feels really slow from Brooke, and even though Lion is losing access to his abilities, I mean, his setup is incredible. I feel like you want to put the pressure on a little bit more hard when you're coming at these control matchups.
Yeah, that's just not really the Psychic deck's MO. I mean, I think that there are some Psychic builds, right, that could kind of do that. Psychic is a deck that a lot of times will build up this kind of impenetrable board state and then take control of the match late game by searching out key supporter cards with Gallade while taking pointed knockouts, playing Hex at the right time. That's like the versatility of Psychic is part of what makes it so good. You're always playing the right supporter at the right time with Gallade. You're kind of always making like the good plays, right? The good plays are just happening more often than not. You get to play powerful cards like Parallel City. You get to play Hex Maniac, and you just are one of the best decks at utilizing like those kinds of cards.
Yeah.
While just doing generally good stuff like accelerating energy into play and doing like pretty good damage output with your basic Pokemon.
Well, we see Lion go for the Iono here, shuffling many of those item cards that he had acquired over the course of those several clay, but just looking to dig that little bit deeper into the deck. Some other interesting combos in Lion's deck. He does play a triple acceleration energy, which would allow him to attack for 200 damage with Ursaluna. And combo that with a Lost City, you could remove a problematic Pokemon from play completely and prevent your opponent from having access to it from then on out. So definitely thinking through his lines here and trying to open up the path even through difficult matchups. As we see Brooke now go into the deck with Buddy Catch.
Yeah, Buddy Catch. Gallade online. So, I mean, but Brooke has got to think about resources. I mean, at a certain point where you can kind of think yourself into a corner where you just kind of you just got to start swinging and just kind of see where things start falling.
Agreed.
You do. Obviously, you want to be careful not to overextend yourself. Are we just going to see Wobbuffet just starting to attack? It's kind of
Maybe. I mean, it puts on its own kind of pressure. Counter energy I don't think will be particularly useful, so makes sense to attach that one. And yeah, 10 damage with Psychic Assault. That'll be 20 next turn.
Yeah, I get it.
It's a 3-hit KO.
Yeah, I get it. You don't want to really just go in there guns a-blazing with like a Gallade or something. But the thing is, the control deck kind of just...
Well, regardless of where you want to go in guns a-blazing, the guns are blazing right now.
Yeah.
We might see the triple Excel play.
I think it's in hand.
Yeah, this would be a knockout here. And if Lion has the Lost City as well, that could be devastating.
Dude, that would be absolutely filthy.
Yeah, just removing the Gallade before it even has a chance to do anything.
Board? Like, just removing it from the game entirely? Like, just with Lost City would be insanity.
Yeah, and in some other card games, you might have ways to access things like the Lost Zone or their equivalents. Not in Pokemon. The Lost Zone is truly lost. There's no way to get those cards back or access them in any way.
There have been ways to...
You're thinking of Mew, maybe?
Reference the Lost Zone. I would say like Mew. There was a Mew that could like copy attacks out of the Lost Zone. Like that's the closest you could have to.
But you couldn't get them back.
Yeah, no, they never come back to the deck. That has been true so far. That a card cannot return from the Lost Zone. So when something goes to the Lost Zone, it's toast.
I don't know if Lion has access to the Lost City, but frankly, just taking this knockout is really impactful by itself.
It is, but what's Lion like doing, right? Or you could bulky bump, right? Sure, 200 damage, take the knockout. But then, like, where are you going from there? You're not trying to take 6 prizes.
I mean, you can.
I suppose you could.
Control decks like this tend to have no problem, I suppose. They tend to be okay taking those prizes if the opponent gives them those opportunities.
It's
right?
true.
You can alternate every single turn between the Pete Hunt and the Bulky Bump.
And here we go, Bulky Bump, dude.
Crazy combination of attacks.
Yeah, and that's a reader. You're looking at it, you're like, what is happening to me on stream right now? Oh, God.
Oh, I got Bulky Bumped.
Oh, no, not the Bulky Bump, dude. No.
The Buddy Blasts and Bulky Bumps. Yeah, all sorts of creative names for attacks in Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, the Bulky Bump is sick. That's sick for sure. The Delcatty We see that Lion is kind of eyeing up here. Yeah, we've got the Skitty on the bench. Delcatty's got the Search for Friends ability that allows you to, when you play this Pokemon from your hand, to evolve one of your Pokemon, put 2 supporter cards from your discard pile in your hand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of ability you want for sure.
Yeah, you combo that with Scoop Up Net. You could Pete Hunt for the Scoop Up Net, and then you use Delcatty to get multiple supporters off of one Pete Hunt search. And then you can use your other Pete Hunt search to grab whatever else you want. So super efficient to have access to that Delcatty. And the Delcatty's been a feature of colorless control for quite some time. Even over the years, it's been a powerful card.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a mainstay. I mean, 2 supporters from the discard pile back to the hand. It gives you that infinite recursion loop combined with the Scoop Up Net. And you're like, okay, I could just go get those supporters that are going to give my opponent a hard time. I could go get Surge. I could go get Hex. I could go get all the nasty stuff. Belelba and Bryson Man. Yep. All the stuff that wants to, that makes my opponent want to stop playing. I can just go get
that stuff.
Yeah, I want that stuff every turn, dude.
And now this Wobbuffet, the Wobbuffet does not feel like it's having nearly the kind of impact you want against this Ursaluna.
No, Riley, no. It is the Ursaluna. It's got a luxurious cape on it, too. That's 280 hit point Ursaluna there.
Yeah, that's not getting knocked out, Andrew.
No, Riley, it's not getting knocked out. This thing is actually an entire deck in and of itself. The Ursaluna. I'm realizing the Ursaluna is kind of the it guy.
Yeah, the Ursaluna is the deck here. I've been thinking about this Ursaluna since it got printed in GLC. It just reads really good to me. The Pete Hunt as a more advanced version of Junk Hunt. But it's really cool to see Lion actually put those pieces together and into action.
Right, like here we are. Like enough talk. Like here is the control deck. Does it do the thing?
Yeah.
Right. And really, the thing about Control and Gym Leader Challenge is that Gym Leader Challenge is it's a fan-made format that people mostly play for fun, right? I mean, there's few opportunities to make a significant amount of cash off of Gym Leader Challenge. I mean, really, these release weekend events are the opportunities to make a lot of cash off GLC.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, when people are just kind of playing games for fun, they're not always whipping out the crazy control deck, right?
For sure.
Because people don't want to play against it, or, people don't want to put the time into like really refining it and perfecting it. But when there's money on the line, oh yeah. I don't care if my opponents are having a good time.
Not at all, Andrew.
Yeah.
So Brooke now chasing after the Iron Boulder swing. He does need to match hand sizes. Iono is going to be helpful in that endeavor. Combination of Iono plus the Xatu gives a lot of flexibility to your hand size. And the nice thing is, even if this Ursaluna is able to deal with the Iron Boulder, if the damage stays, and that's just going to be a Bide Barricade.
Yep, Bide Barricade.
Or a Psychic Assault from the Bide Barricade Wobbuffet.
Yep, that's it.
All right, Peonia is the play for Lion here. So able to swap some of his cards in hand with his prizes. A very powerful card for control archetypes that aren't usually able to access their full prize set every game. And now Lion is in an interesting situation. This 10 damage actually is relevant. Ursaluna with 180 hit points. If Brooke was to hit something like a Field Blower and attack with an Iron Boulder, that would knock out the Ursaluna.
This is true.
But do you use a max potion on 10 damage?
Yeah, no. That's silly, right? You ain't doing all that.
Hey, honestly, if I had access to max potion in Recycle, I might consider it. But of course, it's going to depend what Lion has in hand.
I'm saying this. The thing about control decks is that you can go all the way down to one prize, your opponent having one prize remaining, and then lock them out of the game, right? So Lion has like infinite time on his hands right now because Brooke hasn't taken a prize yet. So
it's true, but Ursaluna is going to be hard to get back up efficiently.
It'll be fine. Listen, the Field Blower is always going to come down eventually.
The Field Blower is going to come down eventually, but also the 180 is beyond knockout threshold for Brooke.
It's true.
So as long as you can keep 10 damage off, you're actually chilling.
Yeah, but are we already at the point where we're trying to max potion recycle the Ursaluna? Like, are we already there?
If I had it, I would just. Why wouldn't you do it?
Oh, if you had it, you would just do it for sure because
Yeah.
there's no energy on the thing. So I guess the way that there's not usually energy on it unless it's recycle energy, which max potion would bounce back to hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you have it, you might as well start the chain.
Yep.
Right? But the question is, I don't think Lion actually has that combo right now. But if you can deny more prizes, I think you take those opportunities.
I think
Unless it's
Lion
at the opportunity cost or something else.
Yeah, Lion is passing with the Ursaluna in the active. Keep in mind, Lion does not have access to his abilities because of the Wobbuffet in the active. So, Brooke has kind of got Lion in a little bit of a stalemate now, where Lion is not advancing a whole lot, and the Psychic Assault Wobbuffet is going to start chipping away.
It's going to take a while, but it will eventually take the knockout. There's an inevitability. But
He's trying. Yeah, he's getting there. The Galar Mine is in play, but Lion's going to bump that with the Pokestop. Discard the top 3 cards of the deck. Ooh, is that No, that's the Delcatty.
It's the Delcatty.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunate to have to get rid of that Galar Mine. The Galar Mine was preventing the Wobbuffet from retreating into something like the Iron Boulder. Can Lion get an attack off? I don't think so. By Barricade slowing him down just that little bit.
Yeah, going to be another pass.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at Lion's list. So if he hits the Pokestop enough times, can he draw an out to an energy? I
And he's
see one.
ahead in prizes. So cards like Countercatcher don't work. Yeah, and we see just hit Countercatcher off of the Pokestop. Eventually, there's Scoop Up Net in the deck, right? So like you could move the Ursaluna if you want to. You could you could do something like go in with Bunnelby and just start milling. Like if you're not going to do anything, just
Yeah, well, especially the Wobbuffet can't threaten the Bunnelby by itself.
No. So that's what I'm saying. Like you could kind of force the issue of the game with a card like Bunnelby if your opponent's just like not really doing a whole lot.
You kind of 140. No, it's 150. Yeah.
You force them to burn more resources, and we see Lion kind of counting the amount of cards left in his deck.
Yeah, if he can hit something like a Night Stretcher, could start accessing his discard pile. Oh, I think maybe flipped over an extra card.
Yeah, did have a little bit of an accidental reveal there. So, this is $1,000 cash, grand prize, $3,000 on the line for these top finishers. So they are playing with regional level penalties and regional level rulings from the judges. So whatever, the ruling is decided here, probably be on par with the kind of ruling you would expect to hear from a regional championship. Now, regionals, that's double prize penalty, dog. But we'll see if that's what's enforced here. It's revealed.
Oh, and it's the max potion too.
Was there any penalty enforced for that? No. Okay. And that's honestly what we want to see.
To be honest, I don't even know if he fully saw the
I don't
card.
know if he fully saw it. Yeah.
I think he caught himself pretty early in the process.
He did catch himself pretty early. It was only like half flipped. It wasn't fully in the hand either. So I like that. I like just letting that ride.
Unfortunately,
sure.
the max potion would have been an excellent hit.
Right. Uh-huh.
So that was one card too far. Could Scoop Up Net the Ursaluna. I think that's probably fine.
Yep.
Question is, what do you do?
I don't know. He's got his whole deck in his hand. He's got a plethora of options. Start swinging, dude. Yeah.
The swinging can get a little scary because that does activate Monkey.
Yep. Fan wrote him. Well, let's go.
Fan wrote him. Fan wrote him's real one for sure.
Yep. Swinging for 70. And now, Lion is at the bottom of the deck. Doesn't have access to abilities, but is at the bottom of the deck.
You don't totally need them if you're all the way at the bottom.
Right. because like the abilities get you there.
Right. The whole point of the abilities is to get to the bottom. So once you're there, you're feeling pretty good.
100%.
Imagine the Mimikyu using Pete Hunt over and over.
Goodness. Pursuing heavy ball. Something that I kind of like. I don't know. I really don't know how this matchup's going to play out, but like something I like about having the Giratina is that you like can knock out your own Pokemon to keep your opponent taking prizes even if they don't want to be. And that can sometimes be something that you can do against a control deck. You knock out your own Pokemon and then like
a while to do that.
Iono them to low. It does take a while, but you usually have a while against control. It's usually like it's happening, right?
I don't know. Against a deck like this, I feel like it actually could very quickly just reassume control, right? Like stick something active with a Galar Mine. We're going on the offensive here.
Yeah, Monkey Dory, and now Psychic Assault is actually doing something, right?
Yeah, and that's why I didn't like the attack from Lion. I don't really see any reason to go for that when you know Brook plays a Darkness Energy. You saw that off of Crispin, so you should feel pretty confident that this kind of play is on the table. Right,
and there we go. First prize taken from Brook. We're at 5-5 now. Half hour into the set, Riley. Yeah. 90-minute top cut games, right? And that's a third of it right there. I don't think we're very close to game 1 being finished.
I don't think so either. We're still a little ways away though from things like counter catcher. Brook needs to take another knockout. Everyone taking a read on the Boundaries Cross Ditto.
Yo, that Ditto is so sick.
And it's like Lion just passed.
Yeah, that Ditto is like you can at any point just put another basic on top of it and it becomes that basic. Something like that.
Yep.
And it's like been in play as long as the Ditto's been in play.
For Gym Leader Challenge specifically, where you can only play one copy of a basic, it allows you to effectively have extra copies of your evolving basics. And here we go. This is what Lion was searching for. Now it's clear after that second Peonia. The recycle energy was in the prize cards.
Okay.
That has to be a critical component of this deck. And that's why you play multiple prize hunting cards like the Gladion and the Peonia.
Right, because you got to have the recycle energy. The recycle energy is just like is such a high value card in this colorless control deck because the colorless control deck has all these attacks that just cost 1 energy that help to recur things from the discard pile. But when the recycle energy gets sent to the discard pile from play, it bounces back to the hand. So it's an infinitely recurring energy. Obviously, that's exactly what you want in a deck that's trying to infinitely recur things, right? You don't have to worry about recurring your energy every turn because the energy recurs itself.
Yes.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful, Andrew.
Don't have to play Super Rod, Night Stretcher, none of that crap. You know, the energy just bounces back.
Lion is a massive hand. Brook also has a pretty large hand here.
I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of crazy watching these two like kind of try to figure this out.
Lion going down to 1 card in deck.
1 card in deck, dude. And it's Ditto.
But
it's you can't because of Wob. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Wob is shutting that off.
Yes. See, like that would be ideal to be able to just Ditto into the
I wonder if that was a misplay by Lion.
Is Lion cooked? Well, the energy's got to go to the Ditto now.
Yeah, I could retreat this Ditto. I think it only has 1 retreat cost, so
I think Lion needs to go back into needs to not deck out next turn, that's for sure. But needs to go back into Ursaluna and start Pete hunting for things.
Pete Hunt is good for sure.
I wonder also if benching the Bunnelby would be good.
I would have liked to see the Bunnelby bench. So that way, if the Ditto gets knocked out, you can just promote it. The nice thing about the Bunnelby is it does refill your deck. Whereas the Ursaluna goes to your hand, so you need to find some other way to get cards back into your deck. Only 1 card in Lion's deck right now, I believe. This could have been a big mistake. And when you're playing these control decks, the precision really does matter.
Oh, you're walking a razor's edge for sure. Brook
Rook
weighing
feeling
her options.
very contemplative here.
Yeah. And at this point, like, Brooke got to be feeling pretty good about this Wobbuffet, angle that she's been going on.
The passing the dice over that was funny. I like that.
Yeah, like, this is yours now, Monkey Dory. Right. The Monkey Dory with the Adrenabrain ability, powerful in Standard, powerful in Gym Leader Challenge. Oh, when is this card not powerful?
All right.
Last card in deck has been drawn, but retreat into Bunnelby, and Bunnelby can refill the deck 2 cards at a time.
And with that Rototiller, Bunnelby will be able to refill the deck. It actually can do a combination of the two as well. If you ever want to do one Rototiller or one Burrow or something like that.
If you're feeling indecisive.
If you're feeling somewhere caught between a rock and a hard place. Palpad being eyed up seems like a good choice potentially. Feels like a gusting card would be really useful here. Pull up that Malamar, for example.
Yeah, like Guzma, but like Palpad, put that back in.
I don't even know. Is there a Boss's Orders or a Guzma even in this deck? Or is it entirely reliant on Countercatcher?
No, it had to be Guzma because Lion went on the offensive to knock out the
Oh, yes, there is the one Guzma. Yeah, it was at the very bottom of the deck list.
Yeah, and went on the offensive to knock out the Gallade earlier in the match, yes.
Do have access to Guzma. That seems like it'd be pretty useful. Pull up that Malamar, like I said.
All right, Gallade is making a comeback. Here is Curlia again.
Yeah, it is a little suspect sometimes to use abilities like Refinement in these control matchups. It's not only are you decking yourself out by drawing cards, but you're also discarding more resources that you could use to potentially refill your deck. There goes that Giratina. Realistically, I think Brooke would have to parallel herself if she wants to leverage that Giratina at this point. She is benched out right now.
Mm-hmm. Muscle Band is in Brooke's list, so actually she can hit 180.
Yeah, interesting inclusion from Brooke. A lot of Psychic players opting not to include these extra damage modification cards like Monkey Dory or the Muscle Band.
Right. So hitting 180 is a possibility. We see the 10 damage. Brooke's already moved over to the Ursaluna knowing I want that 10 damage there. So that's when it comes time, I can do Iron Boulder, 170, knock that thing out. It seems like the Wobbuffet has been doing just a lot of damage to Lion's, kind of process so far, honestly.
I think it's slowed him down, but like I was saying earlier, Lion definitely has a route against Psychic, and you have to imagine that they're all playing Wobbuffet, right? Wobbuffet's one of the best cards that Psychic has in its card pool.
Right.
So I don't think this lock is going to be unfamiliar.
You would think, right? I mean, with a third of the field being Psychic, you had to have faced up against Wobbuffet so far.
And Brooke potentially using that Xatu. Drawing those 2 cards. And I don't think Lion terribly minds, honestly, the deck refill off the N either. It's just going to be another Psychic Assault, or are we going to retreat and try and make something happen?
Okay, Wobbuffet getting retreated.
Maybe going in with Monkey Dory, it looks like. Yeah, that's a valid retreat with the U-turn board.
Yep. And Monkey Dory can take this knockout, 60 damage.
The confusion is not bad either against these control decks. Like, leaving that Ursaluna confused can be quite detrimental.
Definitely. I mean, you make it very annoying for them to use their recursion attacks turn after turn. So Brooke going to go to 4 prizes remaining. We are a third of the way there. 2 knockouts have been taken on Brooke's side, but now Lion has full access to his deck, the abilities, all of it. And we can kind of see what does Lion have cooked up to pursue his win condition. He's got a new hand to work with as well.
There's that Max Potion.
Lieutenant Surge's strategy, fun card.
Surge is active now.
Yeah.
Yep. Have access to the Ursaluna and the Recycle Energy combo. Super strong at these junctures. And again, have access to Make Do and Airmail. So should be able to draw a ton of cards. It may actually be challenging for Brooke to repeatedly match hand size. I mean, imagine if you use the Pete Hunt and you draw cards with things like Airmail. I mean, you could very quickly just cycle through your whole deck.
I mean, Lion got Iono'd, right? And then, use Pokestop. Now it's a 0-card deck again. I mean, this is the amount of cards that Lion has kind of in the deck in hand right now. It's not many. You do have to watch out to not get Iono'd for game, right?
Well, Iono for game is unlikely, though, because you're going to have a ton of cards in your hand, too.
Right. Well, I think Lion needs to start recurring some in order to make sure that his hand size doesn't get too low, right?
For sure.
But that's probably what
you're
going
to with Ursaluna.
Right. Exactly. So he needs to start recurring now, which is what he's got. He's got the Max Potion on the Ursaluna, and it is time to start bringing things back and using them over and over again. We probably get a Max Potion, but we know that Brooke plays that muscle band. However, is Brooke going to be able to match hand sizes with Ursaluna?
I think it might be pretty hard, especially if Lion goes for something like a Hex.
I don't think it's happening because the P Hunt brings 2 cards from the discard pile back to hand. Matching that hand size is going to be like impossible.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's easier to go down in hand size than it is to go up.
Oh, going up is going to be very difficult.
Right?
Because you're trying not to deck out.
Exactly. Especially like if your only way to go up reliably is Xatu and Kirlia. Well, Lion's plan is to shut them off with that Hex Maniac coming to the top here, grabbing it off the Delcatty, and more than likely going to surge for something along the lines of Guzma and Hex Maniac. Oh, Belelba, too. Oh.
Is that the full art Belelba and Bryson, man? I think
cool.
that is a full art Belelba and Bryson, man, like from Japan or something, because I don't think that card exists in English.
Committed to the bit.
Yeah, dude, that's really hype, actually.
Does Lion have the counter catcher as well? Would really love to see that.
Oh, does he?
Oh, gosh.
It's all happening, Riley.
It is. And the scoop up net.
Yep, to reuse the Delcatty again next turn.
This is potentially a brutal spot. Can Brooke deal with it? Honestly, I feel like if you concede even a single turn with your fat support Pokemon in the active, it feels like it snowballs so fast.
All right, we're getting reports from the field. Chucky has won game 1 over Spence. I think Spence got booted out of top 8 in top 8. Did not advance to top 4 last time. I know Spence is going to want to make it to top 4 of the events this time to one up his performance from last set. But Chucky getting that win over Spence in game 1. Trevor also has taken game 1 over Otto in a battle of the water decks.
Now, if my eyes don't deceive me, I think Brooke has access to Guzma in hand even before the Gallade enters play. So could Guzma, for what is the question? Could target down that Skitty, for example, or could try to get that Wobbuffet back in the active. Did you see what Lion got off the Pete Hunt?
I did not. No, I was focused on the results.
I
assume he got good stuff.
Well, I'm thinking, like, did he get counter catcher back, for example, or is he banking on this being trapped for a turn?
Ooh, the energy retrieval from Legendary Collection. Oh, that's sick. The reverse hollow. All right, that's swag. That's swag. That's hype. Yeah.
Swag. There's that Guzma in hand. So even under Hex, being able to take a knockout here.
With the Wobbuffet.
3 energy Wobbuffet as well, trying to play around Galar Mine shenanigans.
That's a KO. Brooke going to 3 prizes remaining. Things are starting to move now.
Yeah. Things could get out of hand, though, if Lion is able to trap something in Hex.
It sounds like it was Palpat and Max Potion that Lion got back from the Pete Hunt
last
turn. We see the Pal Pad in the hand. The Lion's got the Japanese exclusive Clay full art and the Japanese exclusive Belelba and Bryson Man full art. So some really cool Japanese exclusive cards there.
Fully committed to the Control GLC deck. I love it.
I do love that. Yeah, that's hype. To have the Control deck with bling in it is like, yeah, I mean, you could tell how much he's digging the deck. Look, it's all blinged out. You know, the Ursaluta's reverse, Skitty's reverse. The trainers are all gold. How much has Lion put into this deck? This is sick. I mean, like, I'm realizing now, the deck is fully blinged, dude.
Yeah, man.
Oh, this is hype. In like the sleeves, in like the cool Japanese sleeves, the outer sleeves too. Like, that's really sick. Yeah, I'm loving this. This is awesome. He's about that life, dude. He's about that life. Yeah.
He is about that life.
Yeah, want to play GLC with me? I'm playing my Control deck, buddy.
The Guzma this turn, I think, is actually pretty impactful because I don't think the cards Lion grabbed get him out of this specific situation. Let's see. Surge.
Hapu. And it's Hex.
Okay. Yeah, that's a valid play.
Yes, but okay, there needs to not be a deck out. Obviously, there's Pal Pad, so Hex is getting played. Pal Pad can shuffle 2 supporters back into the deck. And, I mean, you have to be able to move around the Wobbuffet, right?
In the future, yeah.
Guzma and
I really would have liked Countercatcher to be part of the previous
Pete Hunt.
When I play these sorts of decks, I always like to have access to one. So that way, if my opponent gets around it, I can reestablish whatever Pokemon I was looking to have in the active position.
Yeah, it looks like it's Pal Pad and Luxurious Cape off of the Pete Hunt, and Guzma and something else got chucked back into the deck with Pal Pad.
So Brooke, I believe, does have access to Marnie in this hand. And with a Marnie, could get back to equalization on the hand sizes and attack with the Iron Boulder. That does give Lion access to his abilities again. But with a Muscle Band, you could take this knockout. Now, the really interesting thing is, as Brooke continues to play cards, she gets ever closer to decking herself out. And if you get too close, then Lion can just aggressively go for Belelba and Bryson Men and just say, I don't care if you're taking these couple prize cards. I am going to mill you out with Bunnelby and Belelba and Bryson Man.
Right. Yeah, it's getting to that point. I mean, we are over halfway through the 90 minutes, Riley. Over 45 minutes into this game.
Yes, we are, Andrew.
This is feeling more and more like a 90-minute best of one.
It might just be. It might just be.
I mean, honestly, like, if ain't no one scooping here. No one scoop. They've dug their heels in. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not scooping to a scary Control deck I've never played against either. Like, I'm a suss it out.
Yeah.
You know, if anything here, I would say you've got about 10 more minutes, right, of like real exploratory play. And if things really start to take like a very negative turn for the South, like you just start hustling in game 2, and all you have to do is win game 2, like, you know, playing like turbo fast, and then you should hypothetically be favored in like the sudden death situation.
You should. I'm not sure I can see this ending fast enough to go into sudden death. Okay, Max Potion, Lux Cape, Hex.
Like, well, we got to start asking these questions. I mean, like, look at the state that we're in, right? Like, it's 41 minutes left in a 90-minute set. We've been at it for dang near 50 minutes, right? Brooke has 3 prizes left to Lion's 5. And, you know, Lion is now at the point where, you know, he's just using Pete Hunt and chill.
He is. Even behind this Wobbuffet says, I don't care. I'll max potion the 10. I told you max potion the 10 was for real.
You're right. It is for real. You're right. Yeah. He's like, I'll do it. Sure.
Why give an out? Why even give the out?
How many cards Brooke looking like in deck? Maybe 10. Looks like.
Yeah, 10-ish.
And Lion checking the resources. And the crazy thing about playing against like any other deck other than control is like you look at the resources in the discard pile. By and large, they're staying there, unless there's like Lusamine, Cynthia, Caitlyn. That's why I love cards like Lusamine and Cynthia and Caitlyn in Gym Leader Challenge format. And obviously, Versus Seeker is nuts, but like Lusamine and Cynthia and Caitlyn allowing you to just like get the supporters back from the discard pile also just feels, because Versus Seeker is almost just a given, right? Like that's going to be in like every deck.
Marnie, that doesn't feel that good. I don't think it does. Shuffle the max potion back.
It also puts, I guess, Brooke's hand into her deck.
Yeah, but you're burning your VS Seeker on that, right?
Let's see what Brooke's list, right? Because we have to take a look at the supporter lineup. And the thing is if like, is there even a supporter that's like worth getting back with the Versus Seeker that would be like a game changer? I mean, I guess it could be like
there's the Field Blower.
A Guzma or a Hex Maniac could be very good, but
matched hand sizes right now. I don't think you really want to retreat though.
There's a muscle band. Yeah, muscle banded hand, but can't actually.
Yeah, had to play the Field Blower though, and can't play both. Right. Draws the max potion back too. Ugh.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like
out of control.
And inevitability is being reached, right? You're kind of like getting to this point where the colorless deck is so small and the Ursaluna is so fat. Like at this point, you can actually bring the Luxcape back and you're like, all right, Field Blower down. Like,
yes, definitely.
So I don't think Brooke should have slammed the Field Blower necessarily there.
Yeah, I feel like sitting on some resources in hand could be worth it for a turn or two. And then go for like playing multiple cards in one turn to try and get this Ursaluna KO.
Yeah, I agree. So I think the Field Blower should have been held.
Although if Lion has Guzma here, that might just be it. Brooke did burn her VS Seeker just this previous turn. Already used her Bird Keeper. Already used her own Guzma. I'm not sure if there's another way to get this Malamar out of the active if it comes up.
God, Riley, you know what I'm thinking?
What's that?
I'm just thinking about how much this deck would lose to my Hitmon combo deck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, bro. It would give a freaking smoke show, dude.
Well, you're not here in the top 8, Andrew.
I know I'm not, dude. God, I wish I could
Nor
play.
is the Hitmon combo deck.
I wish I could play Hitmon combo so bad. Joe ended up going 5-2, by the way. All right, a little more practice. He's in top 8.
And it's going to be a Pete Hunt again. Searching out the Luxcape.
Yep.
Brooke does play the muscle band.
It's true.
If they can match hand sizes, I think 6 in hand. 6 in hand for Lion. Can Brooke? I don't know if Brooke can get the muscle band down and match hand sizes.
Right. I mean, because Lion keeps increasing hand size with Pete Hunt.
Yeah, I guess you could do creative stuff with like a Tulip.
Right. Oh, there is a Cynthia and Caitlyn. God, the full art. So sick.
Yeah, Cynthia and Caitlyn does plus you pretty hard.
All right, because you get 1 card from the discard pile to replace the card you discard, then +3, so it is a net 3.
There's a couple unplayables. And your deck is getting really low too, so Velo and Bryson Man becomes a real factor.
I guess it's net 2. Yeah, because you play Cynthia and Caitlyn as well. Here's the muscle band.
Is that a perfect match?
I think so. Brooke seems confident. Here we are.
I don't know. You had to burn so much to make this possible.
And there we go. Muscle band with the Iron Boulder. And blood has been drawn, Riley. This oppressive bear has finally been slain, taken out by the adjusted horn as Brooke goes to just 2 prize cards remaining in the first game of this 90-minute best-of-3 set as we inch closer and closer to the 1 hour mark.
Oh man, this is really going to come down to the wire, Andrew.
Yeah, dude.
Brooke is very close. Make sure you pick up that recycle energy that's in front of you. Brooke is very close to the Bellelba territory, and I don't think her deck is able to be refilled anymore.
No, like I think she's trying to make like a final sprint to the end here. There's a Guzma in hand. You know, that could help. But, you know, if Lion is doing stuff like this.
Oh, this is tough.
Bellelba.
Brooke did recover her own Guzma. But gosh,
that's it. She has to scoop. Not enough resources left in deck to be able to win the game. And Lion emerges victorious in game 1 of the best of 3. The Burrow for the win.
Right.
Bellelba,
yeah, 5 cards were left in deck after the Cynthia and Caitlyn had to draw too many. And that's what I was saying. Drawing too many cards, you hit those thresholds, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And that's the thing is like Brooke had to go through the motions of actually trying to win the game, reach to make a play happen. The reach just put her within 5 cards left in deck. That's enough for a Bellelba and Bryson Man plus double Burrow.
Yeah.
That's it.
The key thresholds in terms of like instant mill out are going to be 3 cards in deck, of course, with Bellelba, 5 cards with a Bellelba plus Burrow. And you actually can do a double Bellelba in one turn if you have the combination of Surge, access to an immediate Bellelba, and your VS Seeker.
Yeah.
Or a Delcatty will get you there too.
Yeah, man.
So you can get up to 6 or even 8 cards milled in one turn. So it gets hard to avoid hitting those thresholds when they get that high.
Dang, bro. It's happening, man. Troll did it, dude. The P Hunt. I've never seen the Ursaluna. I've never seen this card.
Is Bonelby next on the chopping
block? No, bro.
I'm just kidding.
This control deck is extremely fair.
No, it seems cool. I really enjoyed watching that.
This is how control should exist in the Pokemon TCG. I mean, it's just how, right? Like, it's not impenetrable, but it actually creates like a thought-provoking game that comes down to resource management, and the control deck ought to test, you know, do you have the correct amount of resources or recovery to deal with what I'm doing?
Often the switching cards.
Yes, it's often as the switching cards. Sometimes it's like, you know, if you just play cards like, you know, Lucamine can make a big difference, right? Because it can get you a switch card back.
Guzma and a Birdkeeper back, imagine.
Yeah, if you're playing a card like Tate and Liza, that could be a difference maker against a control deck. I think that Brooke maybe got out the gates a little too slow that game. As we saw, as we approached the end game state, it just...
starting that Articuno was bad, though.
As we approach the end game state for Brooke, there just wasn't enough prizes that had been taken early on in the match.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that take. You mentioned, though, Andrew, the Psychic decks do sometimes struggle to get on that early pressure. They tend to play more for the late game. And honestly, Lion might have seen that, right? Lion might have predicted that, hey, Psychic is going to be a substantial share. They play a slower game plan than me. They're not necessarily at that really high damage cap to deal with my Ursaluna. This is the perfect metagame for my favorite control deck to slip through the cracks.
And Lion must love this control deck with as blinged out as it is. I mean, clearly this is not Lion's first time playing the deck or thinking about it.
This is not a casual experience of this control deck for Lion.
No. Lion did not just like be like, I think I'll play my control deck for the event.
Yeah, control seems fun.
No, yeah, Lion has been brewing here for a while, or at least has been kind of dialed into what the best control deck is in Gym Leader Challenge formats. I had heard reports from many of my friends who lost a Lion today that they just got bodied. They were like, yeah, I just had nothing, dude. Like, it was, just got absolutely smoked, right? And there was a lot of the Psychic players got absolutely eaten up by this thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they couldn't crest the 180.
I think this must be a really good matchup for Lion, and recognizing the meta call that Psychic was going to be such a substantial portion of the meta allows decks like this to really make a big impact.
Spence has won game 2 of his side of the bracket, so it looks like Spence will be advancing to game 3 in his match against Chucky. Spence versus Chucky going to game 3.
All right, Lion getting off to the races, benching multiple basic Pokemon, fan calling for more. Bunnelby in play already to start the game, in addition to that Teddy Ursa, which threatens, of course, the Ursaluna in the coming turns.
Yeah, man, the Ursaluna is scary. I mean, even just doing things, and we saw like the value of Lion being able to chase down and knock out the Gallade, and the value of that is that you kind of force your opponent to dig through their deck to find more cards to reestablish, right? It almost feels bad playing a card like Battle Compressor. You're like, man.
-3.
Yep. And if you're Lion, you're like, that's right. Yep. Uh-huh.
And you do have to mill at least one once you play a Battle Compressor. You can't just use it to search your deck and opt out and fail it.
Apparently, Luna in the chat, who was here today, said that Lion's loss, the 5-1-1 record, the one loss was to a grass control deck today, which is pretty funny, right? Because grass control has got item lock. I could imagine that being
supporter lock.
And supporter lock. I could imagine that being devastating for a deck like this.
Yeah, I can imagine that being pretty challenging, especially depending on what that grass control build was looking like. You know, this deck does not put on a ton of damage pressure, really just reliant on those trainers to accelerate through the game. So if grass control locked him out of some combination of trainers, then that was probably a pretty rough time for Lion.
For sure. I'm imagining if I'm Brooke here, you know, what are you trying to do in this second game, Riley? How are we going to start things out? How are you going to be different than you were in game 1? How are you going to make it so that things don't just repeat themselves? And then how are you going to do it in half the time?
I feel like Giratina is the attacker of choice in this situation. Giratina, with that Shadow Impact, can do 130 damage and place 4 damage counters onto one of your benched Pokemon or Giratina itself. You combo that with Monkey Dory, and all of a sudden you have a lot of pressure on both the active and the bench.
Right.
And the nice thing about Monkey Dory damage counters is even if you get trapped for a turn, you can continue to put on that pressure.
Yes, it's true. It's true. So, you know, get a card like Giratina swinging. I think, you know, if Brooke could get an attack going on like turn 2, that's really what you want. You want to start swinging quickly.
Definitely.
If you can. But, I mean, Lion getting out the gates pretty fast with the Pokestop, a full board going first. I mean, wow. Yeah.
And bear in mind, you need to finish this whole game in the next 27 minutes.
Oh, yeah. That's why you got to start moving fast.
Yeah, the time, like sudden death, best top cut rules, those won't apply if you're only in game 2. The person who actually won a full game will just win.
Yes. That's why I said 90-minute best of 1, which might have been the situation that we find ourselves in here. Yeah, God, at the Richmond Regional Championships in 2019, before it was 2020 actually, right before COVID kind of shut the world down. I was playing my Snorlax deck against like this crazy expanded control deck in top 8, and it ended up going to time, and we were in this like really crazy standoff in game 3 where like I had been dead drawing. I should just win right in time because like I was the aggressive deck, like I should just win. But I was like dead drawing weirdly, and we got into this stalemate where by the time I finally was able to get an attacker going, my opponent had nothing but Robosubs and Clefairy Dolls in play. So no actual attackables, nothing in the discard pile, so I couldn't target whistle anything out. No attackables, right? And time had been called, and 3 turns had passed. So what do? There's like nothing to take a prize on, right? And we're in +3. So then we got to 4, 5, 6, right? And I'm just sitting here knocking out dolls, like
that's crazy.
You know? And then finally, I didn't know, you know, in like my dead draw, I think in order to draw an extra card with Shaman EX, I had to bench and execute, the Propagate Execute, right? Has 30 hit points, weak to fire, and eventually my opponent John Mastovi was able to like Guzma up my Execute and knock it out.
Oh, that wasn't Richmond. That was Collinsville.
It's Collinsville. That's what I meant. Yeah, Collinsville. Yes. And was able to knock it out with a...
Okay, yeah, I was trying to be like...
not Richmond, Collinsville.
You're talking about playing the aggro deck. I'm like, I don't think the deck you played to Richmond was very aggressive.
that was Egg Route. That was a few months prior.
Yeah.
No. This is Collinsville. Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Ancient history at this point. But
Yeah.
it was crazy. I mean, the control deck actually beat me in turns because like they had nothing that I could take a knockout on until they finally were able to piece together the gust. Like they basically were just like piecing together the gust knockout on my egg, a 30 hit point egg, and they won that way. Yeah, dude, I was sick.
I would be too. Yeah, I remember that. Not so fondly.
No, yeah, I was super sick.
Our deck that tournament was sick though.
Yeah, the deck was super sick, but like, you know,
that was like the last cool expanded deck.
it was definitely, and it was the last expanded event ever, actually. So
yeah, I think that tournament is what convinced Pokemon that we got to
shut it down. Yeah, we got to shut it down, bro. We got to take her out back. It's done. Yeah, dude.
All right, the fan Rotom taking an early knockout against the Ralts here, taking the legs out from under Brook. I mean, Andrew, you're talking about how you want a turn to attack from Brook. I don't see a route to get anything on this turn two.
Nah, dude, Lion's going in.
Yeah, just going to ham with the fan Rotom.
Yeah, Lion's looking kind of ferocious right now, not gonna lie.
That board is ferocious too, my word.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, the Ursaluna is like ready to come into play. The fan Rotom's out here doling out 70 a turn. You've got the Pidgeotto going. You've got the Oranguru swapping the top deck with the card in hand.
Do you just honorably scoop? Oh no!
Yes, I would say you honorably scoop
after
here.
that Pokestop.
After that Pokestop, that's like, I quit. You know, that's like the.
Oh wow! Oh, the pass.
Yeah,
that
this
stinks.
is brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Well, it looks like we're going to see the control deck be the aggressor in this game.
And after all, why not, Riley?
Why not?
Yeah, show Ursaluna. Let's go. Ursaluna.
And start Pete hunting for your triple excel energy.
Oh my goodness, yeah. After that grueling game one, to sit here in game two, just kind of like dead drawing it out, like, oh yeah.
Get some Peonia in.
Yep. Trevor and Otto are in a water mirror game 3. All right, so Trevor won game 1, Otto won game 2.
Not a perfect water mirror, notably. Otto is playing that special whales.
Yeah, special whales versus Hydro Pump.
Man,
God, look how good Lion's sleeves look in the.
They do look nice.
In the Dragon Shield outers, bro. I'm telling you, I'm going to start doing that, man. I'm going to start doing that with my favorite GLC deck, the Rocket's Tyranitar fighting deck. Fully bling it out in the Rocket.
Is it a little preemptive to truly officially declare it your favorite on this official broadcast?
Yeah, dude. It's my favorite GLC deck, bro.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's cracked.
It is pretty cracked.
I'm telling you, bro. People will get hip. It will start to gain traction. Promise. It's not here today. That's okay. Went 5-2 at the tournament today.
If I was playing this tournament with the fighting deck, I would have won.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I think.
I don't know, actually. Some of these decks are looking kind of tough.
Fog Crystal will maybe get a Monkey Dory. It could undo 30 of this damage, although the Fan Rotom will still knock out the Wob next turn regardless. Could get a Boulder. The Boulder. Honestly, Brook's hand is terrible. So
it's so bad, man.
I don't really know what you go for here. Line up an Inkay. I'm not going to lie, Brooke. I don't think this Inkay is currently on pace to help you this game.
No. Yeah. 20 minutes left in the set. You have to win. The board is looking devastating.
Just going for the Boulder.
Yeah, the $150 top 8 prize is just starting to feel really good right about now. Go out to a nice dinner.
Yep.
and just say, you know what? It's fine. I got eaten up by controlling top 8.
And now I'm eating good at this
And now
fancy
I'm eating
dinner.
good with my nice $150. Yep, going out to dinner or whatever. Yeah, random receiver. Love this
Heck
card.
yeah.
Yeah, this card rules. I don't know.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Foul.
It's fine. It's gonna get shuffled. I mean, none of it matters.
It's completely fine.
It's totally fine. Yeah, like the deck has been searched. It's not like a card is revealed that, like, yeah.
Surprise! I play VS Seeker.
Yeah. Apparently they're laughing, having a good time. That's sick. You love to see it, especially after as tough of a round. There are a lot of players who would not have the grace to lose to this deck as Brooke has had, kind of laughing and having a good time. Because there are a lot of players who get very upset playing against a control deck.
There are, yeah. I think it takes a lot of grace to just lose with dignity and have fun while you're doing it.
Exactly.
See a Hapu.
Now I'm confident to say, Brooke is probably exploring this loss now. Yes. We saw yesterday. I was wrong to say that
Loss
the player
is being
was
explored for
Yeah,
sure.
I was wrong to say that someone was exploring their loss yesterday. Actually, our winner ended up taking the win.
That was just a win you weren't aware of yet.
It was true. Yeah, that was just a win in disguise. Lion take another knockout, dude.
This fan rotom is going crazy.
Yeah, this fan rotom's popping off for sure. But can Brooke match that hand size? Ooh, research though. Juniper, I should say.
And honestly, Andrew, this feels like the exact flaw that you had mentioned that some of these psychic builds have when you're trying to fit so many Pokemon in them. It just doesn't always come together.
I know. I think that psychic kind of there's psychic is so good. It's got like one of the most impressive card pools in Gym Leader Challenge format. I do think that sometimes it feels like things just need to be narrowed in. Things need to be honed in. Just focus on doing one thing really, really well. It could be tempting to try and do everything in your Gym Leader Challenge deck, and that sometimes is the curse of the Psychic deck. It has so many options, but sometimes when you have all those options, you can't do any of them with max consistency. I mean, Brooke's record is 6-0-1. I mean, absolutely fantastic coming into this top 8 match, but Lion's control deck is just way too schnasty.
It is really schnasty.
All right.
Are we going to go in with the triple Excel?
Yes, dude.
Enough is enough.
Yeah.
Away with you, Iron Boulder.
Yeah, Lion is shutting it down, dude. Yeah, get out of here. I'm going to win by taking my prize cards. The old-fashioned way. See, I'm not a toxic control deck. I'm attacking. Yeah, don't get mad at me. Look, I'm going to take prize cards. Are you happy now, chatters? Bulky bump for 200.
Bulky bump, dude. Yeah, I mean, embarrassment of riches on Lion's side.
Dude, the bulky bump is so nasty.
It is nasty. See
Oh,
the
we
Night
got
Stretcher
Night
as well to
Stretcher.
get that fire energy.
Fire energy, keep in mind, just in case the opponent plays Giant Hearth. That's why it's fire. It's why...
I might as well optimize.
Yep. It's why it's red, guys. Pokegear, get to look at the top 7. It's Belelba and Bryson, man. Japanese exclusive holographic card.
Is it time for the bulky bump? We got more.
Bulky bump's coming, Riley.
There's more stuff potentially to be done.
Yeah, Rangaroo put, top card of my deck in my hand.
I think
switch
stacking
it.
the fire for an Iono.
Oh, lost zone this thing. Oh, yeah, dude. Lost zone this thing.
Oh no, the bulky bump.
Bulky bump for knockout. Lost zone the boulder.
Oh,
Ah.
got bumped straight to the lost zone, dude. You hate to see it.
Is this it? Nope. Is Mysterious Treasure in the hand? But is it worth it, Brooke?
Is it even worth it? Is the pain worth it, Andrew?
Is the pain worth it? I'm telling you.
Sometimes you just need to be put out of your misery in these situations.
Yeah.
Now, Lion doesn't have game this following turn, but will be able to use that fire energy he's stacked. Oh, and there's the fist.
And there it is. Yep.
2-0 win for Lion.
Huge congratulations to Brooke on another top 8 here at our Gym Leader Challenge Release Weekend event. She was able to top 8 with Psychic at the Journey Together events, and now backing that up with another top 8 finish here at the Destined Rivals event. Lion one-upping his performance yesterday, I believe. It was booted out of top 8 in yesterday's standard event, but now breaking through that barrier and advancing to top 4 of the Destined Rivals Gym Leader Challenge. 3K, the largest cash pool ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge tournament. 87 players gathered to compete for the top prize of $1,000 cash, and Lion is one of the 4 remaining players in the field with his colorless control deck featuring Ursaluna. Absolutely amazing, Riley. I mean, Lion really showed how he was able to get this far with that deck in his game against Brooke. Brooke had not dropped a set so far and then lost 2-0 to Lion's colorless control.
Yeah, that was a really impressive showing from Lion in the colorless control deck. Ursaluna showing its stuff, man. That Pete Hunt is incredibly powerful and so versatile. You compare it to that Junk Hunt on Sableye, the most similar attack I can think of that was widely used. And the flexibility to search out supporters and items and tools and energy and Pokemon all in one attack is just so good. Looks like a few of our top 8 games are still underway here, but we'll be sure to share updates as we learn more. And I know we're all excited to jump into our next round of top 4, where players will continue to compete for ever-increasing slices of that $3,000 pie.
That's right, Riley. That's right. Things are starting to narrow in. We've got Trevor Redding there in top 8, who is one of, I guess, the winningest players at our Gym Leader Challenge cash events that we've hosted here at Full Grip Games.
Definitely, yeah.
And is back at another shot to win. I mean, got to the finals of the Journey Together one, and now has a chance to be one of the first water decks to ever crest a top 4 finish, which would be a big deal. It's guaranteed gonna happen as they're playing a water mirror in top 8. So there is going to be a water deck in top 4. And then, we could see a water deck make the finals. It'd be a big deal. Never seen that before here at our GLC events, despite the popularity of water.
Yeah, and water is certainly popular in this top 8. So has a couple opportunities to make that big push that's been unable to reach before. We'll have to see how the cards play out. I am really interested to see how Lion's run shapes up from here. I could easily see this colorless control deck carving a hole through this field.
Yep, and I've commentated over colorless control in the finals of these events before. We'll see if we end up there again. I'm sure Lion is hoping that we do. Riley and I are going to take a quick break before we move on to top 4. Thank you so much for joining us for our event so far today. Make sure to check out FullGripGames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, as well as DragonShield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyJim at checkout on DragonShield.com for 5% off your order. We'll be right back with top 4 in a few minutes while we wait for matches to finish up. So hang tight, and we'll be back shortly.
Happy Valentine's Day.
All right, y'all. Our top 4 has been set, and we have got our top 4 feature match setting up now and ready to compete for a spot in the finals. It is a water mirror match. We've never had a water deck make top 4 of one of our Full Grip Games cash events. We've now got 2 competing against each other for a spot in the finals. So we have not only water deck in top 4,
Guaranteed.
but a guaranteed water deck making the finals. Trevor Redding is competing for another finals finals appearance with his water brew, which we saw on stream earlier today, against Chucky Davis, who's also playing a water deck. And, you know, Trevor finished second place at our last GLC 1K for the Journey Together set. And we've got triple the prize pool now. And Trevor is back at it again with another top 4 appearance and could very well punch another ticket to the finals if he comes out on top in this series.
Very well could. And we're seeing some pretty similar water type decks from both of these players. And looks like play is underway. So let's transition over to the table.
Yes, indeed, Riley. Let's do it. Our top 4 match is underway. Let's get some hype going in the chat for these 2 players who have competed all day for a chance at that grand prize. And now The time is finally here. Top 4 of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 3K event, the largest cash pool ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge tournament. And these two players have paved their way all the way here with their water decks.
That's right, Andrew. Looks like Chucky is starting us off here in this top 4. Benching his initial Pokemon. Looks like a Remoraid off that dive ball. And interesting to note, Andrew, I was taking a look at these players' lists. They have an almost identical Pokemon lineup. Just one difference. Chucky is rocking the Alolan Vulpix, and Trevor is playing a Hisuian Basculin.
Wow.
Otherwise, an entirely identical lineup. With
Lapras included, huh?
Lapras included.
That's so sick.
Lapras included. Both playing the Journey Together, Whale Lord as well. Kyogre, Wishy-Washy, and characters we've all come to expect with the water deck. Now things do deviate much more in their trainer lineup, but I think it's going to come down to cards like this Wailord, right? The Wailord not only is just impressively powerful with its Hydro Pump attack doing 210 damage for 4 energy, but it's also hard to retaliate against. It takes 5 energy on an opposing Wailord to take a knockout.
Now, we got some questions in the chats about the other side of the bracket right now. The other side of the top 4 bracket, it's going to be Ashton against Lion. So that is another Psychic versus Colorless Control matchup. And we just watched a Psychic versus Colorless Control. So they're going to be playing that again over on the other side of the bracket, and we'll keep you updated on reports on to how that set is going as it proceeds.
As we get information, we will of course share it to you all, our lovely viewers and listeners. But we got a game in front of us, folks, an important game as well. This will determine who goes on to the finals. It's the difference between $350 and $700 for a top 4 versus a finalist appearance. So a lot of money on the line for these players as well at this stage of the tournament.
And we see Trevor getting a Water Energy onto Wishy-Washy. Wishy-Washy is a card that it's funny because this card kind of like went in and out of favor with people as the Water GLC decks had continued to be refined over the years. I mean, this card is kind of an old one, right? Cosmic Eclipse. Yeah. It's from the Sun and Moon block. Still, the stats on this card are just as fantastic as ever. 180 hit points on a basic Pokemon, and that alone is obscene.
That's stunning.
That is stunning, right? It is massive. You are just putting down a 0 cost, to enter play card that just has 180 hit points. Anytime you have a card with that stat on it is kind of obscene. Keep in mind, stage 2 Pokemon rarely have 180 hit points, let alone basics.
We were just talking earlier today about how 160 to 180 seems to be where the stage 2s are landing in the modern era. So to see a card from the Sun and Moon block with 180 on a basic is crazy. Scatter ability does make it so that if Wishy-Washy even receives 1 single damage counter, that it has the potential to shuffle itself back into the deck. But that trade-off is typically worth it for these water players.
Yeah, and the Wishy-Washy does, with that scatter ability, does have the chance to get tossed back into the deck. I do like Trevor's little system there of putting the coin on top of the deck, kind of like the check for scatter coin. It's like a reminder for him to check to make sure he doesn't have to flip for scatter, because it's a unique ability in the Pokemon TCG. This kind of thing is not something you do often, right? At the end of your opponent's turn, if this Pokemon has any damage counters on it, flip a coin. If tails, shuffle this Pokemon and all cards attached to it into your deck. So you have to check for scatter before drawing your card for turn. And tell you what, Riley, there is just so often you start your turn by drawing your card. So often in the Pokemon TCG, it's basically muscle memory. You could just the card could just be in your hand before you even think of what abilities are proccing, right?
Yeah.
So this is one of those abilities that kind of procs at a weird time. It procs at the end of your opponent's turn. Not a lot of abilities like that in the Pokemon TCG. So it's something that certainly Trevor's going to want to be reminded of if it is proccing, because that way you could mess it up. I mean, if you don't check for scatter and then you draw your card, then you've messed up just a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, because you could draw that wishy-washy back, right?
Yeah.
Or just even the randomization of the deck. Cards can be ordered in the Pokemon TCG, or the order could be influenced by cards like a Marnie or an Iono. So that shuffle can be incredibly relevant. Of course, there's a chance that the wishy-washy just stays on the field, but you don't want to interrupt the game state by forgetting that flip before you draw your card for turn.
Right. Now, the Hydro Splash attack on the Wishy-Washy, I mean, really, that's kind of what rounds out the rest of the card, right? It's got the Hydro Splash attack, does 130 damage for 3. And that's really just, some very good vanilla damage output in this format. 3 for 130, I'd say, is like the benchmark you want any usable attack to be at, because you're going to clear most stage 1s and most basics.
Although the basics are growing, Andrew.
They are.
130 might stop being the threshold after another year or two of this basic Pokemon growth spurt we're seeing.
It's true. It's true. The Pokemon, they just keep getting bigger and bigger, Riley.
But so do the attacks, Andrew. And so does the excitement of Gym Leader Challenge as we enter the later stages of this tournament.
So true, Riley. So true.
Good one, right? So,
yeah, that was great. Yeah.
Chucky going in with the Beacon. Again, one of the key differences in their decks is that Chucky plays that Beacon and Trevor does not, allowing him to search out those evolutions for future turns.
Yeah, so a great start there for Chucky. He's got the Octillery already in play. Arctibax, the art rare there on the bench with the Float Stone, starting to get evolved up as well. And let's see what Trevor can do to respond. Now, Trevor does have a pretty explosive list. I mean, 3 copies of the energy searching trainers. We've got Earthen Vessel, Professor's Letter, and Capacious Bucket. I mean, 3 cards that do similar things and help to shuttle those energy out of the deck and into the hand, so that you can accelerate them into play with your various energy accelerators like Frostmoth and Baxcalibur. And it looks like both of these lists are going to be the Frostmoth, Baxcalibur lists. I mean, lists that are using those Rain Dance style abilities to just flood the board with energy. Flood the board with energy.
Nice.
And thanks, Riley. Flood the board with energy and power up, the most absurd water attacks in the game. And it's really cool that a Rain Dance style of deck just still exists in the Pokemon TCG. I mean, we're talking, this is 2025, folks. I mean, the Pokemon TCG is about 30 years old. I think it came out in 96 in Japan. So almost 30 years old. And, base set Blastoise, that first Rain Dancer from the base sets with the Rain Dance ability, which allowed you to rain all those energy into play. Now, we've got the spiritual successors to that original base set Blastoise on display here in the top 4 of this event. And it's cool to kind of see those kinds of abilities echoed throughout the Pokemon TCG's history. And it kind of makes you think, not too many things have changed. I mean, a lot has changed,
Absolutely.
But a lot has also stayed the same.
Definitely true, Andrew. I mean, up until the point where Baxcalibur took over, it was even a Blastoise in Gym Leader Challenge, much the same as Blastoise was the Rain Dancer way back in the day in base set. So, as much as things change over time in the Pokemon TCG, many things do, in fact, stay the same. We see Trevor get out both of his Rain Dance Pokemon, both the Frostmoth and the Baxcalibur, in play now. But I don't know if he's been able to piece together an attack yet.
No, it seems like it's kind of just energy on Wishy-Washy, 2 energy accelerators in play, and a your go situation. There is an N in Trevor's hand, so Trevor does have an option to start to draw more cards this next turn. And would you look at that? I see your Frostmoth Baxcalibur. I got myself a Frostmoth Baxcalibur. Both players flexing both of those energy accelerators, which is very important in a format with the Kyogre, where both players can easily access the opponent's energy accelerator. You really want to have two, and I think that it's no wonder that both of them went for both, right? I mean, there's a lot of times where you're kind of just setting up one. These two players understand that in order to be successful in this water mirror match, you have to have both in play. And the reason for that is Kyogre. Kyogre, who Chucky just benched there on the right side of his board, has the dynamic wave attack for 3 colorless or 3 water energy and a colorless energy. It does 180 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Any Pokemon on their board can be active, bench, whatever. And you put 3 energy attached to this Pokemon into your hand. So it is a very devastating spread attack, but it does bounce those energy back to the hand, which can be good and bad. It can be really good because it preserves your energy. If the Kyogre gets knocked out, the energy stay in your hand. So you can actually just rain those right back into play the following turn with Baxcalibur or Frostmoth on a new attacker. It can be bad because it opens the door for your opponent to play Hex Maniac and take the knockout. That is the sketchy part of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, in theory, you could seriously overload the Kyogre. You could put a ton of energy onto it, return some to hand, and still have 3 maybe left.
But what if they hex and knock it out? So it's like you have to have a different attacker built up.
Yeah, I mean, you can overload somewhere else, but then they could, if they play a counter catcher or something, there's always there's always crazy routes that can be put together, right? And
especially with like Kyogre hex, right? Because then you're like sniping and hexing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you just got to figure out like what your most likely situations are and play around those. As we see Chucky now going in with Baxcalibur himself. Baxcalibur does do 130 damage. So that's plenty to knock out this Frostmoth and start to pick away at Trevor's energy acceleration options.
Yep, it's funny. The Baxcalibur is going in. I mean, it is a decent attacker. 130 damage.
160 hit points.
I said, Riley, 130 damage is the benchmark of what you want to hit.
For now.
It is. It is. You're not hitting everything, but you're hitting enough. It's a very relevant number.
Definitely.
In Gym Leader Challenge. Yes, some of the basics are getting bigger and bigger, but that 130 number is still quite good. As we see, it's going to take out almost all, support stage 1s and things like that. It's going to take out the majority of basics.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. And here's part of the reason that these Rain Dance decks need to have those multiple options, Andrew. And they're part of the reason I think some of these similar like Rain Dance style abilities are not popular in other type matchups is because Water has access to multiple. In a singleton format, if one of your Pokemon gets knocked out, it is extremely difficult to get it back out on the following turn. You compare that to Standard, where if my Baxcalibur gets knocked out, I can just have another Frigibax on the bench, ready to go.
In fact, you pretty much had to always have a backup Frigibax when you're
for
playing
exactly
Baxcalibur.
That purpose.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Right? For exactly that purpose. And so in Gym Leader Challenge, most types only have one, if any, Rain Dance options. Water, one of the few that has a multitude of potential Rain Dancing type abilities in the Frostmoth. Hoping to see Trevor reestablish at least the Snom on this following turn. Otherwise, Chucky is threatening something like a Boss or a Guzma, or using that Kyogre to snipe that Baxcalibur. Neither player is playing Manaphy in this matchup.
We do see Trevor is playing the Silent Lab 2, which can turn off his Wishy-Washi's ability.
That could be nice.
That could be nice. The Wishy-Washy, notably, 130 damage, right, is not one hit KOing the Baxcalibur, and the Baxcalibur does not one hit KO the Wishy-Washy.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a stalemate here between these two behemoth Pokemon, both with 160 or more hit points, well above the 130 that they're doing to each other. However, if you're going back and forth on this trade, the Baxcalibur could shuffle in the Wishy-Washy. And there's pros and cons to that, right? You're dodging the prize take as Trevor, but also those resources are going back into your deck where they're the hardest to access.
That's the thing. The scatter ability is like a double-edged sword. I mean, sometimes it's just good, right? Because the damage that your opponent put into play is not sticking. It's not a liability on your board anymore. But then you also lose some of your board state too. Like maybe you wanted that attacker to stick around. So like maybe you wanted that attacker to just take a hit and then swing again, right? Like I kind of wanted that, and I didn't get it. Now I have to go rebuild another attacker because he decided to scatter. It's certainly a double-edged sword. It feels like most of the time scatter is kind of bad. But it's fine because the card has such good stats. So it's just worth it, right?
It's worth the trade-off.
It's worth the trade-off.
And, every so often, scatter could work out favorably for you.
It can.
As well.
It definitely can. Like, say, your Pokemon is stuck active and it's poisoned or something. It's just like, okay, well, yeah, he decided to yeet himself back. Oh, thank goodness.
Well, not trapped anymore.
Yeah, he's got a 3 energy retreat cost. Like, he's not going to get, like... the Wishy-Washy's not going to get stuck by a Pokemon like Maractus, right? Like that makes it so you can't retreat anymore.
Are people playing Maractus in any GLC grass decks?
Nah, I don't know, man. There's some grass control decks out there. I don't know if they play Maractus though.
Problem with Maractus is it does damage. For
Right.
those kind of like locking attacks, you usually prefer that they do no damage.
Right, that's true.
Could play double turbo.
You could.
But that's not the point. We're now dealing with Maractus here. We got a Wishy-Washy Baxcalibur slugfest going on, folks.
Yep, 130 damage on that Baxcalibur because of the Wishy-Washy's Hydro Splash. Now, Chucky is threatening an attack with the Kyogre. That could be the one attack on Chucky's board that can really clear the Wishy-Washy. But, to be honest, I love Colress. God, it's such a good card. Full art Colress.
9-card draw.
Shuffle draw 9. There's not much more that you want in the water deck. Once you're set up, oh yeah, just give me all the cards, right? Because if I find more water energy, I just put them into play. It just feels so good.
Yeah, both players playing a Colress in their list for exactly the reasons that you're saying, Andrew. Just want to see as many cards as possible when playing these water decks to hit those energies.
And the water deck's going wide. Like you're always going to have as wide of a bench as you can. That's pretty much how the deck plays. And
I mean, think about it. Just from the Octillery and their 2 Rain Dancers, that's 3 benched Pokemon right there.
Yep.
Not even counting spare attackers or the Inteleon line or cards like this Lapras that you see. So very easy to hit that 5 bench. And that's part of why cards like Perilous City and Avery are so devastating to water.
Absolutely. I think Chucky found 1 water off of this and maybe no Drizzile. So I'm sure Chucky wanted to hit the double water off of that Colress.
If I remember right, this Sabo also came down this turn off an S-Ball.
Okay, yes. But I think it is just 1 water. Yep. So
Perhaps a Confuse Ray?
I'm thinking it's going to be Confuse Ray.
Now here's an interesting question. Is Confuse Ray better than just Hydro Pump for like the couple of damage that you're doing? And because either way, you're flipping.
Right.
Right. It is the Confuse
Stick
Ray.
it. Yeah. Now, obviously, it would have been pretty big if Chucky was able to hit that Kyogre attack because you could just use Dynamic Wave to clear the Baxcalibur on Trevor's board, and then the Frostmoth and Baxcalibur are both. Here's another Colress.
Speaking of both lists having Colress, both players playing Colress on their turn.
Yep. So Trevor going to take advantage of these wide boards and use Colress to shuffle his hand into his deck and draw a card for each bench Pokemon in play. That's 9. There are very few cards in the Pokemon TCG that can allow you to shuffle draw 9 or 10. Colress is kind of the one. So a very powerful draw supporter.
Are there even other cards that can get you 9 or 10?
Off a shuffle draw? I don't think so.
Because there's definitely not a shuffle,
There's
I don't think.
not Kofu, there's Kabu, right? Is if you only have 1 Pokemon to play, it's shuffle draw 8.
Oh yeah, I
Isn't
forgot about that.
That's yeah. I mean, but like, what an insane downside, right? Like,
right.
whereas like Colress is clearly better than that.
Yeah, probably. Very true.
But I think 9 or 10, no, those are forbidden numbers for shuffle draw.
I feel like that's true. Yeah. I mean, maybe but that's not even shuffle. You could, if your opponent plays like a Skyfield or something, you could like hard draw 8 with the Ericas.
Dude, if you're playing Skyfield, let's shuffle draw 16 with Colress.
Yeah, well, that's reliant on your opponent also benching a full 8.
Listen, man, there's this new like Chinchino, I think, that got revealed from the upcoming White Flare and Black Bolt deck or set, and I think the Chinchino has like a do the wave style attack for 1 energy. It's like 20 damage times the amount of bench Pokemon. Yo, 160 for 1?
On a stage 1?
What if all you had to do is play Skyfield and expend your bench to 8?
Of course. Of course. And then you get hit with the parallel.
Yeah.
Times are tough.
Yeah, horrible. Yeah. You need to expend like all your recovery cards just to get your guys back.
Yeah. But maybe, Andrew, maybe.
It's kind of funny how good Skyfield was and how unplayable the card is in GLC. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I think Skyfield's a card that you like build a deck around is I think the problem. And it's hard to build your deck around a stadium like Skyfield in GLC as a singleton.
All right. The whale has arrived. We have got a fully powered Wailord from Journey Together. Hydro Pump, 210 damage. Wow. And Trevor has arrived on the scene.
Yeah, and just like that, Trevor's board state was not looking that good, but with the Wailord fully powered up, it is extremely difficult for Chucky to answer this. He could try and snipe around it with the Kyogre. That would maybe be the first option. Could, for example, snipe that Baxcalibur. But that Wailord is so intense. It puts on so much pressure.
Yeah, it's the Wailord, I mean, is a board state in of itself. Whereas the previous turn, we were talking about how devastating it would have been if Chucky found 1 more water energy off of that Colress to 9 to power up Kyogre and use its attack to knock out Baxcalibur, right? That would have been like a devastating kneecap for Trevor.
Definitely.
But now that play is completely nerfed, right? Because Trevor has got the Wailord with 4 energy. Who cares if you use Kyogre and knock out my Baxcalibur? You think I care about that, bro? I've got a Wailord swinging for 210 damage with 240 hit points.
I would maybe push back on that slightly, Andrew. I feel like if you did go for the knockout on Baxcalibur, you get rid of all of Trevor's Excel, and then you could follow that up with your own Wailord, in theory, for the knockout, because you still have both the Frostmoth and the Baxcalibur on your board.
I don't know, man.
Kyogre also puts 3 energy in your
bro.
hand. Like, make it really easy to hit that 5 on the Wailord.
I don't know, man. I think the Wailord's a board state itself. All Trevor would have to do is just put down a Snom, and he's like, whatever, keep it pushing. Snom to the bench, keep it pushing. Wail again.
But you're forcing those kinds of plays, right? Like you're forcing the Snom to keep being recovered and the Baxcalibur to keep being recovered.
I think Trevor's eyeing up a recovery card now. I mean, you kind of like start feeling, I think he's got Nessa in hand. You kind of start feeling like, well, you know, I should probably get another one of these dudes rolling at this point.
Oh, it looks like it's just a swing.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not great.
No.
We're talking about these theory worlds. In the real world, the Chucky is tanking hits.
Chucky is swinging for 130 with a damage Baxcalibur in the real world. Yep. And that early lead for Chucky Davis is now starting to evaporate as Trevor plays Nessa to recover 3 water energy. Nope.
2 water energy.
2 water and the whole Frostmoth line. Yep.
Yep, I like that from Trevor. Getting fully ready to go here. Slowly powering up his own Kyogre as well with some of the energies that he's found. And can just knock out this Baxcalibur. No problem. Chucky doesn't have even the response on board right now. The Wailord has 110 more hit points. But without energy on this Kyogre, and you also, because Baxcalibur is your more flexible Rain Dancer, you need to put something other than your attacker into the active and find a way to retreat it too.
Yeah, got to be Sobble and just hope for the best.
Yeah, Sobble and hope for the best is always a classic.
Yeah, you promote Sobble here, and the reason for that is because you play Scoop Up Net in your deck, so you're like, okay, well, you know, if I found, like, Drizzile and wanted to use Scoop Up Net to pivot, like, picking up the Drizzile doesn't feel bad, right? So
definitely feels better than picking up, like, your artillery or something.
Yeah, it's also got a retreat cost of 1, so that is the other real seller, right? It's just got to be
It makes
Sobble.
it just a little bit easier.
Yeah, Sobble's the promote. It, you know, it's obviously not awesome, but it's the promote. None of the other ones make any sense.
Here's Rare Candy.
Into Intellion. All right.
All right, Shitty Dealings for 2. That should get Chucky the pieces he needs to, as a minimum, attack with Kyogre. But if he could pull off the Wailord, don't need the full 5 energy this time because the Wailord on Trevor's side is softened at this point. And then you'd have your own Wailord in the active, 240 hit points, ready to go.
Yeah, the Wailord play would be big here if Chucky can get a Wailord of his own. There's not really any way for Trevor to respond to a Wailord next turn. Would kind of just have to go with Kyogre and ignore the whale.
Do you have a fully powered Kyogre that could snipe? So that is threatening.
It is, but the whale is not really threatened by anything on Trevor's board other than the whale. So like Chucky could kind of skip ahead in the whale wars if he's able to get a whale going. Inteleon also does just clear this Wailord. So the Aqua Bullet's probably what we're going to see here. Though, is that a Guzma? The Guzma is getting searched out, so really I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what you're aiming for with Guzma here, actually. Capacious Bucket now going to be used to search those water energies before we finish that shuffle sequence. Makes a lot of sense. Save those actions. Who do you think is the Guzma target here, Andrew?
I'm like thinking about it, and none of them really feel great. The Wishy-Washy and then snipe around it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's not the worst.
Like that, I think that's like your best play if you're committing to using Guzma this turn. Though I think I would have just liked to not see a Guzma get played this turn. Surely there's something better that you can do.
I guess we'll have to see what Chucky's cooking up to know for sure. On Trevor's side of the board, Kyogre is fully ready to go, so even in a world where Hex Maniac and a knockout happens, Trevor can immediately respond to that. Trevor also drew Octillery, I believe off the prize, so is ready to evolve the Abyssal Hand Octillery and start churning cards that way. One minor difference between Chucky and Trevor's decks as well is Chucky is playing the 70 HP Sobble and Remoraid, but Trevor is playing the Rapid Strike Sobble and Remoraid. Could do Keep Calling, for example, to get that Remoraid out.
Yeah, I prefer that. I know some players are really afraid of like the quick attack from Raging Bolt. That's why they're playing the 70 hit point guys. A little harder to knock out. And yep, here's the play I was talking about. You're going to Guzma the Wishy-Washy and try to snipe around it. I get it. You know?
Try to snipe here, Andrew. Who's your choice?
The Wailord.
Yeah, I think the Wailord seems like the best one to me, too.
Yeah. Because eventually you want to get your whale to a point where your whale's getting unanswered. So in order to do that, you have to take out his whale. It's the backs. Okay.
I don't hate the backs.
I actually like the backs now that I'm realizing that the Wishy-Washy could get stuck. So that's good.
Yeah, I think either of those choices were valid, right? I do like the theory, though, of potentially just running the Energy Excel off the board. And then even if Trevor's able to get one or two more attacks off, we'll be unable to chain them consistently afterwards. Timer Ball, much maligned card, was able to get a search off of it this time around.
Dude, broken Timer Ball, man.
As compared to Trevor's Timer Ball in Swiss, that I believe was a complete whiff.
It was a double tails, yes.
So, Timer Ball giveth and taketh away.
It does. It does. That's fine. It's just the way it is.
It is just the way it is. And sometimes you're going to flip tails on your cards. That's part of the deal.
It is simply part of the deal, yes. Now, let's see what Trevor's got going on in his hand. There's research. It's looking like a research to me.
There's a full Inteleon line. Is it really... You're really just thinning out the Inteleon line out of your deck forever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, who needs it, dude?
I suppose so.
See ya. Tate and Liza, love that card in water decks. A lot of your guys are fat.
Scoop Up Net.
Yup, get out of jail free card there.
Yeah, super nice to hit that here. Needed to find some form of non-supporter based retreat for this Wishy-Washy.
Yeah.
Scoop Up Net, one of those options.
Yeah, especially with like, I think the Floatstone's already...
I believe it's on the Octillery.
Yeah, it's already on the Octillery, so Floatstone wasn't an option. So really, Scoop Up Net is kind of the best card to find there.
It might have been the only option.
Yeah, to get this Wishy-Washy out of the accident. I'm sure Chucky's not stoked on that. You're kind of hoping to get some, get a turn. You're trying to cheat a turn, right?
Yeah.
By sticking it, and that turn was denied. So the Guzma now is the wasted card, as Chucky kind of, used Guzma off of the Shady Dealings, very intentionally trying to buy an extra turn with it. and was not able to. Now, Trevor going to attack Chucky's board with a Frostmoth KO, while Chucky doesn't have any energy accelerators in play.
And uses rare candy.
And Inteleon is fully evolved up. Chucky's cooked.
Yeah. And Inteleon was evolved with that rare candy, so it's going to be forced to evolve through Arctobax here, which means there will be no attacks launched this turn besides maybe a wave summoning.
Yeah, Field Blower to remove Floatstone and the active Silent Lab. And
we know retreat shenanigans are not going to be a thing for Trevor right now. Has access to the Tate and Liza in
and
hand.
Guzma in hand. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Guzma, Tate and Liza in hand. Trevor is looking like he's got a very commanding board state right now, as things kind of started clunking up and getting weird for Chucky there in the last couple turns. Nessa is obviously good. You can get back the Frostmoth, some energy.
Nessa just doesn't feel that good here, though.
No, but you kind of need to establish both the...
yeah, I mean, you need your stuff down, but
Nessa, you need to establish both Snom and Arctobax.
Nessa's
because
just really
Guzma's
passive this turn in terms of advancing the game.
Well, you can't take a knockout. You have no energy accelerators.
I know. There's just nothing you can really do. And it all comes down, Andrew, back to that turn earlier in the game when Chucky was 1 energy short of attacking with Kyogre.
That was the game. Like, the crux of the game happened in that turn, missing the double energy off the Colress for 9. I do think that you just wave summoning, right? Go get an extra energy from the deck onto the Kyogre and say, like, all right, well, if you knock out one of my bench Pokemon, then at least I'm 1 energy away from attacking with the Kyogre. If there's an energy in the deck.
And I think Trevor's down to 2 prizes, right?
Oh.
I believe. Double check.
No.
Oh, 3. Okay. That prize deeply off camera. Hi, everybody.
Ah!
Well, either way, so you are... And actually has to whiff the wave summoning, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'll take all the energy are in hand.
So... yeah, well, now can't even threaten that, guaranteed. I suppose he does have both the Frostmoth and the Excalibur in hand right now, so...
probably fine.
Should still have access to it. But what do you even do as Chucky here? Trevor has the Wailord still powered up. It is damaged, but still fully powered up. Has the Kyogre. There's the Sobble, but discarded all of his... all of his adult forms earlier in this game.
Yeah, that's because the Sobble was prized.
Yeah. I wouldn't have hated just like preserving one of them in the deck.
All right, and Trevor's got Guzma now. Can target down whatever he wants. Got multiple energy in hand. Goodbye, Octillery. You have been selected.
Oh.
And the Sobble coming up. Why?
Just maybe trying to get an energy in the discard pile so you can access it with like retrieval?
I think that... yeah, what?
It must be that. It must be that he wants to activate his energy retrievals.
I'm thinking that he wants to get Kyogre back into the active. But then you Guzma. But why don't... I think so. Trevor's trying to keep his Wailmer... trying to keep his Wailord in the back pocket. Doesn't want to attack with Wailord, right? So... I think that Trevor is saying, all right, I need to Guzma so I can accelerate again to Kyogre because I want to have Kyogre active. And then I want to keep my Wailord on the bench, safe. And the reason for that is because Trevor kind of is identifying that, like, you know, if Chucky's Wailord comes out and fully powered, then...
I don't have a way to deal with it.
He doesn't have a way to deal with it. So he needs to keep the Wailord safe on the bench. So I think that's what Trevor's doing here, right? And it's going to retreat the Sobble because it's the 1 retreater, and then power up the Kyogre again to go. I think that's what we got.
Well, did not commit the energy to retreat. And it's just going to Octillery for 2. Is that a whiff attack?
No, there's a superior. It's just really weird.
Is there basics in the discard?
It's got to be.
Like, yeah, if you're playing it, there has to be.
1. Oh man, Trevor feels like he is really tight on resources. Actually, like we said, the first time we watched him play, it was like, dang, dude, like, yep, just you have the exact amount of resources necessary to win a game.
Yeah, but Chucky's deck is constructed in a very similar way, right? They have the same Pokemon lineup, and I imagine their trainers, that while they do deviate, they have a lot of the same fundamentals in here. So, if anything, Chucky's deck is more cute. It has things like the Luxurious Cape and the Pot Helmet, which could make it harder to reach at the end of the game, whereas Trevor plays cards like the regular Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, giving you a little bit of extra recovery in the game. I do like that. And, I mean, the Kyogre sending the energy back to hand is quite good, obviously. There is still Versus Seeker available as an option. Trevor does not have a lot of cards left in deck, though. Like, you have to be very careful and aware of your resources, very careful and aware of where you put your energy, right? Because it's at a point where 3 cards left in deck, like, you could get decked out. Like, it's possible. There's a Tate and Liza and a Versus Seeker, though, so really those key cards should allow Trevor to take the final 2 prizes of the game.
You know, now I'm thinking about it more, Andrew, looking back at Trevor's last turn, you mentioned how he wants to keep the Wailord safe for the Wailord. Is there a reason you wouldn't just Guzma the Wailord that turn and knock it out with 5 energy?
Yeah, I guess the reason is because he wanted to conserve his energy with Kyogre, I guess.
But you have Superior in hand.
I know, right? And you wasted the Spear for 1, so I don't really know.
Like if you're committing that the Wailord is the real threat and you have the ability to knock it out straight up, wouldn't you just take that?
I don't know.
It's a thinker. It's a thinker.
At this point, if I'm Chucky, I'm conceding this game at this point.
Yeah, it has been quite a long time in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, resources are tight. But, I mean, Trevor's got Tate and Liza. Trevor's got Versus Seeker. It shouldn't be a problem. Like, closing this game out should not be an issue.
Hex.
If this is a Hex pass...
Bruh.
Oh, yeah. Scoop it up.
Hex pass can't be worth it. All right, surely you do the Guzma 5 energy knockout now.
Nope. We Tate and Liza.
But I guess at this point it's probably fine to do it this way instead, because you can just Kyogre for the final prize.
I think so.
Since you're going on to 1.
The issue is like the retreat, but that's why you got Sobble there, who retreats for 1.
You can also just Guzma or Tate and Liza. You have a Seeker.
Yeah, that's true. Versus Seeker should allow it, right?
And
so
Trevor should be able to draw like basically his whole deck, even if he gets end.
He's at the very end of his deck here, and it shouldn't really be able to get disrupted out of the win, right? Like, because there's barely any cards left in the deck. Any sort of hand disruption is just going to be auxiliary into the game winners, right?
It's moments like these where I really appreciate when players opt to include cards like Countercatcher in their GLC decks, because that's, in my opinion, that's the way you can mount these insane comebacks.
Yeah.
You know, with things like Countercatcher plus Hex or Countercatcher plus N, you know, those cards can really make a big difference in these comeback situations. Of course, space is limited, especially in these water decks, as we're seeing both players with, relatively speaking, streamlined water lists still butting up at the tail end of their resources.
Right. I mean, that's kind of a thing that we're seeing. There seems to be just the correct amount of water energy to take all 6 prizes. I mean, it is a stretch, right?
And
these are expensive attacks. Oh, retreating the Kyogre.
Okay.
I don't know that there's.
I don't think there's any way to prevent
Yeah.
Trevor from winning. So these are effectively just minutes being wasted.
I agree.
Precious minutes.
40-minute game 1. You kind of have to say, like, all right, yeah, I think I'm cooked here. I mean, it feels bad when you say, like, I got a fully powered Kyogre, right? Or a fully powered Wailord on the bench with 240 hit points. But, you know, you got to say, all right, looking at Trevor's resources remaining, you know there's a Verse Seeker left. You know there's, like, no cards left in that deck. Like, it's either prized or, you know, Trevor has win.
And Trevor does have win.
Trevor does have win, Riley, yes. And that is game 1. Trevor now 1 game closer to another finals appearance, this time with water for the Journey Together release weekend event. It was colorless. Now Trevor back at it with water, showing off the power of the Hydro Pump deck with his first win over Chucky Davis here in top 4. These players got just under 50 minutes left to conclude the set. And I'm sure Chucky is going to want to just hope to get one of those explosive starts out the gates. I will also say, Riley, that I am really appreciating Chucky's kind of like swag with the water deck. It looks like has a Detroit Lions hat on, which is blue, which matches the blue Pokemon Center jersey. I know the Pokemon Center released these jerseys that were
for
like
each type.
Yeah, one for each type, which was really cool. This is like the Melodic Gyarados water one, and then even down to the blue Nikes, dude.
He's committed.
I'm
committed
saying,
to the bit.
dude. And I think at the back of the jersey says Team Water.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Chucky's bought in. So like, if Chucky ends up on top in this best of 3, I'm gonna say it's probably due to not only the deck building and the gameplay, but also the swag factor.
It is swag-tastic to rep those jerseys at a Gym Leader Challenge event, especially.
That's what I'm saying. It's really cool. It's super on brand, right? Chucky has bought in to the Gym Leader theme here, and you'll love to see it, right? The blue sleeves, the blue fit. Yes, everything going together.
Yeah,
let's see if he
goes
can,
crazy for sure.
Let's see if he can put it all together in game 2 of this top 4 match. The winner of this match will be guaranteed $700 in prizing, $700 cash. And then the winner of the entire event wins the grand prize of $1,000. This is a $3,000 cash pool divided amongst the top 8 finishers. I think at this point, they're guaranteed $350.
Yep.
And, that's a pretty good payday. But I'm sure, $700 feels a lot better. About twice as good.
Yeah. You beat me to it.
Yeah, about twice as good, I'd say.
Couple mulligans to start for Chucky, which, if you're a Trevor fan, you love to see. Getting those extra cards to start the game.
Oh, you hate to go into game 2 giving your opponent a couple of free cards when you lost game 1.
Yeah, you really do. But to come this far, I'm sure Chucky's got his head on straight. He's not going to let that disrupt his flow state. No pun intended.
Yeah, whenever I start getting nervous about that kind of stuff, I just always remind myself of all the times that I've drawn 2 mulligans and still had a dead hand. I'm like, yeah, it could still suck.
And you still have to research away every resource you've ever had.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's get into this second game of our top 4 match. Trevor winning game 1.
Were those mulligans both water energy?
That's what I'm saying. See, doesn't matter.
Mulligans are fake, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm definitely team mulligans are fake. All right, here we go. Nest Ball and Level Ball starting off the explosive searching to fill up the bench.
Yeah, the mulligans make the hand worse sometimes, man.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you draw a mulligan. Have you ever been here? I'm serious. You have a handful of critical stuff that you can't use turn 1 and a research, and you're like, okay, yeah, I'll take these mulligans because if I can draw the Bridget or whatever that is, I'll have an excellent hand.
Yep.
And there's just 2 more critical pieces that you have to get rid of. That's what mulligans are made for, I feel like.
Right, for sure.
Throwback to Mulligan Mewtwo in the early stages of the game. Where you force your opponent to deck out via mulligan.
Riley, I'm on these little Alani shooters today. They're these I don't know, energy drink cans, right? And
they look too cute to be an energy drink, Andrew.
I know. Well, that's part of the marketing, dude. Okay,
Yeah.
It's part of the marketing. These little guys.
That definitely looks like a seltzer.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it's an energy drink, and they've only got 100 milligrams of caffeine in them.
Only.
Right. Only. Right. So now I'm Well, now I'm having my third one of the day, which
So,
is in addition to the 200 milligram caffeine drink I had to wake up this morning.
Oh. Well,
yeah, bro, we got to push. Listen, these 90-minute Top Cut matches, we got to push, dude. We got to push.
Well, Andrew, there's only one more after this, so hopefully this last Alani is enough to get you through.
I suspect that it is. I think so. As I round the corner into my 500th milligram of caffeine today.
For your heart health, I hope this is the last Alani you'll need.
The Mayo Clinic says a healthy adult can safely metabolize 400 milligrams per day, says Brandon. Thank you, Brandon.
Well,
I got a really healthy heart, all right?
400s came and went, but...
Yeah. The 400 came and went like water.
But if you're really good heart, you could probably do like 800 or something.
I could probably, yeah. If you got a heart as strong as mine, yeah, you're probably good for 5. Yeah.
Well, here we go, Trevor, with the Irida. And a great opening card in the water decks is going to be that Irida. Trevor, of course, getting the first opportunity to play a supporter on this turn. Can't use the supporter card on your first turn going first. A lot of use of the word first there. But you know what I mean. Trevor's taking his first peek at the deck.
A Pixie Pie.
A Pixie Pie. We'll see what he tries to... When I think of the Pixie Pie, I think of like in a testing match, you're flipping over the top card to see if you scoop.
That was our friend Otto's favorite move.
The thing is, if you do the Pixie Pie too much during practice, you're tempted to do it during a real game.
Oh, yeah, well, I've done it so much during practice, I'm always tempted.
Exactly. But you have to remember you can't.
You have to remember you can't.
It's part of the rules.
But whenever I'm in testing, I'm constantly peeking. If I'm testing with a friend, then
I love to peek.
And they're taking way too long for their turn.
I want to know.
Yeah, I just want to know what I'm top decking so I know if I can scoop or not.
Yeah,
because I will just scoop, bro.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Definitely cut from the same cloth.
Now, Otto was crazy with it because he would peek not only his top deck, he'd peek at yours, and then he'd peek like 5
further.
cards down.
Yeah, I was thinking around 5.
He'd peek like 5 cards down in his deck.
Just wants to know the
it's
sitch.
Like, bro, like what?
He just wants the whole lay of the land.
Yeah. He just wants to know the whole order of his deck, actually, So
you could probably make more optimal plays if you know that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So we got Trevor using that Irida there. One of the best early supporters. One of the best supporters in just the water deck period.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't even need to be early in the water deck. It's just
early,
so
mid game, late game, pretty much always good.
Yeah, I think it's especially good on. Honestly, I think it's the best in like the second, third turn range when you're going for those rare candy evolution type of plays.
When you want to go like grab the Octillery or the Drizzile, you can combo off, get multiple trainers. You do something like, Irida for Drizzile and another item that you need, and then you're basically turning Irida into a double trainer.
Yep, which was how Irida was used largely when it was standard legal.
Right, because Irida and Inteleon are legal at the same time in standard format.
Here we go. Basculin, Hisuian Basculin. We did not see this in game number 1, but this is the one difference in the Pokemon lineup between these two players. Gather the Crew will allow Trevor to build 2 Pokemon onto his bench. And the nice thing about cards like Gather the Crew or Call for Family, when they go directly onto the bench, is then they can evolve on the subsequent turn.
Right.
Which is a key difference with the Beacon Vulpix that Chucky is playing, because those go to the hand, which is better for finding evolutions, but worse for those early basics.
Exactly. And it's funny to see both these Pokemon kind of facing off here in the active now. Hisuian Basculin and Vulpix, the free setup attackers, both very good. You've got people who are believers in either one, and they pretty much want to die on the hill. Almost nobody plays both. Like almost nobody plays both.
I mean, playing both, why? Right? Like that's so many. Because the thing with the Basculin and the Vulpix is they don't really do much besides get some Pokemon.
No.
Right? You can evolve into the Basculegion. There isn't really. I don't think there's any Alolan Ninetales worth playing.
There's not.
I've checked many times over the course of GLC's history.
No, still not, actually.
Yeah.
No, they stopped printing Alolan Ninetales back in Sun and Moon. So, no new Alolan Ninetales to play with.
I think they printed some Alolan cards more recently. I don't know if
they?
I don't know if it's Vulpix specifically.
I feel like maybe Eradicate from Pokemon Go.
Maybe.
Yes, there's definitely a Pokemon Go Alolan Raticate. Definitely, right? Definitely.
I actually don't know.
Bro. Yeah, there definitely is, bro. There definitely is.
Point is, well, I don't really know. The point is there's no Ninetales.
Right.
But the other point I was about to make is I do like that the gimmick of these like regional basic Pokemon, like the Alolan or the Hisuian, is the free attack thing. I think that's fun.
That is fun, right? Who doesn't like attacking for free?
Yeah, there weren't any free attacks for quite a while. I feel like I don't know if there were any in Black and White or X and Y.
Now, apparently, they printed Alolan Pokemon in both Surging Sparks and Journey together.
Yeah, come on, man.
Alolan Executor.
Trying to gaslight me into thinking there's no Alolans.
Bro, I said that there was a Alolan Raticate in Pogo.
But that was forever ago.
That wasn't. It was just the other. It was just the other year.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Whoa! Was Pokemon Go a long time ago? Come on.
It's rotated.
Wasn't that long ago.
Those cards are banished to the expanded realm, dude.
Man, I remember opening Pokemon Go like it was yesterday, man.
I didn't think that set was very fun to open.
No. No, it wasn't. It had the Ditto in it.
It did have the Ditto.
That peeled.
Yeah, the Peel Ditto was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Peel Ditto was funny. The thing is, if you didn't know that it was a thing, you might not realize if you had Dittos.
100%.
All right, Hisuian Heavy Ball. Speaking of those regional forms, much more frequently played than his Cantonian or regular Heavy Ball counterpart.
It's true. The Hisuian Heavy Ball is kind of cracked. Yeah, switching one of your face down search it. Yeah. Actually, yes, it does have to be face down. Yes.
Yes, it does have to be. It does. It's a requirement.
Look at your face down prize cards, and then you can swap a basic Pokemon you find there with one of with the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super, super powerful. Honestly, the regular Heavy Ball is relatively powerful, but it's just very limited in its scope.
Yeah, you have to be playing a deck that has multiple targets for a Pokemon with 3 retreat or more, and there's not a lot of decks that have that. There are some.
Remember Vikabulu, dude?
Of course I remember Vikabulu, dude.
the
Vikabulu and the Bulu, both targets,
3.
dude.
Yeah. It was like the one deck that really liked the Heavy Ball. All right, Lapras getting charged up and going in. Going to take the knockout on this Hisuian Basculin and initiate the prize trade for Chucky.
Yeah, here goes Lapras from Team Up. Let's go, dude. Lap Dog with the Ken Sugimori artwork in front of some clip art background.
This is classic.
This
classic
is like
Pokemon
this card is such a freaking vibe, dude. If you don't rock with the Ken Sugimori in front of the clip art background Lapras from Team Up, then yeah, we're not friends.
It
dude.
Even looks like the background is rendered properly. Like, why is there such a hard line on the horizon?
I don't know, bro. It's freaking sick. That's where the water meets the beach, dude. That's a beach there. The Lapras is on the
it still doesn't.
The Lapras is on the
right.
3D.
Like it looks like they took an image of the water and an image of the sand and put them on top of each other.
Dude, this is and the Lapras has got an outer glow effect on it. It's freaking sick, dude.
It is sick. No, I like it.
Yeah, Lapras,
I feel like that's classic.
Yeah, Lapras giving you that classic pose. Ken Sugimori, insane. Going in anyways with Hydro Pump for 70 damage.
Yeah, I mean, Hydro Pump, the capstone attack of this deck, right? This is the one we're talking about?
Yeah, that's the namesake of the deck. Lapras, decent card. I mean, 130 hit points, and it's got the Confuse Ray attack, which is really nice. Little attack for 1 energy. It's one of the few attackers that can get in there for 2 energy and actually take meaningful knockouts early on in the game. It's one of those Pokemon where if you open Lapras, you go turn 1 attach, turn 2 Hydro Pump for 70, and you're probably knocking something out, like a little guy or whatever, or you're 2-hit KOing a big guy, in which case that's also fine because you're attacking on turn 2 with your water deck, which doesn't happen a whole lot. So it's a guy who's really good at getting in there early and having a respectable amount of HP. Even more so, we see Chucky decided to suit this thing up with the luxurious cape, Riley.
Chucky's taking this Lapras serious.
Yes.
Yeah, trying to avoid a knockout, although the Field Blower immediately comes out. So.
Yeah. Get this out of here, yeah.
That makes sense, though. Trevor did just VS Seeker for that Irida, so able to grab cards like the Field Blower, right out of the deck and has access to Inteleon as well this turn. So a litany of options to deal with that. And even though Frostmoth is the Rain Dancer of choice for Trevor this turn, because he's been progressively attaching to this Wishy-Washy over the last handful of turns, it's still ready to go even without worrying about the Frostmoth. Which is key because the Frostmoth can only accelerate onto the bench. So this is going to be a knockout on the Lapras, Andrew, with the Hydro Splash. Also got to say, I feel like when I see this Wishy-Washy, the canon art in GLC of this Wishy-Washy is the one on the side pane here.
That's what I'm saying,
So sometimes
bro.
when I see the reg art one, like Trevor's playing, I'm almost thrown off by it.
I think the regular art Wishy-Washy is like one of the most abhorrently ugly cards I've ever seen. And then I think that the art rare is so nice that I pretty much refuse to use the regular art in not only in any deck, but also on stream. Like I just like you will notice every single scan that I've put up today has been a regular art version of the card, except for this single Wishy-Washy. That is just that is by design. Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's the canon art.
I'm telling you, it's the best art for the card, and it's not close. Yeah. Yeah, this art is sick. It's the only one I play when I play my water decks. That's for sure. That ugly one, bro. Get that ugly one out of my sight.
I'm gonna need to inspect the ugly one closer to make a true judgment, but I will say, every time I see the water deck on stream, that Wishy-Washy is the full art one.
Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, see, like, what's his deal, bro?
He's not the worst.
Yeah, he's gross, dude.
He's not the worst. That Wishy-Washy is just gross. It's a bunch of little anchovies.
Whoa! Look at how majestic he looks next to Lana, though.
Dude,
It's all about the lighting, okay?
I think it mostly is the lighting and the angle.
Yeah, it's all about the lighting and the angle. Like, this one looks peaceful and nice. This one looks evil and like I don't know.
It's kind of a vibe.
No, he's like monstrous, dude.
Yeah, honestly, calling this one of the most heinous arts seems like an error on your part.
Nah, bro, he just looks like a big gray blob, man. Nah, I'm chilling, dude.
He doesn't look, he's not even gray at all, dude.
Great. Yeah,
What?
no, here's a big gray blob. Yeah, this one, that's so nice. Look how
It
blue
is
the
nice.
card is.
They're going for different
Big gray
vibes.
blob.
This is ferocious.
Nice.
This
Yeah,
is
this one's nice.
peaceful.
Yeah, no, big gray blob. Yeah, this one's nice. Yeah, that's the better one. Yeah.
Gray is
Gray
crazy.
blob. Yeah, no, this one's got nice lighting. Look at the light coming through the water
Yeah.
in the top. God, it's so sick.
I think you're a little bit of a hater, dare I say. Anyway, Chucky using his teammates here to piece together some form of combo to deal with Trevor's heinous gray blob Wishy-Washy in the active.
I know I'm a hater, okay, but that's okay. I just been being a hater. And then
think
like
it's
the hollow foil
disproportionate.
pattern, the hollow foil pattern on the Sun and Moon cards also looks really bad.
Yeah,
That's part of it, right? Like this render here,
doesn't capture the.
it doesn't capture the
full
ugly
extent.
hollow pattern of the Sun and Moon cards. It doesn't.
You can get it as a reverse.
Oh, the reverses aren't any better, Riley.
I know. I really don't like reverses.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you play the cards you have, Andrew.
That's so true, Riley.
We used to do that with our Trebushes.
Yeah, you ought to have this art rare Wishy-Washy, though. It's so sick.
That's fair. All right, Chucky grabbing that float stone, which will remain in play because Trevor did already burn his field blower to take out that luxurious cape. So that's pretty nice. Trevor did lose his own float stone earlier this game to Chucky's field blower.
All right, Riley, are you ready for an update from our other side of top four?
I sure am, Andrew.
Okay, it's looking like Lion won game 1 versus Ashton and is looking pretty good for game 2. You know what that means, Riley.
It looks like we're seeing Control appear again in the finals if things continue at their current pace. Colorless Control, of course, won the Fusion Strike Gym Leader Challenge event.
It did.
With Grant Manley. Colorless is also a many-time finalist appearance.
Colorless won the last one, dude.
It won the last one in a mirror match. I believe Trevor had a finals appearance with a different colorless build. when JW won in the Brilliant Stars tournament. So Colorless is no stranger to the finals of these Gym Leader Challenge events. And despite not being the most popular type this go around, Colorless still demonstrating dominance. I'm really curious to see what the Colorless versus Water matchup looks like, though.
Yeah, me too. So, Chucky going to take another knockouts with the Kyogre there. Dynamic Wave, 180 damage.
And Kyogre does skirt away from that 130 damage that the Hydro Splash can deal on that Wishy-Washy. So Trevor will need to either power up a new attacker or find some sort of Gust option to take a KO this turn. We know Trevor does have the Inteleon in hand right now and is eyeing up a Guzma. So a Gust may be in our near future here, Andrew.
Yeah, because you can't knock out the active Kyogre with the Wishy-Washy. So, but you want to move around it, right? So that's fine. And then the Wishy-Washy does have limitations. It can't knock out everything on the board. It does cap at 130 damage.
As 180 HP basic.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah, it's got its limitations. That's okay. We love Kyogre.
We all have our limitations.
We love Wishy-Washy anyway, right? So you might need the help of Guzma to go find somebody to knock out. And that's fine.
I think so, Andrew. Eyeing up a town map as well as the second pick. Here we go.
And Shady Dealings, I think when Trevor already has the cards picked out. Yep, it's Guzma and Town Map. And it's because there's something prized. I'm guessing Octillery. That's my guess. And then we're going to see Guzma target something down on Chucky's side of the board. Maybe another Water Energy go on to Inteleon, who's going to then retreat for free after the Guzma. Or Inteleon will just take the knockout.
I don't hate Inteleon taking the knockout.
Why not? Especially, if you're targeting down something like Octillery, just take the knockout with Inteleon. The Inteleon has the splash energy on it, which means that the Inteleon line will come back to hand if it gets knocked out, which is pretty much exactly what you want, so that you can start using Shitty Dealings again. Here we go. Town map. It's definitely Octillery, right?
Well, we can't see.
Vision.
Octillery.
It is. Told ya. Yep. That's the exact kind of situation you would Inteleon for town map to go get it, right? Like the exact situation you would do that.
Right, yeah.
There are very few others where that's the play.
Agreed. Yeah, Octillery is such a key component of this deck, especially, look at Trevor's hand, does not have many draw options in here. So being able to grab that Octillery off the prizes will allow him to continue to churn through his deck and make plays over the course of the game.
Yep. Inteleon Aqua Bullet, 120 damage.
I like the 20 there.
Oh, yeah, dude. That math is mathin'.
Math is mathin' indeed. Preparing that Kyogre for a potential Hydro Splash from the Wishy-Washy, or even if the Wishy-Washy gets targeted down, Aqua Bullet will now do enough to the Kyogre to knock it out.
That's so true, Riley. Yep. So, good math there. 4-4 prizes. Close game, dude. Real close game. And now we've got an Inteleon off.
Yeah, one thing Chucky could do is if he's able to gust up something like that Frostmoth, the Aqua Bullet, he could place the damage onto the Wishy-Washy and start initiating the shuffling maneuver with the scatter.
Oh my goodness.
Again, it only takes one damage counter.
I like that. I think you just kind of should, right? We can Trevor's board state. Yeah, just hit the Wishy-Washy.
Yeah. Now, ideally, that's paired with something like a Gust, and with the Arven being played, likely not going to see any sort of crazy Gust Aqua Bullet plays this turn. Maybe just going to go back in with the Kyogre. This could be a good turn to target Remoraid, for example. You know that Trevor just got the Octillery off the prizes, and if you are so desperate for that Octillery that you're town mapping for it off your Inteleon, that's looking pretty juicy to me.
Oh, 100%. It's kind of telegraphing like, okay, wants to set this up, doesn't have a lot of draw going on. But honestly, Octillery is just a Pokemon you want to set up at all times, right? Because as you start to wear down and get into like the 3 prize remaining place in the game, that's when N and Iono start to become relevant, right? And if you don't have Octillery set up, you could get just stuck.
Oh, and there's the Pot Helmet too, denying the Aqua Bullet KO.
It is. The relevance Pot Helmet? ? Yeah,
Yeah, the luxurious cape forcing the field blower earlier means that Chucky gets to keep two very valuable tools in play with the pot helmet and the float stone.
Yep, and notably that Chucky is playing that Arven because of the increased tool count in Chucky's deck. Chucky also deciding to play Arven. I don't think Trevor's playing Arven in his deck. Instead, has Green's Exploration. It's kind of that setup supporter instead.
Parting down the Frostmoth, I really liked the Octillery hit there. Green's Exploration top decked. It is a dead card.
Yep, there are plenty of abilities on Trevor's side of the board. Timer Ball could get an Arctibax potentially. Broken card.
Reaching for the deck.
I know. Well, you got to believe in the Timer Ball, dude.
You do. That's what I do.
You don't play. Oh, I do it too because it feels so slick when you hit it.
Yeah.
You're like, I know these are heads. Yep. All right. Lion is about to secure a win in top 4 over Ashton to secure a spot in the finals. That is right. Ursaluna Colorless Control is on its way to a finals appearance.
Here's an N off that Octillery for Trevor here. And honestly, pretty clutch pickup. Just being able to get some more cards and see more cards this turn. Imagine if that Octillery Abyssal handed into another dead card and you're just stuck on your top decks from here. Which is one of the weaknesses that you were talking about with Octillery, is the fact that it doesn't guarantee a significant amount of card draw every single turn, if any.
No, it doesn't. But it is very good at digging you out of like a very low hand size.
Absolutely.
It's like the best at it. And, from all my years playing Buzzrock during, the 2018, I guess, season. All my years playing Buzzrock with Octillery. Or was it all my months, I guess? Yeah, all my year playing Buzzrock. I definitely was on a year. I was on Buzzrock for like an entire season, I think.
Yep.
But all my time playing Buzzrock with Octillery.
Well, you're on the Buzzgarb for a while too.
Oh yeah, dude. But like, man, I mean that's just the end bailout card.
It is.
Oh, for sure.
It is. Though I will say, as someone who played against Buzzrock decks a lot, you'd much rather them be forced to Octillery after an N, and that's their Octillery proc, rather than playing cards from their hand and then Octillery for more.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Because they have the opportunity to see like 10 cards. You start with a 5-card hand, then thin it down with Ultra Ball, and then draw more, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, you definitely would still rather play the disruption cards than not, even if Octillery was a factor.
And it's funny because like the Gym Leader Challenge decks, you play a 1-1 Octillery. Buzzrock also played a 1-1 Octillery there at the end. At the beginning of Buzzrock's reign, it was a 2-2, but then it got cut down to a 1-1 eventually.
Had to make room for the B strings, Andrew.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, man. Having to use Inteleon for not a knockout is tough.
Yeah, that's brutal, dude.
However, because the Kyogre puts the energy back in your hand, the N did shuffle them back into Chucky's deck. So it doesn't have an immediate response cooked up here.
No. And time is starting to wear down. I mean, 22 minutes remaining.
I think we'll see this game finish.
Yes, well, we definitely will. But I'm starting to think about a game 3.
It might come down to like a sudden death game 3 situation, honestly.
Yeah, this game can definitely conclude. But then, you start asking yourself, like, what if it's 15 minutes for a game 3?
Oh, I think it might be less than that.
Yeah. Apparently, Grant Manley is in the audience saying that Trevor has no good anti-control cards in his deck. He's got Tate and Liza. Come on.
Just have Tate and Liza.
He's got Tate and Liza.
That might be the most significant inclusion.
Yeah, you got Tate and Liza. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
He's got Tate and Liza, and he's going to get the turn 2 whale. Trust. He's got Scoop Up Net. That's not nothing.
Scoop Up Net. True. Does not play any shuffle cards to shuffle more resources back in your deck. No Rescue Stretcher that I see. No Super Rod. Things like that.
No Rescue Stretcher, no Super Rod. It's just Night Stretcher and Nessa.
Night Stretcher, Nessa, and the Energy Retrieval, the basic one.
That's crazy. No Rod. That's beast
So looking
mode.
for things to go right back to your hand. I don't think either of these players are playing Super Rod.
That's beast mode. No
Dude,
Super
you were
Rod.
one of the original preachers of Super Rod being a fake card.
Well, I know, but like in Hydro Pump Water?
Well, isn't it more real to just get the cards back to your hand directly?
Acerola! Oh!
That's brutal.
What? No. Yeah, the Acerola goes to discard pile, but everything else
Ace roll
goes
would
to
be
hand.
really good if
Yeah.
it came back with you.
No, but everything else comes back to hand, energy
Yes.
and all.
Yes, very different than cards like AZ or Professor Turo's Scenario that do have a similar effect, but Acerola maintains every single attached card to the Pokemon. Can only be used if you're damaged, but it's not a crazy difficult condition to fulfill. Pot Helmet.
I think Trevor has made it to 2 finals of our GLC cash events.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
He had the special energy colorless deck that he played against JW.
And he lost to JW with Dark.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Has colorless been in the finals of almost all of these?
Color's been in the final of quite a few.
Yeah.
For those of you asking what the coin was for, it is a reminder to flip for Wishy Washy.
But Wishy-Washy remains.
Yes, the scatter ability. I saw quite a few people asking about it. It's actually, I like it a lot. I like that because it's one of the easiest triggers to forget in your deck. So when you have Wishy Washy with damage on it, you just put the coin on top of your deck as a reminder to check for Wishy Washy before you draw your card. And, you know, Wishy Washy's scatter ability makes it so that if it has damage counters on it, have to flip a coin. If tails, it gets shuffled back into the deck before you draw. So if you draw your card without checking for Wishy Washy, you've ruined the game state. Unless you flip a heads, in which case you got out of jail free.
True.
Yeah. So
True.
Yeah. Unless you go back and you flip a heads, in which case it doesn't matter. But if you flip a tails, messed up the game state.
Yeah, it is certainly reversible if you do, but it's a weird situation to be in.
Yeah, you'd rather not make that error. So I like the
ideally no
reminder.
gameplay errors. It's kind of my vibe.
Yeah, we haven't had to have a serious, gameplay error fix on stream today,
Yeah.
and that's fantastic.
I
We're
don't think we
encroaching
really had
in
any
on
major ones yesterday either.
Yeah, we're encroaching in on 10 hours. So if you are watching on YouTube and you are watching the YouTube VOD of this after the stream ends, apparently
Is
streams,
it 10 or 12?
I don't know. I don't know. Apparently streams get cut off on YouTube around 10 hours or 12.
I thought maybe it was 12 last
I don't
time.
know. There's some point you get to on YouTube where the VOD just cuts out. So if you're watching this and the VOD does get cut out at some point, I'll re-upload it and fix it for you. Okay. So like, don't worry about that. I will get it. But I do apologize if that's the case. I'm not exactly sure how long it is where YouTube cuts out, but it does cut out somewhere. And we've been streaming for 9 hours and 55 minutes today, so it's getting there.
I think it's 12. I think it's 12.
12 would be beast mode because then we could fit the whole thing.
That's what I remember from last time.
Yeah, we could fit the whole tournament in one VOD, which
Because
would be
the standard
beast.
goes longer than 12.
Yes, it does, which is why we had to cut it up into 2 yesterday.
Yes. This one I think is going to be more than 10, but less than 12.
Yes, it seems that way. There's only 16 minutes left in this round, dude. Like,
Yeah, as long as we get on to the next one, we're chilling.
right.
Anyway.
And this is game 2, man.
What is going to happen with this series is a genuine question. Like,
Oh, Trevor is not playing Hex.
oh,
And that could be pretty big for the control matchup.
no ability disruption. Ironically, Control also wants to play Hex
Yeah.
into you, but they don't want to receive Hex.
No, I do not want to receive the Hex. No. All right, so Hex knockout for Chucky. Whoa. Yeah, things are starting to slip away from Trevor here. I mean, Trevor's got 4 prizes remaining to Chucky's 2.
Now make sure not to flip because of the Hex. Okay, I think we're good. Yep. All right, all's well. Interesting quirk of Hex Maniac. And look at that Wailord dude with the pot helmet.
Oh, yeah. That's nuts.
Now it crosses 270 effective hit points. That means in the Wailord v Wailord mirror, it takes 6 energy to KO.
We haven't seen a Wailord slay a full HP Wailord.
No, they've always been 2-hit KO'd.
Always. Even with the potential to 1-hit KO Wailord, yeah, it has not been a thing.
Even if I think that play might have been pretty good.
It was possible.
It was definitely possible, but
Could have been done.
could have been done, but it didn't happen.
All right. Can Trevor pull this game out? I mean,
It seems tough.
yeah, Chucky is just, there's a certain sense of an inevitability at this point, right? Like Chucky's got, yeah, I mean, the
He's got
Intellion.
Bax, he's got Frost.
Yeah.
Or no, his does he have Frost?
No, it's an Alolan and Vulpix.
Okay, yeah.
But
he's got Bax.
yeah, Baxcalibur, right. Trevor's got the Wishy Washy. Kyogre's getting juiced, right? Hex has played this turn, so no additional energy coming into play. No, that means no Kyogre is happening,
Yeah.
right? And the Wishy Washy can't take out the Baxcalibur, so Baxcalibur is guaranteed for next turn, which gives Chucky one more turn to be able to get enough energy onto this Wailord to be able to kind of like sure it up. And I think that this Wailord is kind of the inevitability. This thing kind of sures it up and is going to allow Chucky to, kind of steamroll the rest of the game. If he could find 2 energy off of Colress for 9, Riley.
Which we've seen fail before, Andrew. We've seen it fail before. But I agree. If Chucky's able to attack with Wailord this turn, I don't see any way that Trevor wins this game.
Oh yeah, no, it's done. If Chucky finds just 2 water energy, no access to Drizzile or anything like that to help, so
He's drawing quite a few cards. This gigantic pile.
here we go. Does he find it? There's 1.
Did he whiff again?
Just silly.
Come on, man.
Come on,
Draw
man.
better, dude.
All right, but he can thin the hand down and maybe draw with Octillery. I think that's actually a thing. You definitely scoop up net that Vulpix. Yeah. No, the Intellion's gone, so who cares?
Yeah, I don't think the Vulpix really matters that much.
I just want it out of here, bro.
You could scoop it up and put it back down just to burn a card.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
there they oh,
No,
there's
he
2.
tricked
Oh,
us.
why were you looking at it so long, bro?
I don't really think you have to. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
All that
Hydro
time
Pump.
just to attach the 2 energy and attack.
Bro, we got slow rolled.
We did.
We got slow rolled hard there.
And what are we checking out in here? That's a knockout.
Definitely is a knockout. Yes.
Okay, well, I think we're all good now. All right, Trevor. Ball's in your court to put together something beautiful.
Not happening, dude. 4 energy Wailord pod helmet. Ain't no way. That's basically a.
You would need to put together some kind of chain sniping and trapping.
Yeah.
But I feel like looking in this deck, I don't think there's any juice.
Nah, there's no juice, dude. Like I said, Trevor's deck has like just the amount of cards required in order to, just win a game. But now we've got 12 minutes, man, for a game 3. 12 minutes.
It's enough for a couple turns on each player.
Yes. Absolutely insane.
Oh,
is this bathroom break? Oh,
I guess they've been playing for a while. Hi, Barlow.
Yeah, what's up, Barlow? It's got to be a bathroom break. Oh, yeah, both players saying, hey, all right. Can we press pause? Yeah. As they run over to the restroom. Ashton.
Taking that deck pick.
Yeah, taking that deck pick.
Let's see the art of the deck pick in action, Andrew. Beautiful.
Yeah, Ashton, our other top 4 finisher with his Psychic Brew.
And deck picks really are an art form, Andrew. The exact way you decide to lay out those Pokemon trainers and energy make all the difference.
100%, dude. 100%. The deck pick is an art. Oh, who would have got red card? Yeah, there we go. The red card spice.
The red card. That's what I'm saying, dude. I like these items that give you those insanely powerful supporter-like effects. There's Trevor coming back.
Trevor returning to play. And we've got 12 minutes that separate us between now and the finals.
Man, the outside looks nice. You keep me prisoner in here.
Oh, I know. It's nice outside, bro. I know. There ain't no windows, dude. There are no windows in our studio here.
Dude, it looks nice for how late it is.
I know,
It's so
man.
bright out.
It's summer, dude. Summer is upon us.
Sometimes I feel like when it's summer, it stays bright almost like too late.
No way, bro. Staying light late is so sick.
Yeah, it's true.
When you're in the winter and it gets dark at like 5, you're like...
Okay, but like maybe the best is somewhere in the middle.
Dark at 9, I think, is like perfect. If it's like pitch black at 9, getting dark between 8:30 and 9 is cool.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right. Players laying out the prizes for this final game. Our timer on stream will probably be slightly off.
No, I stopped it.
Oh, you stopped it. Okay.
Yeah, bro, I'm a beast.
Dude, you're savvy, dude.
I know. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, 12 minutes left going to this final game. We'll have to see how far each player can take their setup to see who can go on to the finals. And in the event that the players are tied up going into time, we'll play those, well, we'll hit the time, we'll go into +3 turns. If there is someone who has a prize lead at the end of those +3 turns, that will be the tie break, and that player will move on to the finals. If both players have the same amount of prizes, play will continue until the next prize is taken, regardless of whose turn it is, with no like counter turn available.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is going to be an all-out sprint to the finish line between these two water decks. We saw Trevor just go off the rails in, what was it, round 2 of the tournament today? And just get the turn 2 Whale Lord Hydro Pump. I mean, it's possible, right? I mean,
We saw it.
We saw it. It's possible.
We'll see if those pieces can be put together. I mean, frankly, I think if someone puts together a turn 2 Hydro Pump, they're definitely the favorite.
Oh, yeah. And you'd have to imagine, right? These turns, they can take a little while.
They can.
I mean, look at how much time. Right, we're kind of just like letting these players play, you know, kind of at a reasonable pace. I mean, they're being judged, right? They can't slow play. But letting these players kind of play out their games and let the games conclude at a reasonable pace in a format without Pokemon EX, it is like, you see why the game was like originally designed as like a single game, Swiss game, right? Like a single game. It's because best of threes could take a long time, dude.
They sure can.
They could really take a long time. And in fact, we're holding a base Neo tournament here at Full Grip Games in the months ahead. And I think it's in July. And the base Neo tournament, I remember playing the base Neo tournament that we hosted here at Full Grip Games in back in 2018 or so, 2019 maybe. And the King Dramir match itself could take 45 minutes. Let alone, and then you play a best of 3 of that, and you're like, what the heck? Why would I do that?
So true.
Yeah.
Okay, so Trevor going in with the Irida for Buddy Buddy Poffin and an additional water type Pokemon, able to rapidly fill up his bench. And this is the advantage of going second in Gym Leader Challenge. We'll see what he chooses to go for here. Chucky seeming to prioritize that Remoraid always as his first grab. In these time crunch situations though, I almost wonder if it's better to do something like the Frostmoth instead and the Snom to just try and get aggressive and take prizes quickly.
Oh, I'm 100% on board with it being Snom. Or yeah, I think just Snom. You want to get That's how you get the turn 2 whale. That's like how it's possible to get a turn 2 attacker is with the Snom.
Yeah.
So I really like that. Or even backs. You could go Drizzile, Irida, Rare Candy backs, and then you're just kind of off to the races on turn 3. So this does feel like kind of a slow route, but maybe Chucky's hand sucks, and maybe it's just got to be that way. I see Trevor's got Iono, and it's going to be passed with Sobble and Frigibacks on the bench.
All right, here's Drizzile.
Shady dealings.
Starting the party off with some shady dealings. What is the choice here for Chucky? Trevor has a loaded hand.
Yes, Trevor does. Is the Frostmoth? So like maybe the Snom was not available because Frostmoth's right there in hand, as well as the Drizzile.
And what's it going to be off this Drizzile for Chucky though? Looks like an N.
And well, Trevor's loaded hand is about to get unloaded, Riley.
Well, it could still be loaded after the N, but it'll be re-rolled for sure.
Evolution Incense gonna go get the Octillery.
There it is. Chucky putting that prioritization. But here, you could have had a full-on Frostmoth here, right? If you had just gone for that Nest Ball and Evolution Incense combo.
It's true.
You'd be able to potentially launch an attack.
The stability.
I guess.
Stability is here.
I don't know how much Octillery is really helping at this point in the game.
We'll see. Yeah, joke's going to be on you when it's Buddy Buddy Poffin, Quick Ball, Octillery for 4. Yeah. And then like the most insane turn 3 you've ever seen.
True. I mean, frankly, it's unlikely for Trevor to get an attack off immediately.
Probably not happening.
When you're starting with the Frigibacks.
I say probably not happening. Buddy. Yeah, I told you, bro.
You're goated for that.
With the level ball. I'm nuts, bro. All right, it wasn't Quick Ball, but it was Buddy level ball. Yeah, I'm crazy, dude.
You are nuts with it.
Yeah, and then, with the Whalmer bench, which you can't get off either of those, and then it's about to Octillery for like 3. Yeah, and then he's about to go to freaking Ham Village next
Beacon
turn.
Town.
Yeah, going to Beacon Town. Level ball for, what is it, the Arctivax? Dang, you're setting up that slow? That's crazy.
Is one of the Snom line prized?
Must be. God, the fact that you wouldn't, I guess, why would you not even want to get? I don't know.
I feel like it just must be prized.
Must be prized, yeah. Or else you just get it there. Abyssal Hand for 1. Ultra Ball. No, it's Dive Ball.
Yeah, that's better than Ultra Ball.
Yeah, it's the Infinity Ball, dude. Go get whatever you want.
Yeah. Master Ball in this deck.
Yeah, it is Master Ball.
Master Ball is spec.
Yeah, dude. The wishy-washy. The good-looking one.
Yeah, fully benching out without a Snom, to me, that says it's one of the two is prized.
Oh, yeah, dude, for sure.
So. Gonna Bacon. Maybe grab a Baxcalibur and a Wailord, I guess.
And what? 4 minutes left on the clock? Bruh.
I mean, both of these games, both players needed to set up for several turns.
I know, dude. I know.
So this doesn't surprise me necessarily, although we did see Trevor's top-end potential in our stream game earlier today.
Yes, we did. And that's always Water's top-end potential. Like, the turn 2, it's... Whenever Frostlass was released, like, that was always a possibility. Frostlass and Capacious Bucket were released in the same set, so like that play has been live for a little while. There used to be a Wailord from Vivid Voltage you played, so like it used to be the turn 2 that Wailord,
right?
Which was like the legendary play that like never happened. So like that play, it sometimes happens, just not often.
No, definitely not.
But sometimes you're just nuts with it, and you draw the perfect cards in the perfect order.
I feel like with the current flow of the board, Chucky might be slightly favored to win this because I anticipate that he is going to be turn 0.
I am feeling like a Chucky victory here. That is my senses. My spidey senses are saying Chucky dub. Yeah, it's a weird. The timing is working weird for Trevor right now.
The worst case for Trevor is that he's turn 0 on this turn.
Oh, that's not going to happen. 3 minutes left.
You never know.
No, I think it's not. I do know, Riley. I've seen the script, bro.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, dude.
All I'm saying is, all it takes is like a Drizzile to throw that out of whack. You know, there's a reason that we got so annoyed back in the day when Dex played the whole Inteleon engine.
It's true.
I mean,
Timer ball.
Oh my gosh, he does have
Dive ball. Oh, holy smokes!
Wait, he could
dude.
go super aggro here.
Yeah.
With the heads.
Well, ain't no way, dude. Oh, I'm never going to hear the end of this.
Wait, that's actually a huge deal.
I know it is, bro. There's a reason that he got the little fist slam there, because he had the attack if he hits one.
Yeah.
I know. I'm never going to hear the end of this, bro. I'm never going to hear the end of this.
Watch this, though. He's going to dive ball and get like Drizzile or something, and then it's going to take forever to search through the deck and pick the card.
Holy moly, dude. Ain't no way. Listen, all right. Trevor has had a statistically low roll with timer ball on stream today. Statistically low, okay? He's gone double tails
Dude,
3 out of 4 times.
He might go all the way to time.
No shot, dude. No shot.
Okay, just going to go Baxcalibur. Pass, dude. Pass.
God, imagine if that was double heads. If it was double heads, he's going crazy. No, that is time. Oh, we were a minute off.
Ah! I knew it. I knew Trevor was going to get time called during this turn. I had this evil premonition.
Did know it, dude. I can't believe it.
All right. That's really unfortunate. The timer ball, man. The timer ball making such a big difference this game.
Trevor going 0 for 3 timer balls is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Out of the 4 timer balls
and
we
Chucky
saw,
has Verkitty backs immediately.
I told you
and Wailord.
My senses, bro, were telling me it's a Chucky dub. And the letter. Oh yeah, you can see him cooking now. He's turn 1, Trevor's turn 2, Chucky's turn 3. If Chucky takes 2 knockouts in 2 turns, that's it.
This is the perfect situation if you're Chucky.
Yes. This is it, dude.
So long as you can hit enough energy to get off a reasonable attack this turn, you should win the game.
You should. Slow down, Chucky. There's no reason to rush here.
You're not being timed anymore.
No. This is the time that literally doesn't matter. And make sure you're not... Yeah, just make sure you're not jacking this up.
Oh my gosh. Only 2.
2 Colress
for 10.
Here we go. Colress for 10, baby. The Drizzile has not been used, or the Shady Dealings has not been used, right? So an Inteleon hit off of this.
Ultra Ball. Could be out.
Dive Ball, any of that.
Needs...
Has already used Dive Ball, but yeah.
Needs 2 energy and some retreat out, whether that's a 3rd energy or a float stone or the scoop up net.
Here we go. 10 cards.
Oh man.
Do we get the Wailord powered up?
Maximal Colress.
And I think I see Inteleon in the hand.
I see a couple energies.
Pod helmet.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of energy. There's like 3 energy maybe. Yep.
1.
And there's 1 that can be retreated. It's definitely 3 energy.
2.
Yep. And 3 attached for hand.
There it is.
Pot helmet to boot.
Oh my.
Yeah, dude.
There it is. And that should seal the deal here, though Trevor does get 1 more turn to try and cook something up. I think Trevor's 1 out here is if he can trap something active.
We've said this. Kind of like the pot helmet on the backs because it puts it out of Kyogre range, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Well, because you could like
trap something and then
hit the backs, right?
And hit the backs, and it's harder to retreat.
That's why you do it. So you would have to Guzma up the wishy-washy and Kyogre the backs. That's that is like the play,
way this
right?
could happen, I guess, is if you get the Wailord of your own, get the 6 energy, and then Chucky can't respond. That feels distant, especially when Tate and Liza is your supporter for turn.
Yeah, dude. The double tails on timer ball was a defining feature.
That's a $350 timer ball tails, dude.
That is a $350 timer ball tails, because then it was Trevor taking that knockout on turn 0 of time. And then he's in the driver's seat. It just has to take 2 knockouts and he wins.
Yeah, because they would probably be tied at the end of turn 3.
And then he'll go to turn 4 and
get
win.
And get the win, yeah.
Shoo, dude. Colress.
Another Colress.
For 10 big ones. Oh my goodness, Riley.
This is nuts, Andrew.
Absolute insanity.
Yeah. I mean, Trevor has to hit a couple pieces, really.
The back's caliber's here.
And frankly, without the gust, I don't see a way to make this work.
I mean, Trevor could win. Trevor could definitely win, right? You go Wailord.
6
energy. Take
or
the knockout.
5 with Field Blower works too.
Yep. You need it all, though.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. We need it all.
10 cards, no more search. Already used Shady Dealings. Could, in theory, draw into Octillery.
And then thin the hand all the way down. Yep, Vessel, Ultra Ball. Oh, it's happening, bro. It's happening. It's happening. Quick Ball, too. The hand is getting thinned all the way down, and we're going to get a draw like close to 5 more.
Yeah, but don't have the Wailord yet. So if you Ultra Ball for the Octillery...
Yep, just part of the situation.
I like keeping the Quick Ball,
I like
too.
keeping the Quick Ball because you want to thin the hand down like maximally, I think.
Yeah. Like, this is the kind of game where you don't need Nessa anymore.
No. Nessa should have been ditched, yeah.
Or you don't need that Inteleon, for example, either.
No. Listen, you got one more turn to play.
This is your last turn.
This is your last turn. Yeah.
Unless you make it happen. So you might as well do everything in your power to make it happen.
Exactly. Like, burn it all down. The whole hand has got to go. I think he was a little too hasty with that Ultra Ball and really needed to think about, like, saving the Quick Ball. But he's into the deck now because the Quick Ball could have maybe thinned one more card out of that hand to get even further down. So that
and it can even like thin Pokemon out of the deck and then Ultra Ball them away.
Yeah.
You know, there's like a lot of, and this is like deep cut sequencing type stuff that maybe you wouldn't do in a normal game, but you would do in this.
In this situation, everything must go. Everything must go. You are dumping, dude. You are going for the Hail Mary play here. Yep, it's got to be Vessel. I guess you've got one more energy off of Night Stretcher.
Is there an energy in discard?
I'm hoping. I think so. Maybe.
Yeah, keeping that Quick Ball, though, would have allowed you to discard that final
card
in your hand and get a
right?
full 5. That is potentially a difference maker. And you need to hit off Octillery either the 6th energy or the 5th energy plus Field Blower and the Wailord.
Yeah, the Nessa is the card that you really wanted to get rid of, right?
Yeah, and the Inteleon both.
Yeah.
Both of those cards should be gone right now.
They should be gone, right?
And so the Inteleon was discarded by the Earthworm Vessel. Still has the Nessa.
Yeah, so that's only an Auxiliary of 3, and you got to find basically a Bucket and a Wailord off of 3.
Yeah.
And it could have been
4 or 5.
It could have been 5 because I think if you save the Quick Ball, you could discard an energy and get it. No, not discard it. No. It could have been 4.
Definitely could have been 4. Maybe it could have been 5 with some slight modifications.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Do it to it, Trevor.
1, 2, 3.
Whoa!
Wailord.
Not getting the knockout, though.
Imagine if that next card is something like
Field Blower.
The Field Blower. The Field Blower's not enough because you only have 4 energy. You need to be a bucket.
Oh my god.
The bucket's the only one card that gets you there. Yep, that's game.
And that is game, not a knockout.
Yeah. It's simply game. Like Chucky doesn't need to take a knockout going into this turn.
Nope.
He's already ahead on prizes.
Pass.
In
game.
turn 3. The game is over.
Yep. I think they're discussing that right now.
I don't think there's really anything.
Like, yep.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. Yep. Chucky advances to the finals. Trevor Redding just barely missing another trip to the finals at one of these Gym Leader Challenge cash events. But Chucky, I said if Chucky made it to the finals, it's because of the water fit.
The swag.
The swag has prevailed. The all blue water themed outfit with the blue sleeves and the water deck. Chucky advancing to the finals, guaranteed $700. Trevor played really well today, earned $350 himself. Not a shabby day for a Gym Leader Challenge tournament, and has got another great Gym Leader Challenge finish under his belt. Most assuredly, one of the strongest Gym Leader Challenge players out there. Trevor Redding has consistently showed up to these tournaments and had top placements at them. But Chucky going to be playing against Lion in the finals, and Lion is the only player that came to the Destined Rivals doubleheader and was able to finish in the top 8 of both the Standard and the Gym Leader Challenge events. So now Chucky and Lion going to be competing for a piece of that final prize pool. It's either $700 or $1,000. Second place getting $700, and the winner taking home $1,000, Riley.
Yeah, it's big stuff on the line here, Andrew. I can't help but notice that we're an hour and 37 minutes away from the YouTube VOD thresholds. I don't know if we want to consider bouncing the stream quickly before the finals.
Nah, bro, we're going to let it roll.
We're going to send it?
I'm going to send it, dude. I'm sending it. And then we're sending it. And then I'm going to re-upload it as a YouTube video later. Yep.
All right. Yeah.
Yep.
We're going in with that being the intention then.
Yeah.
It's all good.
We'll make it.
It's all good.
We'll make it. It's going to be a swift 2-0, a timely 2-0.
Who do you got in the finals, Andrew? We have Chucky with his water deck. He does play the Hex Maniac that Trevor did not. So that's an up on Chucky. And then we have Lion's colorless control deck that we saw in impressive fashion winning earlier today in top 8.
I'm going to be rooting for water. Okay. I've seen colorless control win one of these full grip games, cash GLC tournaments before. This is a very cool list. Okay. It's very neat. We've got the Pete Hunt. We've got the Ursa Luna. Is a really, really cool build for sure. And, I just want to see Water win. Water has not got a dub yet at one of these, and I think it'd be big if Water was able to finally deliver and take it home. Grass has a win. Grass has a win. Grass. You know? Grass has a win.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. So what do we anticipate are the game plans for both of these players? How can Chucky escape the devious lock that Lion's going to be attempting to put on him? And what is Lion's route to shut Chucky down?
Oh, man. Well, Lion is probably going to have to strand something active and run Chucky out of resources. It's going to be my bet. You're going to want to make it so that there are, waste all of your switch options and then just like stick something that you don't want in the active spots.
Yeah.
And then go from there. I think that Chucky just needs to play, some heads-up games and needs to be really careful with his resources, needs to make sure that he's not being wasteful, but also needs to be timely and like get attacking quickly. So try not to have too many, useless Pokemon sitting on the bench while you're setting up, but then also try to get moving fast because your Pokemon probably aren't getting knocked out. If they are, then go toe-to-toe. It's fine. Just see what you can do.
So compared to the earlier matchup against Psychic, Chucky, of course, does have a way to knock out the Ursaluna with the Wailord. The Wailord does do enough damage to KO the Ursaluna without the Luxurious Cape. Can technically KO through the Luxurious Cape, but it would be an extreme resource dump to do so.
Right.
Some noteworthy differences. We were talking about some of the cards that Trevor plays that Chucky does not. The Hex Maniac has come up, of course. But Chucky notably does not play a card like Mal and Lana, nor Tate and Liza. We saw the Acerola that Chucky used, but Acerola requires a damage counter to lift the Pokemon, and it is extremely unlikely to see Lion attack something for damage that's not a knockout.
I know, right? So those lack of switch outs could be a deal breaker. I mean, I really like the Tate and Liza in Trevor's list. I feel like that was a card that could make a big difference. But Riley, we're just going to have to see how it goes.
We're going to have to see, Andrew.
And this is something that I absolutely love about the Full Grip Games setup here, is that we've got a TV, right, on the stage, so people can actually hang out and watch the finals of big tournaments like this. So I love that that's something that our community is into, and that players stick around to see how the tournament shakes out. That is really hype for sure. So stoked to see how this finals match turns out. The winner going to take home $1,000 cash. We have got Chucky on the left versus Lion on the right. Judging staff here, ready to judge.
Absolutely. And looks like play is about to start.
So let's get into this. Well, let me get the overlay. All right, and let's get into it. Finals begin now. 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock. Let's get some hype going in the chat for the finals. Wow, dude. Yeah, we got the Ditto fan rotom start. That's pretty sick. The finals of the Full Grip Games Destined Rivals Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash events. We have got Chucky Davis on the left with a record of 7-1-1 to get to the finals. And
on the right, we have Lion Chen, and he also is rocking a 7-1-1 record.
Beautiful.
Lion going in with the classic fan call opener that is so iconic for decks that use these colorless Pokemon. And here we go, Andrew. Teddy Ursa hitting the bench, as well as that Minchino. There he is. He's really tiny. It's because the Wailord's so big.
Why is my fan rotom so small, bro? Who made my fan rotom so small? What the heck? Can I adjust his size, please?
No, he's unfixable.
I'm going to fix him. I can fix him.
No.
Yeah, dude. Check this out, Riley. Here he goes. He's on his way to getting fixed. You're so mad.
Free him.
Oh, baby. Let's go.
Very nice.
Solved.
All right. Does the button work now?
Yeah, dude.
Nice.
I'm nuts.
Saved.
Yep.
And Lion with the immediate Pokestop hit as well. Just taking that reset stamp, milling a couple cards, but hey, that gets you that little bit deeper into your deck.
And
I'll tell you a card that's not good in this sort of matchup is Beacon Vulpix.
Beacon Vulpix? Why?
That is the most obvious trap target of my life, Andrew.
Well, yeah, he only does 20 damage. You bring him up over and over. It's fine. Chucky plays scoop up net. We're chilling.
Yeah.
You can afford to have one dud in play. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
Colors for 3.
Colors for 3. No, not like this.
What does the Ursaring do? Can it like take a knockout here if it presents itself?
Ursaring?
Yeah.
I don't know what Ursaring does. You're asking me what Ursaring does? I don't know what Ursaring does. You think I have studied Ursarings?
I really thought you might have studied Ursarings.
No, Riley. I barely knew it's not a blood moon, just the Ursaluna did.
Yeah. Actually, fun fact, Blood Moon Ursaluna does not evolve. It is just a basic Pokemon.
Right. Okay, so I think whack down. Yep, 110, bro. It's this one. I think this is the art that I've seen.
You could triple excel it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, triple excel, whap down 110.
Oh my gosh, we're Pokestopping.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, wow. That was terrible.
Absolutely heinous.
That was like one of the worst Pokestops I've ever seen.
It's fine. You just beacon and you start getting your guys. You're chilling. Don't overcook, Chucky. Don't overcook, dude.
Wait, Fan Rotom can take the knockout. What are we talking about, Ursaring?
Oh, I told you, bro. A Swift 2-0. No, we're out. We're done.
The dog from the stall deck.
Oh my gosh, dude. The Colress for 3 into nothing into scoop. And we are on to game 2 of the finals. Lion Chen up game 1 already.
this is the downside of Chorus, Andrew, is it's so good for those deep digs in the late game when
Yes.
everyone is a wide bench, but it's a really poor supporter if either player is not benching many Pokemon or if you're trying to set up for the first time.
Yeah, no, obviously not great. Not great. I love this early scoop though. I mean, this is fantastic. Yeah, just get me out of this game, right? Like I'm playing against literal control. Like I gotta, I ain't winning this one. This is gonna be a slog. Me just slowly losing the game because I had a crappy opening. Like let me just
It
get
might
this.
not have been a slog, dude. The fan rotom was just an energy attachment away.
It might have been right. No, I love that scoop. That scoop rules.
The scoop was fine. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that game could have ended fast.
It's true. Game 2. Let's go.
All right, Oranguru opener. Not the resource management Oranguru that we're familiar with from Colorless Control.
No, the Primate Whiz, dude.
The Primate Whiz. Yeah, Oranguru is a much beloved card by the card
The
designers.
designers love this guy. Like
It's probably because he's part psychic type.
it's probably yes because he's half purple, but none of the purple Orangurus are good.
They're all terrible. Yeah.
Yes, dude. So like,
But still, he's bringing over his purple energy into colorless.
I don't know, man. Yeah, why are all the Orangurus impactful? I don't know. It's one of the like there are over 1,000 Pokemon that exist, and yet the same ones are always good.
Gardevoir, Oranguru,
Darkrai. Yep.
Yep, classics.
Yep.
Lugia,
Lugia. Giratina.
Giratina, yeah.
Always good. Yep.
I think those are the main offenders.
Yeah. Gardevoir is the biggest offender.
Gardevoir is definitely the biggest.
It's the biggest offender, and it's like, yeah, there was like a couple bad Gardevoirs ever, but they still printed them. Sableye's always good. Zoroark's always good. That's true. Yep. Zoroark, pretty big offender.
Zoroark's a pretty big offender too. Yeah. To me, like the lineup for best Pokemon, just the Pokemon itself of all time, the 3 contenders who are actually in that conversation are Mew, Gardevoir, and Zoroark.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The Pokemon with the all around like best cards,
Yeah.
like collectively, right?
And the highest impact cards too, not just even
Yeah,
like, yeah, one banger isn't going to get you there.
you could say Sableye. Sableye is like up there, I would say.
I think those 3 are higher up than Sableye.
Higher than Sableye. Sableye is the top
I think
5. then.
Garbodor would be the other one, maybe in contention, but it's only the 2 cards really, because there's the 2 different toxins, but they're the same effect. So yeah, I feel like it's Guardy as number 1, but
Probably. Anyways, here we go. Game number 2. And Lion set up with the Fang Call. He's got the Teddy down, got the Pidge down, got the Primate Whiz in the active spot. Sorry, it's Oranguru. The ability's name's Primate Wisdom, but when I used to stream every day on TCG online, I used to call it Primate Whiz. It's a channel joke. Sorry.
he had to be there.
You had to be there. Anyways, here we go. And wow, that's such a better supporter card early on than Colress for 3.
Ironically, Colress would have gotten you 6 as well here,
Yeah,
but
for sure.
definitely better than Colress for 3.
Right, definitely.
Yeah.
And honestly, it looks like Chucky's doing pretty good. We got a Sobble down. We got a Wailord down. We've got Wishy-Washy in the active spots. Seems reasonable enough.
Yeah, I think this is a very reasonable start for this game.
Chaotic Swell, which is good. Blocks stadiums like Pokestop from coming into play easily.
Or Lost City.
Or Lost City. True.
I think, and the Galar Mine. 3 different stadiums on the control player side.
Pro said Guller Mine.
Galar.
Galler.
Galar. That
Yeah.
can't be it.
I said Galler, dude. The Galar Mine.
I thought it was like Galar.
The Galar Mine?
Galar.
Ain't no way it's Galar.
Galar.
The Galar Mine.
Galar.
And Natalie makes fun of how I say everything, though. She says I got an East Coast accent.
You do. Yeah, it's the worst, I think, with the words water and orange.
You mean orange?
But water's pretty bad too.
What the heck? Water is not bad, bro.
It is, dude. You just did it.
No, I didn't.
You did the thing. All right, Chucky setting up wide. None of these Pokemon are really major liabilities. Which is very helpful against these control matchups, having Pokemon that you can threaten with. The problem is there's only so many energy. There's only 10 total energy cards that Chucky has access to. So one of the things the control players can do as well is just run the energies a little too thin, right? Get a bunch of energy in a bunch of different Pokemon and then trap something new active.
Right.
Even through Rain Dance.
I think the sad thing about Chucky kind of scooping that game one so quick is that he learned nothing about the matchup.
Yeah, it is possible though. Like Lion's been on stream earlier. He's been a player people have been watching over the course of the day. Like maybe Chucky's friends had some intel gathered over the course of the day that they shared with him.
For sure.
Or maybe Chucky's even seen it himself.
It's possible. Who is on Lion's sleeves? Can you tell?
It's like a little too glared up.
I want to say it's Furret and Sentret.
It is Sentret and Furret. Confirmed Sentret and Furret.
Dude, they're so cute. Now that I'm like got my nose to the screen, I can finally see it.
Yeah.
They're like in the forest.
They are cute. I really like Sentret and Furret. I was talking to my fiance the other day, and she's like relatively new to Pokemon, but we play Pokemon Go together, and she was really surprised that Furret evolved from Sentret because they look so different.
Bro, they both got like
the red,
yeah, and the same color scheme.
Yeah, that's what I said. But she's like, they don't look anything alike. You know, one's all linear and the other's all round.
Well, yeah, that's okay.
That's part of it.
Yeah, he elongates as he evolves. Yeah,
right. Yeah,
kind of like Zigzagoon and Lanoon. Listen, there's a precedent here. Okay, you can get longer.
Well, if anything, Furret set the precedent, and then Zigzagoon just copied its homework.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's many such cases.
Many such cases of homework being copied in the Pokemon universe. Here we go. Rare candy. Very nice.
There's a Baxcalibur online, Riley. Yes.
Can start
there it is.
Pushing forward with some aggression, potentially. Is there anything else Chucky has in hand? Okay. The way he played that hand, I was a little concerned that maybe there was no playables left in it.
I think it should be possible for Chucky to just kind of get moving quickly with the wishy-washy. I mean, like a wishy-washy.
The wishy-washy with the Rotom.
A wishy-washy attack this turn.
No, I agree.
I think it's massive.
I agree. Just trying to be as aggressive as possible as Chucky while keeping your board as thin as you can. Honestly, like whether or not you want to play Octillery in this matchup too is kind of a debate, I think. Does get you that extra card draw, but it's just such an obvious target to continue to chase down.
Like, listen, man, no one's attacking with Hug. Okay.
Yeah, and this isn't like a handlock control deck, right?
No.
That wants to stop Octillery from drawing. It doesn't care.
No, it does not care at all.
Yeah, and so now it's just a 2 retreat bench sitter.
Okay, we got Wishy-Washy is swinging now.
It's very nice.
I just splashed 130.
That is perfect to knock out that Primate Wisdom Oranguru.
You do have to be a little bit careful with how many energy you assign into play.
Definitely do. So that's 4 currently on board. Several more in hand as well.
And there are 10, right? Yes.
There's 10. There's 9 basics and 1 special.
Yes, and you have to be careful because, there's some heavy retreaters in this deck. I mean, there's 3 retreat Wishy-Washy. There's the Wailord, which has like what retreat of like
a billion.
4. Yeah, a billion. Yeah. And Chucky going to take the first prize of this game 2, advancing to 5 prizes remaining. And Lion has finally got Pidgeotto online with its airmail ability, so we can see Lion start to churn through the deck. Not unlike Recon Directive in standard format. Actually, the exact same ability. Nothing new under the sun, folks. Nothing new under the sun.
That's right.
And it does seem like
For a second, I thought Lion was doing a Pixie vibe, but that was just the trekking shoe.
Yeah, trekking shoe. Trekking shoe is literally take a peek, and then do you want to take a further peek? All right, trainer's mail. Look at the top 4. We've got some good options there.
Field blower.
Luxurious cape. Yeah, the cape's not really enticing right now.
The cape isn't terrible. You could put it on the Teddy.
I guess.
Safeguard it from a wishy-washy.
Yeah, but not like a Kyogre for 2 though.
Bruh.
Yeah, bruh.
There's no Kyogre in play right now. There's a ton of energy accounted for. I don't know if I'm immediately worried about Kyogre.
That's true.
I would be more concerned about Guzma or Boss. I guess there's no Boss, but I'd be more concerned about Guzma.
That's fair. There's a Drizzile on the bench, so very easy to go get Guzma with Shady Dealings.
Definitely.
So Luxurious Cape does get grabbed. And then Ultra Ball. Discard Belelba and Bryson Man and Snorlax. And oh, baby.
Oh, wow.
The rare candy is in hand, Riley.
Wow. I didn't notice the rare candy in hand. Huh. Definitely not getting sniped if it has Luxurious Cape now. Yeah. Nothing. There's no realistic attack to KO this Ursaluna with a Lux Cape on it. The only potential way would be through the combination of 6 energy on a Wailord.
The Pete Hunter has returned to the board, Riley.
And the body bumper, or the bulky bumper.
And the bulky bumper.
Bulky bumper.
That's true.
I like the attacks that are alliterations. That's what I've realized over my years playing the Pokemon TCG.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like Buddy Blast from yesterday.
It's a good one.
I really like that one.
For sure.
I've also realized there's a lot of blasting in the Pokemon TCG.
Well, of course there is. Yeah.
Yeah. Buddy blasting and curse blasting. All sorts of blasts.
And Team Rocket's blasting off again, my dude.
Exactly.
So, Lion passes. 3 Pokemon in play. You would think, how is this going to win? Right? I mean, Chucky has so much more going on.
He does.
Factually. I think if Chucky can knock out the Pidgey, I'm feeling pretty good about Chucky's chances here. Like, Lion is not wide right now. I mean, look at that. It's like a 2-card hand and it's not good, bro.
Yeah.
The Pidgey's got to go.
Does he have a way to actually take the knockout?
He's got Octillery. Has he used the ability already?
His hand is pretty full.
Commit one of those energies, draw into the Guzma.
Facts.
Commit this. Yeah, you're chilling, dude.
Pahima, does it work on the Wishiwashi? Isn't it like no abilities?
Pod Helmet is no EX Pokemon, I think.
Oh. Okay.
I'm not sure. Let me check, bro.
Well, then why is the pot helmet going on the Octillery?
I don't know. Doesn't have a rule box. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so just blanket 30 reduction.
Yep.
I don't like it on the Octillery, though.
Yeah, that feels bad. You probably want like Floatstone on the thing.
Right? If there's one Pokemon on this board that really wants the Floatstone, the Octillery is
If there's one Pokemon you don't care about getting knocked out, it is probably the Octillery. You're like, that's fine.
Yeah, just like every element of the pot helmet on the Octillery, I think I don't like. So I'm just going to ignore that and move on as we go into the deck with Ball Guy.
Yep, and Ball Guy can actually get Chucky the knockout on the Pidgey, right? Because you can Ball Guy for Intellion, Shady Dealings, go and get whatever you need to.
Yeah, you could even Superior, right?
Yep.
You could retreat the Wishiwashi and Superior Energy Retrieval. That is a pretty big resource dump if it comes to that.
It is, but I suspect it's going to be the play we see because I think Chucky is going on the all-out, the full court press here, right? Like we are just going to try and put as much pressure on this colorless deck as we can to steal this game, get ourselves into a game 3 situation, try to win this thing. Ultra Ball, yeah, don't need Luxurious Cape, not really. And then here's Wailord. Actually didn't go Ultra Ball for Shady Dealings Intellion. So,
Well, he dive balled, didn't he?
oh, did he dive already?
I thought so.
Well, let's see. Thankfully, Chucky's. Oh yeah, there's the Intellion. Boom, back in.
Okay.
I was confused by the shuffling. I was like, why? If we're Shady Dealings, then why are we shuffling? Sometimes I think while I shuffle.
And sometimes you forget that you're going back in, and you catch yourself like 2 shuffles deep.
Yep. The floater? Nah, save the floater. The rope?
Rope.
It's almost like, do you prefer to keep the energy on the wishy-washy or remove it? Do you prefer to put it to the discard pile? Like, that's kind of the decision. Chucky gonna
I think
retreat.
the best place the energy can be is in your hand. So the Kyogre sending them back is actually pretty nice. Well, though eventually Lion's going to start going for hexes. But I don't think he'll hex this turn.
No, dude, his hand stinks.
So
Chucky does need to.
that would be pretty devastating, though, if he had like a recycle energy hex after you use Kyogre.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be ridiculous. Chucky does need to make a choice here.
You have to make a choice eventually, Chucky. Just because the time limit's longer doesn't mean there isn't time.
So it definitely is.
And there are time rules as well.
For sure. All right, we got the Professor's Letter. There's 2 energy out of the deck. Floatstone.
So maybe floating the Wishy? I think the judges may have asked him to complete his play.
Yeah, that might have been a warning.
So maybe opting to save the energy on the Wishy. Oh, interesting. This spreads your energy really thin, though.
Yeah, it does.
There's 6 of your 10 accounted for right now.
Like, what are we really doing with the Intellion active as opposed to the Wishy-Washy?
I don't know.
It's kind of my thought, right? I think maybe Chucky is saying over the course of 3 turns, I'll knock out the Pidgey.
Ooh, random receiver.
And it's
Clay?
Clay. Oh, God. Yeah, that's the perfect supporter.
Yeah, just fill up the hand some more. Fill up
Yeah.
the hand some more. Lion, if he had an energy on this Ursaluna, I actually think he'd be in a pretty okay spot right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Ursaluna is massive.
Yeah.
It's a board state in and of itself.
It just really wants an energy. All right,
Here's
Clay.
the Clay. Look at you discard the top 7 cards of your deck. Put all the items you find there into your hand. Discard everything else. Okay, so
Yeah, and the Floatstone no longer an item.
is that actually okay? So there are 3 energy in Lion's deck.
There's a fire. So the idea behind the fire as well is that you have Night Stretcher in your deck, so you can always, using things like Pokestop or Clay, still eventually get an energy.
Yeah.
Can't fully mill yourself out of energy unless the fire is prized and all like your prize outs are absent. Ooh, there's Hex.
Hex. Yeah, it doesn't.
Not that great this turn though, because the Inteleon just can swing.
Yeah, I just don't love the way Chucky's energy is divvied up right now. That's kind of my beef.
Yeah.
I
totally agree. I just Lion doesn't have a lot in his hand.
Yeah, I want a lot of energy to be on that Wailord.
Yeah.
So, quick ball, discarding Ditto.
Grabbing another basic Pokemon.
Let's see who it is. It's going to be the
Bunny.
Bunnelby.
I like having the Bunnelby as a backup. I'm ready.
And it's funny, right when like the time that control is the strongest is when nobody expects it or respects it. I think Lion kind of has made a very strong call for this event. And nobody expecting or testing against colorless control at all.
No, and I'll be honest, this does not feel nearly as invincible as the colorless control decks of Yonder. I think of back when Grant won.
No, this is like play a vacuum, dude. Like literally play Lost Vacuum. Like instead of Field Blower. And you're like having a much better time.
For sure. I don't think the Luxcape is necessarily the win con in every matchup, but that would help for sure. Cards like the Lost Vacuum definitely help.
There's like little things you could do that would make your matchup slightly better.
A switch.
A switch.
Right? A switch would make a huge difference.
Yeah.
For a lot of decks. Like I said earlier, part of playing these control decks is just finding those weaknesses and capitalizing. One of the as compared to Grant's version of colorless control that he won with, that was a like hand lock deck.
That was the most toxic deck I'd ever seen, Riley.
Right. Right. And the hand lock decks, their entire goal is to prevent you from even playing.
Yes. Grant's deck that he won with was like yes, it was like every single turn at the end of the game, I'm looping the same exact play. I'm going Surge, Hex, Belelba. Every single turn, Surge, Hex, Belelba, Surge, Hex, Belelba. It was absolutely disgusting. I mean, just the most disgusting.
Or Chip.
Or Chip. Yeah. Oh, just absolutely heinous.
Yeah, totally agree. And you had access to Chip plus Trick Shovel both. So you had a lot of opportunity to rearrange the opponent's deck. $10-card draw for Chucky off that Colress. Or sorry, not only 7.
7, yeah, no, not 10 here.
7's pretty good for a shuffle draw.
The question's going to be, can Lion actually get access to an energy to start using Pete Hunt? Pete Hunt.
Yeah, yummy, delicious peach.
Lion did discard 2 energy off of the most recent stop, right?
I know.
Or not the stop, the clay.
The clay.
Yeah, hit both the recycle energy and the triple acceleration energy. That means, that's why I asked about the energy count, because that means there's just a fire energy left in the deck.
Yeah, there's the capture energy as well.
Oh, okay, so there's 2 energy left.
Yeah, the thing is, it's hard to find. Like, the energy is just hard to find in general.
Here's Pokestop.
No.
Oh, that's not good.
Can we like proc the airmail? Yeah, I think that's just going to be a penalty.
It probably is a penalty, right? Because you can't just slam that against Caddock Swell.
Yeah, so it's discarded by Caddock Swell. We saw the VS Seeker, so
he did just reveal a card from his deck.
Yeah.
Which, does kind of, it gives you unfair advantage because now it's like there for airmail. If you have a card that could reorder your deck in your hand, you could decide to like airmail or use that card, right? Like, so it's like you have gained an unfair advantage, right?
I agree. So yeah, I think it makes sense for this to be shuffled and a penalty to be given. Just moving a little too excited, I think to see the Pokestop after somewhat of a drought over a couple turns. We'll get confirmation if there is a prize penalty delivered, but I would expect one at this level of the tournament.
Yeah, it's difference between $1,000 or $700. So
there's a Hapu. There's the fire energy.
Okay. Apparently, there's no penalty issued for that.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
just a reveal and shuffle. That's what they decided.
Well, that's for the judges to decide.
You know what? I don't hate it. For GLC, I would much rather see the game play out like, as close to authentically as possible without a prize penalty.
As long as both players are okay with it.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Yes.
They could always appeal if they...
I would much prefer that the game play out as close to authentically as possible without a prize penalty affecting it, right? Because, a prize penalty here does just... it basically just gives Chucky the win.
Now, what will the Pete Hunt targets be? It looks like that recycle and really wants that Pokestop.
Right.
I think especially with this Pidgeotto Prime to go down this turn, having access to that extra dig is very critical. I don't think Chucky has an immediate way. He would need the Wailord to still... There is so much HP on this Saloon.
Yeah, dude.
There's still 160 left on it. So it would need to be the Wailord. Could go for the double KO.
And I think that's what we're seeing. All right. Like I said, dude, if that was a double prize penalty, this game. like literally, right?
Yeah.
And how cringe is that?
Though it is certainly possible that Lion still loses this game with how aggressive Chucky's been. And the First Luna is giving up 2 prizes right now.
Right.
I think Lion really wants to see the max potion here. Checking for it potentially in the deck right now. Is it in there? I don't know if I even see it. Honestly, with all the energy that are accounted for, the max potion could be huge.
It could be. Has Chucky used Scoop Up Net yet? I mean, you can like...
I don't think so.
You can...
Scoop Up Super?
Scoop Up Net and Super, yeah. That would be like my thought, right? Try and take 2 prizes on this Ursaluna for gain with the Whale Lord.
Okay, Battle Compressor. Picked up. Lion can use that to mill a few cards out of his deck. Oh, there's the max potion right at the bottom, actually.
Wow.
The thing is...
So it doesn't have the max potion this turn.
Yeah. However, if Chucky's not able to take a knockout, which currently none of his Pokemon can, needs the 4 energy Whale Lord to take a knockout, or a 4 energy Kyogre.
Right.
So if he doesn't have access to those energy cards, Lion could mill the max potion this turn off the Battle Compressor and Pete Hunt for them back.
It's true. That's a cool little combo you can do.
Yeah, maybe get a Hex alongside that.
Here's the Battle Compressor. And do we pitch the max potion to get it?
That's what I would probably do.
No.
I can't tell what the 3 cards were.
It's a Galarmine, Chinchino, and something else.
Oh, yes, Seeker.
For
Clay. Can play into it.
Wow. And, you know, well, that's better.
That is better. Yeah, and has the Pal Pad ready to go.
Yeah, dude, look at all that bling, man. Look at the bling.
Oh,
look
my
at the
goodness.
swag, dude.
This could get crazy, Andrew. You were saying how the Ursaluna is a board state.
It's a one card board state.
And we have the 1 card board state right now.
With the Pokestop in play. Yeah,
oh my
so
goodness.
you could draw into the final cards of your deck if you want to. But you got to make sure that you don't deck out.
Well, you have Pal Pad ready to go.
Yeah.
So can use that. Definitely want to make sure you do.
Oh my gosh, dude. If this single Ursaluna just like is able to just do it, to solo the finals, right?
Reset stamp saying you have too many cards in hand. Oh, maybe deciding whether he wants to play it.
It seems awfully played to me.
I think that thing is played for sure.
Yeah, that thing is looking awfully
Also,
played.
I think it's a reasonable play. Honestly, Chucky had a lot of cards in hand. And what you really want to do is you want to avoid the Whale Lord knockout this specific turn.
Yeah.
Because now you're primed on future turns to pinpoint everything you want.
Does Chucky play Field Blower?
Chucky does play a Field Blower, I believe. Yeah, does play 1 copy of Field Blower. But still is like a ways away from the energy, right? There's only the Kyogre or the Whale Lord that can
these other
KO.
Pokemon getting benched though. So you don't have to. You could ignore the guy at this point.
Yeah, I mean the Guzma was burned.
You got Kyogre, and Bax is in play.
But if the Kyogre is consistently attacking, then you can just Field Blower the active.
Right. I mean, Lion is getting to the end game where he's going to be able to hex a lot.
And Lion does have Scoop Up Net access as well. So could Delcatty and then Scoop Up and then not rebench it. Max Potion Pal Pad.
This is a really cool control deck. I mean, I think this is really neat. This is the way I think control should exist in Gym Leader Challenge. I mean, exactly like this, right?
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's
really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch. It's like a stage 2. You know, it's kind of like a wall deck in a way, but it also has recursion, but not like infinite degenerate recursion.
I mean, it is infinite degenerate recursion.
I don't know, man. It looks like it pales in comparison to like resource management.
It is. It does. I mean, resource management was so ridiculous.
Yeah, dude.
It is infinite. I mean, implicitly, it's infinite recursion, right? You can play Fabo to deal with it.
Yeah, Fabo, get rid of the recycle energy.
Uh-huh.
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
The recycle energy is like a necessary part of the loop for sure.
Yeah.
It seems like the control deck kind of waltzing into this event is kind of like of if a spread deck waltzed into the event and not a single person was playing bench barrier. It's like, yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, it's definitely more vulnerable than previous iterations
For sure.
on control across standard and GLC. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently.
Vacuum and Faba cards we both actually mentioned over the course of this finals.
That's what I said. Just literally play Vacuum, bro. Like, and I was kind of on Vacuum for a little while because it removes some really good tools from play, especially when decks are trying to bring those tools back over and over again.
Yeah, Faba does the same thing. You can target a tool or an energy. Or Stadium. Okay. Lion, I think, is he picking his Pete Hunt targets right now?
Oh, no, man. He's got like the entire discard in his hand, so I have to imagine so.
Which is his entire deck as well.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay, I guess it's Chucky's turn.
It's got to be Chucky's turn. All right, I was trying to figure out whose turn it was.
I think
sure.
he was organizing his discard maybe.
Okay. Versus Seeker. What do we got?
This is critical. This is your one chance to reuse a supporter.
Ooh, for Irida, okay. Irida doesn't seem like the
For
highest
Scuba
value.
Net, maybe?
Doesn't seem like the highest value use of Versus Seeker, right?
Yeah, that is an interesting choice. I feel like you really want to use it for something like a Guzma.
Well, it gets the Field Blower.
Field Blower.
I think, like,
Does he have the full combo?
Well, I think if Chucky can knock out the Ursaluna, it's probably game.
Maybe.
I'm feeling like it. Ursaluna is kind of like the issue.
It is the issue.
Everything else is chill.
Does he have enough in his hand to actually pull that off?
He's got Scoop Up Net in hand, so we'd have to find Superior, right?
He's Superior still, though.
I like keeping the stop and play. Help you find Superior.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, dude.
Mine actually doesn't have much use for the stop anymore.
No.
He's out of cards.
I actually, if you're Chucky, keep that stop, dude. Like, what if you draw and what if you whiff, bro? Like, you use the Field Blower here. Like,
this is awkward, too, because you can't, like, scoop up before Octillery. So that's going to clog your hand. Oh.
Or can we?
Okay, yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, that's the
so
way
you can
to
just
scoop
rebench
up.
that.
Yep.
Oh, if you whiff this, though, you're in a terrible spot.
There it is. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's the Superior right there. That's a knockout. Retreat. Superior. That's it, dude.
How many cards does he have left in deck, Andrew?
More than 3.
Does he have more than 5?
All right. Yep. And Lion's going to scoop. So you got it. Okay. And we are on to game 3 of the finals, folks. Lion.
That was a really risky line. I don't think he needed to go for that.
No, it was beast, dude.
He had so many cards left in his deck. He could have waited like one turn.
It was beast, bro. No, I want to put it down. Put it down. Get it done, dude. Get it done.
But you literally lose if you whiff.
That's the way I would play. Yep, man. Listen, every turn you give control, you're so close. You're so much closer to losing anyway.
I know.
It's like I think Lion was like on the cusp there of the perfect lock. It was like almost about to be there with like the Delcatty, like hexes were going to start flying. It was going to be really ugly.
Yeah.
So like I agree with Chucky's kind of.
That's fair.
extend.
Yeah, the hex probably was coming out starting next turn.
Yep. And like things like counter catcher. I mean, it could have gotten really ugly.
Yeah.
So I agree with Chucky's extension there, saying like, all right, he went for the hand disruption this last turn. I think I can do it. I disagree with the Field Blower with the stop. That just needed to not happen because you are putting all your eggs in for the hit. So you're gonna give yourself.
Couldn't
3
you
more
also
cards.
have saved? Like, couldn't you still have VS Secret for Irida like as the last part of that combo?
100%. As
just scoop up net first, rebench the Wishy, do that,
save the stop and play.
Yeah.
Well,
because you're actually reducing your odds of hitting the combo by Iridaing first.
yeah, but when you're good, bro.
When you're good, you're good. That's true.
When you're good.
That's true.
Game 3 of the finals. Let's get some hype going for these players. Chucky Davis able to claw it back for a game 2 dub.
Oh.
And is it going to be a Rotom Donk?
Rotom start is amazing.
That is very good. We've got a Rummerade.
Snom and Remoraid, though, aren't really the Pokemon you want.
And a pass. Lion popping off. Buddy popping. Fan Rotom in the active spots. It's the start that dreams are made of, Riley.
I know. And if he has a single energy prized, he actually does have Gladion, too. So he could potentially search it out as long as he has a stadium to use Assault Landing. I think any opportunity to remove energy accelerators before they evolve, you take it.
Let's see. Lion is...
He's counting the energies.
Yep. Checking the prizes. Seeing what he's got available. Riley, see, I told you we're going to finish before the 12-hour mark, dude.
Dude, you're so right.
Yeah,
You're so
man.
right.
100%. These guys are cooking.
They are really cooking.
Yeah.
I respect it.
For sure. It's been a long day, man.
It
I
helps
understand.
that game one was so fast.
Oh, heck yeah, it does.
To be clear. Wow, Lion's Hand is really good. Dang. Immaculate Buddy plus fan call.
Yep.
Chucky's got to be quaking a little bit seeing this fast and powerful of a setup while he's sitting on very little. You never know, though. A Snom could turn into Frostmoth, which could turn into a Kyogre. You know, if you got it, you got it.
Right. You got trekking shoes.
Let's go for a trek. Take a little peeksy pie. Do we like it? Do we hate it? We like it.
Versus Seeker. Good card.
All right. Maybe a Gladion?
Well, he knows his prizes now. Right.
Or at least knows the critical pieces of them.
Right.
It's kind of hard to check every single prize accurately in GLC games.
It is. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, now he's writing them down. Look, you didn't get a good look at him. Very secretive.
Yeah, dude, no leaks, bro. No leaks.
Let me see the prizes. Okay, there's the Snorlax in there. There's the Ursa Ring in there, I think. It says I don't need that Ursa Ring.
Was it Hex?
I couldn't see.
Is Ursa Ring in there, you said?
I thought so, but you don't need the Ursa Ring.
Oh, okay. Ursa Ring, not Ursa Luna. Yeah, it was Hex that got taken.
Okay, yeah, Hex is probably the most important card that was in there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is oh my goodness.
Just the recycle honor, just to get it in play.
It's good to get it on the board
For
as
sure.
soon as possible because it stays in play basically forever.
Yes, unless you play Faba.
Faba, dude.
Faba. Broken Faba.
Faba been staying broken, dude. I've always liked Faba.
I know, dude. Faba's a great tech card for those control decks. They're not expecting it.
They are not.
They are definitely not, dude.
They always think they can get away with just specials.
For sure. Faba, Lucemean, Faba. Oh, yeah. Having a terrible time.
BS Seeker, Faba.
BS Seeker. Faba again.
Bodied.
Bodied. To the lost zone. Goodbye.
Lion queued up to draw a great many cards starting as soon as next turn. Chucky, gonna have to piece together something quick because I anticipate that Lion's gonna get his lockup much more smoothly than he did in game number 2.
Yeah, he's really kind of considering the play now. It looks like a Alolan Vulpix, and that's...
You don't want
No,
that.
it's going to be a little slow, right? And then the Goo's going to get into the active spot.
Oh
Oh
my goodness. This is tough.
Yeah.
You really hate to see those resources get burned. But, I mean, if you got to do it to stay in the game, you got to do it.
Right, for sure. I hate to see those resources get burned if you're Chucky, but if you're Lion, you're like, oh, ha, 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 yeah.
I love to see those resources get burned. Yeah.
This is wonderful. Make do. Airmail.
Yeah, honestly, Lion is safe at this point for I think at least a couple turns here.
Yeah, not the all-star start from Chucky this game in the game 3 of the finals. I mean, that's when you want the all-star start.
Absolutely. Or every game in the finals, ideally.
Belelba and Bryson, man? Oh, yeah, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
I mean, it digs you further in your deck.
Yeah, it does.
There's a Clay. You could VS Seeker for it next turn.
Yep. And also just attacks,
I'm kind of
3
into
resources from your opponent, for sure.
Could use the Primate Wisdom to stack the VS Seeker on top, so that way, if Chucky plays a card like Iona or Marnie, that it's right there waiting for him. There we go. Pass.
Sobble down. Octillery online. Is the Frostmoth prized?
That would be terrible.
Yeah.
Starting Snom. Frostmoth is also still not even the one you want.
Beacon again.
Oh my gosh. Just so much time Lion's being given.
Oh, yeah. And this is the difference between, the last game and this game is like Lion has actually got the engine set up, the Pidgeotto, the Chinchino. Oh, yeah.
Could even start aggressing with Fan Rotom.
Yeah, he's churning. He's got Lost City. Ooh, I'll take the Lost City. I might mess around and Lost Zone something. Sure.
Yeah, probably not the Vulpix, though.
No. Frostmoth is in
Vulpix
deck.
is so juicy, almost like don't even want to mess with it.
No. And Verse Seeker for Clay. Just keep digging.
Oh.
Like that, Clay. Discard the top 7. Put all the items into your hand. Yeah, dude. It's a good one.
It's a lot of items.
Yep.
Sorry, Bundlebee.
Yep. Goodbye. It's fine. Oh, look at that. Evolution Incense. I mean, you don't have the Ursaluna available.
Don't have the rare candy yet, rather.
You don't have the Ursa Ring available. Ursaluna, you need a rare candy.
Yes.
So, Trainer's Mail and a rare candy. Yo, Beast Mode. No. Battle Compressor, though. Pretty good. I think at this point, you kind of do that.
Probably. Battle Compressor is just so good in decks like this that don't care about preserving particular resources.
It's probably Battle Compressor, yeah, and you probably just play it. And you're at the point where you're like, okay, I'm one more Clay, and I'm at the bottom of my deck, or one more Hapu, or one more supporter, and I'm in.
It might be good to potentially retreat into the Rotom this turn, so that way you could retreat off the recycle on a future turn.
Yeah.
Tag Call going down.
For sure.
Yeah, for Lion, it's just a matter of deciding which resources you don't want anymore.
Right. The tag call kind of seems like the most obvious one.
Looking at Pokemon, maybe. I know that's a huge hand. It's like an unacceptably large hand.
Oh, it's massive, yeah.
Sobble could have something to say about that. Evolve into Drizzile, for example, get an Iono. There's that Ursaluna right there. Is it time to Pete Hunt?
Oh, baby, let's go. Evolution Incense.
Oh, there's the Ursaring.
Ursaring, okay. You lied to me, dude.
Dude, I don't know. There were some colorless Pokemon that looked vaguely like an Ursaring in the prizes.
There's Ursaring right there.
I don't know what it was. I thought I saw Ursaring in there. Hopefully it's not Ursaluna.
Gather mine.
Primate Wisdom. And there's an energy, actually.
And pass.
So ready to go for next turn on Lion's End.
But Chucky, yeah, the clock is ticking for sure for Chucky. And without a prize taken yet,
it's going to be hard. And there's plenty of time for Lion to get his full full control game plan off the board. 40 minutes still left in the final game. Plenty of time, and Lion only made one tie during Swiss as well, so you know he's confident that 40 minutes is enough to have a full, complete game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. These guys got plenty of time on their hands.
Chucky deciding where to attach. Oh. Bringing that back. Beacon again with no disruption.
Oh my gosh, dude.
This is painful, Andrew.
Oh yeah. These are the games you lose against Control.
So true, dude.
These are 100% the games you lose, bro.
So true. I hate when I lose the games I lose.
Yeah, these are the games you lose 100%.
Iono and Surge. Honestly, neither of them particularly useful right now.
Chucky should just honorably scoop.
You think Chucky should honorably scoop? I think force Lion to have it.
Honorably scoop, bro. It's been a good run. Go down with your head high. You know?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Don't make us do it, bro. You haven't attacked yet.
I know. Look at this control board and you haven't even attacked.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Honorably scoop.
For damage.
There's still time.
All right. Gonna plow through the deck with Hapu. I think that supporter is so terrible.
Well, Hapu?
Yeah.
No, it's sick, dude.
Peonia. Okay, I feel like Lion is hunting for the Peonia. Maybe it was the Ursaluna that was prized and not the Ursaring.
Oh, yeah, he's got the order down so he knows what the bottom three are. That was sick.
Well, do you have the order? I don't think you order them off of Gladius. You shuffle after Gladius. So you actually don't know. And I think he whiffed the Luna there. You do get to order them after Peonia.
That's right. So now he can say, all right, I know what my top three prizes are.
Right. And I'm thinking it's the card he's looking for is in those top three prizes. Perhaps the Ursaluna here. I feel like it probably is. Otherwise, I imagine Ursaluna would have been a factor already in this game. This Lion's rocking the Floatstone.
Ursaluna's in the discard.
Is it?
Yeah, it got discarded with Battle Compressor.
I can't keep track of which thing was in the prizes and which one was Battle Compressored. These colors Pokemon look too similar.
It's been a long weekend, bro.
It has been a long weekend, but we're persevering.
100%.
I think he's looking for something though off the Peonia. Otherwise, why would you slam that over, just like Hex Ursaluna?
I would agree. There's something he's on the hunt for. Maybe on the Pete hunt.
On the Pete hunt. There we go. Pete hunt. Ready to go.
Pete hunt. Let's go.
Floatstone on the active. Ready to go. Pete hunt.
Too many setup decks in this meta for this control deck, bro. All these setup decks, of course, control one. Look at this. It's like turn 4. No attack yet.
It might be later than turn 4, dude.
It might be like turn 5 or 6, dog.
Yeah. All right, Primate Wisdom to preserve something on the top, and time to Pete hunt. Yeah, VS Seeker seems like a good choice. This is pretty much the perfect situation for Lion being able to start Pete hunting before
a prize is taken,
Yeah.
dude. It's absurd. I know. Just think, Chucky hasn't even started attacking yet.
No, I know his body language suggests he might not start this turn. Ugh. I don't know. Those aren't the movements of someone that I think is going to go start taking knockouts.
Those are the movements of someone who's about to evolve into Arctibax and pass.
And Beacon.
And Beacon. All the Pokemon are in the hand, bro. All of the Pokemon. And I have to imagine Drizzile's prized. Which is why we're just like not moving here. It's like the The hand is jacked.
I agree. I think Drizzle's prize.
Drizzle's prize. That's the reason why this is all. Yep.
This is why everything's gummed up because Drizzle's prize.
Everything's all jacked up because Drizzle's did not show up for work today.
On the critical day, man. Called it sick. And Lion just immediately going in. Yeah, drawing tons of cards. Trying to get to the bottom of his deck quickly. Could even just start using Belhelba.
Honestly, like all the Pokemon are
honestly, there's no energy in play, Andrew. You could just Hex for the rest of the game.
I know, dude.
This is so disgusting.
I know. I said honorable scoop, dude. I mean it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Lost City.
Lost Zone, all his Lion, assert dominance and take 6 prizes.
He's gonna like Hex.
Show the haters that you won with colorless. And it wasn't a control deck, it was attacking Ursaluna deck.
I mean, he could alternate between Pete Hunt and VS Seeker for Hex. Pete Hunt with Hex using VS Seeker, and then attacking with the bulky bump every couple turns.
I think Chucky just top decked and there's teammates in here. Okay, the teammates.
Honestly, I don't really see a reason for
All
that.
right. No, okay. I was gonna say, Lost Zone there. So the Hex was played. Not possible.
Yeah, I don't really see a reason to take the knockout, honestly, and just activate cards like this for Chucky though.
Because it was sick.
It was sick. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, realistically, at this point, he has VS Seeker for Hex again, ready to go. Just keep that chain up forever. Delcatty almost prepped. So could start doing things like Delcatting for multiple supporters and using Pete Hunt for Scoop Up Net and VS Seeker, or Scoop Up Net plus triple acceleration energy. Could be pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it for Chucky here. Seems really, really rough.
Does seem pretty rough.
There's nothing good is happening.
Nothing good has happened for quite some time.
No.
Yeah, pretty much ever since this game started, nothing good's been happening.
No, this has been like the most glacial water game of all time. Just start wave summoning, dog. Yeah, just go in with the Kyogre. Just start going to search for some water energy. Attach it to Kyogre.
I think his Lion could do something like a Hex this coming turn. Kyogre still can't attack, and then he could Lost Zone the Kyogre with a Field Blower on the Lux Cape and a Triple Excel.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick.
That would be pretty sick.
Yeah, that might happen.
It just might, dude.
Yeah, these are the kinds of things that are going to start happening, Riley. Nothing good. Like I said, bro. Nothing good. Like, you're going to sit here for the next 30 minutes and nothing good is going to happen the whole time to you.
It's going to be really upsetting.
It's going to be really upsetting. You're going to progressively get saltier and saltier the longer it happens to you.
Okay. Primate Wisdom, the Max Potion. So yeah, I think you can just Hex Maniac and Pete Hunt for a Hex Out and the Triple Excel.
Yep. I suppose you can.
Yeah, VS Seeker is just better.
Yep.
This is so evil.
See, Verseeker Fax and played it again, right? And then P hunted for the Verseeker.
Uh-huh.
And the energy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so Hex is also in play now.
Yep. So Kyogre still can't attack this turn.
Yeah, dude.
And
all right, that's not nothing.
Yeah. It is. Lion is drawing 5 cards still, which is a good chunk of his deck, but not everything.
Dude, he's got Airmail and Chinchino
I know.
and the Primate Whiz.
The Whiz, dude.
Yeah,
that is technically 1 extra card dig.
I'm saying.
Usually doesn't come up in that context, but I mean, there's a lot of cards in there, dude.
Yeah, it's N though. You can just get him right back. And there's Stop.
Oh, Stop though.
And that's why you choose Verseeker over the...
It is. Also, you have Scoop Up Net
Yep.
now, so you could go for the Delcatty and get the Hex that way.
Yup. Oh, baby.
But the
Wave
Kyogre,
summoning.
Kyogre is ready. Ideally, you get the triple Excel and the Field Blower this turn.
All right. Lion, make it happen. Take all 6 prizes, dude, while hexing. Chinchino. Verseeker, right there.
Oh, there's Verseeker. The
Airmail.
Hex by itself isn't enough, though, right? Because the Kyogre is threatening knockout, so you need to get either a Lux Cape down or knock it out.
Right.
But you need both Triple Excel and Field Blower to knock it out.
It's true.
Could Primate Whiz.
And we got the whiz.
What's it going to be?
Okay.
Rescue Stretcher?
You could go like Clay. No, not Clay. You could go Hapu. Maybe get the rest of the cards.
I don't know if Field Blower is available. Have we seen Field Blower this game? The Lux Cape on the Kyogre is kind of annoying.
It is. Yeah, that's for sure. There's the Pokestop. Okay.
See, and this is...
Use it. Hui! There you go. Scoop up net, max potion.
This is the danger you put yourself in when you start taking
Prizes.
knockouts.
Yes.
Like, wasn't really necessary to do that.
The recycle energy comes back to hand because it goes to the discard pile and then comes to hand. Yep.
That's all fair.
That's how the card works for sure.
Does Lion have some way to get an energy?
The triple Excel is like in the bottom few cards of the deck right now.
Oh, you know what Lion might be planning to do is he could Pete hunt for like the rare candy back, and then just
ditto it, brother.
Yeah, and just carry on from there, right?
Like, sure, dude.
Could use this to like Peonia, for example. It doesn't really matter if your opponent has abilities this turn.
Yep. Holy smokes, this is sick.
Okay, so I'm assuming because the VS Seeker just hit the discard pile that he hexed.
Yeah. And P hunted. Right. Yeah. Hexed, P hunt again.
Yeah, and I believe he has double recovery cards in his hand to get the Teddy Ursa and the Ursaluna back for the rare candy combo.
Yeah, man. It's kind of beast.
That was pretty beast.
Yeah, see, that's cool.
That is really cool.
This is a cool play, dude. And it's like there's cards that could be played that would affect the strategy, but those cards are not what's here in the finals. This is like I feel like it's a very kind of fair and measured control deck, and it's good.
Yeah, the swell unfortunately feels a little too late. Lion was able to get all the value he was looking for out of his Pokestop. Hex. Hex is nice. Hex means that Ditto cannot become a Teddy Ursa.
Right. Hex knockout on the Ursaluna. This is huge, actually. That's big.
It is big. Could still do something like retreat into a Bunnelby to still get an attack off this turn. Remember that you cannot evolve this Ditto this turn, Lion. Okay, line up some Pokemon to shuffle back in the deck. There's a Bunnelby in there. Yeah, I think we're going to see potentially like a Hex Bunnelby angle. Or Teddy Ursa. Okay. Maybe just taking the turn off. Which is probably fine if you still Hex, right? Like, what is Shucky going to do next turn under ability lock?
Yeah. He's just sent all those energy back to his hand with the Kyogre, and nothing is the answer, right?
Yeah, so that's a hex pass.
Like literally nothing. We got a hex off, and you know who's going to win the hex off?
Probably the control deck.
Yeah, probably the control deck.
That has infinite access to hex.
Yes.
Chucky could use hex a maximum of 1 more time with his VS Seeker, unless he already used it. He didn't use it this game, did he?
The Verse Seeker?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Or was it for Irida? It was for Irida in another game. But
That
it
was
was the
the
last
previous
game
game.
to win the game. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, so no Verse Seeker down yet. Sweet Heavy Ball. Let's take a look at that Drizzile that decided to take the day off. There he is.
And Octillery.
And Octillery. Yep.
Or no, Octillery's right there on the... What is that red looking card?
I don't know. That's Pot Helmet.
Oh, Pot Helmet. Okay.
Yep.
Between the slight glare on the screen I'm looking at and the glare on the cards on the table, sometimes these things look a little bit deceptively similar. Okay, Chucky. Can you piece it together? Are you going to just attach pass? Yeah, you are.
Wave summoning. There we go.
All right, queued up for another big Kyogre attack. The thing is, without Hex, Lion can continue to just get things like the rare candy back and be ready to do it again.
Oh, yeah.
And he has access to Bunnelby still, too. It doesn't have to be the Ursaluna necessarily. Bunnelby is also very good. And the cards continue to tick down for Chucky as well, turn after turn. All right, Palpad in that Hex.
Yup.
And a
There we
Guzma.
go.
Man, this is brutal. Chinchino away, that Rotom. Trying to draw the Ursaluna back, I imagine. Did he find it? I don't think he found it here. So I see a Gladian and one other card on that airmail. Can't tell what that card is. Oh, Guzma. Guzma's not bad here, honestly. Even if you don't Hex, you could Guzma up something and stall for a turn. And honestly, I don't think you hate if Chucky gets ahead here, because that activates cards like Countercatcher.
Yeah. It always feels weird when the control deck is in a prize lead this early on into the game. And I think that Lion certainly doesn't mind having access to Countercatcher. That'd be a good card to have access to. Lieutenant Surge strategy also seems fine.
Night Stretcher. Okay, there's the Ursaluna, rare
Yeah.
candy. So it did hit it in the end.
Retreat into the Ursaluna.
Yeah, get a rare candy back and
Yep.
maybe a Night Stretcher.
We have the Recycle Energy comes back. And you can just see how important that Recycle Energy is to the entire functioning of this deck.
Shuffling in all those water energy as well. Could maybe Guzma up the Octillery this turn. With a 5-card hand, could be hard to find all the water energy you need to retreat and attack.
It's true, especially with that Drizzile prize. Field Blower, there's the Lux Cape gone. Calyx Swell is gone.
So the resources just continue to be dwindled away on Chucky's side by Lion's fearsome control deck.
And here comes Ursaluna yet again, retreating the Recycle Energy off of the Ditto. Comes back to hand when it hits the discard pile.
Okay, that does remove the Guzma play. If you wanted to do the Guzma, you'd have to retreat into something other than the Ursaluna.
And then we've got another P-Tunt.
I think so, Andrew.
Yes.
Rare candy. He's got the rescue carrier to be able to get the Teddy Ursa back. Yeah, I think rescue stretcher makes sense. Yep, just prepping for the Ursaluna in the event that it gets knocked out. Seems some minor confusion, but all good. Carry on. Proceed. Does Chucky have the energy he needs to at least get the attack off with the Kyogre? Only needs one more.
One energy. Oh, yeah. Letter, water in hand. Sure. It's all there.
Excellent.
So the resources necessary to take a knockout with Kyogre. But, again, Kyogre is going to return all those energy to itself, or to the hand, when it attacks, and then Lion could just use something like X-Maniac, and
I suspect what Lion is eventually going to build to is the combination of Hexmaniac and knock out the Kyogre with the triple acceleration.
Right. Yeah, well, now the Luxurious Cape is gone, so that's like, we're one step closer to that.
Yep. Took a while to find the Field Blower to remove it. Would have loved to have seen that a couple turns earlier, but now the pieces are laid out, and bear in mind, Chucky still has 5 prizes left to take. Still very far away from actually winning this game.
Yeah, not close, Riley. Well, here we go to 4.
Preemptive
energy
attach.
on Sobble.
Sure. And Dynamic Wave, the active to knock out Ursaluna, seems solid here.
It does. Then Lion can, stop Chucky from going another turn again with, a Hexmaniac play, because
you have to imagine it's coming.
Yeah, Chucky won't have enough energy in play unless he overloads the Kyogre.
If he was going to overload, wouldn't you play the Professor's Letter?
Yeah, wouldn't you attach the energy that went to the Sobble to the... Probably.
Yeah, the Sobble, I think, is the case against overloading more than anything. You could maybe make an argument to hold the Professor's Letter because you want to draw more energies off this chorus. But if you're going to put the energy on Sobble anyway, then that's a moot point.
Right.
I don't hate that idea, though, honestly.
I think overloading the Kyogre would have been fine. You're not really under threat. I think you know that the rare candy didn't get picked up last turn.
Okay. Line up that gigantic chorus hand. And the thing, you always got to keep in mind that Lion is always just a couple Pete Hunter rototillers away from being able to do something crazy like double Belelba, right?
Right, double Belelba.
Plus Burrow.
Plus Burrow. I mean, that's a...
8-card mill.
Yep, that's an 8-card mill. So all you really need to do is get to 8 cards remaining in your opponent's deck, and there is a combo to finish it off.
Yeah. And obviously, if they're even lower than that, then it just gets all the easier to put that combo together.
Yeah, Belelba Burrow, that's 5.
Yeah.
We could do that.
All right, Chucky. Ball's in your court. Have a big hand.
You can tell Chucky's out here fighting for his life in this finals match.
I think Chucky will need to take an action shortly here.
For sure.
Yeah, gotta keep an eye on the time.
Right, because obviously if it does go to time, then Chucky,
if either player is going to abuse the clock, let's be clear, it's going to be Chucky.
100%. Right.
And so the judges do have to be sure to be diligent on making sure that actions are being taken in a timely fashion to make sure we're having a fair experience for all players.
For sure.
All right. Fully through the deck at this point, besides whatever card we decided not to draw off that airmail. Could get that card still, too, if you wanted, with Primate Wisdom.
That's right.
But now the pieces are coming together. Chucky is at 4 prizes, and this will give Lion the opportunity to use cards like Surge and Counter Catcher and all of those really evil pieces that this deck loves to have access to. Got a Rescue Carrier to get that Teddy Ursa.
That's so sweet.
Stretcher.
Oh, the rare candy did get grabbed last turn.
Yes, it did, Andrew.
Okay.
He grabbed specifically Rare Candy Stretcher for this moment and everything's online. Hex is happening. Lieutenant Surge is happening if we want it.
Oh, this is so nuts.
Yeah, could even do a Guzma play if you want it.
Oh my gosh, the Ditto from Boundaries Crossed.
The Ditto's really good.
Yeah.
Here
Allowing
it is.
you to.
Here it is, the Guzma and the Hex combo.
Oh my gosh, dude. Ain't no way.
There is a way, Andrew.
Oh, Surge's strategy allows you to play 3 supporters during your turn. Surge's strategy is a supporter itself, and then you got Hex, Guzma. Hex turns off abilities. Guzma dragging up the Frostmoth. Pete Hunt. Let's do it all again, baby.
That's right, Andrew. So now we're down to the end game for this control deck. 1 card left in deck, and so full access to every single resource at this point. And every single time that Chucky has to pass unanswered, Lion gets to accrue a bonus card effectively, with things like the VS Seeker going to hand and accumulating the supporters directly until eventually you can piece together these incredibly robust and complex combos for later in the game. So Pete Hunt grabbing a POW pad and a VS Seeker. That will allow Lion to put together a 3 supporter combo next turn if he wants to. Could also settle for just a Hex Maniac and Pete Hunt if Chucky doesn't have a particularly impressive turn on his end.
Dude, nasty.
This is the end game, Andrew. And I want to say that Lion has put together the pieces. Chucky fought hard using that wave summoning, but I think it's going to be very challenging to close from here now that now that Lion has established this full lock.
Oh yeah, dude. This is it. This is the end game you go for. Just got to be an energy to Frostmoth pass. And Lion is at the end of his deck and is going to be able to do the loop now, right?
Yep.
With the Ursaluna in the active spot. It's all kind of here. All the pieces are here. It's happening. I mean, Chucky, keep in mind, this game was just a glacial slog for Chucky.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, dude, he did almost nothing for like a dozen turns. I hope that a valid control deck in standard format or not in Gym Leader Challenge format could set up a great lock in 12 turns, right? Like, I'd hope so.
Yeah. Lion had the benefit of time on his side big time. So taking advantage of the VS Seeker to play a Hex and filling his deck with supporter cards using POW pad for the next turn. I imagine his next Pete Hunt may even be those same 2 cards. All right, Andrew. Does Chucky have a route to climb through this?
Climb through victoriously? Or
yeah.
Climb through and like survive mentally?
I think victoriously, primarily, is what I was thinking.
Victoriously? No, dude. I told you 20 minutes ago that it was an L as soon as it got to like turn 5 and there was no attack. Yes. So I'm saying no. I've been on this game was chalked from like turn 3. You cannot give control deck this much time. Yeah. It's just like you've allowed Lion to perfectly there's a reason it's called a control deck, right? It takes control of the game. You give them the time to take control of the game, they're going to win the game. That's how the control deck works.
Yeah.
But if you are able to disrupt some part of the setup, which is it requires that you don't just like go at a totally glacial pace, right? Then then maybe there was a shot. There was absolutely a shot. I mean, we saw Chucky win game 2, right? And then Chucky only lost game 1 because of a dead draw. So
it's true.
So really, it's just all the stars are kind of aligning in Lion's favor here. Game 3 has really gone perfectly according to plan. Game 1, we don't even know if game 1 would have gone to plan for Lion because Chucky scooped almost immediately.
Yeah.
Game 2 did not go Lion's way. Chucky was able to win with like no techs for control. Keep in mind, Chucky's deck is not tech for control whatsoever. Just like with like the raw materials in his deck that he brought to the tournament, not expecting control.
Yeah.
Was able to beat the control deck in a long game 2. And in game 3, Chucky did nothing for a dozen turns and will lose. Of course, that is exactly what's happening. It's not because like the control deck is necessarily doing anything obscenely unfair. Yes, this is a nasty control loop that we're in right now. It took a long time to get here though. And Chucky has had a pretty terrible go of it the entire game. And Chucky would have lost to absolutely anything he was facing up against in this final game.
Yeah.
You guys remember how slow the start was? Like any self-respecting deck would have defeated Chucky in this game 3.
I think so, Andrew. And so just for those of you who are following along, Lion has used a combination of Delcatty and VS Seeker and Hex Maniac and Palpad to ultimately heal all the damage from this Ursaluna, Peonia for the Luxcape out of the prizes, and now refill the deck with Palpad, and we'll begin now to Pete Hunt. So Ability Lock is still under effect, and Chucky does still have an attacker in the active that he can use, but at any given moment it feels like Lion could rip that away. Does have access to Triple Excel in hand too if he ever wants to use it. And I wouldn't hate for Lion to eventually go into something like a Hex Triple Excel knockout, but truthfully, you could probably just pull up something different and install that. Like that Frostmoth. It has guaranteed access to the Lieutenant Surge Guzma Hex combo for next turn.
All right, we're under 10 minutes left on the clock now.
Yeah, if you're Lion here, you also do want to eventually start looping in a way that is getting the Belelbas and milling. Because right now, Chucky is still a ways away from decking out. There are 10 minutes left, so
right.
Plenty of time to make an impact there. But you want to avoid situations where Chucky can just stall out.
Right, because Chucky could just like kind of shut it down, take one more prize, and like just not really make a lot of game actions, right?
Yeah.
And like it's up to the judges to kind of police that, but like it's not.
Yeah, I think some of Chucky's gameplay speed has teetered on the edge of what I would consider acceptable.
Oh, for sure.
So frankly, if he takes another one of those long turns, I think it would be fair to dole a penalty at that point. I imagine he's got a warning. So something to keep an eye on closely for the judges. Counting the deck, seems like maybe 12 cards, 15 cards. And an Iono will refill a couple more.
Yep, hand to the bottom of the deck. Chucky's going to get 4 cards. Lion's going to get 5.
Those are pretty good cards. There's the Lieutenant Surge Guzman Hex. So, if I'm Lion, I'm pretty happy with that selection.
And here comes Intellion with the Aqua Bullet attack. 120 damage to the active, 20 damage to the bench. And Chucky's going to go down to 3 prizes remaining. Cinchino, make do, draw 2 cards.
Could max potion this Pidgey if you want to preserve it. But honestly, Lieutenant Surge Guzma Hex should get you reestablished on lock mode.
And then airmail. Is that just like an airmail? You just take the last card of the deck? Yeah. You just airmail. Okay, here we go.
Correct.
Yeah, dude. I mean, time's ticking. It is happening. I mean, like, and Lion's not necessarily playing very fast right now.
Is there not a Palpad in Lion's deck?
Yeah, where did the Palpad go?
Did he not?
Did Lion deck out?
Did he not Pete Hunt for the Palpad?
Wait. Has something gone critically wrong?
He has Iono in hand, so could use that. I'm confused. Didn't he Pete Hunt for the Palpad? He didn't get Palpad. So he messed up.
Uh-oh.
He has access to Iono, so can use that to refill his own deck. Can he burn the Hex and still Iono?
So he has to Surge Hex Iono.
And
And time is like going, guys. Like time is going. Like time is not stopped for this at all. And we see like Lions, trying to furiously compute, what's happening here. The judges are kind of popping off. Like something has been realized.
Yeah, seems like a big mistake from Lion here. You're in the late stages of this lock. You have everything you need. Maybe just got a little too greedy with his Pete Hunt picks. And Chucky found the opportunity to capitalize. I like just playing Iono here. Yeah. You need to redraw your deck.
All right, Chucky. Look alive, Chucky. Look alive. Look alive. This is your time.
Yeah. And if you're Lion here, you just have to go turbo into milling from here on.
Right. Dude, there's 5 minutes left. Chucky, look alive, bro.
Could take a knockout here if you want. Triple XL.
Triple XL, KO.
Yeah, I like
the Ursaluna's
like
got a luxurious cape on it, right? Yeah.
Ursaluna's not getting knocked out, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Can't get knocked out. Yep. Oh, man. All right. Now Lion's got 4 prizes left. Okay. And Kyogre gets the promote. Let's go. And things are really in crunch time now, Riley. I mean, this is the do or die moment of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
The $1,000 cash prize, everything on the line, a dozen hours of Pokemon TCG.
Oh man, that mistake of not grabbing the PAL pad. I wonder what route he was anticipating there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's just a lot going on. And you've been at it for a long time.
It's true. There's a lot of cards in that deck. Granted, Lion does get at least 2 extra turns. So he could use those. But man, look at all those cards, Andrew. I feel like Lion's route is actually going to be like alternating Hex Maniacs and Triple XL knockouts.
Huh. Let's see. Okay, so we got Capacious Bucket, 2 Water Energy out of the deck. Irida can maybe go get another piece. Go Irida. And you can get a water Pokemon and an item card. And the thing is, all right, so Kyogre can knock out like anybody else on the board. Who are you taking? Or Inteleon. No, Inteleon just got popped. Yeah. Who are you taking? Chinchino or the Delcatty?
Probably the Pidgeotto, honestly.
Pidgeotto, yeah, because like Chinchino is discarding and you don't really want to do that.
Chinchino has a resource cost, whereas Pidgeotto is just free cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and at this point, I mean,